Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Events begin in the night city of Seoul. Sanyang Company had one of the highest headquarters in Seoul. The company's annual sales were close to 3,001 trillion won and its operating profit alone was 302 trillion won. Automobiles, electronics, telecommunications, heavy and chemical industries, distribution, fashion, products, in all of these industries the company has done very well. They shook hands with the most lucrative contracts, the best company in the Republic of Korea, which has penetrated literally every industry. They were even recognized on stage as the best company of the year. The protagonist was from a rural area and graduated from a local university, but when he received a notification of acceptance into Soonyang, the villagers hung posters of congratulations on the trees. The father invited relatives to a small party. Everyone was having fun, he was poured alcohol endlessly, and when he was sent to the strategic planning headquarters, it seemed to him that his heart would burst with happiness. Soon he was standing near the door with the sign of the strategic planning headquarters, but he was just a cleaner at a construction site. They were the ones who beat and killed people unwanted by the company. While they did this, their leader watched while sitting on the sidelines. The protagonist was a man who performs a tedious and, naturally, terrible job. Looking at the boss smoking a cigarette, Young-hyun realized that this was his place. But he didn't give up. He started studying English at night, looking through a lot of business plans. Patiently, he gave it his all. Then at some point, all the aristocrats of the Sanyang family began to recognize the name Young-hyun, and every time they wanted something, they looked for him. When they had to deal with large and small incidents and, of course, illegal cases, they always came to the protagonist. After 13 years, the protagonist became much more serious. No one knew the hidden truth about this aristocratic family better than him. Events take us to the airport from where the plane has just taken off. Young-hyun walked through the airport dragging a suitcase on wheels. He calmly walked through the airport, which at that time there were not so many people. Young-hyun was the one to whom Sanyang could safely deposit $700 million into his account, like now. The protagonist headed towards the exit from the airport. Bright sunlight illuminated the sky. Young-hyun shaded his eyes from the sun with his hand. He frowned, remembering the unpleasant memories. Recently, he stood in front of his boss asking him how he could so calmly deposit that kind of money into his account. His boss turned his head and looked at him silently, but a moment later his lips stretched into a smile. Stopping looking at the protagonist, he told him that he didn't even trust his wife, but he was an exception, the only one he could trust with his money. At that moment, Yoon-hyun's eyes widened in surprise and shock. Events returned to the present. Young-hyun smiled and closed his eyes, remembering the past. He took his sunglasses out of his inner pocket. Adjusting his glasses, the protagonist thought that, having received the trust of the Soonyang family, his life had just begun. Suddenly, two men called out to him and began to approach him. Two men in black suits approached the protagonist, telling him that it was not easy for him because the path was long. A bead of sweat ran down Yoon-hyun's face, his eyes hidden behind his glasses widening in shock after seeing the people from the secretariat. Taking off his glasses, he asked the approaching men what they were doing here. The man with brown hair answered him by saying that the president had instructed them to help him. Young-hyun frowned when he heard the man's words. His coming here was supposed to be a secret. Suddenly the protagonist was horrified, his eyes wide open. He turned and looked at the hand of the man who had come behind him. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at his back. The man frowned slightly, saying to just follow them quietly. Young-hyun looked frightened at the man holding a gun to his back. The brown-haired man called out to him, telling him to come with them. The protagonist clenched his teeth and became angry. Realizing what they wanted to do, they decided to get rid of him. As they drove the car along the road in the forest, Young-hyun regretted that he had worked for the Sanyang Company for 13 years, gaining their trust while being absolutely loyal to them. The driver frowned, looking at the road. His comrade, putting his fist to his jaw, looked thoughtfully at the surroundings. Young-hyun gritted his teeth and was angry at the company's action. He looked at the man sitting next to him and thought. A moment later, he called out to the man, asking him to call the president and give him the opportunity to talk to him, but he refused him, telling the protagonist to stop dreaming. Squinting his eyes, the man was about to start mocking, but was interrupted. Young-hyun shouted sharply, asking him to call and tell him that they had done everything that was required of them, and he would remain silent and hide in South America or Eastern Europe and never show his face again until his death. But the driver silenced him by addressing him. He glanced at the rearview mirror and frowned, reminding him of the wife and parents he had to think about. The protagonist involuntarily opened his mouth, falling into complete horror. He frowned a little, remembering his parents. Looking at his hand, the man sitting next to him surprised Young-hyun by saying that the president told him not to worry about his family. His parents would be given financial assistance, and his wife would be sent to America. Everything would be arranged for her there and she could live without problems. The protagonist's lips trembled. He understood that everything the man said was a complete lie. After they deal with him and hide everything, they will not provide any privileges to his family. He clenched his fist forcefully, realizing that they wouldn't even give him his severance pay. His fists trembled and his head dropped. Young-hin knew very well that the company would file a claim for compensation with confiscation of property. In the end, not even a penny would be left. The car continued to drive, not paying attention to the recent screams. The car's headlights illuminated the road in the forest. The driver stopped in the middle of the forest in a small clearing. The protagonist got out of the car. He walked to the edge of the clearing and looked at the landscape in front of him as two men got out of the car. Young-hin frowned a little, looking at the lake whose name he didn't even know. It was this lake that would become his grave. Nervous, Young-hin turned his head and wanted to finally say his last words. But he suddenly fell silent when he saw a man pointing a gun at him. The guy's eyes widened in fear. The bird suddenly flew into the air, frightened by the sound of the gunshot. At this moment, a certain line of energy moved the soul of the protagonist into a little boy riding in the car. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror. The shocked and frightened child sat buckled up in the car. The protagonist saw this dream again. 3 months had passed since he found himself in this body, but the dream about a past life did not leave him. The mother turned her head and looked at her son, asking him if he was okay. Dojun, sweating heavily, looked at his mother without saying anything. When his mother smiled tenderly at her son, she was an actress who became famous for just one film. And the driver of this car was his father. He was the one whose courtship his mother accepted. He had previously been her fan, but after she stopped her career and started a family with him. The protagonist was a little ashamed when the brother sitting next to him, playing on the phone, reproached him, saying that he had just been sleeping, and then suddenly jumped up. Mom worriedly asked her son if he had a nightmare. Dojun raised his hand, saying that he was just a little surprised and she shouldn't worry too much. Mom smiled faintly, saying that Dojun has become an adult so suddenly lately that she is a little confused. The protagonist looked away and smiled nervously. He could understand her. Looking to the side, realizing that not only his new mother, but he himself was very confused. Looking out the window, the protagonist thought that today is exactly 30 years before his death. 3 months have passed since he woke up. Dojun, the youngest grandson of the founder Yangchul, about whom he had heard many legends. Remembering how he was shot, the protagonist, who became the 10-year-old grandson of the family who ordered him to be killed on a secluded lake shore in Moldova, did not understand what was the reason that he returned to life in Dojun's body. Looking at his parents, Dojun, who was sitting in front, recalled how in the past, while he worked for Sanyang, he never met members of this family because at that time they were completely excluded from the company's affairs. He looked at his parents, who were exchanging glances, and narrowed his eyes. He remembered how he was told that his current family could not even get close to Sanyang. This happened precisely because of the wedding of these two. Son Yangchul, who was currently driving the car, greatly angered his father by deciding to marry a celebrity despite the fact that everyone was against it. But due to pregnancy, they were forced to legalize the relationship. His older brother, who continued to play his games, was the one after whose birth his family was completely excluded from Sanyang. But the protagonist always considered this family incredible. While other brothers and sisters quarreled and fought among themselves to get at least a little more share in the company, his parents avoided this, trying to protect only their lives. Then, looking at them through his glasses, he respected them. But in the end, he was reborn in the body of their son and was now driving a white car. Soon they arrived at the mansion, the entrance to which was protected by guards. Dojun involuntarily opened his mouth in amazement as he looked around the grounds of the mansion. He found himself here again. The mansion itself consisted of 3 huge estates with an area of more than 350 square meters. It was a huge castle with 3 above ground floors and 2 underground, with parking for 50 cars and a fence of 380 meters. The guards saluted the protagonist's father and let them inside. At this time, Dojun looked at this estate in admiration, remembering how after the death of the head and cremation, this place was taken by the eldest son of Yanga. This was where he pulled weeds as his first job after joining the company. Driving past the guards, Dojun remembered how he was here even more than in his parents' dabu, and today, in addition, was Yangchul's birthday. A crowd of people gathered in front of one of the estates. They were talking among themselves and having fun. Dojun, accompanied by his family, approached the crowd. Some people turned their attention to them, and some began to discuss the visiting family with dissatisfaction. Dojun sadly watched everything, understanding what was happening around him. He looked around as his family walked through the crowd. Then he stopped looking around, realizing that everyone was deliberately ignoring them. There was no need to even know the reason for such an attitude. They soon walked up the stairs and stood in front of the front door of the estate. Entering the room, the protagonist's father turned his head and, looking at the people sitting inside, notified them of his arrival. All the women and men sitting inside looked in their direction at the same time. Dojun's uncles and aunts on the father's brother's side looked with some contempt. The uncle even ironically told them that they had finally arrived. The uncles and aunts on my father's sister's side decided not to say anything, simply looking arrogantly at those who came. One of the protagonist's father's brothers smiled as he looked at them. Everyone in this room dreamed of getting the most of the company. The father's sister, along with her husband, looked at their brother's family as nothingness. Each of them was the embodiment of greed, just waiting for the death of their parent. Dojun was serious as he looked at his new relatives. The protagonist's aunt screamed sharply, asking her brother Yoongi why he was late and whether his habits remained from his wild youth. Dojun raised one eyebrow and thought he couldn't figure out who she was. Yoongi, without showing any emotion, asked his sister for forgiveness. Auntie rested her head on her hand, irritably saying that it still pissed her off. Suddenly, the protagonist imagined the image of an old blonde woman with a smile on her face. She was already 70, but she constantly changed and brought her very young lovers to show. Dojun covered his smile with his hand, remembering the terrifying temperament of the woman for whom he had to suffer a lot. Suddenly, the aunt noticed this and frowned and asked Dojun if he laughed. Suddenly, the brother and his wife noticed what was happening. The brother stopped smiling and looked at Yoongi with contempt. Other relatives also looked at the visiting family with contempt. Dojun lowered his hand, saying he wasn't laughing. The aunt jumped up sharply and began to scream, but her older brother interrupted her. He clenched his teeth angrily and asked her why exactly at the moment when they all gathered, she decided to make noise. She couldn't bring herself to calm down, shouting to her brother that the child was really laughing. Yangchul's sudden scream made both of them stop arguing, their father asking them who dared to shout in their house. Yangchul frowned as he stood in his gray suit. The brother and sister lowered their heads and looked away out of fear. Yangchul began to walk down the stairs. Brother Yoongi and his wife, who were sitting nearby, lowered their heads in fear. Yangchul went down a couple more steps, but this was enough for another Yoongi brother to lower his head and look away in horror. Yangchul closed his eyes as he walked down the stairs. Yoongi's sister and her husband also lowered their heads in fear, and only Yoongi and his wife, along with the protagonist, were not very frightened, although they bowed their heads. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face as he looked at his grandfather, a living legend of the company. Everyone who had been sitting before stood up and bowed to the descending father, a man whom his own children were afraid of. A vein even appeared on the face of the eldest brother. His forehead was furrowed, and the source of his fear was the money that his father had. The middle son frowned, his lips trembled, a future in which he would not inherit anything, or his net worth, which would be taken by other heirs. It scared him. The younger one frowned and was afraid of being unable to maintain his keyball status. The daughter looked away. She was the one who understood that all these fears were intertwined and became the reason for their fear of their father. Finally, Yangchul came down the stairs. The white-haired man was very tense. The veins were visible on his face. He was once called the man with the iron part. He looked angrily at his children. Only the protagonist looked with some excitement at his new grandfather, at a man he had never met. Dongseo bowed deeply as she told her father of their arrival. Yangchul looked at the girl and the veins on his face disappeared. Donso's eldest son was very frightened and hid behind her. Yangchul looked at him angrily. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in shock, realizing that his brother was already in his mother's stomach at the time of his father's wedding. So the grandfather could not fully insist against this wedding, so he could even understand his brother's fear. A moment later, Dojun stopped worrying and stared at his grandfather. Grandfather's pupils lit up brightly. He looked at him furiously, trying to intimidate him. Dojun shuddered, feeling intense fear. Yangchul turned and frowned at his grandson. The protagonist's lips were trembling, sweat was dripping from his face. He was scared. But a moment later, he still dared to look at his grandfather. Suddenly, Yangchul smiled widely, asking them why they came so rarely even though he constantly called them. Dojun stood in a stupor looking at his grandfather. He came up to him and patted him on the head, saying that he would like to give him something. Dojun's mouth involuntarily dropped open in amazement when he heard his grandfather's words. Yoongi's sister gritted her teeth angrily looking at the guy, and the others were very surprised by what was happening. Only the youngest of the brothers looked at this not too surprised. Yoongi's second sister also gritted her teeth when she saw how her father spoiled his grandson. Dongso and Yoongi were themselves shocked by Yangchul's kind attitude towards their child. While the image of his grandfather was reflected in the protagonist's eye, he tried to understand why he was so kind only to him. A luxurious cake with candles was delivered for Yangchul's birthday. The old man blew and extinguished the candles. All the people who came began to applaud and congratulate him. A smile appeared on the old man's face as everyone started shouting, congratulating him. The eldest son and daughter clapped their hands and smiled widely, congratulating their father. Some of the grandchildren also came up to their grandfather with a big smile on their face and congratulated him. Yoongi didn't smile and just applauded. His eldest son lowered his gaze, and only Dojun looked at what was happening with some determination. He glanced to the side when he heard one of the women order his mother to bring more food. His mother carried wine and glasses to the table like a maid. The protagonist saw how nervous she was as she offered everything. But even in such a situation, His mother did not stop smiling faintly. One of Yoongi's sisters looked at Dongseo with contempt and said to give her some cold water with ice. Next, one of the brothers' wives, pointing to the dishes on the table, ordered Dongseo to remove the dishes on the table. As Dongseo was clearing away the dishes, one of the girls called out to her, annoyedly telling her to move faster. Then she turned away and continued talking cheerfully. Dojun frowned, looking angrily at all these people. He looked at the crowd of people, angry that they were forcing his mother to work when there were already more than a dozen servants working around. His mother was carrying dishes after cleaning one of the tables. The protagonist raised an eyebrow at her. He began to remember how she buttoned his jacket button. She smiled as if enjoying this work. The protagonist's cheeks involuntarily turned red due to Dongseo's beauty. Dongseo placed her hand on Dojun's cheek. With a smile on her face, the mother looked tenderly at her son, saying that her son was very handsome. The protagonist at that moment was amazed by the beauty of his mother. He was unusual in living in such a small body, but thanks to the warmth that Dojun's mother exuded, he was able to quickly adapt. Dongseo turned her head sharply when one of the girls scolded her for being slow. Dojun clenched his fist upon hearing this. His brows furrowed in anger as he tried to endure everything, thinking that one day he would make sure that his mother received proper treatment. Then the protagonist turned his head and looked in the other direction. He looked at his grandfather smiling and drinking wine in the distance. Yangchul smiled as he held a glass of wine in his hand. Dojun frowned, realizing that it was most likely because of his grandfather's neutral attitude towards his parents that they were treated this way. Suddenly, the protagonist began to remember how his grandfather, smiling, asked him if he liked the horse he gave him. At that moment, Dojun looked at the horse in amazement and was amazed. It was a huge white toy horse standing in the middle of the nursery. Dojun looked at the horse with interest, not believing that his grandfather had prepared a gift because he wanted it. Then the protagonist looked at the girl, deciding to ask something. He smiled, looking at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. When the grandfather opened his eyes, Dojun suggested that he was tormented by his conscience for kicking out his son. Remembering the images of his evil grandfather and his frightened brother, Dojun assumed that Yangchul was trying to atone for his sins with kindness towards him. Then he became decisive again, deciding to see how long his grandfather would be kind. With a faint smile on his face, Dojun turned to his grandfather. Next, the protagonist, continuing to look at his grandfather with a naive face, said that he liked a real horse than a plastic one. Yangchul was shocked by what she heard. Next, the protagonist pointed out the toys, saying that he liked the real car rather than the toy one. And he also wanted a real boat that floats on the sea and not play in a small bathroom. The guy's words greatly shocked Yangchul. He even stopped smiling because of this. Dojun felt horrified, not knowing if he had gone too far. Frowning, Yangchul asked his grandson what he thought was real. The protagonist quickly came to his senses and smiled and answered his grandfather, saying that what was done by his grandfather was real because he creates real cars, ships, and televisions. The words of his grandson greatly surprised old Yangchul. He bent down with his hands on his knees. His eyes looked carefully at the protagonist. Looking at Yangchul Dojun, I wondered if he passed the test and how his grandfather took his words. Bent down, Yangchul parted his lips, telling his grandson that in order to get the real things he said, one had to work hard, experience many terrible things, and go through difficulties, but he didn't have to go through all that. Inwardly, the protagonist grinned at his grandfather's words. Although he did not show it on his real body, Dojun was the one who was used, did all the terrible work, and then died completely. Such words now could not scare him. Yangchul began to straighten up, beginning to voice his proposal to the protagonist. With a smile on his face, Yangchul suggested that the protagonist finish this year with excellent marks in all subjects, and then, for his birthday, he would buy him a real horse. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock after hearing what he heard. Even though he was local, he entered a fairly prestigious university, and he, who neglected sleep for the sake of knowledge, set the condition for him to get a requirement in all subjects in elementary school. The old man smiled and sighed, asking the protagonist why he was not very confident in himself. A grin stretched across the protagonist's face. He really wasn't sure, only that he couldn't get it well. Smirking, he asked his grandfather, who had crossed his arms on his chest, if this was all he needed to do. His grandfather answered him by saying that he would wait for it. Yangchul smiled silently as he looked at his grandson. The protagonist himself also looked at his grandfather with a smile. Events returned to the present. The frowning protagonist decided to change everything a little bit. Suddenly, a guy in a suit called out to him, his brother and other children, telling him to follow him. It was Dojun, with a faint smile on his face, telling the children that Grandpa had ordered them to be taken to the playroom. The protagonist suddenly became angry when he saw the guy. His eyes widened. He remembered how he was shot on the shore, the way he stood in front of Dojun, who was already his boss at that moment, and also how he, grinning, told him that he didn't even trust his wife, but he was an exception. He was the one who gave the order to kill the protagonist. While the other children followed Yongjun with smiles on their faces, the protagonist and his brother stood aside. While the inner Dojun was angry, the protagonist himself did not express his emotions much by controlling himself. Now he was not Yoonhyun, but Dojun, and he did not need to worry. Soon the children came to the room with a white horse given by Yangchul to the protagonist. Kangjin pushed Dojun and rushed forward with a smile on his face. Soon he climbed on it and started laughing at the others. While the other children were having fun with Kangjin, Dojun and his brother stood sadly near the door. Dojun furrowed his eyebrows and was angry. His brother touched Dojun's clenched fist to calm him down. The protagonist looked at his brother, puzzled. Looking at his brother Dojun's face, he realized that he was used to it, although not only he, his whole family had long been accustomed to this. A smirk appeared on Dojun's face as he decided not to tolerate such treatment. Sanjin looked puzzled as his brother walked forward. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist stood in front of the horse on which Kangjin was sitting, thinking about what to do with him. He looked at Kangjin, deciding first to teach him not to be rude in the future to make a strong impression on his grandfather. Kangjin, not noticing anything, was happy and smiled. Kangjin glanced at the protagonist when he called the horse his own. With almost no expression, the protagonist told Kangjin to get off his horse since he was his horse. Smiling widely, Kangjin said he would do whatever he wanted. The rest of the children standing aside began to laugh at the protagonist. Dojun began to lift his leg without saying anything. A moment later, he kicked the back of the horse, scaring Kangjin, who was sitting on it. But even after doing this, Dojun's face did not express any emotion. Kangjin was very scared looking at the protagonist. The other children were also very scared and stopped laughing. Sangjin was surprised by his brother's action. The horse and Kangjin fell to the floor. Kangjin, whose leg was crushed by the horse, began to scream and cry in pain. One of the children shouted that he would call the adults. Kangjin cried, complaining about his sore leg. Dojun walked up to the tearful guy and called out to him. Standing in front of him with Dojun told him not to touch what belongs to him anymore. Kangjun gritted his teeth and continued to cry as he looked at Dojun. Dojun turned his head when he heard a woman's screams calling for Kangjun. When his mother ran up to him, Kangjun stretched out his arms and began to complain. Women whose children were also playing in the room entered the room, looking puzzled at what was happening. One of the workers lifted the horse, and Kangjin's mother helped Kangjin pull out his leg and took him on her lap. At this time, Dojun looked at his mother, who was covering her mouth in great surprise. A moment later, he winked at her with a smirk on his face. Suddenly, a woman's palm approached the protagonist. A second later, Dojun was slapped across the face. Kangjin's angry mother asked him if he was crazy for doing such a thing. A moment later, gritting her teeth, she hit the protagonist again. But Dojun did not get angry or experience any emotions after receiving the second slap. Not calmed down by this swearing, Kangjin raised her hand and decided to strike again. But Donso covered her child with her body, saving her from the blow. She hugged him tightly while shaking strongly. Kangjin's angry mother ordered him to leave Dojun immediately, but Dongso resisted, asking her for forgiveness. Dojun, who was hugged by his mother, was very surprised. The mother covered her eyes to protect her child. Kangjin's mother gritted her teeth, a vein popping out on her forehead. When she raised her hand to strike, Yangchul's sharp cry interrupted her, forcing the women to look towards the entrance. She turned around sharply and stopped being angry. Yangchul stood in the doorway, shocking everyone. Kangjin's mother spoke to him hesitantly, but Yangchul didn't listen to her, ordering her to stop everything and for her to take her son and go to the hospital. Kangjin's mother picked him up and carried him. Yangchul looked at his grandson, waiting for the girl to carry out her son and leave. Dojun looked at his grandfather while Dongso stopped hugging him and began to examine him. Frowning, Yangchul ordered everyone to leave except Dojun. A little nervous, Donseo held her son by the shoulders and looked into his face. Dojun smiled at her and nodded, saying that they would see each other later. Bowing her head, the protagonist's mother walked past Yangchul. As she passed him, she looked warily at his back. When they were alone, the grandfather asked his grandson if he was the one who did it. Dojun looked at his grandfather and confirmed this. Frowning, Yangchul asked him why he did something so dangerous. Looking at the horse, Dojun reminded him that it was his horse, a gift from his grandfather. Yangchul opened his eyes wide upon hearing his grandson's words. Frowning, Dojun said that Kangjin wanted to take it away, so he broke the horse because let no one get it than him. A slightly angry Yangchul asked the protagonist if he wanted to give it away. The protagonist, looking again at his grandfather, confirmed this. He narrowed his eyes a little, wondering how Yangchul would react. Grandfather's lips stretched into a smile. He stopped being angry and looked at his grandson with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Dojun mentally confirmed that Yangchul would like this cruelty, the cruelty of the leader of an empire who does not want to lose an inch of land because it will be a necessity in a war with an external threat. But a moment later, Yangchul stopped smiling, saying that even if he didn't intend to hurt his brother, he still got hurt in the end, so he will be punished. Dojun bowed his head in agreement with the punishment. Yangchul turned around, telling his grandson to follow him. Dojun stood with his head bowed. A second later, he grinned and looked after her. Soon the protagonist was greatly shocked when he entered the office. His grandfather walked up to the head table while the rest of the company sat in their seats at the long table. Dojun couldn't help but open his mouth in shock, although the chairman's office on the 27th floor of Sanyang headquarters was still an official office. Looking at the people sitting on one side of the table, the protagonist realized that in fact all decisions were made here. Looking at the people on the other side, he studied the people sitting at the table. He then glanced at Dojun, realizing that this was a place where only the rich could go. Yangchul crossed his arms as he sat down at his desk. He was the branch president, leading the family and the company. Just by looking at everyone present, Yangchul released an invisible pressure. Standing motionless at the entrance, Dojun was amazed, even having been a member of Sanyang for more than 10 years in the past and having visited this mansion countless times. He was never able to enter Yangchul's office, but now he's finally here. Dojun knelt down behind Yangchul. He hunched over a little, looking at everyone present like his grandfather. Dojun was very tense, although he tried not to show it. He turned his undivided attention to Dojun. The guy, being the eldest son of his uncle, sat hesitantly in Yoongi's place at the age of 20. Looking at him, the protagonist realized that Dojun had already been appointed to the role of successor. Yangchul parted his lips, ordering people to tell him what they thought and how things would turn out. One of the directors responded to Yangchul by saying that the current president was too stubborn, and even if the end of his term was approaching, he still would not give up. Frowning, Yangchul asked them what would happen if the current president was stubborn. Next, Yangchul asked the director if the president could recruit his army. He looked at the president of the company and confirmed this possibility. Yangchul closed his eyes and thought. Branch directors began discussing various possibilities and solutions to the problem. Dojun raised his eyebrows a little, not understanding what period they were talking about, what kind of army they were talking about, whether they were talking about the country, and not about the company's management. One of the directors told the president that they needed to think about other ways, because today there were more than 1 million people from all over the country and, if the military was added to this, maybe 2 million. Yangchul opened his eyes a little in surprise, asking the director if people were afraid of weapons. Imagining the scene of the protest, the director said that if they can calm the people, they will again be afraid, but if the army arrives to help, then the protests and uprisings will only be the beginning. Yangchul shouted, angrily asking the director what he meant by this, preparing for the fall of the government. Did he think that the president next year would be from the opposition? Adjusting his glasses, one of the directors said that it was possible. Yangchul hit the table with his fist. All the directors suddenly fell silent and closed their eyes. An angry Yangchul shouted, saying that of course it was possible, but it could also be the other way around. Everyone bowed their heads and simultaneously apologized for their words. Yanggi leaned back in his chair in fear when the president asked him if he needed to line them up so they could start talking. He stupidly agreed in fear. Looking at his son with irritation, Yangchul asked him who would be first. He was clearly nervous, looking at his father. A moment later, he bowed his head along with Dojun. Dojun stared at these two who pinned everything on him and even ordered his murder. Yanggi threw up his hands, telling his father that the government will not collapse and the successor is already known. And these demonstrations have been going on for 7 years since the beginning of the new government, but now it has simply taken on a more serious look. The brothers sitting opposite agreed with their eldest. The other directors bowed their heads without saying a word. The protagonist, sitting on his knees, thought everything was strange for him, because in 3 days a statement about the president's surrender would appear, and the Blue House should have already begun to form at that time, but Sanyang did not know this information. The directors talked among themselves and discussed. Some moved closer to each other and began to heatedly discuss what was happening. Dojun sadly watched from the side, realizing that everyone was just talking about who was in line behind whom. Recalling the meetings that took place during his time, the protagonist expected to see the development of a strategy to respond to change. Predictions of how the world and society as a whole will develop, how the city will change, or, at least, high-quality information that ordinary office workers would not have thought of. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, disappointed. Yangchul closed his eyes, ordering everyone to leave and listen carefully, collecting information. The directors stood up from their seats and bowed to him. Dojun watched dejectedly as everyone left. They all ended up arguing until the very end about who was behind whom. The protagonist glanced at his grandfather when he called out to him, giving him permission to stand up. He turned his chair to look at his grandson. Dojun staggered and barely got to his feet. He looked at his feet, leaning on the cabinet with his hand. He had been sitting on his knees for too long, so he couldn't get up. The protagonist looked at Yangchul in shock when he praised him. Looking at his grandson, Yangchul said that quite a long time had passed, but he did not frown or show any signs of difficulty. Even an adult could not sit so still because his legs were uncomfortable. Dojun grinned when he heard his words. In fact, he was just listening and didn't notice how time passed and didn't feel any pain in his legs. Next, Yangchul became a little more serious, asking the protagonist why he changed so dramatically. Dojun suddenly realized that his grandfather couldn't help but notice the change in the usually shy and quiet Dojun. Yangchul's mouth opened in amazement when the protagonist told him that he wasn't going to take it anymore. Bowing his head slightly, the protagonist said that because of his inactive father and mother, he had to endure it, but now he is so angry that he can no longer hold back. Yangchul stared at his grandson, who bowed his head without saying anything. Dojun closed his eyes, thinking that at times like these, a few tears would be nice. Suddenly, the protagonist suddenly opened his eyes. Yangchul dropped to one knee and hugged him. Dojun was very shocked, not understanding his grandfather's reaction. He felt sympathy for his grandson. His lips stretched into a grin. He decided to shock his grandfather again with his words. His grandfather's eyes widened when Dojun told him to be friends with all three. Yangchul grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders and glared at him. His lips parted as he asked Dojun what he was talking about. The protagonist, with an innocent expression on his face, said that he was talking about what they discussed recently, about the next president. His words made Yangchul look at her grandson in surprise. Smiling slightly, Dojun said that the president was the most powerful person in the country, and if it was unknown who would become it, it was better to make friends with all three candidates. Yangchul knitted his eyebrows as he thought about his grandson's words. The protagonist, with a naive expression on his face, asked his grandfather if it was possible to do this. Yangchul's lips curled into a smile. With a faint smile on his face, he told the protagonist that the more friends, the better. A moment later, the old man laughed loudly. Dojun grinned when he saw this, internally deciding to end today with this. Getting to his feet, Yangchul asked his grandson if he wanted to play somewhere and then said that he needed to do something. Then, almost turning around, the grandfather asked his grandson to tell Dojun to come to him. Yangchul watched his grandson leave. The old man frowned in thought. Dojun smiled, heading out of the office. Yangchul picked up the phone with a cord. Holding it to his ear and waiting for his secretary to pick up the phone, Yangchul ordered him to take care of all three of them. Holding the phone to his ear, Yangchul told the secretary to treat everyone like a VIP and remember to say that they hope for a successful resolution of this situation. When the secretary accepted his order, Yangchul put the phone back in its place. His lips curled into a smile, amazed that his 10-year-old grandson would say such things to him. Dojun opened the door slightly, asking Yangchul if he called him. He smiled, saying that at the moment he was his grandfather. Dojun smiled nervously, agreeing with this. Dojun scratched the back of his head awkwardly when his grandfather asked him if he had thought of a solution to the problem they discussed today. Yangchul, looking at his eldest grandson, told him that he was asking him not as the chairman, but as his grandfather. Nervous, Dojun looked away, saying that if the president sends the military, it will become quieter. The guy intertwined his fingers, saying that the current government will continue to govern, and the friend and successor of the current government will become the next president. Yangchul barely smiled, telling his grandson that in this case he would trust him and join him in line. Dojun suddenly straightened his head and stared at his grandfather in shock. A moment later, Yangchul frowned as he asked his grandson if he could trust him. He became very nervous and scared. A second later, he looked away without answering his grandfather's question. The frowning Yangchul was disappointed to see that expression after he simply asked his opinion. Remembering Dojun's confident look and words, he involuntarily compared them. Yangchul turned away, giving his eldest grandson permission to go. Surprised, Dojun said nothing, looking at Yangchul. When Grandpa turned away, Dojun bowed, bidding him farewell. Yangchul leaned back in his chair. His eyes opened slightly when he thought that it was the younger one who was better. At this time, a despondent Dojun left his grandfather's office. He looked at the floor, thinking about what had happened. The protagonist, peeking around the corner, grinned. Events moved to the evening. Yoongi's car was driving along the highway. Donseo looked at her husband and asked him what his father said. Yoongi, still looking at the road, said that his father told him to focus on teaching his sons. Looking at the rearview mirror, the father called out to his youngest son. Dojun bowed his head and asked for forgiveness when his father told him that he had no intention of scolding him for what happened at his grandfather's house today, because he had already received his punishment. Looking at the road, Yoongi told his sons that their grandfather was going to send the two of them to a personal teacher. Sangjin screamed sharply in fear when he heard that he was going to be sent to a personal teacher. Yoongi, who was sitting behind the wheel, reassured his son by saying that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to go. Then the father looked at his youngest son and asked his opinion. The protagonist looked at his father, realizing that now he did not need a teacher, because it was the teacher who should learn from him, but since it was his grandfather's order, he could not help but follow him. Looking at his father's seat, Dojun expressed his agreement. Yoongi reminded him that if he didn't want to, he could refuse. The son, sitting behind his father's seat, expressed his desire to go to the teacher. The father, hearing this, said that he would prepare everything. Yoongi involuntarily looked out the window and thought. Do-jun looked at his brother who had put down his phone. Sang-jun leaned towards him telling Do-jun that he was great today. Sang-jun looked at his younger brother coolly, thanking him for making Kang-jun cry. Do-jun, looking at Sang-jun, mentally exclaimed, when his brother pulled away and began to look out the window, smiling. Do-jun himself smiled, realizing that his brother also had accumulated resentment. Events moved to June 29, 1987. The president, sitting at the table, said that in this era, when conflicts and antagonism between people turned into a national crisis, the protagonist sipped juice from a straw while watching this. Crowds of people watched televisions inside small shops as they listened to the announcement of the president's declaration, which became the official declaration of the government. After the president, officials spoke. The protagonist sipped his juice, watching everything that was happening, thinking about what the chairman would do. Soon his car stopped near their house. The protagonist got out of the car and headed into the house under the supervision of a security guard. When he came in, the family worker told him that his grandfather had come to see him. Hearing him, the protagonist was very surprised. Do-jun and the worker turned around sharply when they heard Yangchul scream. Do-jun stared at the house, puzzled. Dongso, looking at the floor, told Yangchul that she never claimed a share in the company, and neither did Do-jun's father, and in the future it will be exactly the same. Yangchul furrowed his eyebrows, not immediately believing her words. Dongso bowed her head slightly without saying a word. But then she glanced at Yangchul, telling him that she understood his intention to raise Do-jun so that he could succeed in the company. Looking at Grandpa Do-jun, Dongso reminded him that his grandson is only 10 years old, so she would like him to decide what to do. Yangchul began to get angry, saying that he was going to accept them as children again, but she refuses the last chance he gives them. Dongso clenched her fists, asking for his forgiveness. Afterwards, she calmed down and, closing her eyes, said that she and Yoongi want him to live, doing what he wants. Yangchul gritted his teeth and became very angry at Dongseo's words. Suddenly, the protagonist called out to his grandfather, causing both of them to look in his direction. The protagonist stood at the entrance looking at his mother and grandfather. Yangchul spread his arms wide and smiled, greeting his grandson. The grandfather picked up his grandson and asked if he had just returned from school. Dojun looked away, amazed at the old man's strength. At this time, the edge of Dongseo's lip lifted slightly. Dojun looked at his mother, who was always silent in front of his grandfather, but this time decided to speak out because of his problems. The grandson's question greatly shocked Yangchul, who asked him if he was angry just now. Laying his grandson on the floor, Yangchul smiled, asking him why he would be angry. He simply raised his voice a little. Donseo got out of bed telling her son that Grandpa wasn't angry and they were just talking. The protagonist squinted and stared blankly at his grandfather and mother, mentally asking himself if they really thought that he didn't understand anything. His mother and grandfather looked away when Do-jun asked them not to fight over him. Looking at his mother, the protagonist said that, just like his mother said, when he grows up, he will become exactly what he wants. Yangchul and Donseo stared at the boy in surprise. Do-jun saw his grandfather grimace with displeasure. The protagonist's lips stretched into a faint grin. He realized that his grandfather was very upset to hear this from his grandson. Do-jun smiled and said that this is why he will become the boss of a big company like his grandfather. As if struck by an electric shock, Yangchul exclaimed in his mind. He began to chuckle weakly and rejoice. A moment later, he laughed loudly, saying that in the end, you can't deceive. Sometimes it happens that it manifests itself after a generation. Dongseo stared at her son in shock, unable to say anything. Yangchul grabbed his grandson by the shoulders and turned to Dongso and asked her if she could say something now. The mother's eyes widened as Yangchul began to be happy for Do-jun. Tears appeared in her eyes. She turned around saying that she would prepare tea. Looking at her, Yangchul told her to bring tea to her grandson's room. Then looking at Dongso with a smile on his face, the grandfather said that he had a little story that he wanted to tell him. At the same time, Do-jun looked at his mother, not understanding why she was crying. His mouth involuntarily dropped open when he suggested that his mother cried because his grandfather addressed her as his daughter-in-law, and not just "hey you." Do-jun's mom was standing in the kitchen. Yangchul stood up and looked at Dongseo's back along with his grandson. The shelves in the protagonist's room were filled with books. Sitting down next to Do-jun on a small chair, Yangchul asked him if he remembered the words that he said a few days ago when the protagonist sitting on the bed asked what he was talking about. His grandfather reminded him by saying that he was talking then about friendship with three, and then the grandson was able to remember. Smiling, Yangchul said that it was the three influential people he was talking about. Do-jun closed his eyes and smiled, mentally telling himself that he remembers everything, because even his grandfather came to him today precisely because of this. The protagonist opened his eyes when his grandfather told him that he sent gifts to these people and was friendly, This surprised the protagonist a little because based on his words, Yangchul made a decision and already managed to pay a bribe. Grandfather frowned a little, saying that starting today, the development of actions took a strange turn. He of course wanted them to get along, but they began to argue. Dojun looked at his grandfather as he listened to him talk about the second and third place, who decided to team up to win the first. Dojun interrupted his grandfather with a smile. Dojun chuckled and asked his grandfather if the three people he was talking about were the ones who were going to compete for the position of president. Yangchul smiled, saying that each of them wants to become something like a prefect. Looking at his grandfather, the protagonist asked him if the second and third places unite and win, will they become the headman and his deputy? Yangchul refuted this by saying that there is only a headman in governing the country. Dojun threw up his hands and closed his eyes, saying that in this case there is no point in the second and third uniting, because among them only one will become the headman. Yangchul stopped smiling, asking his grandson in surprise if this meant that they were not united. Dojun opened his eyes and looking at his grandfather said that the third would not just help the second without receiving anything in return, 10th place or 20th or last from the end could help, but definitely not third. Yangchul's eyes widened in shock at what she heard. His lips parted as he contemplated the possible outcome of events. Imagining the two candidates, the protagonist mentally said that, contrary to what seems, they did not help each other. There is no need to talk verbosely and in detail about the future grandfather, because he has different doubts and a different point of view. Looking at the figure of his grandfather, Dojun understood that he only needed to give him an idea. Yangchul frowned at this time, thinking that all the influential people he met did not question the unification, but his grandson was the only one who said that this could not happen. At this time, Dojun simply looked at his grandfather with a smile on his face, who thought that it might have seemed to him that it was his grandson who thought so, simply because he does not understand politics at all, but his grandson definitely sees human greed. Yangchul began to extend his hand towards his grandson, realizing that his words were not without foundation. Dojun looked a little puzzled at his grandfather, who placed his hand on his head. Yangchul smiled as he asked his grandson how he could be so smart at such a young age. The protagonist himself also smiled when he heard his grandfather's words. Events moved to the next morning, in a wooded area. Yoongi's car was driving along the highway. Dojun sat in the back seat and looked out the window. He became very depressed, looking at the familiar landscapes. He remembered how his father and mother, sitting in front of him, puzzledly asked him why he wanted to go to the coast of the Western Sea so suddenly. The protagonist then smiled and said that the textbook said that it was a secluded place in Korea where the Western Sea connects with the northern one, so he wanted to see it in person. Yoongi and Dongseo looked at each other, puzzled. Dojun closed his eyes. In fact, the reason was different. He just needed to check something. Standing in front of a small shop, Dojun decided to check exactly what he looked like now, Yoonhan. He looked at his house with some shock. He was horrified and covered his mouth, not understanding what he would need to say when he saw his parents. Suddenly he looked up, noticing someone. Behind the mirror, a slightly elderly couple of people were chatting cheerfully. Dojun lowered his hands in shock, looking at them. Tears appeared in his eyes, after which he called them mom and dad. The protagonist wiped away his tears, glad that they existed. Suddenly the door opened. His ex-mother came outside and scared him greatly by asking what was leaking. Dojun looked at his mother and couldn't say anything. She stood in front of him and looked at him, puzzled. Suddenly the father came out of the house, asking the mother about what was happening. She answered him by saying that this child stood in front of their house and was crying. The former father crossed his arms over his chest and smiled and asked the boy if he was lost, but he quickly denied it by saying that he was looking for his friend's house. The man stopped smiling after asking about the guy's friend. A little nervous, Dojun asked the man if he knew Yoonhyun, but after his question, his former parents were stunned, not understanding who he was talking about. Next, the husband looked at his wife, saying that no one with that name lived nearby, and the wife decided to ask Henji about this guy. Dojun opened his mouth in amazement as he realized something. He then shouted, asking his former parents who Henj was. The woman answered him by saying that she was their daughter. Looking at the puzzled parents from the past life, the protagonist realized that in the past life there was no child named Henji in their house and the two did not know him. Realizing this, both of his images opened their mouths wide in shock. The person named Yoonhyun did not exist. The newspaper fell on the table. An article was published about the victory in the presidential election. Chul sat back and watched this, thinking that June was right. The men waved happily, looking around. A few months ago, when the current government announced its surrender, all the Keyball conglomerates began to help Yang and Kim because no one doubted their unification and firmly believed that one of them would be the next president. He remembered Jun, who was enthusiastically talking about something, spreading his arms to the sides, saying that he had overheard him and sent a large gift to a candidate from the ruling party, and simply gave small handouts to Yang and Kim. The man smiled slyly, knitting his eyebrows. He happily thought, who knew that his grandson's opinion would be so useful. The blue sky was reflected in the windows of the house. The boy banged his hand on the table next to the newspaper. Jun sat at the table, folding his hands in front of him on his chest, thinking that nothing was still different from what it was in his previous life. He raised his eyebrows. The young man could not calm down. The main character recalled how he looked in surprise at how a daughter appeared in the family instead of him. He thought that Yonghyun, that is, him in the past, did not exist. Jun crossed his legs, realizing that the details of the future recorded in his memory so far may differ. The hero remembered the smiling Chol, thinking that the future had already begun to change due to changes in the soul of the chairman, who began to like him. The boy frowned, thinking that if it changed, then his most powerful weapon, knowledge of the future, might become useless. He recalled the tall building, thinking that before he was 20, he had to prepare the ground to absorb the Sanyang group. The hero imagined Chol lying lifeless on the bed, because in 10 years the chairman will be lying in a hospital bed awaiting death. Jun looked forward intently, remembering his father and uncle, thinking that before that he should take over as many shares as possible for himself and his father in order to start working with Uncle Yonggi. The boy remembered the car collision, thinking that he had to prevent the death of himself, Jun, in a car accident that occurred on the day of his 20th birthday. The boy frowned, imagining the image of a man, thinking that he lived like Hyunwoo and cleaned up after everyone in this company, because there is no one more worthy than him. Plus, all the members of the Sanyang family will tragically die in a disaster. Originally, they were so far from management, so he didn't really delve into this, but in vain. Jun slapped his forehead in irritation. The boy's jacket was lying on the bed. He was going somewhere, thinking that first he needed to avoid his death. The main character looked at the floor, straightening his jacket, thinking about whether if he helped Chol live longer, whether the future would change much. There was a knock on the door. The boy looked in surprise at the mother who came in. She called her son by name. The woman smiled sweetly, saying that it was time for him. Jun raised his eyebrows and smiled, telling her okay. She followed the hero with her gaze. The boy walked forward, clenching his hands into fists, thinking about how no matter how much he thought, there is no answer to this confusing question. The only thing that remains is to check the results of his actions every day and act carefully. Jun frowned. The light was on in the windows of the Se Hotel building. Call smiled widely. He was glad that the baby had arrived. The boy joyfully rushed to his grandfather, putting his hands forward. The hero smiled embarrassedly, thinking that he still couldn't get used to it, but he couldn't help it either. The man hugged the boy who ran up, offering him to sit down. Jun sat down on the table and smiled. The hero looked away, thinking that there was no one here except them. Did he really want to be alone with him? A bright chandelier shone above the table at which the heroes were sitting. The man folded his hands on the table and looked at the boy with a smile. Jun thought that Cheol must have been incredibly happy when his bet in choosing the president played out. The boy widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, asking his grandfather if something good had happened. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. He remembered himself with a pipe in his hand, being told that Chairman Jin's help would never be forgotten. Cheol smiled. He looked at the boy happily, saying that he felt better when he saw him, so the man would buy him anything he wanted to try, as well as any toys he dreamed of. Jun looked at him in surprise, folding his hands on the table, asking if he found out about his grades. The man was surprised at his assumption. The hero looked at Cheol, who fell into a stupor. The boy decided that he had already forgotten about the promise, but since he listened to his advice, he made a big bet, and thanks to this, Soonyang will stand firmly on his feet for another 5 years. The boy smiled, saying that he received excellent marks in all subjects, 100 points each. Paul raised his eyebrows. Surprised by this, the hero said that he was the only one in the class. The man laughed loudly, saying that it was already so late, so he wouldn't be able to buy a horse right now. The main character smiled, thinking about whether he needed a horse, although this was just a cover to get even more. The boy smiled, fidgeting with his fingers, saying that everything was fine. He didn't even know how to ride it, and once he learned it, then he could buy it. He looked at his grandfather in surprise, asking if not because of the promise, then why. The man smiled, saying that thanks to Jun his company had become much bigger, which meant that he would earn a lot of money. The main character smiled and asked if he could give him something more than what was promised. Call thoughtfully looked away, saying that this is so. He promised to buy a real horse, but what would be better and better than it? The boy looked at him, telling his grandfather that if he bought a horse, it would be kept at his ranch on Jeju Island, and he would not be able to ride there every day. The man raised his hand to his chin, wondering what to do. There was a knock on the large wooden door. Men in suits opened it and people carrying food entered the room. Call looked joyfully in their direction, suggesting that they think about it while eating. Various dishes appeared on the table, such as salad, cake decorated with strawberries, sushi and rolls, pie and snacks. The boy smiled, telling his grandfather to enjoy his meal. He raised his eyebrows, bringing his chopsticks closer, thanking the young man. Call happily said that they could build another ranch so they could ride horses every day. The hero cried out in surprise if this was true. The main character smiled slyly, thinking that this was exactly what he wanted to hear. The man raised his eyebrows and smiled as he talked about giving him a ranch so he could ride a horse whenever he wanted, asking how he liked the idea. Jun smiled widely, clasping his hands in front of him as he let out a joyful cry. He ran up to the man and hugged him, thanking him. Chul smiled, asking if he really liked it that much. The boy flashed his eyes, thinking that the most important thing would happen now. Jun asked where it would be. Grandpa smiled, saying that there was a place just north of Seoul called Wondon that already had a ranch, so they would just buy it. The boy looked at his grandfather in surprise, but in his heart he was dissatisfied, frowning, thinking that this was not the place he wanted. Call looked at the hero in surprise. Jun looked away, saying that he liked it, but they live in Gangnam, which is very far away. The man smiled, saying that the kid was picky because there was no ranch in the south of Seoul. Jun raised his eyebrows, saying that it needed to be made and Grandpa could create anything. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, amazed by his words. He laughed loudly. The main character froze, eyes wide open, not understanding why he was laughing so much. The man smiled and looked at the boy, saying that out of the 48 branches of Sanyang, 19 he created with his own hands and the rest were captured. The boy looked at him in surprise. Call introduced the Si building, saying that most of the companies he had a hand in were created in the early days of Sanyang. That is, in the beginning. In any case, you need to do everything yourself, then affection, perseverance, and the desire to develop appear. Jun raised his eyebrows, surprised that the man would take his words about building a ranch that way. Call smiled, frowning, saying that he really liked the idea of building a ranch. He put his hand on the hero's shoulder. The boy froze in surprise. Chul smiled, saying that he would help Jun take his first step. The boy's eyes opened wide. He thought that in this way his grandfather wanted to teach him business. The man shouted loudly if there was anyone outside. The door was opened by a man in a suit, answering his question. Call raised his eyebrows, asking him to bring a map of Seoul and Gyeonggi-do. The guy immediately agreed. Jun smiled. A blush appeared on his face. He thought that if they brought a map, it would be very good. The chandelier shone brightly. The man in the suit presented the man with a card. He opened it. Chul smiled, saying that he was going to see how good Jun's eye was. The man handed the marker to the boy. The chairman smiled, asking the hero to mark where he wanted the ranch. Jun opened his eyes wide in surprise, thinking that it had finally happened. He wants to build dozens of ranches throughout the country. If he secures land in advance, the price of which will skyrocket in 10 or 20 years, will this be a reliable help in the battle for a stake in Sanyang Group? Jun froze with a marker in his hands, looking at the map. Chial smiled at him, telling him to choose the location wisely, preferably not in the center of Seoul, Namju or Gyeonggi province. The boy smiled, circling a circle on the map, saying that it would be here. Call thoughtfully took the map in his hands, noticing that it was a bit far from his house. The boy asked if this was really so. Grandfather turned to the man in the suit, asking him to find out the state of this land. He needed a complete summary of the state of affairs. The man with glasses took the card in his hands and, bowing, left the room. The young man looked nervously to the side. Grandfather, smiling, offered to start eating. The boy immediately agreed. Call raised the cup to his mouth. Jun ate with gusto. The man turned to the boy, asking how he was doing at school, how many friends he had. The hero said that everything was so. The hero smiled awkwardly. Inside he was dissatisfied, because he was thinking that, to tell the truth, he had no friends around him. How could he be friends with small children when he was already 40? There was a knock on the room. Chul turned his head, looking at the man who entered, asking what was there. The man said that the area is called Southern Nakji and has a limited development zone. This is a typical rural area with many cucumber and melon fields. The boy was surprised. His grandfather read the handed over papers. The man with glasses said that access is difficult due to poor transport infrastructure. Moreover, the closest area where people live is the poorest. The likelihood of development is assessed as very low. Call thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, thinking that then it wouldn't be difficult to build a ranch. The man tapped his finger on the table. The boy looked nervously to the side. Call hit the table again. He turned to the man in the suit, asking him to find out what kind of land could be bought for more than 50,000 pyeon. The man bowed to the chairman, telling him okay. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and smiled, thinking about what he had accomplished. The man walked away from their table, heading towards the exit. The grandfather turned to the boy, folding his hands on the table, saying that the land he had chosen was just a mud hole. In his place, he would not have taken it. The hero asked why that was. Chul looked at the boy, saying that it would take a long time for it to generate income. Maybe it would never happen in his lifetime, so there was no reason to buy it, but the boy was different from him. Jun's eyes widened, asking why that was. The man leaned his elbows on the table, saying that in 20 or 30 years this land could be of great value, and the hero will live a long time, which means he will be able to see these changes, so he can consider this as savings, asking him to preserve them. The boy smiled, saying he would keep that in mind. Jun smiled and knitted his eyebrows, thinking that he wouldn't have to wait 20 or 30 years, because this land would become a new city in Bundan in 2 years. He imagined tall buildings and a city in disarray. The boy stretched out his hands to take the sushi, thinking that he had just received 50,000 pyon in the center of the new city of Bundang. The hero brought it to his mouth. Jun smiled as he chewed his food. The question was raised whether the man really wanted to run for the post of Jongno. He leaned over Chial's desk, answering yes. The man sat with his hands folded. Soyun smiled, saying that although he is a newcomer, he has good support from the middle class, and this can be an additional strength for the chairman. Call frowned, saying that he already has a deputy from Jongno who is ready to come running at a moment's notice, even at night, so he should be content with Suwon. And since the factories and subcontractors of Sanyang Electronics are closely connected, he can win the elections without any additional expenses will not be difficult. The girl arched her eyebrows, saying that it was simply a pity for her father to use money on him. The man frowned, saying that it was he who paved the way for the guy to the prosecutor general's office, and he decided to repay him by suddenly wanting to become a deputy of the National Assembly. The guy looked away embarrassedly, apologizing. Soyun put out her hand and, frowning, shouted that this man does not deserve such treatment, because he is one of the 7 best lawyers in Korea. Even without the help of the Sanyang group, it is easy to defeat the government or the opposition party. It doesn't matter, he is in everyone's zero place. The man smiled, asking if he was the best 7. He knitted his eyebrows, saying that it was he who made his father the chief prosecutor, with his strength and money, and him, the deputy prosecutor, asking if she knew what this was for. Soyun raised her eyebrows in surprise. The man's gaze became stern, saying that this was done to turn them into dogs to protect the Sanyang group. The man looked down in embarrassment, his forehead turning red. He clenched his hand into a fist. The man turned to Choi's son-in-law, folding his arms on his chest. The guy screamed. Chol frowned, telling him to get rid of nonsense and useless thoughts in his head, asking him to just live happily as he does now, asking him to pass this on to his family. Vain greed will lead to ruin. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that he understood everything. After one phone call from the chairman, all his relatives who worked in the prosecutor's office and justice were expelled to the provinces. The guy's hand turned blue. The man turned to Soyun. She looked at her father with concern. He talked about the fact that she owns a department store but still dares to be dissatisfied. The girl clasped her hands. She knitted her eyebrows, thinking that the man had figured out her plan to put her husband into politics, gain power, and then get rid of her brothers and completely take over the Sanyang group. The girl lowered her head, saying that she was wrong, asking to forgive her. Chul, with his hands folded on the pears, lowered his head and told them to be content with what they have now. On the day when the efficiency of managing the department store decreases even a little, he will take it away. The girl barely audibly answered okay. The boy drank a drink from a straw. Something caught his attention and he turned to the side. Soyun and her fiancé walked by and were terribly unhappy. Jun smiled, thinking that they seemed to be greedy again, and broke down against the harsh reality. Well, it must be a shame to watch how the older brothers one after another took over, and she herself was crossed out from the list of heirs. The boy closed his eyes, holding out a drink from a straw, thinking that now he could safely get rid of them. Grandpa smiled, asking if Jun was bored. The boy smiled, saying that everything was fine. He was reading. The man walked closer, holding an envelope in his hands, saying that it was a good habit, telling him to keep the book next to him. The boy sat on the sofa, agreeing with his words. He handed the hero an envelope, asking him to take it. Jun looked in surprise and took it in his hands, asking what it was. The man smiled, saying that these were documents for the land he wanted, only 80,000 pyon. The boy widened his eyes, thinking that his grandfather had added another 30,000, although the conversation was about 50. The hero looked at Chial in surprise, saying that last time he talked about 50,000. The man smiled, noticing that the boy remembered numbers well. The boy smiled slyly, thinking that he should have liked this, since memorizing exact numbers in business is probably the basis of the basics. Chial smiled, saying that there were several owners, but their plots were much less than 50,000 pyon, so he bought several. The main character smiled, eyes wide open, understanding how it happened. If this is 80,000 pyon, the compensation for the land in 2 to 3 years will be about 16 billion won. Grandfather happily asked if the boy really liked it that much. He smiled, saying yes. Jun closed his eyes, imagining a large white building, thinking that now the market price of an apartment in Yunsang at 31 pyong is 75 million won, and he just received so much money that he can buy 200 of these apartments. The main character hugged his grandfather, thanking him. The man smiled, hugging him back. The boy frowned and smiled, thinking that he could be a little nice since he received a gift of 16 billion won. The year 1988 was, effectively, incredible. The Constitution of the Sixth Republic began to take effect, and a directly elected president took office. The man behind the podium raised his hand as he spoke into the microphone. He released the 7th of July Declaration, which included proposals for inter-Korean exchanges, cooperation, and improved relations between the United States and North Korea. The man stood behind the podium near the Korean flag. With the establishment of the National Assembly of Yosei University after 38 years, government auditing resumed for the first time in 16 years after the Reformation. People around were recording everything that was happening, listening carefully. The exchange rate entered the 601 range and the favorable market conditions reached their peak, but as people endlessly flocked to Seoul, housing prices soared. Tall buildings stretched across the area. The government, unable to keep up with soaring property prices, has announced a plan to build 2 million homes. Construction cranes were working at a construction site. Large-scale housing construction was announced in Sanbong, Cheongdong, and Pyeongchang. The year 1989 arrived, still without stable prices, and a decision was made to build a new city, namely part of Seongnam and Ilsan. The city map was marked with a grid. The construction of a new city was announced. Chol smiled as he looked at the paper, saying it was incredible. Haki raised his eyebrows, asking what he was talking about. The man turned to him, asking if he knew that he had built June Ranch. The chief secretary confirmed his words. He pointed his finger at a place on the map, saying that it was here. Hak opened his eyes wide, crying out that this was where the new city would be. Call smiled slyly, saying that the kid thought through everything 100 steps ahead and jumped ahead of them, and that's just for this year. Haki froze in place. The man smiled, looking at him, noting that the most interesting thing was that he was against buying this land, but he chose and wanted it. Grandfather laughed loudly. The chief secretary silently looked at him, standing against the wall. The man looked up at him, saying that Jun would grow up to be a decent leader, asking him to take care of him. His eyes sparkled brightly. He knitted his eyebrows, saying that if he himself separated 3 or 4 companies and handed them over to him, the rest would try to take them away, asking the man to prevent this. The chief secretary bowed, saying that he understood everything. Chol smiled as he looked at the papers. A bright light was burning in the window of the house. Jun looked at the bank documents and, covering his mouth, giggled. His eyes sparkled brightly. He said that it was 14 billion. He had decided to get rid of only 60,000 pyeon for now, and after the price of the remaining 20,000 went up, he would get rid of them. So, according to his calculations, he at hands will be more than 20 billion won. He remembers his grandfather, who says that this is the money he earned, so he can manage it himself. The guy bowed his head over the table, giggling. The hero covered his mouth with his hands and looked up, thinking that based on the market price in 30 years, it would be more than 100 billion won. There was a knock on the door. The boy froze in place. His parents came into the room and his mother asked if he could talk to them. Jun looked at them in surprise, saying yes. The parents sat on the sofa opposite the hero sitting on a chair. Mom asked what he was going to do with the money. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that he promised his grandfather that he would save them in a jar. The parents looked at each other, asking if it was true. Jun looked at them smiling, thinking that they seemed to be worried that he was so small and suddenly received a huge amount of money, so he needed to calm them down, although in reality it was different. The woman asked if the boy wanted to buy something, to which Jun replied that his mother already buys him everything he needs. The father smiled looking at them. The main character said that what they themselves would like to do with this money is much more important. The woman's eyes opened wide. The boy smiled, raising his eyebrows. The parents raised their eyebrows in surprise. Jun widened his eyes, not understanding why they were so surprised. The man, lowering his head, rose from his seat. The boy looked worriedly at his departing father. His mouth dropped open. Mom closed her eyes. She covered the boy's hands with hers. The woman smiled, saying that Dad was just very surprised, offering to talk about it later. The boy agreed. She walked to the door. Jun raised his eyebrows, wondering if he had said something wrong. The parents were outside the house. The girl approached him, saying that these were just the words of an immature child. He obviously had good intentions, asking her not to worry her husband about this. The man adjusted his glasses, saying that he was not angry, he was just ashamed. She rolled her eyes, not understanding what he was talking about. He lowered his head, saying that when Jun said this, his heart began to beat faster. This was a chance. Dong-seo parted her mouth, looking at him. Yoongi clenched his hand into a fist, talking about how he became a father and now drools over the child's money, calling himself pathetic. The girl smiled. She took his arm, saying that this was really a lot of money. It was the same with her, because with this amount their family could go abroad and live there together. This was what she thought about. Yoongi smiled. She hugged his back. The boy stood at the door, leaning his back against it. Jun smiled, realizing that they truly loved their son very much. The main character approached his father sitting on the sofa, asking for his forgiveness. The man turned to him and, smiling, said that he was not angry, just a little surprised. He raised his eyebrows, asking what the boy was going to do now. Jun opened his eyes wide, saying that he would do whatever he wanted. Yoongi furrowed his eyebrows in surprise, asking if there was something he wanted to do and what it was. The main character looked up at him, saying that he wanted to become the president of a company that was larger than his grandfather's. The father widened his eyes in surprise. He smiled looking at him. The man laughed loudly. The boy did not understand why he was laughing so much. Jun was stupefied. He was thinking that Sanyang Group was the #1 company in Korea, and a kid like him said that he wanted to build a bigger company. Yoongi looked at him good-naturedly, saying that the hero dreams big. Jun raised his eyebrows, saying that this was why he needed his dad's help. The man adjusted his glasses, saying that he didn't think he could help him in any way. He already knew, but he was not at all interested in running the company. The father looked at his son, saying that he studied business in England, but was obsessed with cinema. Jun, standing nearby, noticing that the man had just said what he needed. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking, since his father studied in England, maybe he still had contacts of his classmates. Yoongi widened his eyes in surprise. He folded his hands in front of him, sitting on the sofa and looking at the child. The Sanyang Group building was bathed in the rays of the sunset. The man bared his teeth with displeasure, asking that this kid really received 14 billion as compensation for the land. Besides, when he deals with the rest, 10 more will be added. The subordinate bowed his head, saying that this is so. Yoongi frowned angrily. Dojun happily noticed that he was jealous of Jun. The man grimaced with displeasure. The guy turned to him and, raising his eyebrows, said that even if he just put the money in the bank, the interest alone would be about 1 billion. He could buy 20 apartments in Gangnam every month. The man frowned and shouted loudly, asking if it was important now. The guy fell into a stupor, eyes wide open. Yoongi blushed with anger, saying that his grandfather is a man who won't even give 10 for nothing. But he provided the main character with a whole ranch and transferred it to his name, allowing him to keep and manage the money on his own, and this is already a serious topic. Dojun looked down blankly. The man bared his teeth with displeasure, introducing Call, asking if he had ever given him a peon of land or a bank book, which shows how much his grandfather devalues him, and in such a situation, the man turned to the young man, envies the percentage that this kid will receive from the bank. Yoongi called him a pathetic fool. The guy sadly lowered his gaze, folding his hands in his lap. The man leaned back in his chair, exhaling heavily. He opened his eyes, knitting his eyebrows. The man said that in the future we need to take a closer look at Yoongi's house. The main character's house stood serenely in the light of the pink sky. The father opened the door, pointing at the man in the aisle, asking to meet a friend from England, where they studied together. The boy widened his eyes in surprise, not understanding who it was, but at that very second he said hello. The man raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that it was nice to meet you. His name is Seyun, the chairman of Power Shares in Korea. Jun froze, thinking that this man was from a company that 30 years later would become a super asset management company with 800 trillion won a year. He imagined a tall building and money falling from the sky. Seyun put out his hand, asking Yoongi if he could talk to his son alone. The boy was surprised that his father was friends with such a person. The man smiled, asking Jun to listen carefully to the advice of this man. The boy came closer, agreeing with his request. The man put his briefcase against the wall. Seyun sat down on the sofa and folded his hands in front of him. He smiled as he talked about what he heard from his father, that he wanted to become a businessman. Jun looked at him with wide eyes, saying yes. The man frowned, asking if he wanted to follow in his grandfather's footsteps. The hero smiled, saying that he wanted company more than his. Seyun folded his hands on his knees and, smiling, noticed that Sanyang Group is the largest company in Korea. The boy is incredibly greedy. Jun smiled, saying that this is not greed, but a dream. The man raised his eyebrows, noting that he took after his grandfather in his gluttony and his father in his dreams. The boy asked Ajashi if he was the head of a big company, to which Seyun answered yes with a smile, but their company is a little different from his grandfather's company. The man smiled, saying that he was in the business of making rich people even richer. Jun widened his eyes, asking if he dates a lot of people with money. Seyun smiled, sitting opposite him, saying that everything is so. The boy asked if he could increase his money too. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what this meant. He laughed loudly. Seyun leaned his hands on the bed, saying that he was here at Yoongi's request to talk to him a little, but the boy could not become his client. Jun asked why. The man replied that all his clients were rich people. The hero looked at him in surprise, asking if his father really hadn't told them. He immediately asked what the boy was talking about. Jun raised his eyebrows, talking about his money. He now has 14 billion in his account. If he sells the rest of the land, there will be about 10 more, asking if this is enough to become his client. Seyun widened his eyes in surprise. The boy grinned, looking away, thinking that in his past life he met many rich miners, but they were like that thanks to shares and parents. Now the situation is completely different. The money he has now will rise in value. In 30 years will already be 100 billion won. He probably thinks how unrealistic it is for a 12-year-old child to have that much money. The hands on the clock ticked loudly. The man was sitting opposite the boy. He opened his mouth slightly, saying 14 billion. Sanyang looked forward with a surprised look. The boy lowered his head, saying that next year there will be another plus 10. The man raised his eyebrows in shock. Jun handed him a book, asking him to look at it. He asked what it was. The boy smiled and raised his eyebrows and said that this was an investment plan that he had come up with. Sanyang widened his eyes, amazed by what he heard. He carefully began to leaf through the book. Suddenly, the man frowned. Sanyang slowly flipped through the pages, looking at the hero's notes. He looked intently at the book. A bead of sweat appeared on his face. The man put his finger on the records of stock investment plans. Sanyang knitted his eyebrows, reading the words. Jun slowly drank the drink through a straw. He wondered what the PowerShares chairman's reaction would be. The main character turned his gaze to him. The man closed the book, placing it on his feet. He looked up at the boy with a concerned look, asking how he knew all this at such a young age. The boy smiled, saying that he was quite smart beyond his years. Sanyang knitted his eyebrows and raised the book, saying that he couldn't be that smart, because no one would believe that a 12-year-old child had written all this. He didn't understand how the boy knew what was written in the second part. The man looked at him from under his brows, saying that the plan to create an investment company in the United States and invest back in Korea, even students at the best universities do not think about this. Jun smiled, saying that these students are not the grandchildren of the chairman of large corporations and do not have dreams as big as his. The hero looked at the man sitting opposite him, saying that he had been going to his grandfather's house every week for the past 3 years, and during the holidays he stayed there at all in order to understand everything he was talking about. Sanyang raised his eyebrows in surprise and widened his eyes, thinking that the hero was trying to understand everything that Chairman Jin said. So he had an influence on the creation of the plan, if the kid was just blindly following what he was told. He immediately asked if his grandfather helped him with the plan. The boy looked at him in surprise. The main character thought that everything was going as he planned, no matter how brilliant he is. This is not a plan that a 12-year-old child can come up with, in which case it would be easier to turn the arrows on his grandfather. Sanyang looked at the boy carefully. Jun grinned. He raised his eyebrows, saying that he was with his grandfather all the time, and he says a lot of important things. The man opened his eyes wide, falling into a stupor. Sanyang went outside where Yoongi was waiting for him. The man smiled, asking why he suddenly became so serious. Sanyang asked why he didn't say 14 billion. The man turned to him. Yoongi raised his head, saying that he didn't want men to be prejudiced because of money. Sanyang stared into space, about to talk about Jun. The man looked at him in surprise, asking what was wrong with the boy. He opened his eyes wide, saying that he was by no means an ordinary child. It seemed to him that the child was a genius. Yoongi smiled, saying that Jun was good at studies, but Sanyang interrupted him, saying that that's not what he was talking about. There was a pause between the heroes. They silently looked at each other. The man with the suitcase walked forward, saying that he needed to think about it. Yoongi put out his hand, trying to stop him. He watched Sanyang leave. The man froze in place. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking about the words that Jun is a genius, not understanding what he is a genius at. The boy looked at them through the window. The father looked at him. Jun immediately smiled, waving at him. Yoongi furrowed his eyebrows and a bead of sweat appeared on his face. It was night outside, but there was a light on in the window on the second floor of the house. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Sanyang asked if the main character used the information that his grandfather had to create his plan. The boy turned and with an innocent face answered in the affirmative. He sat on a child's computer chair, and an awkward silence hung in the room. Closing his eyes, the man nodded and said that the Sanyang Group chairman's plan would be much more valuable than usual. After these words, he got out of bed, and the wooden floor creaked. Adjusting the papers in his hands, Sanyang stated that the boy would not need a book on investment management. Giving him a displeased look, the boy thought that he had no choice but to use his grandfather as an excuse to force his father's friend to follow his plan. Having put the papers in the briefcase, the man said that by the end of the year they might have an investment company ready in America and that the main character would own it 100% and keep his savings in the USA as long as necessary. And part of this money would be covered all operating expenses of the company. Looking up at him, Dojun replied that such things could be resolved without his intervention, and said that he had one more request. Smiling nervously, Sanyang asked what they would surprise him with this time. The boy grinned slyly. The stairs creaked under the weight of an adult. The man went down to the first floor and sighed heavily. Getting up from the couch, Yoongi asked if his son had caused any problems. A heavy hand fell on his shoulder. Squinting his eyes, Sanyang stated that he was jealous of his friend's son's incredible abilities. The protagonist's father asked why he thought so. Falling onto the sofa with relief, the man in a formal suit said that Dojun was going to invest money, but only 10 billion. Sitting down on the sofa opposite, Yoongi asked why the boy was not going to invest all 14 and what he was going to do with the remaining 4 billion. His friend silently knitted his eyebrows. Leaning on his knees, he said that the guy wanted to start a film production company. Smiling, the man added that the child chose his father as the first candidate for the post of CEO of this company. Yoongi jumped back in surprise. Saeun smiled contentedly. Currently, the average production cost of a Korean film is only 150 million won, and with 4 billion, you can make at least 10 films. The protagonist's father pursed his lips tensely. The light on his glasses made it impossible to see his eyes. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that if he also invested, he would get many times more profit. Smiling slightly, his friend said that the child was a very deep thinker because he asked him to start a film company, knowing that his father would refuse if he just gave him money. Yoongi lowered his gaze and remained silent when his friend said that his son wanted to force him to take the place of CEO by any means. For some time they sat silently opposite each other. The next day came, someone's question was heard at the residence of the chairman of the company. The secretary, standing in front of his boss's desk, explained that Saeun was the chairman of PowerShares Korea. Yangchul asked if this was the person who played with the money. Taking a piece of paper in his hands, he was surprised that his son was friends with him. Haki explained with a calm expression that they studied together in England. Smiling, he asked if his boss thought this was unbelievable because, in his opinion, the main character should have put the money in the bank and received interest, but he decided to start an investment company. There was a document with structured data on the table. It was Saeun's file. The chairman asked the secretary to meet him in person. Looking contemptuously at the document, the old man suggested that this was just a fly that had flown in for his grandson's money. The secretary bowed. After that, he headed towards the exit. Leaning back in his chair, Yangchul closed his eyes and began to think about why his grandson decided to invest the money rather than leave it in the bank. Grinning, the old man decided that the child was very similar to him in his dissatisfaction with percentages only. People raised their hands together. In August 1989, 2 million protesters demanded democracy and independence in the Soviet-controlled republics of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. They created a human chain 600 kilometers long connecting the capitals of each country and called it the Baltic Path. The men smiled, holding each other's hands, flags fluttering in the wind. A huge number of people gathered in front of the chain link. In the same year, in the fall, when everyone in Korea was enjoying Chuseok, the Hungarian government opened its western borders, after which the mass exodus of East German lords began. It was a kind of signal about the fall of the Eastern Bloc. Young people were holding a banner with the inscription for an open country with free people. As Mayo turned his attention to the rapid changes in Eastern Europe, the protagonist focused on setting up an investment company in New York, the sun shining on the tall skyscrapers of the metropolis. This is a company in which he owned 98% of the shares, and the remaining 2% was invested by Saeun and his colleagues, the sun's rays reflecting on the windows of the buildings. On the 3rd of November, 1989, the main character arrived in New York with his new business partner, his eyes sparkling with admiration. In front of him stood a huge building with many windows. Dojun looked at him and thought that this is his company now. Hearing the man call the building a little dilapidated, he turned his head. Smiling, Saeun said that he bought it at a good price so as not to waste money on useless things. The boy looked forward again. He would never call this building shabby. On the contrary, it was luxurious. There were people walking around the building. The man invited him to come inside. In Manhattan, where financial capital is tightly controlled, this company building would be one of the cheap ones. There was a sign on the wall with the inscription Fantasy Investment Inc. Saeun thought this name was childishly naive, but the guy did not agree with it. His eyes shone with happiness, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. He decided that he would show everyone a real miracle, starting with this company. The man opened the glass door. The child looked inside. The hall was quite cozy. There was a plant next to the door, and there were papers on the computer desk. Opening his mouth in surprise, the protagonist was glad to create his first company. Smiling evilly, he decided to raise a giant monster in this place that would completely absorb the Sanyang group. Suddenly, someone caught his attention by speaking in English. A group of people entered the hall. The blonde extended his hand, declaring that they had not seen each other for a long time. Saeun shook it and smiled. The man looked very happy to see his friends. The company turned around, noticing the child. The man looked at him and asked everyone to meet him. Dojun raised his eyebrows when he was introduced as the CEO of the company. Smiling, Saeun introduced the people he would have to work with and asked the boy to tell him about himself. The blonde looked at his new director and greeted him. The girl with red hair was also glad to finally meet him. Smiling sweetly, the boy introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet you. The company widened its eyes in surprise. Saeun grinned tensely and asked how his little friend knew English. The guy raised his eyebrows and replied that he studied the language a little on his own. Looking at him with confusion, the man said that his language level was excellent, almost like a local one, but in fact the fact was that a foreign language was necessary to get a job at Sanyang Group. Having imagined his past incarnation in his workplace, the main character thought that he wanted to know a foreign language better than people with a good academic education, so he studied it without interruption. His expression became more serious. He said that it was a little wrong to talk about work right after the first meeting, but he needed to ask the employees to find out information about a certain company. Sanyang was very surprised. The company employees turned to each other and began to whisper, not understanding what they were talking about. Scratching his cheek, the man praised the enthusiasm and asked what company we were talking about. Raising his eyebrows naively, the boy said that he was talking about Martin Bell. Sanyang widened his eyes in shock. The employees continued to look at each other blankly, believing that they were talking about Martin Computer. Dojun smiled slyly. Imagining a man standing in front of a computer, he stated that this was where their first investment would be made. The stamp featured a ship, and at the age of 12, Martin Bell bypassed auction fees for postage stamps by finding a way to sell them directly to buyers. A man stood in front of a sign with the name of his company. Starting with stamps, he opened several businesses, used a simplified distribution process, became successful in targeted marketing, and, using these business methods, founded a world-class computer company, Martin Computer. There was silence in the hall where people had gathered. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Sanyang asked how his friend knew about this company. Smiling, the boy replied that its founder was a man who made $2,000 selling stamps when he was only 12 years old, and a lot of money by subscribing to newspapers in high school. Looking at him, the man asked if he was really going to spend a fortune just because of his story about his childhood. The guy replied that Martin was already earning money at his age and that he did not have such a rich grandfather. Smirking, he asked if it was not natural that a man like Martin would earn a lot. Sanyang raised his eyebrows, speechless in surprise. The men were discussing something behind his back. Turning to them, Sanyang ordered them to immediately find all the information about Martin Computer and Martin Bell. The people in the hall dispersed in different directions. The main character smiled contentedly. A few days later, there was a sign on the building that said Wind Burgers. Dojun looked at her, amazed that the meeting would be held at a burger joint. The man in the suit looked at him and said that the investment potential of Martin Computer was very low. The boy asked if it was because the company had already received $30 million. Smiling, Sanyang stated that Martin himself would have wanted to meet him if this had happened last year, but investing meant seizing the right moment and knowing when to enter and exit a project. Looking down, the guy concluded that they were late. Looking forward, the man confirmed this conclusion and said that there was proof of this. He barely managed to get a meeting even in an informal setting over a simple light lunch, the sun's rays illuminating the windows of the burger shop. The main character pursed his lips in frustration. Sanyang looked back and asked to follow him. The cafe was crowded. The heroes went inside, looking around. Suddenly, the man's attention was attracted by a voice. A man with glasses sat at a table in the corner. Dojun looked at him in surprise. The man smiled contentedly. At the age of 27, he was the youngest on the list of the 500 richest people in the world. At 34, he would claim the title of the 5th richest person in the United States with an official fortune of $21 billion. Sanyang walked up to the table, confirming the identity of the person sitting behind it. The young man with glasses was surprised to see the child. The man asked if he should be called a fan of the company. The man with glasses laughed. They shook hands and introduced themselves. Looking at his watch, Martin suggested getting straight to the point because in 15 minutes he needed to return to the company. Looking at him, Sanyang said that they represented Fantasy Investment, which would like to invest in Martin Bell. The man in the suit wanted to take papers out of his briefcase and read out the volume and terms of the investment. But after taking a bite of his burger, Martin protested that he didn't need the investment because they had enough. Squinting his eyes, the boy thought that with the recent investment of $30 million, it was only natural that the company had enough funds. Smiling, Sanyang added that they are aware of this, but there should be an opportunity to reconsider the decision if the investment conditions are exceptional. Martin answered with his mouth full that he only needed funds to expand the company, and besides, he had a perfect plan that did not involve such nonsense as increasing shares to make money. A bead of sweat ran down Sanyang's tense face. The guy looked at his friend silently. After being asked if he could be addressed more informally, Martin answered in the affirmative, holding a plastic cup in his hand. Slyly squinting, the main character stated that the man's past is his present, and his future is Martin's present. Taking a sip from his glass, Martin asked if these were two big dreams, because as a child he was slightly different from other children. Smiling, Dojun stated that he was also different from the others, even from the man himself. Martin raised his eyebrows questioningly. With sparkling eyes, the boy said that at the age of 12 the man had $2,000 from the sale of stamps and that now he himself, at the age of 12, already had $15 million from the sale of land. Martin pursed his lips in surprise, amazed at this statement. Seriously knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that he didn't know where the man spent the $2,000 he earned, but he had already decided how to use his $15 million. They sat at a table next to the windows. The boy said that he wanted to become a major shareholder of Martin Computer. The owner of the company widened his eyes in amazement. Turning to Sanyang, he asked if this was his son. Closing his eyes, the man replied that it was his boss. Martin's look became even more lost. A smile appeared on his face. Raising his head, he laughed out loud. The man hit the table with his hand. Putting his other hand to his chin, Martin asked how the child knew about selling stamps and making money that way. The main character raised his eyebrows in surprise, suggesting that the story of his childhood had not yet been published. Smirking, he said that he would not offer an investment of $15 million without finding out all the information in advance. Martin narrowed his eyes and grinned. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked how the boy was going to become a major shareholder if the company was not accepting investments now. Grinning, the man added that he has more than half the votes when it comes to the composition of the company's board of directors, so his opinion will be decisive in any case. With his eyes sparkling, Dojun expressed his guess that Martin Computer will officially register on the investment exchange next year. These words made the man's face change dramatically. Barely smiling, the boy realized that his opponent was surprised at such knowledge. Blue sparks flashed in the background. With a serious face, the guy declared that as soon as the company went public, he would buy all the outstanding shares with all his money and instantly become a major shareholder with $15 million. Hearing that he would also be able to prepare an additional $10 million by the end of the year, Martin opened his mouth in shock. The man thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. The boy added that he would become a member of the board of directors and would actively participate in management, so his request was reasonable. There was an oppressive silence at the cafe table. Martin suddenly looked up when he heard that the major shareholder would transfer all his votes to him in the event of an agreement until he sold the shares again. The man removed his hand from his chin in shock. Sitting opposite him, Dojun stated that the owner of the company would then have the right to buy back the shares at the exact market price at that time. Putting his hand forward, Sanyang apologized and asked to pause for a second. Turning to the boy, he said that this is not a question that can be solved so easily, because the privileged right to purchase shares on the market is higher than usual. Martin watched them carefully. Sanyang said that this was correct from the point of view of protecting the rights to manage the company and the ability to dispose of votes. Martin grinned and adjusted his glasses. The guys looked at him when he said that it seemed like the truth. Smiling, the man said that he doubted it, but apparently the child really is the boss. Putting his hand to his chin, he asked what his name was. The boy smiled and introduced himself by the name Howard. Martin scratched his cheek thoughtfully. The fingers of his left hand straightened. Clasping his hands, the man offers to discuss the situation in more detail. The main character smiled contentedly. Sanyang squinted in confusion. An airplane was flying over the night city. Sanyang, sitting in the passenger seat, said that he would be busy with investment negotiations from now on. The terms of the agreement remained the same. But Martin refused all $15 million. The man asked what should be done with the remaining funds. After looking at him, Dojun asked to consult with the staff and suggest a good place for investment, after which he would review all the options and make a decision. The man looked at his boss silently. Hearing that he was very surprised, the boy raised his eyebrows questioningly. Leaning on his hand, Sanyang said that he still couldn't fully comprehend that conversation with Martin, because it seemed to him that the boss was just a very smart child, but his head refused to understand it. The guy silently lowered his gaze. Imagining himself from a past life and putting his finger to his temple, he declared that he was a person from the future who was born again, so the knowledge and thoughts of a 40-year-old adult remained in his head. The man widened his eyes in shock. The next moment he narrowed his eyes. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sanyang asked him not to joke like that because science fiction wasn't his thing. The boy laughed. The man closed his eyes and sighed. Looking out the window, he said that people at this age understand what the past and future are, and therefore there is no need to doubt the intellectual level of a 40-year-old person who was actively involved in economic activities. The guy smiled. The plane approached the runway, preparing to land. There was a tall building in the middle of the city. The New York branch reported that it was all about sightseeing and shopping. Holding a folder in his hands, Yangchul said that his grandson went to America with Sanyang, which means this is not a trip, but a work trip. The secretary bowed, promising to find out more information. Looking down, he called the chairman. The old man looked at him and asked why the secretary was so wary. Haki clenched his fists and said that Yoongi is currently creating a film company. The old man was amazed by this news. The secretary said that the design is almost completed. Production will begin next year, and therefore he is going to do 2 projects at once. The folder fell on the table. Yangchul gritted his teeth in anger, asking if Yoongi was doing this with his son's money. Frowning, Hak confirmed this, saying that he allocated $4 billion for this. This news made the old man very angry. The chairman hit the table with his hand. Crossing his arms over his chest in dissatisfaction, He declared that his grandson had also screwed up by getting recognition but failing to spend the money properly. Standing in the shadows, the secretary asked if we were talking about Dojun. Yangchul answered in the affirmative and said that money should not be spent even if it is his own father. Knitting his eyebrows, he added that he did not educate his grandson enough if he spent 4 billion without hesitation. Narrowing his eyes in concern, the secretary objected, saying that Yoongi's film could be a success. The chairman closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Throwing a menacing look at his subordinate, he said that his son had lived his whole life as a slacker, so there was no way to even talk about the company, because if it were so easy to make a film, then there would be no disastrous releases. Hach bowed. The next moment he looked up. If even one of the films succeeded, the chairman would decide that Dojun's ability to invest correctly was simply incredible. It was night outside, and the lights were on in the windows of the cottage. There were many folders with investment reports on the table. The main character invested about $9 million in Martin Computer, and also selected candidates where he could invest the remaining $6 million. He sat on a chair, fingering documents in his hands. Suddenly his attention was drawn to one of the papers on which Microsoft was written. Seon smiled and asked if he came across something unknown. Putting his hand forward, the man said that he did not know much about the computer field, but there were rumors that investing there was a little dangerous. The boy did not understand how Bill Knight's Microsoft could be dangerous. Turning to his partner, he asked what the reason for the danger was. The man explained that this company was releasing new computer operating systems, but the market reaction was not very favorable. A computer and the name of the company appeared in the background. Seon added that the third version will be released next year and that it is difficult to judge what will happen if it fails. In addition, there are rumors that ISM will develop its own operating system and break the contract with Microsoft. The guy looked at the documents, wondering what version of Doors would be released next year. Frowning, he decided that it didn't matter because the difference was still a year or two. Putting the papers aside, the main character asked what his colleague thought about this. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, the man said that he would choose Microsoft. Smiling slightly, the boy thought that his friend was planning to invest in an area he wasn't particularly familiar with. Raising his eyebrows, he agreed, declaring that luck was on his side and that everything would be fine. Seon nodded. Remembering something, Dojun looked at his colleague and asked to sell the remaining lands. The man confusedly asked why do this if he could hold them and sell them when the price reaches its peak. With a calm expression, the boy replied that they were needed for a company in New York, because if investors invested $15 million in these companies, then Fantasy would need additional capital for investment. The man slapped his knee, realizing what he was talking about. The guy asked to keep half of the money from the sale of land and use the rest half. Getting to his feet, Seon nodded. Holding his briefcase in his hands, he prepared to leave the room, saying that they would continue the conversation upon his return. The door slammed shut. The boy sat down on a chair. Crossing his legs, he began to reflect on the fact that he had to use only fragmentary knowledge about the future, but in fact he knew nothing, because he was not a stockbroker, but an office worker who had never even seen Wall Street. His knowledge was limited to scraps of articles in the newspaper lying on the table. Squinting, the protagonist thought that he did not remember exactly when and which company became a good place to invest, but he had one reliable thing that would make his company invincible for the next 30 years. This thing was movies, and on the mountain were huge letters spelling out the word Hollywood. In his head, images of well-known films and their characters appeared around the world. He knew most of the Hollywood films that made huge profits, as well as film investors who never failed. Film production alone would make him call himself the Midas Hand of Hollywood. A few days later, Seon put the folder on the table and said that he got it from New York at the request of his boss. On the folder was the inscription Hollywood Film Production, Investments in the Real State of Affairs. Dojun began to look at the papers. Smiling, the man asked if he wanted to show his father that he could make money from cinema. The answer was yes. Seon closed his eyes contentedly. The boy's eyes sparkled. He was upset that on one of the documents it was written that Phantom Romance had already been released. Putting his hand to his head and remembering a scene from the film, he thought that if his father's company was responsible for adapting and distributing this film domestically, he could put pressure on the theater owners and push it through. Suddenly something else caught his attention. Pointing his finger at the paper, the guy asked if this film was in the making stage. The man carefully studied the document. Raising his eyebrows, he replied that the film was currently in production, being a small family film with only newcomers involved in the production. Seon suddenly frowned when he saw that the lead was a child. Throwing the sheet on the table, he said that it was better to exclude it from the options. The boy asked why. Scratching his chin, the colleague replied that Warrior was supposed to cost $11 million, but the budget had grown so much, so the film had been transferred to the Wolf Production Company and was now under consideration. Closing his eyes, Seon added that he doesn't really understand this, but since the creation is suspended at the initial stage, it's unlikely that anything useful will come of it. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist stated that he wanted to invest in this film as quickly as possible and invest as much money as possible. The man furrowed his eyebrows in displeasure. Dojun jumped back in surprise when he heard that investing in stocks and investing in movies are completely different games. Gritting his teeth, Sanyang explained that if the stock price falls, then the investor simply suffers a loss in the moment. But if the film does not reach the break-even point, it is simply a waste of money because there is no timing in which to jump out. Frowning menacingly, the man concluded that this time he was against this idea because it was not an investment, but a game of chance. Trying to convince him, the boy raised his eyebrows pitifully and said that this was the only time and that in the future he would remain silent about investments. But when he heard how rudely they called him by his full name, the guy opened his mouth in surprise. His business partner's gaze expressed nothing but pure malice. But the boy did not lower his gaze. Sanyang sat opposite him with his hands on his knees. This reaction was natural, but he had to grab this chance. The main character pursed his lips tensely. Fantasy Investment could not miss such a great opportunity to declare itself in Hollywood as a film investment company and receive a tenfold profit as a bonus. Dojun said that he promised his parents that he would do whatever he wanted for a living anyway. The man gave him an incredulous look. Clasping his hands, the boy said that there would be no problem if all the money Fantasy managed disappeared, because the richest man in this country was his grandfather. The veins in the investor's neck bulged out of anger. Suddenly he relaxed his lips. His face did not waver when the man agreed to do as he was told. With a serious look, the guy asked him to get the right to rent and adapt it in Korea. Frowning, Sanyang said that it would not be difficult since they were the only investors, and asked if anything else was needed. Keeping a serious face, the boy replied that that was all. They sat opposite each other for some time. Silence fell in the room. The man picked up the briefcase. Heading towards the exit, he said that he would try to finish things as quickly as possible and report the results. Donso, standing in the room, suggested having dinner together. Without turning around, Sanyang refused, saying that he was not in the mood to eat at the same table with them. The girl put her hand to her chin, perplexed. Looking after his colleague, the main character thought that he was very angry. Clasping her hands, his mother asked if everything was okay. Dojun smiled and replied that there was nothing to worry about. There was smoke coming out of Sanyang's ears, but his anger would disappear when he saw the box office of the film. The boy was holding a document in his hands. There was a satisfied smile on his face. It was written on the paper that the film was called Home Alone. The Micro's inscription was lit on the computer screen. As soon as the company released Doors 3.0, the corporation quickly broke into the personal computer market, and the stock price immediately rose. The arrow on the chart was pointing upward. Martin computer shares, which initially sold for 30 cents, broke new records every day. Their price skyrocketed. Sung-hyun was red with anger, but when he saw the stock prices, he smiled, saying that he was not angry at all and that the $8 million invested in Home Alone could be more than recouped within a few years. He patted his little friend on the shoulder. It didn't take him long to change his mind. Kevin slapped his cheeks. The next moment, the film character screamed in pain. With his hands clasped, Sanyang said that the film had already earned 30 billion won in the US alone, and once Home Alone was released worldwide, that amount would increase, making his boss the richest underclassman in the world. The main character smiled, saying that he was already moving to high school. They sat in the room opposite each other. The man looked up, surprised by this news. Dojun said that the new semester starts in March. Sanyang opened his mouth in amazement. Yoongi walked into the room, asking why he was called here. Knitting his eyebrows together in dissatisfaction, he said that he was very busy. His friend looked at him and asked if the film they made still couldn't find time to be released in theaters. Scratching his head, the man replied that all the cinemas were cleared out for the new year and that last year this film was a mega hit during the Christmas season, and this year they will premiere. Smiling, Sanyang asked if the film was really good enough to clear all theaters of release and wait for it. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yoongi said that a family comedy film was the most suitable movie for the new year, especially since it had already broken all box office records among comedies. His friend asked if that was why he couldn't rent out his film. The man closed his eyes and gave an affirmative answer, saying that their film would be immediately forgotten as soon as Home Alone started showing in the cinema. This movie had a Korean distributor, but Yoongi didn't know who that person was. Sanyang smiled slyly. Gritting his teeth furiously, the man said that he should have met the man who owned the film if he had given the right dates. Suddenly a hand fell on his shoulder. The man got out of bed and said that his friend should bow to him. Yoongi displeasedly asked what kind of nonsense this was. With his hand on his chin, Sanyang stated that he knew who the distributor of this film was in Korea. His friend jumped out of bed and asked who it was. The main character smiled and asked his father to play his film first during the holidays. The man asked what they were talking about. Opening his briefcase, Sanyang told his friend to obey his son in everything, then there would definitely be no failure. The man smiled. Yoongi raised his eyebrows in surprise. His friend handed him a piece of paper. The man picked up the document. It contained a form to transfer all rights to the film. Hearing that the signature would be enough to own the movie Home Alone, Yoongi's eyes widened. Dojun smiled as he told his father that New Year's Eve was the best time to stipulate that only theaters willing to show his film would get the right to distribute Home Alone. He exchanged glances with his partner. Yoongi raised his eyebrows in shock. Leaving the room with the document in his hands, he said that before talking to his son, he needed to sort this out. The door slammed shut. Sanyang closed his eyes and grinned, noticing that his friend was in such a hurry that he didn't even ask where they got these documents from. He crossed his arms as the boy asked him to prepare a list of films that would be filmed this year because he was going to invest the $200 million he had earned. Looking at his boss with concern, the man said that once was enough. Turning to him, the guy asked what the percentage of return on investment was for the employees of New York Fantasy. Sanyang replied that the profit was 22%, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Looking at a piece of paper, the boy calculated that 6 times a year came out to 600%, and this was the lowest return on all investments made. After that, he turned and smiled. The man frowned sternly and promised to prepare the sheet and contact the boss when ready. After these words, he left the room. The main character fell onto the bed with relief. Squinting his eyes, he thought that he should now focus on his studies until he finished high school, because the chairman's expectations would only be maintained if he managed to maintain high academic performance. For the next 3 years, it was possible to choose only those films that were successful at the box office, so while you could sit back, there was a knock on the door. Opening the door slightly, Donseo peeked into the room, asking if the meeting was over. Getting out of bed, Dojun answered in the affirmative. The woman smiled and suggested we have dinner together. The boy smiled happily and agreed. A man was running down the stairs. Yoongi looked at his wristwatch with concern. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, the guy asked where his father was going. The man replied that his film was released today. Waving his hand, he said that he wanted to personally check how things were going at the cinema. The boy smiled, watching his father go. After that, he opened a printed newspaper. Having opened it in the middle, the guy began to read the news. Suddenly, something on one of the pages caught his attention. He put the newspaper on the coffee table. All the newspapers had articles about A-Jin Motors. Covering his mouth with his hand thoughtfully, the main character thought that this should not have happened in the year 91, because the shockwave of the financial crisis that began in 1997 hit A-Jin Motors, and Do-jun absorbed it only a year later. Rolling his eyes, the boy suggested that because of him the future could have changed greatly, or it was a one-time act of criticism of the company or part of the government's policy to tame business. Turning his head, he called his mother. The woman, who was doing something in the kitchen, turned around. Without getting up from the sofa, Dojun asked when they were going to go to Grandpa. Dongso replied that they would go tomorrow. Raising his eyebrows, her son asked permission to go alone a little earlier. Smiling, the woman replied that her son could go as soon as he had breakfast, and that grandfather would really like it. Watching his mother put the plates on the table, the boy asked if she would go to the cinema. Because today was the day of the premiere, the woman replied that if there were no spectators there, she would start to get very nervous. Donseo tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her son could not assure her that everything was fine and that she could go to the cinema because he himself knew nothing about this film. Clasping his hands, he thought that it had been too long ago to remember anything, and maybe such a film never existed. The guy just gave his father a chance, and how his life will turn out depends only on himself. Yoongi stood on the street under the bright rays of the sun. Just watching and not interfering is one of the pleasures. The sun illuminated the windows of the chairman's residence. An elderly woman in an apron said that grandfather was in the office with the guests. The boy said that in that case he would wait in the living room. In the hallway there were 2 pairs of men's shoes. The guy noticed this. There was a large leather sofa in the living room. The main character could not throw away the articles that appeared in the newspapers on the eve of the holidays. He sat down on the sofa. The meeting in the chairman's office at such an early hour also did not give him peace. Dojun put his hands to his mouth. Fixing his serious gaze forward, he thought about what the people in the office were talking about right now. Yangchul, sitting in his chair, asked if his colleague was confident that he could take over A-Jin Motors. Yoongi frowned and confirmed this because this was the best way to achieve second place in the industry, and if they managed to capture A-Jin, then the chairman would get first place in the country. The men stood next to the desk and listened carefully to the old man, who entrusted this matter to the vice chairman and asked to discuss everything with Chairman Lai in order to get A-Jin within a year. Yangchul knitted his eyebrows sternly and promised to give him the entire automobile industry if he succeeded. The men widened their eyes in surprise. Yoongi smiled happily. Standing next to him, Haki sighed heavily. Throwing a glance towards his colleague, the secretary thought that giving away the automobile industry was almost the same as giving away the entire corporation. He assumed that the chairman had found a successor. The old man asked if the man really didn't want to do this since he was silent. The vice chairman shrugged his shoulders and, expressing his gratitude, replied that he would get to work. Yangchul gave him a disapproving look. Crossing his arms over his chest, he ordered Yanggi to take care of everything and not make mistakes, said that the man did not have to come the next day, and asked him to only come to Seoul to perform the funeral ceremony because he did not have much time to spend it. Yanggi walked towards the exit. The rest of those present in the office watched him go. Smiling, Hak noticed that the vice chairman would receive a lot of money at Seoul. The old man asked him what he meant. The secretary looked at his boss, asking if this was not the best place to announce the chosen successor of the conglomerate. Closing his eyes, the old man said that he was not going to give all of Sanyang to Yanggi, only the automobile industry. The man pursed his lips in bewilderment. Leaning back in his chair, Yangchul explained that transferring the shares of the automobile industry owned by the branch would not cause any problems in protecting the management right. Smiling, he added that even from the automobile industry alone there would be a lot of pocket money. Scratching his cheek, the secretary thought that the vice chairman would be very disappointed. The old man smirked, stating that Yanggi thought the same as Haki, immediately rushing into the light. The man looked at him in bewilderment. The sky above the residence turned pink. The main character entered the office, asking if his grandfather worked even on holidays. Reading the newspaper, the man replied that he had too much work, but he had already finished. Walking past the table, the boy turned his attention to something. There was a newspaper on the table. On one of the headlines it was written, "Lazy management of an ownerless company is a professional management system, a weakness of large corporations." Dojun's eyes sparkled, thinking that today's meeting was about A-Jin Motors. Looking towards the door, the boy said that his uncle was in a very good mood today. Since he left the office with a smile on his face, the old man assumed that this was due to the holidays. Yangchul put a folder on the table. Looking at him, the guy said that he was curious about something. The man looked at him, asking what exactly he was curious about. There was an inscription on the folder that read, "The need to restructure the domestic automobile industry and government support measures." Suddenly the boy widened his eyes. It dawned on him that his own grandfather was behind all this. The old man smiled and asked why his grandson suddenly fell silent. Scratching his head, the main character explained that it was strange that there was such a fuss in the newspapers today. The grandfather asked if he meant A-Jin Motors. The answer was in the affirmative. Smiling, he asked what was strange about this. Putting his hand forward, Dojun said that usually, if the Sanyang group appears in the newspapers, then Grandpa gets very angry and asks to know whose work it was. Clasping his hands, Yangchul was surprised that his grandson remembered this. When he said that newspapers make money by selling their letters, the boy involuntarily opened his mouth. Presenting an article with a provocative headline, the old man explained that articles that seem to have absolutely nothing to do with money, such as traffic jams in Seoul, are justification for road expansion projects in the area under his jurisdiction. The guy looked at his grandfather in surprise. Putting his hand on the newspaper, the man asked who would make money from this article. The boy suggested that the answer would be a company that builds roads. The chairman laughed, saying that this was the correct answer. Raising his eyebrows, the main character asked who benefited from the articles about A-Jin Motors. Grinning, Yangchul replied that this could be beneficial to a competitor who would like to greatly undermine this company. The boy widened his eyes and asked whether his grandfather was talking about Do-jun Motors or himself. The man gave him a surprised look. Smiling, he extended his hand to the boy. The old man stroked his grandson's head. Dojun furrowed his eyebrows in fear, realizing that these articles were his doing. He looked at his grandfather with burning eyes and thought that he was the first to target the company that he himself needed to get. The chairman smiled happily. The boy thought that in his reality, A-Jin Motors was absorbed not by his grandfather, but by Do-jun Motors. Frowning, he thought it was because Grandpa would fail and Do-jun Motors would succeed. A clear sky hung over the chairman's residence. The cooks were working in the kitchen. A man in a white suit was frying something in a frying pan. The waitresses carried the food into the dining room. There were many plates of snacks on the table. All family members gathered around a huge table. At the head sat Yangchul. A red-haired girl sat with her husband on one hand. On the other side sat a woman in a pink blouse with her companion. A girl with short hair and her husband were also sitting at the table. Siwan sat opposite them with her husband. Yoongi and Donso also ate lunch at the same table. Their son was sitting nearby. The man opposite looked at Yoongi and asked what the results of his own film were. Yoongi raised his head, but couldn't find anything to say. Yangchul closed his eyes and lowered his head. Putting his hand to his chin, Yoongi stated that things were going well, because there was already one full landing and another one a little more than half. His brother was surprised that the first project immediately became a success. Smiling, the man said that this was only the first day of rental, and it was still unknown what would happen by the end. The main character closed his eyes contentedly. A woman in a pink blouse addressed Dongseo, calling her brother's wife. Handing her a bowl, she asked for more soup. The girl immediately jumped up from her seat. Dojun frowned, thinking that this aunt was already used to using his mother in this way. Yoongi looked down in displeasure. Suddenly, Dongseo turned her head when she heard the head of the family ask the second daughter to bring him more soup. The boy looked back. Yoongi suddenly looked up. The woman in the pink blouse looked at her father and asked what he was talking about. The old man held out the bowl and asked why his young daughter had already stopped hearing. Opening her mouth wide, the woman said that she would do everything this very minute. She jumped up from her chair and ran to her father. The red-haired girl pursed her lips tightly. The girl with short hair tried not to look up. The main character's parents watched in amazement what was happening. Yangchul put his chopsticks into the bowl. The boy looked at him and thought that his grandfather had just recognized his parents in front of the whole family and that now the other members would not bother them. Smiling, he thought he was grateful to the point of tears. The kind smile turned into a sly grin. Either way, he would have to stab his grandfather in the back. The doors to the office were closed. The main character opened the door and looked inside. He entered the office and thought that he needed to find the report that was on the chairman's desk yesterday. Passing by a long table, the boy decided that he should first find out all the details in order to stop his plan. There was a folder on the table. Inside there were many pages with statistics and various tables. Dojun spread the paper on the floor. Suddenly he furrowed his eyebrows in displeasure. Holding the papers in his hands, the guy did not understand what they were. With the corners of his lips lowering angrily, he realized that this was not a report on A-Jin Motors' takeover strategy. With his eyes widened, the boy read the inscription: the need to consolidate the automotive industry, government policy and support measures. Bowing his head, he realized that there were concerns about a monopoly in the automobile market if Daehyun Motors were to absorb A-Jin, so this method would make Sanyang Motors the most suitable buyer. The guy hit the carpet with his fist. Pursing his lips nervously, he thought that grandfather would develop a policy beneficial to Soonyang, present it to the government, and it would implement it. The main character bit his nail in fear. Shrugging his shoulders, the boy decided that he would not be able to use this, and his plan would fail if everything was left as it was and if Soonyang absorbed A-Jin. A man in slippers came into the office and asked what was happening here. The guy raised his eyebrows in fear. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. He looked up. Yangchul stood in front of him, clenching his fists. His expression was very annoyed. Do-jun looked up at him, sitting in front of the documents scattered on the floor. Grandfather's gaze was very menacing. Looking at him pitifully, the boy realized that he was too deep in thought and did not notice how someone entered. The man lowered the corners of his lips. He continued to stand silently opposite his grandson, who was afraid to even move. Rounding his eyes, the guy thought that one wrong word, and the trust his grandfather had built over the years would be lost in an instant. Pursing his lips, he decided that in this situation, for such a person as the chairman, it is better to distort a little but tell the truth than to lie stupidly and awkwardly. Raising his eyebrows, the boy said that he was just curious. Looking down at him, the old man asked what he was talking about. Smiling, his grandson said that when he recently read an article about A-Jin Motors in the newspaper and saw this folder on his grandfather's desk, he thought that it was somehow related to this article, so he became curious. After these words, he apologized that he took reports without permission. The man knitted his eyebrows thoughtfully. Looking sternly at him from under his brows, the guy wondered how his grandfather would react now. Yangchul continued to glare at his grandson. If this is the chairman, then he must like that such a small child is interested in the economic situation, reads newspaper articles and eagerly wants to find answers to curious questions by searching for relevant materials. The old man suddenly smiled. Raising his eyebrows happily, he asked if his grandson had satisfied his curiosity. Scratching his cheek, the boy said that he looked just a little, so he didn't understand everything. The main character stood up. The chairman expressed his regret that his grandson was unable to find answers to his questions, and praised his perseverance, but asked him not to enter the office of his own free will in the future if he was not here. Looking away, Dojun apologized. The folder fell on the table. This situation was resolved, but the future still remained a problem. Leaving the office, the boy thought that in these documents there should have been a plan to acquire A-Jin Motors, but this was not the case. He needed to find something to change the situation. Stopping, he thought what he should do now. The guy looked back. The old man looked at him with a smile on his face. The boy bowed deeply. Looking at the floor, he realized that now he had to confront not his grandfather, but the government, which meant he had to make sure that the government would lose any interest in the Sanyang Group's reports on the automobile industry. His fists were clenched tightly. The results of the investigation revealed the fact that the chairman of the Hamby Group, Hwisu, had purchased the land in advance and the politicians had received bribes. Yangchul thoughtfully scratched his chin as he listened to the report. The secretary looked at him, saying that the boss should refrain from contacting the Blue House because this fire would not be easy to put out, so it was worth delaying the purchase of A-Jin Motors shares. The chairman tapped his fingers on the table. Haki gave him a tense look. Frowning menacingly, the old man called this Yangban pathetic because the current government had clearly ordered not to speculate in land. Crossing his arms over his chest, he stated that they would have to give it up. There was an inscription on the folder indicating the now familiar title of the report. The man furrowed his eyebrows in displeasure. The folder ended up in the trash can. The main character drank juice through a straw. Crossing his legs, he sat on his computer chair and thought that it would take some time for the country to fall into chaos, but the information he anonymously distributed to the media would eventually attract the attention of the general public. Dojun put the bottle of juice on the table. With his fingers closed, the boy decided that this would be enough for the government to be forced to reject Sanyang's proposal, because the political circles would be shaken for a while longer, so they would not have time to worry about anything else. The guy grinned maliciously, realizing that he managed to save A-Jin Motors. The sun's rays illuminated the panoramic windows of skyscrapers. Hearing the request to work with him, Sanyang looked up from the documents. Sitting opposite him on the sofa, the boy suggested that he leave power shares for fantasy investment because he already had 2% of the shares and the money he earned could allow him to increase his salary. Looking down, the man replied that he did not want to go anywhere. The guy widened his eyes in surprise and asked why. Without looking up from filling out paperwork, Sanyang said that his boss, who owns 98% of the shares, arbitrarily makes investment decisions with consistently successful results, leaving no work for others. Looking up, the man asked if this was not so. A bead of sweat ran down his boss' tense face. He thought it shouldn't be like this and decided to try something different. Clutching his knees, the boy proposed creating a branch in Korea in order to transfer some of the funds here and manage them domestically. He added that his grandfather had a secret fund, but his business partner never looked up from the paper. Raising his eyebrows, the main character thought that in the process of making inquiries about who was managing his money, his grandfather decided that Sanyang was quite capable, so he recently entrusted him with his secret fund. The man knitted his eyebrows in displeasure, thinking why the chairman would share such things with a child, because this is very important information. Looking at his friend, Dojun said that he would only take the money he invested in Martin Computer, and his partner could manage his grandfather's fund and the rest of the money. Frowning with displeasure, the man asked if his boss was really going to take money out of Martin Computer. Clasping his hands, the boy replied that he was going to do this early next year. Jumping up from the table, Sanyang said that Martin is a golden duck that breaks the ceiling for high income every day, and asked where this idea even came from. With an angry expression on his face, he asked if the boss really wanted to sell shares that had never fallen since going public. Closing his eyes, the boy leaned back on the sofa, said that they would talk about it later, and asked what his colleague thought about his proposal. Smiling slightly, he explained that this should not even be taken as a proposal, but as a request. The investor narrowed his eyes in displeasure. He turned to the window. The anger did not leave his face. Looking around, Sanyang said that they would need to talk after he finished his business. The guy smiled contentedly, thinking that he was ready for any conditions. The man went to his computer desk. The child needed an adult who would not treat him like a little one, but was smart and experienced. Lowering his eyebrows, the main character thought that the most important thing was that his business partner had a career that had no equal in the whole world. Until he becomes an adult, the only one who can replace him is Sanyang. The man was fingering the documents in his hands. Turning around, the man asked what his boss planned to do with the money from Martin Computer. Dojun threw up his hands and said he wanted to invest in Japan. His friend raised one eyebrow questioningly. The man stamped his foot, expressing his disagreement. He sat down in the next chair and said that the newspapers were saying that the bubble had burst and Japan was facing its greatest crisis. Sticking his hand forward, the boy declared that the best opportunities always come during the greatest crisis. The man clenched his teeth in displeasure. Crossing his legs, he said that only successful people say that, because only 1 in a million people can take advantage of the opportunity in a crisis. Everyone else simply died in it. Smiling, the guy asked if it seemed to his friend that he could be this 1 in a million. The investor put his hand to his head and looked suspiciously at his boss. The boy smiled, which his friend found rather creepy. The sun rose over a huge skyscraper. Sitting at the computer desk, Yoongi asked how his children's meeting with their grandfather went. Yeonjin crossed his arms and said that their grandfather advised them to go to Europe and stay there until they were 30. Frowning his eyebrows menacingly, the father asked if his son had flared up after these words. Gritting his teeth, the young man replied that he said with a smile on his face that he would try hard and left. Leaning back against the soft headrest, Yoongi praised him for his restraint. The children sat in the office, listening to the words that grandfather would definitely watch their every move now that they had become adults. Putting his hand to his head, the man said that if unpleasant rumors reach the chairman, it will affect not only them, but also other people. The siblings looked at each other with displeasure. The vice chairman looked at his daughter and told her that as soon as she graduates from university next year, he will introduce her to a decent guy so that he can get her married as soon as possible. Hai Kyung replied upset that no one gets married in the modern world immediately after graduating from university. The father asked to listen to the end. The girl raised her eyebrows in fear. Pointing his finger at his children, Yoongi stated that all they did was be born with grandfather's blood, thanks to which they can live a good life and do whatever their heart desires. Yeonjun looked away irritably. The man said that if Yangchul leaves them, then he won't be able to enjoy life anymore. Hai Kyung pursed her lips tightly. The second son put his hand forward and asked why his father decided to start such a conversation. The man introduced his brother's family and said that his grandfather had changed since last year and that his favor was now focused on his youngest son. Yeonjun looked at his father and stated that the chairman had been very kind to Dojun lately, although before that the grandfather pretended that Yoongi did not exist. But the old man was not the type who would take care of his son just because of his grandson. A-Jin and her brother shrugged their shoulders in displeasure. Closing his eyes, Yoongi said that information reached him that his grandfather watched the film his son made, despite his busy schedule. Everyone present in the office looked at each other in bewilderment. Looking away, the man encouraged the children to think about his age and asked how long he had left. Yeonjun pouted his lips, extremely dissatisfied. His father said that until then they should not create problems and should visit their grandfather often, because when the Sanyang group falls into his hands, the children will be able to live as they please. Hae-jung nodded in understanding. Yoongi waved his hand and ordered them to leave. The children obediently walked towards the exit. The man took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers. He should have received A-Jin Motors last year. His gaze was incredibly angry. Since then, the rest of the Sanyang group's problems were resolved without his knowledge, and the outstanding issues of the new branches were resolved personally by the chairman. Documents fell from the sky onto members of the conglomerate. Rumors began to spread within the group that the succession structure would change. Branch presidents began to argue and more often reprimand Yoongi directly to his father. Slamming his fist on the table, the man was sure that his grandfather had changed, but he didn't even know the reasons for this. Imagining his smiling nephew, he thought that the child who had never been perceived as a threat was now turning everything upside down. In such a situation, even if the children work hard, they will not be able to become the owners of Sanyang Group. Then it is better to abandon them altogether. The vice chairman gritted his teeth fiercely. There was a sign on the table that said CEO. The New York company Fantasy Investment established a Korean investment company, and Seon took over as the representative of both companies, both in the United States and Korea. Now there was a delicate relationship between the main character, the main shareholder, and Seon, the CEO, as the setting sun illuminated the cottage. The man sat on the bed in front of his boss. His attitude changed slightly, but he stopped immediately, objecting when the boss expressed his opinion and began to listen more. The man put his hand forward. Dojun listened to him carefully. Now the director expressed his opinion reasonably and only based on data. A fluorescent lamp was burning on the ceiling. Seon threw his head back, knitting his eyebrows together sternly. He asked him to think carefully about whether it was worth selling all Martin computer shares at once. Looking at him, the boy replied that there was no longer any reason to be greedy because they had made a profit of 100 times their investment, and that was quite enough. The man scratched the back of his head and realized that it was useless to object. He took documents from his briefcase. A pile of papers fell on the table. The partner stated that he was trying to find a possible company for investment, but was still not confident in the options found. The guy began to look through the documents. Holding his neck, Seon said that last year's revenue was 100 billion yen, which is about 800 billion won. Without taking his eyes off the papers, the boy replied that it was now an adult goose. His business partner leaned over and stated that this company, being from the IT industry, was growing very quickly. Suddenly the main character caught his attention on something. One of the documents said power banks. Smiling, he thought that he had already decided which company to invest in, but out of respect for his partner, he asked him to prepare a list. Seon looked at the piece of paper with displeasure. Who would have thought that he would offer the same company that his boss chose? Looking at him, Dojun asked what he meant by uncertainty. The man replied that this company was already in a rut and did not need investment. Looking away, he added that its founder was a third-generation Japanese Korean. Imagining the old man in his head, the boy sighed displeasedly, because Yangchul was a man who wrote myths about success. When asked if this company plans to go public, Seon replied that there is no information about this and thoughtfully scratched his chin. The boy smiled, declaring that they had a chance. There was an article in the newspaper about Yangchul and his very quick entry into the stock exchange. The guy saw fragments of these articles on the internet, but did not know the exact timing. But then this company grew 100 times. Imagining the image of Yangchul in his head, the boy said that his grandfather once said the following words: "Everything in the world has a price." The business partner looked at him silently. Smiling evilly, the guy added that you can buy anything if you put forward the right conditions. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sanyang asked how much his boss was willing to give. The main character asked what he himself thought about this. The man rolled his eyes and raised his shoulders. Then he held out his open palm. Smiling, the director suggested increasing the cost fivefold, because with such data, after going public with the first elasticity, the profit could be about 30%. Looking at him, Dojun replied that it was unlikely that the company would be interested in such an offer. Scratching his head, the man replied that it was unreasonable because there were many other investors willing to offer such a ratio, but the company's investment potential was not good enough to offer more. Looking down, the boy said that he needed to offer a higher odds. Squinting his eyes in dissatisfaction, the partner asked what amount we were talking about. Grinning, the guy replied that it was worth starting sentences from 10 times to 50 times. Sanyang opened his mouth in shock. The next moment he covered it with his hand. Holding the documents in his hands, the boy asked not to make such an expression, because Martin had already grown 100 times and Powerbank's shares could do it too. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the man asked if this was possible. Clasping his hands, he said that Powerbanks is not a manufacturer like Martin, but a distributor, so investors could easily lose money in this game of chance. Playing cards fell from the sky. The main character said that you can't just leave your opponents in the game and leave yourself, because there is no poker that you can play alone, so you need to wait until the end. His business partner silently stepped back. Introducing the chairman, he smiled and thought how great this child's plans are since he has Yangchul's blood in him. Approaching the door, the man decided to try to break into this party since his friend was lucky in gambling. Smiling, he promised to try to raise the stakes. Dojun raised his eyebrows when his name was called. Introducing his longtime friend, Sanyang asked to keep in mind that the result of such games could be ruin. The boy sat silently on the computer chair. A sly smile appeared on his face. Relaxing, the guy said that this was his last time until he became an adult. As he left, the man smiled. The sky was blue over the roof of a multi-story brick cottage. Sanyang put the envelope with the documents on the table and said that he had agreed to increase the price 35 times and purchased 5 million shares. The man looked seriously at the boy and said that now they could only trust his luck and wait. Dojun closed his eyes, smiled and said that they had nothing to worry about because everything would be fine. He pierced the lid of his drinking yogurt with a straw, and his father's friend asked if he was really going to sell all of his Martin shares. The boy smiled and said that they had already increased the investment 100 times, so there was no point in holding on to the company. He asked Sanyang to sell shares of Martin, buy shares of Powerbanks, and the man could make up the rest for himself. He also said that next year he would move to high school and will focus only on academics for the next 3 years. The man took the yogurt, snorted derisively and said that this was the first time he had heard a student talk about studying so awkwardly. He assumed, based on the fact that Dojun had first place in school in all subjects, that he wanted to enter one of the most prestigious universities, Seoul, at the Faculty of Business Administration or Economics. The child smiled and said that he wanted to study law. Sanyang frowned and asked again, sure that he had heard. The boy smiled, looked intently at his interlocutor with brown eyes and said that his grandfather is the best entrepreneur in Korea, and his uncle studied economics in England. They are both next to him, so it's not a fact that he will be able to learn something new in economics faculty. The man leaned on the table next to him, asked why he should go to law school and suggested that the boy wanted to become a judge in the future. Dojun replied that he just wanted to show something. The interlocutor asked what exactly. Still smiling, the boy looked at the yogurt in his hands and said that he wanted to show everyone that a third-generation Keeball could be good at studies because until now, University of S students from rich families were not good enough to get into law school. Sanyang pursed his lips, looked thoughtfully at the child and said nothing. The sky above the mansion was painted in the colors of sunset. Dojun and Yangchul were sitting in the living room at a low table and drinking tea. The grandfather asked if his grandson would move on to high school after a semester. The boy replied that this was so. The man smiled and asked if the grandson had already talked about this with his father and if he had already chosen a school. The boy smiled, showing his teeth, and said that he saw no point in studying abroad, so he would go to a regular educational institution. Yangchul frowned. He abruptly put the mug of tea on the saucer and said that he knew that the boy's father did not pay due attention to this issue. The man crossed his arms and said that he would find out everything about the prestigious Swiss school and send his grandson to study at the best educational institution in the world. He opened his eyes and looked distantly at his grandson when he said that he was going to enroll in the University of S. Dojun folded his hands on his knees, smiled and explained that this place brings together talented people from all over Korea. The most points required for admission to law school and medical faculties, but since he is more interested in the humanities, he decided to opt for the first direction. The grandfather's face showed displeasure. He asked if the boy was really going to become a judge or prosecutor. The child smiled and reminded him that he had already said many times that he planned to become a businessman and the owner of a huge corporation. The man clenched his teeth and asked why, in this case, his grandson should study at the Faculty of Law. The boy bowed his head, squinted his eyes, and replied that he wanted his grandfather to be proud of him. The man had a surprised expression on his face when his grandson explained that no one from a wealthy family was good enough academically to get into the law school of the University of Yangchul narrowed his eyes and looked at his grandson thoughtfully. The man remembered sitting at a table with other businessmen. They were discussing the admission of the eldest grandson of the president of Do-jun Group to the University of S. The man closed his eyes and laughed loudly. According to rumors, not only the secretariat was mobilized for the admission of his grandson, but also about dozens of correspondents from the university and Ministry of Economy. Yangchul presented several low-rise buildings and thought that his colleague's grandson entered the faculty with the least competition, and the application was sent shortly before the deadline for admission. He remembered how he raised the cup to his lips and frowned, because if that young man had entered on fair terms, he would not have even achieved the threshold score for this university. Yangchul remembered how the man smiled despite the fact that he was from a rich family and was the chairman of a large company. He had a heart like any grandfather, so he did not stop boasting about his grandson's achievements even after a year. He imagined the statue of Athena with the scales of justice and thought that the law faculty was a different matter. No dirty tricks would help here, and society would have to recognize the exceptional mental abilities of a person. Dojun's eyes were wide. He looked with concern at his grandfather sitting in the chair. Yangchul asked if he was really going to enroll in law school because of him. The boy closed his eyes, smiled, and said that he was not going to be a judge or prosecutor, so he had no other reasons to enroll in this direction. There was a confused expression on the man's face. The corners of his lips turned up in a smile. He said that there were many people in his life who made money and enriched him, but no one made him as happy as his youngest grandson. The boy smiled contentedly because of his words. Yangchul also smiled and said that his grandson can ask for any gift when he enrolls in law school at U of S. He closed his eyes and said that he agreed. Dojun looked closely at his grandfather and thought that he had better remember this conversation, because he was not going to ask for some foreign car, but about where the power of the chairman of the Sanyang group might be needed. He pictured Yangchul in front of the company building. He introduced the Red Arrow. In July 1994, Powerbank's shares went public. They cost 18,900 yen per share, which was the highest price when listed on the stock exchange. He thought about the chairman of the company in a black suit. Immediately after going public, the company's capitalization reached a huge amount, 200 billion yen, and President Choi immediately announced his plans to acquire and absorb other companies. Dojun presented a lot of green notes. His investment of 230 million turned into 850, making him $620 million in 1 year. The boy sat at his desk with his head in his hand. He sold all his shares shortly before the Powerbank's bubble burst and devoted all 3 years of high school to studying. People watched the film on the screen. Sometimes Dojun invested in Hollywood films as a hobby, such as the film Love on the Titanic directed by Jamie Cameron. The guy waved to the family. Sang-jin graduated from high school without major incident and went to America to study because he didn't have enough credits to get into a decent university back home. Behind him was the departures and arrivals board. Brother Dojun continued to wave. The main character thought that from the very beginning there were no hopes placed on him by his family, so he was able to leave to study what he really wanted to do. An airplane was flying in the blue sky. Dojun looked out the window thoughtfully. Now all attention was focused on him, the only third-generation high school student of Sanyang Group. He was wondering what would happen when he entered the University of S. The main character pursed his lips. Many people were watching his grades, someone with interest, and some with fears, and only his parents and grandfather were filled with hope. Yangchul was sitting at the table in his office, talking on the phone, and said that his youngest grandson was ranked 39th in the national rankings. This conversation took place the day before the results of the entrance exams were announced. The man smiled and said that if you consider only the humanities, Dojun ranks 10th in the country. Out of a maximum of 400, he scored 367 on the CSAT. He closed his eyes, laughed, and told his interlocutor that only 6 points separated his grandson from the first place in the country. The gap is so small that it can be attributed to the difference in fortune at the time of passing. Yangchul received the exam results a day before the official announcement of the results. The man clutched a folded piece of paper in his hands and said that his grandson had decided to study law at the University of S, although with such results he could have chosen between Harvard and Oxford. Yangchul tilted his head to the side and continued to smile and said that the scholarship should be given to those who need it in a kind way, because their family can pay the full tuition fee, but his grandson is so good at studying that he cannot refuse it. He closed his eyes and told his interlocutor that they were in a very awkward situation. The man looked at the phone and thought about who else he should show off to. He smiled when he remembered something. Yangchul pressed the phone to his ear again and told the person on the other end to ask the PR person to come see him. The mansion building was illuminated by the rays of the setting sun. The man handed the other man a folded piece of paper and asked him to look at it. The subordinate's eyes widened in surprise. He bowed and congratulated the chairman on this wonderful event. Yangchul asked him to leak this information and draw the attention of reporters to Dojun. The man looked at the boss in confusion. He crossed his arms over his chest, called the PR man not smart, and asked why he was surprised. Yangchul frowned and explained that usually the relatives of the chairman of large corporations use money and patronage to enter a prestigious university. But money cannot buy points like his grandsons, so his employee's task is to ensure that no one else says such things about them family. The man smiled uncertainly and said that he understood everything. He looked at the piece of paper that said that Dojun was ranked 10th nationwide and had scored 367 points out of 400 on the exam. The proud grandfather smiled happily, looking at the paper with the results. The journalist photographed the main character. Dojun calmly looked at the paparazzi and said that he had been attending individual lessons with teachers in every subject for a whole year. The guy was sitting on the sofa and told his interlocutor that the money spent on training would be enough to pay salaries to all the journalists present here for 10 years. His father put his hand to his lips and lowered his head. His mother looked worried. The main character looked thoughtfully to the side. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked the journalists if they really thought that the grandson of the richest man in the country was sitting at his textbooks. One of the reporters turned his head and asked a colleague who took first place in the scat. He was told that it was a student from Jeju Island. Dojun looked at the reporters and said that they could go to Jeju Island to make a report, and articles about him should be written in a way that grandfather would like. The reporters' faces showed confusion when the protagonist said that it was clear from them that the editors had sent them here for advertising. The guy smiled and said that grandfather would be pleased if they wrote that he studied mainly from textbooks and he managed to get such a good result largely thanks to reference books. The reporters looked at him in confusion. Dongseok looked at her husband worriedly as he smiled. The lights were on in the windows of the Sanyang Hotel. The calendar showed the last day of 1996. Yangchul held a glass of wine in his hand and smiled. People in the restaurant were talking about something. The main character closed his eyes and raised the glass to his mouth. Someone approached the guy and said that the youngest was in the center of events. Dojun extended his hand to him, said that he saw his interview and expressed his congratulations. His eyes widened in surprise. Dojun shook his uncle's hand, thanked him and congratulated him on his return. The man approached him, called him the future prosecutor general and said that the guy should try, because in the future he plans to entrust him with the procedure for transferring the inheritance. The protagonist turned his head and said that the attorney general should be appointed by the president of Sanyang, and he would become a corporate mergers and acquisitions lawyer. The man's eyes widened in surprise and he asked who decided this. Dojun put his hand in his pants pocket and said that it was his grandfather's decision, but Dojun couldn't believe it. The man put his hand to his face when the guy said that his grandfather thought it would be better for him to become a lawyer rather than a prosecutor. The young man closed his eyes, raised the glass to his mouth and thought that his relative did not know how to control the expression of his face at all, and that his face would cramp from this smile if he were alone with himself. The man looked at him intently and asked if he wanted to become a lawyer himself. The main character pressed his glass to his lips and looked thoughtfully at his interlocutor. For Dojun, his cousin was the most useful of his blood relatives, because he was smart and was able to gain recognition from the chairman of the company. The man looked at him and smiled kindly. Dojun could have grown up and become his competitor, but now that he found out that Yangchul wanted his grandson to become a lawyer, he could be calm and wanted to make the guy his ally or assistant. His eyebrows raised in surprise when the main character said that he was not yet sure whether being a lawyer or a prosecutor was, of course, more interesting than being a judge, but he was not yet ready to make such a decision, and besides, in law school he would have enough time to decide finally. The young man raised the corners of his lips in a polite smile and thought that he could tell Dojun what he wants to hear, but doesn't want to because then it won't be so interesting. The man smiled and said that Dojun was right, because his future depends on this decision, so he should think it over carefully. He waved his hand and asked to contact him when the main character got tired of delving into boring laws, because then he would give him one of the best places in the company. The young man replied that this was one of the best ideas he had heard today, and thought that Yeonjun learned to control his emotions and make jokes like that, so maybe his time abroad helped him finally mature. The man smiled and said that most likely Dojun spent a lot of time studying textbooks, so now it is his responsibility to show the younger how fun it can be at parties, because life is not only about studying and getting into a prestigious university. The main character smiled and agreed to this proposal. Yeonjun patted him on the shoulder. He turned and walked towards the group of guests. Dojun, with a glass in his hands, indifferently looked after his relative and thought that he should have fun while he could, because it would last much less than the man thought. The main character's eyes widened in surprise when someone asked if he was going to share the secret of his academic success. Soonyang clapped her hands, congratulated the young man, said that she wanted her children to be at least half as smart as him. Her husband said that he was proud that his nephew decided to follow in his footsteps and the guy could always turn to him for advice if any questions arise during your studies. His wife looked at him displeasedly and asked what he meant, because he did not study at Seoul University. The man replied that he was not talking about the educational institution, but about jurisprudence in general. Soyeon again turned her attention to her nephew and asked why he doesn't ask his uncle to become his tutor, since her husband lost the election anyway and now he has nothing to do. Dojun looked at his relatives in confusion and thought that the man lost in the congressional elections in April because he overestimated his popularity and did not listen to his grandfather's advice, and his aunt spent too much money from her business without the knowledge of the chairman, but all in vain. Soyeon clenched her teeth and looked at her husband with displeasure. The young man, with a glass in his hands, asked his uncle if he was going to run for Seoul next time. The man clenched his hand into a fist, opened his mouth wide and resolutely declared that it was unacceptable for him to remain a second congressman, so he must get into the National Assembly and cabinet. The main character closed his eyes and nodded. Dojun raised the glass to his lips. The uncle said that thanks to his grandson, the grandfather is now in a good mood, and by-elections will be held soon. The guy said that he understood what the interlocutor was leading to. He opened his eyes, smiled, and said that his uncle was going to run in the by-election, so he, like a good nephew, would take care of the additional funding. Soyeon clapped her hands and said that Dojun is very smart and kind. The main character wondered if he should do something more and gain their loyalty. The young man smiled and said that if his grandfather refused to finance the election campaign, he would like to invest himself because he was going to follow his uncle's path. The man looked at him in confusion and asked where his nephew would get so much money. The main character pursed his lips, smiled, and replied that he had money left over from the sale of the ranch in Buton, which he deposited in the bank at interest. A drop of sweat rolled down the man's face. Dojun closed his eyes and thought that his uncle must definitely enter the National Assembly in order to lure the congressman to his side. The man bit his lip and squeezed his nephew's hand tightly. The corners of his mouth were downturned. He looked at the main character with gratitude. There was a dark sky above the treetops. A black car was driving along, illuminating the road with its headlights. Dojun turned his head and asked Yeonjun, who was sitting next to him, where they were going. The man said that he had received permission from Uncle Yoongi to take the guy to a wonderful place where he could drink. The car turned somewhere. The vehicle drove onto a lawn and stopped. The man smiled and asked if it was Dojun's first time in this place. The guy looked at the brick cottage and thought that his friends and cousins hung out from time to time. Even his father visited this place sometimes. Yeonjun smiled and said that it is nice here, so the main character can come here whenever he wants to have fun. The young man pursed his lips. He could not even imagine that he would end up at Vice Chairman Yoongi's villa in this way. A man ran up to them. Yeonjun asked if they were expected inside. The man opened his mouth and said that Hee-sung suddenly had a night shoot, so she couldn't come today. The main character introduced the girl and realized that we were talking about an actress from a drama that airs on weekends and now tops all the ratings. He shifted his gaze and looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The man lowered his head. There was a red mark on his cheeks from the slap. Yeonjun gritted his teeth and asked, didn't he say that today was an important day? He swore and punched the man in the stomach. The subordinate bent over in pain. The protagonist's relative looked at him angrily and said that his mood had worsened. The man covered his head with his hands when Yeonjun started kicking him and saying that he should have dragged that actress here by the hair and kidnapped him. Dojun pursed his lips and calmly watched what was happening. The main character remembered one of the scenes from his past. The man opened his mouth wide and asked the employee if he really thought he would be paid if he did his job this way. His eyes widened in surprise when Dojun called out to him and asked what he was doing. The young man clenched his hands into fists and looked displeased at his relative. He frowned, opened his mouth, reminded Yeonjun that he called him here to congratulate him and offered to go home if the mood turned bad. Sweat ran down the man's face. The employee continued to sit on his knees with his head bowed. Yeonjun put his hand to his head, closed his eyes and said with a smile that he forgot about his cousin's character and that they were celebrating his success tonight. He looked at the employee, waved his hand, and said that he was lucky that Dojun was in a good mood today so he could go. The man approached the car. He opened the door, but someone called out to him. The main character smiled and asked the employee to wait for him a little and then take him home. The man parted his lips slightly and agreed hesitantly. They walked along the path to the house. Dojun invited his cousin to stay and spend the night, but Dojun said that he was a little tired because the event his grandfather organized had sucked all the energy out of him. The man pursed his lips and said that the guy could do as he wanted. The young man narrowed his eyes and thought that he had suddenly been presented with a great opportunity and he was not going to let it slip away while he wasted his time in this place. The man was sitting in the driver's seat of the car. Dojun put his hand in his trouser pocket, turned around and thought that this was a great opportunity to earn the loyalty of one of his cousin's lackeys. There were empty glasses and bottles with various alcoholic drinks on the table. They approached the table. Dojun said that the guy can sit wherever he wants. The man took the bottle, suggested we start with something light and asked his cousin if he drinks beer. He poured the drink into a glass. Dojun took the glass and took a couple sips. He put the empty glass on the table. The guy took the bottle in his hands. Dojun smiled, said he was good and praised him for his knowledge of alcohol etiquette. Beer poured into the outstretched glass. The main character asked his cousin if he could ask him something, since they were alone here. Dojun looked at his relative seriously and said that he didn't know whether he would become a prosecutor or an acquisition and merger lawyer, but he was interested in Dojun's opinion. The man pursed his lips and looked at him thoughtfully. The main character continued to stare at the interlocutor, thinking that he had managed to arouse his curiosity, but no matter what, he would continue to consider him a child trying to act like an adult. Dojun closed his eyes and started drinking his beer. He smiled contentedly. The man continued to sit, clutching the empty glass. He said that his grandfather's right hand was Lee Haki and that his father also had 2 trusted people working for him. He put his glass on the table and said that they were all outsiders. The corners of his lips rose. He looked closely at his interlocutor and said that they were brothers, cousins, to be more precise. Dojun opened his mouth and repeated his words. The man handed him the bottle and said that was exactly what he was trying to say. Watching his cousin fill his glass, the protagonist thought that he had no idea what point he was trying to convey. Dojun smiled and said that one of the few things he learned while living in Europe was that employees can act like they are loyal to you without really being so. He narrowed his eyes and said that people behave this way only because it is in their interests. The main character raised his glass, mockingly thought that his cousin had some kind of pathetic logic, because he behaves exactly the same, and besides, he has problems with trust. The man leaned back in his chair, rested his head on his hand and said that he understood everything perfectly well. People work for him, he pays them, but brotherly ties are a completely different matter. He smiled, looked at his interlocutor and said that brothers share things. The main character continued to drink his beer silently, thinking that the real Dojun might fall for this lie, but he knows that in the past, Dojun sent his brother to prison because he did not want to share his wealth. The man looked kindly at his cousin, smiled and said that he did not care whether he became a prosecutor or a lawyer. The main character looked at his interlocutor in surprise. Dojun grinned and said that if Dojun was on his side and helped him, he would make him the second most powerful person in the entire corporation. The young man pursed his lips and looked thoughtfully at his cousin. The man closed his eyes, shook his head and said that Dojun is the only person in the family who has potential. Everyone else is incompetent, and even if they miraculously grow up and become mature today, they still will not have the necessary qualities to run a business. The main character looked closely at his interlocutor. Dojun said that he was different from everyone else and could use his brains on his side. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that he was not sure whether his cousin was trying to keep him under control or really hoped that he would become his reliable advisor. He pursed his lips and tensed when he heard someone call Dojun. 2 girls stood in the doorway. One of them waved her hand and said that an eternity had passed since their last meeting. The man turned his head and greeted them joyfully. The girls opened their mouths. One of them said that Dojun was spending time with someone they had never seen. Looking at them, the main character thought that he had seen them on TV. They were singers or something like that. The man watched with a smile as his cousin stood up. The guy turned his back to them and said that he would go home because he felt tired. He turned his head, apologized for leaving them so early and wished them to have fun. Dojun didn't argue. The man pursed his lips and looked intently after his cousin. The guy went out onto the porch. He loosened his tie and took a deep breath. He opened his mouth and exhaled slowly. The indifferent expression returned to his face. He thought that after his rebirth he tried alcohol for the first time and almost got drunk. It's good that the air outside was refreshing. The man was sitting in the car with his eyes closed. He was sleeping. The guy looked at him thoughtfully through the glass. The employee's face still bore the mark from Dojun's punch. The main character squinted, pursed his lips and thought that making money is actually not that easy. The driver opened his eyes when the young man got into the car. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He opened his mouth wide, apologized for falling asleep and invited the guy to move back. Dojun said that everything was fine and he needed to apologize for making the employee wait so long. The main character turned his head and said that the man did not work for him, so there was no need for formalities. The driver looked at him in surprise, but did not argue. The car's headlights came on and it drove off the lawn. The car drove slowly along the wide road. The man glanced at him and asked if he wanted to listen to the radio. Dojun refused. He rested his head on his hand, smiled and told the driver that he didn't have to call him sir all the time. The man pursed his lips and did not answer. He felt awkward. The guy looked away and asked the interlocutor if he worked in the strategic planning office. The driver shuddered and asked how Dojun knew about this. Looking out the window, the main character said that he communicates a lot with his grandfather and he tells him a lot, so he even knows that the office consists of two separated groups. The man continued to look at the road. The young man said that one group includes people from elite families who are really engaged in strategic planning. The main character looked closely at the driver and added that the second group consists of guys with a poor education, without any connections, who run all sorts of errands and clean up other people's messes. The man frowned. His fingers gripped the steering wheel tighter. Dojun looked out the window again and said that it seemed to him that the driver belonged to the second group and thought that he looked like him in a past life. Veins bulged on the man's arms. He clenched his teeth. Watching him, the main character thought that he understood the shame and humiliation that this man experienced. The driver turned his head and looked at him in surprise when Dojun said that he was actually luckier than those fools strategizing. The guy smiled, introduced Yangchul and said that his grandfather would soon be 80 years old. He didn't have much time left. He presented black silhouettes of people and said that the 3 sons and 1 daughter of the company owner would start fighting for the inheritance like wild animals as soon as he stopped breathing. He thought about the man with glasses and said that the vice chairman would try to take everything for himself. The man opened his mouth and looked at his interlocutor in disbelief. The guy kept looking out the window and said people would line up to buy information from him, like their family's dirty secrets, so in the long run he has a good chance of making more money than those well-educated fools in the office. The driver frowned, opened his mouth wide and asked why he was telling him all this. He looked at the man coldly, opened his mouth slightly and said that although he was not his employee, he had to watch what he said. The driver pursed his lips and shuddered. The main character closed his eyes, said that he was going to sleep while they were going home, asked to be woken up upon arrival and called the man bro. He pursed his lips, sweat running down his face. The car continued to drive, illuminating the road with its headlights. In the distance you could see skyscrapers and city lights, and there were stars in the night sky. Dojun presented crumbling buildings. In 1997, the Hando Steel Company, which was building a steel plant in the city of Dojun on the west coast, went bankrupt, as a result of which the Hando Group, ranked 9th in credit management and 14th in terms of assets, was on the verge of complete collapse along with 22 Korean branches. He imagined saliva dripping from the animal's mouth. The major partner banks and 70 other financial institutions were also in danger. The main character introduced hyenas with glowing eyes. A business war was about to begin between other large corporations, but for now they were monitoring the situation, like predators watching their prey. On the table was the CEO Yangchul sign. He looked at the piece of paper in disbelief and said 2.37 trillion won. He frowned at those present and asked if this data was correct. The subordinates sitting next to him shyly lowered their eyes and did not answer. Yangchul demanded that someone answer him. Yanggi, wearing glasses, replied that everything was correct. The man looked at the paper again and said that in that case, Dojun Group would start bidding at about this amount. But since the company has more experience in the field of steel, they would be a better candidate than Sanyang, so they need to decide at what amount bidding will begin. People continued to sit with their heads bowed and silent. The owner of the company looked at the crowd with displeasure and asked what the head of the department, Dojun, thought about this. The young man looked closely at his grandfather and named the amount 1.8 trillion. Yangchul's eyes widened in surprise and he asked his grandson to comment on his answer. The man said that this is the maximum amount that their company can offer. The owner put his hand on the armrest and said that in this case the Dojun Group will win. Yangchul spread his hands and said that this is not something for which it is worth taking out a loan. The cost of Hando Steel and the amount that the company can spend are not determined by them. There will be no chance if this turns into a competition to see who has the most money. Yangchul touched his cheek with his finger, said that this was an open auction and asked his grandson what he was offering. Dojun waved his hand and said that it must be emphasized that if Sanyang gets Hando Steel it will benefit the economy as a whole, because Dojun Group already has a similar plant and in their case the effect will not be so significant. Yanggi pursed his lips and looked intently at the young man. The owner of the company crossed his arms and demanded that the secretary write a report on how the purchase of Hando Steel would affect the economy. He also stressed the importance that it should be written well so as to touch the hearts of those involved. Dojun looked pleased. Yangchul told the employee that he had a week to write. The man turned his head and asked if everyone agreed with 1.8 trillion or if there were other proposals. Someone opened his mouth and asked to invest 2.5 trillion won. The man with glasses, Yangyi, looked at the speaker with hostility. The dark-haired man adjusted his glasses with his finger. Yangchul smiled and asked the employee to explain his point of view. The man in the pink tie was the president of Sanyang Construction, Yangchul. He said that the consortium did not care which of the two companies received Hando Steel, the government would most likely support whichever winner. The man frowned and clenched his teeth when Yangchul said that they would inevitably have to pay a higher amount to avoid any fuss about the fairness of the transfer. The employee waved his hand when Yangchul asked where they could get the missing money. The president of the subsidiary company said that they have a plot for apartment buildings. After collateralizing this land, they can take out a loan of 700 billion. The man frowned and asked how the employee proposed to repay a loan of 700 billion if it was impossible to build and sell an apartment on the mortgaged land. Yangchul narrowed his eyes slyly and said that he would solve everything during construction, so the chairman had nothing to worry about. The man frowned, looked closely at the employee and thought that his answer was closest to the right one because he had proposed a solution to a pressing problem and promised to take full responsibility so that if Yangchul's methods were found to be illegal, then the company's reputation would not will suffer because its owner did not know anything. The man smiled and said that 700 billion won is a large sum, but the subordinate does not talk about it as if it is not so. He jokingly asked how much money Yangchul embezzled without his knowledge. The man waved his hands and tried to object. Everyone laughed. Yangyi looked displeased at the president of the subsidiary company. Yangchul was sitting at the table looking over the documents and said that, as expected, Do-jun Group was going to offer 3 trillion won. He snorted derisively and said that the CEO is not the type of person who says one thing and does another. The secretary standing next to him asked if he was really going to invest 2.5 trillion won in purchasing Hando Steel. The chairman asked why he was asking if he really minded. The man looked down and said that in this case, the fund's abilities would be significantly limited for some time. Yangchul smiled and asked Dojun what he thought about it. The grandson was sitting at a large table reading a book. The chairman asked if the young man thought that offering more money was their only choice. The man looked intently at the guy and waited for an answer. The guy looked at Yangchul, smiled and asked for a hint, but thought to himself that he was not easy to read. The chairman closed his eyes, smiled and said that if he had a sapling, he would sell it to someone who could make a big one out of it, instead of someone who was going to cut it down and use it as firewood. That's all in business exactly the same. His eyes widened in surprise. A drop of sweat rolled down the secretary's face. He asked if the chairman really believed that Do-jun Group was going to resell the company. The man smiled and said that he could not know about the plans of another company, but it did not matter as long as the seller believed in it. Haki looked at Yangchul in surprise. The chairman smiled and asked if Dojun understood what he was talking about. The corners of his lips rose. The main character looked at his grandfather and replied that he understood everything. He introduced multi-story buildings and said that once Do-jun acquires Hando Steel, they will build a residential complex on its land and sell the equipment abroad, so the company itself will disappear without difficulty. He thought about another building and said that if their company gets this name, they will make an effort to restore Hando Steel to its former glory, or at least they should give that impression. Yangchul closed his eyes, smiled and said that he must have given him too much of a clue. Dojun introduced the other building to the corporation and the dark silhouettes of the employees and wondered if they could do it, because the Do-jun Group has many different connections, so if they really are going to sell the company, they will not have problems getting their decision supported. Yangchul crossed his arms over his chest. His grandson looked at him and asked how much his grandfather plans to finance. The chairman smiled slyly, looked at the worried secretary and said that he was going to invest about 1.8 trillion won. No matter how much he wanted to spend more, this is the best he can do. Haki said that the difference of 500 billion won is too big. The man closed his eyes and said that his employee just needs to sow the seeds, and he will do everything to turn them into rumors. The main character squinted and thought that his grandfather was talking about the media. He imagined a large office building, newspaper pages, crowds of protesters, and thought that the media is the best tool to spread rumors, and Yangchul plans to sow uncertainty among the people and put pressure on the government. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He smiled and thought that the old man was being greedy, because 500 billion was a big difference. He imagined a tiger behind his grandfather. The man told him to closely monitor his actions in such a situation. The chairman frowned and ordered him to pay special attention to how he would use members of the government loyal to him. The young man smiled insidiously and did not answer. Yangchul relaxed, asked if his grandson's orientation was really starting tomorrow, said that he had already talked with the dean and the student council president and advised Dojun from time to time to treat alcohol to people in whom he notices potential, because this way he can earn their loyalty and in need time he will be able to count on their help. The guy closed the book, stood up and said that he understood everything. The men looked at the main character. The grandfather said that there was a man waiting outside who would carry out the instructions of the main character. He was quite smart, so he would be useful. The young man smiled and thanked the old man. He went outside and went down the steps. Lights were burning in the windows of the house behind the guy. The man standing by the car bowed to him. He handed Dojun his business card, said his name was Yoonseok, that he was the assistant head of the group strategy department, and asked him to take care of him. The main character took the business card and greeted him. Yoonseok opened the car door and said that he would give the young man a ride home. The guy looked at him thoughtfully. A black car was driving down the road. The main character rested his head on his hand and looked out the window. The man turned his head slightly as Dojun addressed him. He put his hand to his mouth and assumed that the man had been appointed to this position by the vice chairman. Without taking his eyes off the road, Yoonseok opened his mouth and said that Chief Haki did it. The main character continued to look thoughtfully out the window. He imagined a man in a black suit and thought that Haki was his grandfather's closest assistant who served him until his very last day. The man looked at the young man in the passenger seat with confusion when he asked who he would be sending the report to. The driver was watching Dojun through the mirror. The guy asked if he was not supposed to report his every action and said that there was nothing to be surprised about because this was a well-known fact. Yoonseok raised one eyebrow, said that this was the first time he had been asked such questions, said that Haki asked him to report everything directly and asked if there was any information that he should disclose. Dojun looked closely at the man and thought that he was quick-witted, but would still report all his actions. The main character smiled and said that Yoonseok can report everything as it is, because now he is his job, and the leader Haki is the immediate boss, whose orders he is forced to obey. The man narrowed his eyes and did not answer. The car continued to drive. Dojun thought that he would soon find out what choice the man made. As the sun shone on the brick cottage, Dojun said he hoped they would participate in the Hando Steel takeover. Saeon, sitting next to him, frowned and said that he doubted that this was their game. The man opened his mouth and said that even if the main character manages to acquire the business, he will not be able to manage it, so it will have to be liquidated and sold, but this will take a lot of time. The auction will begin in a few days, and it could take years to find a buyer, not to mention already about the absence of a guarantee that the plant will be able to be sold at all. The guy smiled and said that he wasn't really trying to buy it, but just wanted to raise the stakes and leave. Saeon frowned even more, asked his interlocutor to tell about his idea and warned that as he knew this confrontation between Daehyun Group and Sanyang Group. The corners of his lips turned up in a grin. The main character looked at the man sitting next to him and said that he was trying to help his grandfather and would prefer that their company win and acquire Hando. Saeon had a confused look on her face. He closed his eyes, bowed his head and sighed heavily. The man grinned, said that the CEO's position obliges him to fulfill all the requests of the main shareholder and asked what exactly the guy wants. Saeon stood behind the counter with a microphone. This story was shown on the news. The reporter said that an American investment fund had entered the race to acquire Hando Steel and was offering 2.5 trillion won for the company. The man leaned forward, smiled and said that many companies come and go. Hando Steel was one of many and there was no obligation to keep it forever. His fund had determined the exact value of the company and was confident of acquiring it. A crowd of journalists stood in front of him. Someone asked what Fantasy Investment would do with the company if it succeeded in acquiring it. Saeon, wearing a red tie, replied that they were investors, not entrepreneurs, so the plant would be sold to another company that could manage it better, and the land would be sold to a construction company. The journalist raised his hand and clarified whether Fantasy Investment was going to speculate, that is, invest despite the risk of loss. The man with the microphone raised a glass of water to his mouth and replied that this was not the right word for this situation. But what was really important was that the Hando Steel Consortium Bank should choose the highest bidder. Saeon pursed his lips, grinned and said that this must be done to avoid financial difficulties, because they are at the stage where even banks have become vulnerable. The TV screen went dark. Two men sat on the sofas, one of them irritably threw the remote control onto the table. Haki closed his eyes, put his hand to his temple and told the second man that he could not interfere without thinking about the consequences and asked him to explain his motives. Saeon narrowed his eyes, snorted in irritation and said that he couldn't believe that this meeting was scheduled early in the morning over such a trifle. The man frowned and repeated his words irritably. He pointed his finger at the head of the investment fund and said that he couldn't believe that this little show had upset someone they both knew so much. He remembered the remote control falling to the floor. Yangchul gritted his teeth and trembling with anger asked the secretary to bring this man to him because he was very angry that Saeon was trying to ruin his perfect plan. The man closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He stood up and said that perhaps the chairman should rewatch the interview because he and his grandson had thought for a long time and decided to do just that because they wanted to help. The investment fund director gritted his teeth and said that this would give Sanyang an advantage. Yes, they might need to spend a little more than originally planned, but now the consortium would be easier to convince. Haki looked at his interlocutor in shock. The man went to the door and said that he would excuse him, but he had to go to a meeting with creditors. A drop of sweat rolled down the secretary's face when the door closed behind Saeon. He couldn't understand which grandson the man was talking about, and if it was Dojun, was he really trying to help his grandfather? He froze with sudden realization. Haki tilted his head, introduced Sanyang and the chairman's grandson, and thought that the sudden intervention of the head of the investment fund could really help them change public opinion in the direction they needed. The corners of his lips turned up and he snorted mockingly. He sat down on the sofa, threw his head back and said to himself that he had become an undiscerning fool. The phone rang. He pressed the phone to his ear and greeted the chairman. Yangchul was sitting at his desk in his office. He said that he thought about it again and came to the conclusion that Sanyang's interference might not be so bad because they could use it to influence people. Haki continued to sit in the empty office, holding the phone to his ear, and said that he had just met with the head of the investment fund and found out that this was his intention. The chairman was confused. The man smiled slightly and said that he also found out that it was Dojun's idea, although Sanyang thought out the details. Yangchul's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe that his grandson got into this matter to help him. He smiled when Haki said that was what he was told. The old man laughed. He introduced his grandson and thought that while his children were so desperate to get as much money as possible from him, the main character had gotten an American investment fund to step in to help him. Haki began to walk around the office. He said that tomorrow he plans to start publishing articles harshly criticizing fantasy investment. He went to the window and said that he then planned to send 5 or 6 economics professors from reputed universities to discussion programs on all television channels. He looked at the buildings outside the window and said that the emphasis would be on the fact that Do-jun Group already owns a steel mill, so they only need Hando Steel as a resource to build apartments on the company's land. Haki smiled and said that this would be enough to spoil the public's opinion of the company. Yangchul praised him and called his timing impeccable. The man smiled wickedly and said that thanks to Sanyang's intervention, their attack on the Do-jun Group would be justified. The sun's rays illuminated the university campus. People walked along the tiled sidewalk. The guy put his hand in his pocket. He approached the building. A banner hung above the entrance. There were bottles of beer on the table. People were chatting about something. Many people were sitting at long tables. 3 people looked at someone with interest. Dojun froze at the entrance and turned his head, looking around. People thought that his beauty made flowers bloom. He sat down at the edge of the table. In front of him was a variety of alcohol and food. He smiled and thought that if he didn't know about the future, he would feel awkward. The man with the microphone said that he was glad to welcome everyone present. It was a third-year student representing the student council. The microphone passed to other people. These were the professors of the law department. After them, it was the turn of the first-year students to introduce themselves. Some guy closed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, said his name and where he was from. A dark-haired, broad-shouldered guy with an overly serious look declared that he would be the guardian of justice and the future of the nation. Dojun listened to the speakers with a grin while the guy sitting next to him clapped his hands. 2 girls came to the microphone. The main character thought that this time everything was not so bad, because most of the students were not from Seoul, unlike in the future. He imagined the crowd of people and buildings and thought that diligent students from remote regions still had a chance to get into a good educational institution. Dojun smiled and thought that he lived in a relatively fair world. Someone took the microphone and there was noise. The guy sitting next to him handed the microphone to the main character. The main character took the microphone and stood up. People paid attention to him. Other students turned to look at him, and all conversation in the hall died down. He smiled and asked if his presentation could take a little longer than others. The dark-haired third-year student waved his hand and gave his permission. The guy closed his eyes, bowed and thanked him. He smiled and said that probably many already know who he is, but still his name is Dojun. He is a lucky guy with a rich grandfather who should probably be thanked for accepting him. The main character watched the reaction of people at the tables. Someone laughed at his joke, and someone did not react at all, because they knew that no amount of money could help them enter this educational institution. Dojun continued to smile. He said that he would like to make friends with everyone, but he has some difficulty making friends, so he would like to do what he does best and asked the host if it would be considered a bribe if he will present small gifts to his future colleagues. The dark-haired guy on stage with a serious look answered that only actions taken for the purpose of some gain are considered a bribe, but they can only offer him friendship, and this is too abstract a concept in the eyes of the law. The main character smiled, said that he understood everything, and asked what would happen if he gave one of the professors an expensive gift. The gray-haired teacher with glasses laughed and said that in this case it would be a crime, because professors, unfortunately, can offer something more concrete than friendship, for example, grades. Dojun closed his eyes and said he was glad to hear that. The door opened. People in black suits brought in many boxes, and the students began to discuss what was happening. Looking at the boxes, the main character said that his grandfather taught him that you should give gifts to people you want to make friends with. Still smiling, he added that his grandfather also taught him that gifts should exceed the recipient's expectations. Men in black suits began handing out boxes to students. Those sitting at the table looked at the boxes in surprise. Dojun said that these were new laptops from Sanyang. He looked at the guy with glasses and interrupted his speech. The young man put down the microphone. The main character scratched his head and thought that no one was listening to him anymore. He remembered how his grandfather looked at him displeasantly and asked if he knew how much 200 new laptops would cost their family. The guy turned his head, smiled and said that the retail price was about 3 million won, so the gift would cost them about 600 million won. They sat next to each other. Yangchul was surprised that his grandson was going to spend such a sum of money to win the recognition of his fellow students. The main character smiled and said that after that all these people would be on his side. Continuing to smile, the young man added that this would be an excellent promotion for the new product. There was a confused expression on the old man's face. Dojun introduced people with new laptops and explained that if all the law students at the top university in the country had this model, people would associate their product with prestige, making it more attractive to the younger generation. Yangchul closed his eyes, smiled, raised the cup to his lips and said that if this model is only popular among students, then it will not be enough to cover all the costs. The main character said that there is more to come. The man's eyes widened in surprise after such a statement from his grandson. The guy waved his hand and said the laptop was delayed and they were late for the preschool shopping season, but they could make up for it by offering university students a special discount and running an ad with Seoul University in the background. The chairman took a sip of tea as he considered this proposal. Dojun looked seriously at his grandfather and said that if Yangchul is not interested, then he may not invest, because the guy can afford to spend this amount. The man shouted at him not to make him look like a stingy old man. The main character looked away, pursed his lips and said nothing. The chairman smiled and asked why the grandson only needed 400 laptops, because as far as he knew, there were 400 students at the law faculty. The guy smiled again and explained that he had heard that only half of the freshmen would show up for orientation, so he would only give a gift to those he met at the event that day. The man again had a surprised expression on his face and asked his grandson why he decided to do this. The young man grinned. He introduced students with a laptop and students without a laptop and said that this would be fair because only initiative people deserve encouragement. He opened his mouth and added that he was going to create the impression that only those who spend their time with him could receive such a reward. Yangchul slapped his knee and said he liked the idea. He opened his mouth wide, said that it is much easier and more effective to motivate people to follow you if you give rewards for it, and laughed. Dojun looked at him with a sly squint and smiled politely. People were sitting at long tables, chatting. The guy pressed the laptop box to his chest and said that it would be his teddy bear that night. Someone had already unpacked their laptop and was now studying it. The main character closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. Someone handed him a folded piece of paper. Yoonsok bent down and told the main character that they asked him to give this to him. He unfolded a piece of paper. It was a list of students who refused his gift. Dojun smiled and thought that these students would need to be kept an eye on. There were people walking along the sidewalk. The atmosphere on campus was quite refreshing, and not just because it was the month of April and the days were getting warmer. On the campus of the university, people walked in different directions. The main character often chatted with classmates on the way to classes and soon acquired his own group of close associates. With his hands in his trouser pocket, Dojun entered the classroom. He opened his eyes when they greeted him. The guy waved his hand to his classmate. One of them said that the laptop was so good that he couldn't study because he played at night. The main character smiled and said that this was his plan, to give his rivals something that would distract them from their studies. The rest of the guys laughed at his joke. His tablemate made a displeased face when another student said that even without a laptop he would not have spent the necessary amount of time studying. A group of 3 people stood at the door to the auditorium. Dojun felt their gaze on him. The main character looked the other way. Sweat was running down the face of the guy sitting in front. He cast sidelong glances at Dojun. The young man scratched his cheek and thought that those who did not get a laptop were looking at him too disapprovingly, and thought about whether to arrange another distribution in May. Students were walking around the hall of the university. The coffee machine raised the glass and began preparing the drink. Someone approached the guy in the green jacket at the machine gun from behind. Dojun looked at the man with glasses with interest. The student blew on the glass, cooling the drink. Looking at him, the main character thought that he was wondering why this guy refused the laptop. What could make a person refuse a gift worth 2 average salaries of a starting employee in the Dahyun group? He threw a coin into the machine. The student flinched when Dojun said that he heard that he didn't receive the laptop and asked if he was at orientation. The guy frowned, opened his mouth wide and asked what he had to do with it, and said that the main character could not count on his gratitude. The young man grinned and said that he didn't even think about it and thought that his classmate did this out of pride. Another student frowned, gritted his teeth, said that it was not necessary to waste money so that everyone knew that he was a rich boy, and scolded him for this show in front of the professors. Dojun leaned over, took a glass from the coffee machine and asked if a colleague bought him an inexpensive lunch in the cafeteria. He would also refuse, considering it a show-off. The main character took a paper glass in his hand and asked if the guy would refuse if he was treated to coffee from the machine. Another student growled in anger. Dojun closed his eyes and began to drink his drink. His interlocutor said that these things cannot be compared. His eyes widened in surprise. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek when the main character said that actually it was the same thing. Continuing to drink the drink, Dojun thought that his classmate's behavior was quite cute. This is probably the last fight for justice in which he will be able to participate, because when he gets a job, he will understand that pride is the most useless thing in the world. The guy frowned, opened his mouth wide and asked what nonsense he was talking about. The main character looked at the paper glass in his hands and said that while his classmate was counting money in tens or thousands, he was counting in millions and billions. Dojun squinted, looked closely at his interlocutor and said that any amount less than 100 million for him is like change in his pocket, so a laptop and coffee from a machine are approximately in the same price category for him. Another student gritted his teeth and trembled with rage. Looking at him, the main character thought that he may be a spoiled rich boy, but he would humiliate his classmate even more so that he would not even dare to think about demonstrating his ego in front of him. The corners of the young man's mouth drooped in disgust. He suggested that if someone treats a classmate to lunch, he will thank and eat, and if he finds a coin on the street, he will certainly pick it up, and said that at these moments pride disappears somewhere, but when offer a laptop worth 3 million won as a gift, then it appears again. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and asked that if this is pride, then is it useless? Dojun threw the crumpled glass into the trash. He turned around and left, his classmate looking after him thoughtfully. The multi-story building was surrounded by trees and it was a clear sunny day. Dojun said something to some student. He approached 2 other students. The guy sat on a bench and listened to his friend's chatter. The main character looked thoughtfully after the man. He rubbed his neck. He was disappointed when he interacted with other students who had refused his gift because they reacted the same way as the first one. Dojun looked to the side when someone called him. A fair-haired guy in a tracksuit approached him. The guy said that even though the senior student said that it wasn't a bribe, that's exactly what it was. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. This man was also on that list. He asked a classmate why he thought so. The guy sat down next to him on the bench and said that bribes are always given in advance and gifts are presented in gratitude for some service rendered. Dojun turned his head and reminded the other student that he was not a government employee, nor had he been asked to do anything. The guy tilted his head, smiled and said that bribes are often given several years before asking for a favor. Another student pointed at himself and said that in a few years he would become a prosecutor, so it would definitely be a bribe. The main character narrowed his eyes and looked at his interlocutor irritably. He closed his eyes and snorted derisively. A drop of sweat rolled down his classmate's face. He asked if his grandfather was the one who taught him this dirty trick. Dojun replied that he was the youngest in the family, so the chairman did not pay enough attention to him, but he could teach him something useful older cousins. The fair-haired guy looked closely at his interlocutor and suggested that in front of him was the most lagging member of the family, who owned Sanyang Gorup. The main character did not argue. He smiled and said that his father, the youngest son of the chairman, was also expelled from the family long ago, so now he is producing films. The guy opened his mouth and said that in this case, he only formally belongs to the 3rd generation of one of the richest families in the country. Dojun did not argue with this. His classmate put his leg up on the bench. The guys looked at each other thoughtfully. The guy scratched the back of his head, winced with displeasure and said that he should have accepted the gift. The main character thought that this man was funny. The student raised one eyebrow and asked if he could get the laptop now or is it too late. Dojun thought that this guy doesn't really want it, but is being diplomatic. The main character smiled, thought that his interlocutor was behaving quite maturely and asked if he was older than most freshmen. The guy frowned, coldly asked if he really looked that old and said that Dojun had offended him. The young man asked if he would accept the laptop as an apology. His classmate stood up, dusted himself off and said that maybe he would do it sometime later. The main character looked at the back of the leaving guy. He said that he would forgive Dojun for the first time. The young man thought that he really wasn't going to accept the gift and left the moment the conversation came up about the laptop. He raised his hand, smiled and reminded the guy that he had not answered his question about age. A classmate raised his hand, showed him an obscene gesture and asked him to shut up. The audience is depicted. A girl is chatting nicely with someone. The young man wonders in surprise if it is Mion. She looks charming. Dojun looks at her silently. His friend adjusts his glasses, telling him not to even try to approach her. He frowns, asking him to give them a chance. Dojun can date celebrities too. The young man pats him on the shoulder, advising him not to say anything stupid, but it seems to him that he did not see her at the welcome meeting as a freshman. After which it turns out that the girl did not stay long and left. When Dojun was handing out laptops, there was such a noise, then Mion quietly left. The young man just smiles, asking if this is true. He suddenly gets up, catching a questioning glance. His friend is surprised and starts calling him. Mion writes something while smiling. She notices that someone has approached her. The girl looks questioningly at Dojun. She watches carefully. The young man looks back at her. Raising her eyebrows, Mion asks if he has anything to do with her. Dojun thinks with interest that judging by the expression on her face, she knows who he is and claims that he is curious about something. The girl is perplexed, and he says that she did not take the laptop that the young man gave as a gift at the freshman meeting, so he wants to find out the reason. At this, Mion grins, closing her eyes. Dojun frowns in confusion when the girl states that she doesn't know how to use his gift. Looking down, she repeats the thought and wonders what the point is in her taking something she can't use. The young man looks down awkwardly, noting that he didn't even think that there could be such a reason for not taking the laptop. Smiling, Mion tells him not to look at her like that, because her heart flutters when a handsome guy like him looks at her. At this, Dojun blushes, embarrassed. A large building is shown. Crossing his arms, Yangchul asks if the woman has found anyone normal. Laughing, she says that this time she approached the search very carefully, because this is the person who will become the future chairman of Sanyang Group. Frowning, the man tells her to watch her words. The woman covers her mouth, noticing that she said it too flippantly, so she apologizes. She puts the papers on the table, saying that she has found only 3. This is the youngest daughter of the president of DL Bank. She is 27 years old, graduated from Princeton, and currently works in the Hong Kong branch of Boston Bank. The woman with glasses just silently looks at the chairman. A photo of a girl is shown and it is reported that she is the second candidate, the eldest granddaughter of the chairman of the Hansung newspaper. She is 26 years old. The woman is surprised when Yangchul tells her to set a date and asks who he chose. She is perplexed as he argues that he should watch all 3 of them and states that he will get everything ready as soon as possible. With folded hands, she calls for the chairman, to which the man tells her to take care that rumors do not spread that they are choosing a bride, like in a store. The woman reaches for the bag, saying that this is what he asked for. She had a really hard time finding it because it's so small. The man frowns, noticing that she seems to be haggling, selling things, and tells her to speak. He becomes thoughtful when a woman claims that she is the only daughter of a man appointed by the Constitutional Court. She smirks, asking if the man knows the judge who passed away last year, since she is his granddaughter. He looks at the paper, realizing that it is a girl from a family who has stated that she will not practice law after their term ends. Folding her hands, the woman notices that she can even say that they, as a whole generation, gather not at home, but in the Supreme Court and the prosecutor's office, a very respected family of lawyers, after which the man asks about the girl. She happily reports that the daughter of the family is simply a gem, so much so that it was difficult to find her. She also entered law school at S University. The man is surprised when she claims that the girl studies with his grandson, so they can naturally bring them together. The woman smiles, stating that nowadays young heirs hate it when they meet in places like hotel coffee shops, but she will do everything so naturally that they will not even notice the intervention, like true love. Crossing his arms over his chest, the chairman asks what the girl's family thinks, to which he receives the answer that they are for it. Smiling, he tells her to begin. A photo of Soonyang is shown. The company building is depicted, and the question is asked whether the meeting with the candidate is tomorrow. Holding the paper in his hands, the man answers in the affirmative and states that the guy can drink tea in between. Dojun frowns, asking if it's possible to do 3 in one day. Without interrupting his reading, Haki asks if he shouldn't see the bride before marriage. Anyway, whoever he chooses, they will all be useful. The young man frowns, wondering if this is his grandfather's order. The man calmly reports that he chose these 3 because he personally likes the daughter of the president of DL Bank. Dojun closes his eyes, claiming that this is still a little overkill. They can't decide like that in one day because they don't cross dogs. Haki looks at him, reminding him that he needs to see the girls in person before the wedding. He will choose, they will live together, and then they will get intimate. The young man clenches his teeth, realizing that nothing can be done. Marriage is not a decision that he can somehow influence, because he must live not with the one he loves, but with the one who will give him the opportunity to manage the Sanyang Group. The question arises as to why the father likes the daughter of the president of DL Bank. The man looks at the paper again, asking how the young man thinks how long his grandfather has left to live, and when he dies, does he hope that the heirs will sit quietly? He frowns as he reveals that they will prepare to attack and target the subsidiaries. In preparation for that time, they need to secure more shares from the start, but it costs a lot of money. Dojun smiles, stating that in the end the man is not looking for a daughter-in-law, but for collateral for a large loan. Hack only seriously states that marriage is the best choice for him in any case and the best profession for a wife among ordinary people is a teacher. The young man crosses his hands on the Gertie when it is reported that they are government employees, have a decent salary, pension after finishing work, vacation, and guys prefer girl teachers to make their life easier. Everyone always calculates everything. He frowns, asking if the father prefers the daughter of the bank president, and the man replies that it makes no difference. Once he gets the Sanyang group, it will go to the young man. Dojun smirks, noticing that he has brothers. Hack slyly suggests that he tell his son to marry the bank president's daughter. Silence hangs in the room. A crowded street is shown, and the teacher says that he has thought of replacing independent study this semester with something new. His hands are tucked into his pockets, and he states that the students will be divided by various incidents that have caused public outcry. Students pass papers to each other, and the phrase is heard that there were many opinions on those events that contradict constitutional values. They need to delve into these incidents and find new points of view until the end of the semester. Dojun looks at the paper boredly, noting that this task can be done by senior students, but it is too difficult for freshmen. Standing in front of his audience, the man states that the work is difficult, so they will work in groups of 5. On the last page there are lists of groups. They need to try to get along well with its members. The young man looks down questioningly, and the professor announces the start of class. Suddenly he notices something in surprise. It turns out that he and Mion are in the same group. Dojun looks at the girl with interest. She looks back calmly. The young man is confused by something, and he frowns slightly. He hands the piece of paper to assistant Kim, asking him to find out about these two. The man turns, asking if he should ask the information department. Raising his eyebrows, Dojun wonders if he can do it himself, to which he receives an affirmative answer if he only needs basic information. The young man seriously asks him to do this. Kim just looks at him silently. Dojun turns away and he asks if he should exclude information about this request from the report to Mr. Hakja. Looking at him, the young man wonders if he is trying to flatter him or show that he is loyal only to him. The man looks at him interestedly. Smiling, Dojun says that it's up to him to decide. He doesn't have to ask every time. Kim awkwardly agrees. The car is driving along the road. The assistant is sitting behind the wheel, and the young man thinks that he still needs to take a closer look because he only recently started working with him. He crosses his arms, deciding that loyalty cannot be achieved through coercion or begging because it is sincerity that comes from the heart. The man at the microphone reports that several companies have submitted bids to buy Hando Steel. People watch TV, and it is said that after considering the price and non-price factors provided by these 3 companies, the company that receives Hando Steel is selected. Yangchul just frowned as he listened to the news. The men are surprised when it becomes known that Sanyang Group, which offered 2 trillion won, won. Everyone looks at the chairman in surprise. The man just grins. He crosses his arms as the others cheer and congratulate him. Yonel sighs, closing his eyes. It is reported that Sanyang Group is currently experiencing a budget deficit. The chairman smiles, noting that Hando Steel was a good purchase. Another man is glad that they didn't lose anything, and they wanted to get into the steel business, and with the newly acquired company it will be much easier for them to do this. Yonel suddenly frowns, asking what this fantasy investment is. Because of it they have become villains in the eyes of those around them. The man smiles, noting that this is even better because it gave the judges a reason to exclude them. Yonel grits his teeth, asking if they made inquiries. People are shown surrounded by money, and it is reported that at first glance there is nothing unusual. They are investing in it in cinema, and also pouring money into Japan quite extensively, but the identity of the main investor is hidden. Frowning, Yonel tells them to quickly find out who he is. It's okay, Yesoli is just an investment fund, but he's really upset about the fact that the CEO is Korean. The man calmly declares that they will do everything as quickly as possible. Yonel grins and suggests starting the game. A folder appears on the table when it talks about what would have happened if in 1991 someone had not reported the corruption at that time. Another folder falls, and it turns out that A-Jin Motors would then be absorbed into Sanyang Motors. There is something written on the paper, and it is reported that the chairman of the company, Jin, had a good strategy, namely, the need to restructure the domestic auto industry and a government support plan. Yonel slyly states that Sanyang was just unlucky. He even came up with such a plan, but then they appear. A man is shown when it is said that he must go crazy with anger. The chairman wants to see how he will tear out the hair on his head, seeing how he swallows A-Jin Motors so desired for him, perhaps even die from like this. The man, smiling, notices that the money that the old man collected and borrowed has now all been spent on the purchase of a steel mill. People start laughing. Yonel firmly tells everyone to start tomorrow. A large building is depicted. Tiho, holding a mug, asks what business Chairman Hong is on and notes that several days have passed since the official meeting. Hong, smiling, congratulates him on acquiring Hando Steel. Closing his eyes, the man asks if he should receive congratulations. This time the vice president and Dojun took care of everything. Hong only reports that he heard that recently he was studying business abroad and has already taken on such a big business. Lowering his head, he calls the chairman. The man is surprised when it is reported that very strange rumors have been circulating lately and clarifies what they are about. The phrase is that news about A-Jin Motors suddenly begins to appear exactly like 6 years ago. The man frowns in shock at this. His eyes sparkle in shock. Suddenly he slams his mug on the table, asking if this means someone is targeting this company. Hong awkwardly reveals that this is not yet certain, but the situations then and now are too similar. Frowning, the gray-haired man asks if Hansung Daily is preparing to publish articles, to which he receives the answer that the chairman blocked their exit to begin with. He thinks that the man should check everything himself. To this he just remains silent. Putting away the phone, he asks if there is anyone outside and asks to bring him 1 bottle of water. The girl awkwardly enters with a tray in her hands. She gets scared when the man asks if her ears are blocked because he asked not for a glass but for a bottle of water. He immediately begins to actively drink. A bottle of water hits the table. The girl bows as she is motioned to leave. The man frowns, asking if Chairman Hong can delay the release of the articles. His interlocutor calmly answers in the affirmative. Smiling, he notices that there hasn't even been a wedding yet, and he is already asking something from the matchmaker without hesitation. Hong, closing his eyes, asks him not to say that, because naturally he had to do it. Adjusting his glasses, he says his reporters will try their best. He grins. It sounds like what would happen if he could grab Daehyun Group's leg. Hong looks pleased, deciding that Chairman Jin will then take care of his eldest granddaughter, who will become his daughter-in-law. A large building is depicted. A man enters the room, opening the door. He opens his eyes when asked if he has heard anything from Uito about A-Jin Motors. Dojun looks at him while sipping his drink. Covering his eyes, Sanyang wonders if he needs to go to university and why he came here before him. And the young man asks if he reads newspapers when the country is turbulent, or will he have time for university and reading books on law. The man asks with interest whether he is worried about the financial crisis in Southeast Asia or whether he plans to use this opportunity to exchange the Southeast currency for dollars that he has accumulated in the United States. The young man asks in surprise why he would do this. Sanyang thinks about it, believing that he is still worried about the currency crisis. Smirking, Dojun thinks about whether to give him a little hint and how he'll take it. He kindly reports that Southeast Asia is now no different from hell. Only in Korea 4 large corporations have fallen by April, but the 4 Asian dragons are holding steady and are even swelling with pride. The man frowns silently when asked whether there is anything wrong with preparing for a typhoon. The young man throws up his hands, declaring that his uncle is now upsetting him, when Sanyang believes that he is sure that this will happen. Closing his eyes, the man thinks that Dojun is monitoring the flow of finances around the world. He cannot help but see the omens of a typhoon. Propping his head with his hand, he reveals that there are rumors that Daehyun is targeting A-Jin Motors. With folded hands, Sanyang notices that the second company's finances are now at rock bottom. If a few powerful people get together and put pressure on it, it will suffocate. Looking down, the young man is glad that he remained the same. His grandfather is shown thinking about how history hasn't changed because 6 years ago Yangchul failed to take over A-Jin Motors. The young man is portrayed as frightened and decides that he must now change this. The young man frowns as he asks his uncle about the takeover of A-Jin Motors. The man is surprised by this. A happy Yonel is shown, and it is reported that the story of his company, which absorbed another, will turn into the story of a foreign investment company, Fantasy Investment. Dojun frowns resolutely, declaring that it was their company that did this. A large company building is depicted. Yangchul, looking at the papers, reports that the chairman of Daehyun Group, Ju, is using the same strategy that their company developed 6 years ago. The men are silent, looking down. The man frowns, stating that they desperately wanted Hando Steel and got it. But thanks to this they have no money, so A-Jin Motors is an unaffordable luxury. His hand shakes when asked if this is part of the Daehyun Group chairman's plan. Crossing his arms over his chest, Yangchul claims that since this happened, there is nothing they can do and asks if Daehyun Group takes over A-Jin Motors, what will happen to them. Tiho, looking down, reports that their market share will fall rapidly. The man calls him menacingly. He seriously argues that by this time tomorrow they should have already taken some action. Tiho calmly reports that he understands. Everyone bows to him when they are told to leave. The men leave the room. Hatch silently watches what is happening. Looking away, he asks if they should urgently resell the 7% shares of A-Jin Motors acquired in other people's names. Yangchul frowns, wondering if he's trying to say that he's not even going to try to resist. He gets angry when the man reveals that if Daehyun Group takes over, it will only be a matter of time before A-Jin Motors goes bankrupt. He calmly states that this is because Daehyun Group is doing everything according to their plan. Something is shown flying into a trash can, and it is stated that if the corruption incident had not happened 6 years ago, they would have taken over A-Jin Motors. Yangchul grits his teeth when he says that this plan is perfect. Crossing his arms over his chest, he suggests using these shares to make a little fuss because they can't just sit idle, to which Haki replies that they are scattered, they need someone to put them together. The man becomes serious when talking about Sanyang. The secretary is surprised. Closing his eyes, Yangchul tells him to give his friend the A-Jin shares that were purchased under other people's names and make him their representative, and they also have a reserve fund. This is a chance to get him back. Haki is seriously thinking about exchanging the 100 billion won fund held in fantasy for a 7% stake in A-Jin Motors. He smiles, deciding that the chairman's wits are still sharp. A large building is shown as the man reveals that he met Hak, the head of the department, some time ago. Leaning on the back of the sofa, Sanyang notices that Dojun's grandfather is seriously angry. Turning around, the young man asks if it's because of the Do-jun group. Covering his eyes, the man says that he has a 7% stake in A-Jin Motors and he wants to use it to shake up the situation a little by throwing him into the breach. He just remembers that their fantasy contains 100 billion won of the fund's dirty money. Yangchul tells him to buy these shares with them and begin to defend the rights of the main shareholder. Sanyang closes his eyes when asked if he refused because there is no reason to buy a stock that will fail. The young man frowns, thinking about what he sees, what is in the man's soul. He is not the man who will tell a complete story. The phrase sounds like he has a feeling that Sanyang wants to say something. To this he just clears his throat. He folds his hands. The man frowns, asking if Dojun really wants A-Jin Motors. The young man calmly confirms this idea. Sanyang seriously reveals that as a conglomerate with revenues of over 14 trillion won, the acquisition of A-Jin Motors, the parent company, means the acquisition of A-Jin Group. The man asks in surprise if they still manage to get A-Jin Motors, what the young man is going to do next. To this, Dojun just wonders what he would do. Sanyang ponders, arguing that if he were to think rationally, they should close all 28 branches, throw out the unusable ones, evaluate and sell the scrap metal, and sell the good ones at cost. Smiling, the young man believes that they need to sell what they deserve at a higher price, to which the man remarks that they need to sell it to the person who will give at least one 10,000th note more. Hanging his head, Dojun thinks that this is just the correct answer of a gambler and believes that it may be irrational. Smiling, Sanyang says that they should try to save it once, cut off the damaged part, apply some red medicine. The young man looks pleased as he talks about introducing nutrients and asks what happens next. The man scratches the back of his head nervously. He frowns, declaring that he is not sure that he will get his hands on a huge conglomerate and will manage it later. He wants to, but this is beyond his strength. Dojun interestedly suggests that he try to get to this point first and then calmly think about everything. Closing his eyes, Sanyang reveals that the first thing they need to consider is that even if they rush into this takeover fight, the chances of winning are slim, or rather non-existent. The young man smiles, asking why the man is suddenly so interested. Isn't he one of those who is not afraid of playing with low odds? Clenching his hand into a fist, Sanyang states that if his grandfather's 7% stake in A-Jin Motors ends up in their hands, they can use it to look inside the company. Frowning, he reminds him that Dojun's grandfather is Chairman Jin. The young man thinks about it, realizing that without the influence of the Soonyang group everything will be much more difficult. The man seriously says that Dojun's money is enough to buy A-Jin Motors, but in such matters, just bidding at the auction is not enough. The young man ponders as he states that they need someone who can influence judges, creditors, and the government, and asks if he has someone in mind that would be as weak as Do-jun, but not from Sanyang. Sanyang looks at him carefully. It sounds like he looks like a child asking to buy him a toy. Smiling, Dojun figures his uncle is in on it too. The man smiles happily back. There are 28 subsidiaries, more than 50,000 senior executives, and a total value of 14 trillion won. A crowd of people is shown when it is reported that this is a lot and whoever wins this fight will get everything. The idea sounds that bills are instead of bullets, and the young man is a soldier. Money falls from the sky, and there is talk of a war in which people die not from blood loss, but from losses. The question arises whether it would be better for them to keep themselves in control and keep their heads cool. Sanyang happily announces that he will meet with manager Haki. Smiling, Dojun states that he will talk to the chairman of Soonyang Group. The man looks happy. The young man is determined. Their view from the window is shown. A large building is shown and a question is asked as to why Dojun is skipping school. Holding milk in his hands, the young man reports that he planned to enroll, not unlearn. He scratches the back of his head, claiming that he hasn't taken his head off books all his life and wants to rest a little. His grandfather sits in a chair, telling him not to lie to him because he knows that the young man goes to Uido in the morning instead of studying. Dojun calmly states that he is so relaxed, and he notices that Yoonseok is working diligently. Smiling, the man claims that he was told that his grandson could be expelled if he missed too much. He had to pay them through the Sanyang Scholarship Fund. Then asks why he is paying more for his grandson's poor attendance than he would have paid for tuition. Covering his eyes, the young man declares that spending money on education is always good. He thinks uncomfortably about how he didn't plan to study until the end, but his grandfather intervened. Maybe he should take academics after the first semester. He'll be busy the whole second half of the year. He turns his attention to his grandfather when the man asks what he does during his days in Uedo. Smiling, he believes that Seon is teaching him something. Dojun calmly reports that everything is approximately like this. Now, for example, they are discussing A-Jin motors. His grandfather asks again in surprise. He crosses his arms when his grandson remarks that it looks like they're going to go bankrupt and asks how he came to this. Dojun raises his eyebrows and says that the financial sector has turned its back on them and A-Jin Motors is being looked down upon after last year's propaganda from Woosyeong Motors. The grandfather folds his arms as the young man states that he figures they must run out of all liquid funds. Otherwise, he doesn't understand why the Daehyun group suddenly decided to put pressure on them. Smiling, the man asks what Dojun thinks will happen when A-Jin Motors goes bankrupt. His grandson calmly announces that someone will have to take them away quickly and forcefully, just like he did with Hando Steel. Chairman Jin looks surprised. Suddenly a smile appears on his face. Dojun is surprised when he states that his answer is about 80 points and asks why not 100. Covering his eyes, the man claims that if his grandson had said who exactly would take A-Jin Motors, there would be 100 points. The answer is the phrase that nothing is clear yet. Grandpa is surprised, asking if he hasn't already answered this question, because he said that Daehyun is already putting pressure on A-Jin Motors. Looking away, the young man notices that there have already been a couple of times where they have done something like this to hide their main goal. Until they officially take over A-Jin Motors, they cannot judge how serious they are. Crossing his arms over his chest, the chairman wonders who else might need this company. The young man himself knows how dire their situation is, and his grandson understands that he is talking about the currency crisis in Southeast Asia. The man seriously remarks that they need to think about themselves. Several conglomerates have already gone bankrupt, so the rest are either sitting without money or trying to accumulate it. Dojun asks in surprise if he doesn't have any secret weapon when Grandpa reveals that therefore the potential buyer of the company must be on par with Sanyang and Daehyun, and he's out of money. Folding his hands, Dojun offers it as a secret weapon. Chairman Jin sighs, claiming that he doesn't think he has anything else. Suddenly he looks at his grandson in shock. The young man is absolutely calm while his grandfather asks what he just said. He is silent and looks at him in surprise. Dojun deadpans that he meant himself. The chairman asks in astonishment. He looks at the young man carefully. Dojun worries about what trouble will happen if his grandfather faints and asks if he's okay. The man is only surprised. He awkwardly invites him to go back to what his grandson was talking about and asks him to repeat it. Dojun seriously states that he could take over the A-Jin group. Grandfather bites his lip at this and scratches the back of his head. The young man jumps up worriedly, asking if everything is okay and where his pills are. The man calmly tells him to stop shouting. He is not old enough to take pills. Dojun awkwardly remarks that he was very surprised. Propping his head with his hand, Chairman Jin asks his grandson not to say that in honor of entering the university he wants not a car, but A-Jin Motors, to which the young man replies that he will buy them with his own money. Grandpa frowns as he asks how much he thinks it will take to buy the company back. Dojun seriously wonders how much the man would pay if he were in his place. The chairman thinks for a moment, deciding that he will not say so. Suddenly he understands something. He starts laughing, calling his grandson an impudent man. Dojun grins, thinking that his grandfather figured out why he asked him this question. First he must hear the opinion of his rival. It was his grandfather who taught him this quality of a true leader. The young man frowns decisively. Smiling, the man orders him to speak first. He is still in charge, and the grandson is trying to trick him around his finger. Dojun remarks that he thinks the price of A-Jin Motors will be around 15 trillion won. Folding his hands, he claims that this is inaccurate. In order for him to name the price more accurately, a more detailed analysis of the company is necessary. The man thinks, analyzing his words. The young man is shown against the background of money. When he thinks that he has never spoken about such amounts before, this is not all the money he has, but if he names such a price, it will clearly hint that he has more. He notices a thoughtful grandfather, believing that he is too busy thinking about whether his grandson named the right price. He is not interested in how much money he has now. The chairman turns his attention to him when Do-jun states that he is not very surprised. He smiles, asking if he should be surprised that the grandson is rich or if he wants to be praised, to which the young man remarks that it is too early to praise him. He scratched his head, claiming that based on cash reserves alone, he had more than the entire Sanyang group. He thought his grandfather would be surprised that he was able to personally surpass the largest conglomerate in the entire business field. The man just smiles at this. He raises his hand, declaring that he understands that this impudent man wants to show off, but in order to ransom A-Jin, he needs at least that much. The young man is surprised while the grandfather claims that he was amazed when he said that he wanted to capture A-Jin. Chairman Jin has a determined expression on his face, and he says that he will not argue. He is interested in where his grandson got so much money, but this is not so important. He does not care about curiosity, but A-Jin Motors does. Dojun is surprised, realizing that his grandfather is tormented by curiosity, but he says that it doesn't matter. The company building is pictured and the message is that many different things happen in Soonyang Group every day, but they are still at the top. They have to solve countless problems. People who work are shown and told that this is why they know how to prioritize. It is said that dulling curiosity is an everyday necessity. The young man is seriously interested in what price his grandfather would expect. The idea sounds that he, too, should push curiosity to the background and ask an important question. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man confidently declares that he has no idea. Dojun looks at him questioningly. The chairman sighs, claiming that he didn't plan to buy them, so he didn't find out anything. But the price is probably completely different from what it was 6 years ago. The young man awkwardly asks if he will help him. Covering his eyes, the man wonders why he needs A-Jin Motors and whether this will be of any benefit to the Soonyang Group. Dojun just remains silent, confused. His grandfather looks serious, and the young man wonders if he thinks like a grandfather who loves his grandson. He watches awkwardly, wondering if he's thinking like the chairman of the company he founded years ago. The man has his arms crossed over his chest. Dojun turns his attention to him when he suggests an option. He smiles awkwardly, hoping that his grandfather will not refuse his idea. The chairman seriously suggests that his grandson is the owner of A-Jin Motors and is working with him to merge the companies. The young man is surprised by his thoughts. He awkwardly believes that his grandfather realized that he needs A-Jin Motors in order to later take over Sanyang Motors. Smiling slyly, the chairman states that he is interested in how his grandson estimates the merger ratio of these companies. Dojun understands and asks why he thinks they should team up. Grandfather is surprised, asking if he thinks that his strength is enough to protect A-Jin Motors. Literally in a year his company will be taken over by the Do-jun group, and even if not, does he think that he can cope with such a company? Dojun smiles, saying that he doesn't have to worry about this because he has something to fall back on. The man asks interestedly if this is true. He thoughtfully decides that if his grandson is also capable of managing the company, the merger will not happen. The young man rather wants to say that his grandfather shouldn't be so confident, to which he notices that his grandson is getting impudent again. He waves his finger, declaring that everyone and everything is for sale, it's just a matter of price. The scales are shown when the phrase is heard that if the balance is not achieved, this must be corrected. The chairman decisively asks the young man to name the merger coefficient, how much he needs to add to the scales. Dojun calmly reports that the odds are 1-0.2. His grandfather gets angry, and he claims that if you think about market share, brand, advanced production technology, Soonyang Motors is equivalent to 20% of A-Jin Motors. Folding his hands, he says that this is what the automotive industry professionals think. This is not his opinion, but grandfather already knew it. Covering his eye, the man confirms his thought and claims that this only concerns production. His grandson forgets about the basic cost. The shares speak for themselves. Companies are portrayed when it is reported that Soonyang Motors shares are more than twice as expensive as A-Jin Motors shares, and this is due to the partner shares owned by the former company. The idea is that if a person gets Soonyang Motors, he will also get a part of the Soonyang Group. Dojun is serious and understands that he needs A-Jin Motors for this. Chairman Jin crosses his arms, asking if his grandson plans to put it on the scale. The young man looks determined. Grandpa smiles, telling him about the expression on his face. He sits calmly in his chair when the thought is heard that during this conversation, Dojun revealed many of his secrets, just like Grandpa revealed his inner thoughts. His secret is that he has his eye on Soonyang Group, and Grandpa's thoughts about that to whom to leave their brainchild. The man smiles, and it is reported that the grandson will not receive a clear answer, after which he could breathe a sigh of relief. Dojun looks at him contentedly, deciding that this is enough for him. The chairman suddenly declares that now is the time for curiosity. He asks curiously how it is that his grandson has more money than the Soonyang Group reserves, to which the young man replies that he took the money received from the sale of land in Bundae, which his grandfather bought for pasture in order to invest in a foreign company, and its shares skyrocketed, and that's how he became rich. Smiling, the chairman notes that his fortune has increased 100 times. Sanyang probably has good intuition, and the young man believes that he is very lucky. Resting his head on his hand, the man asks what his grandson's position is at Fantasy. The young man calmly declares that he is the main shareholder, he owns 98%. His grandfather is surprised. He talks amazedly about Se-un, and Do-jun reveals that the man is the executive director. The young man claims that his grandfather has a whole pack of such professional managers. Chairman Jin just looks at him in shock. Yangchul and Do-jun were sitting in the living room. Grandfather looked forward and said that in this case, the hero knows that his money is kept in his company. Dojun looked at his grandfather and clarified that we were talking about 100 billion, which he had entrusted to him earlier. He said that he also made good money from this money. He was thinking of returning it to his grandfather with interest on the investment if he gave him 7% of the shares of A-Jin Motors. Grandfather smiled. He looked sarcastically at his grandson and said that his thoughts were natural because his own blood could not fool him. Do-jun said that he expected him to just give them to him as an acceptance gift. Grandfather turned to the young man. He said that if the hero wants an island worth 100 billion won as a gift, he will buy it for him, and if he asks for a private jet, then he will have it too. Do-jun pursed his lips when the grandfather said that he would just give the money. Can't. The old man smiled. The hero asked, is it because with this money he will get everything? Yangchul smiled even stronger and said that everything was exactly like that. He introduced the drinking employees and said that in the future, when his subordinates do good work, they should be encouraged. He clarified that not with money, but, for example, by going to a room salon with a bunch of alcohol worth millions of won. It was about a bunch of different bottles. Yangchul said that this is to make the drinker think that he will pay for this drink with his hard-earned money. Do-jun smiled, recognizing the torture of hope, giving hope that if they did their job well, they would get paid for the drink. Yangchul smiled proudly. The hero remembered that he had already gone through something similar once. He remembered his previous self, where he was praised for his good work and allowed to spend millions of won on drinks per night. He looked at his map. How many times did he think how nice it would be if they gave him money instead of alcohol? They turned to the hero. He turned around and asked what it was. Yangchul rested his cheek on his fist and asked not to reveal himself to anyone until he got A-Jin Motors. He told the hero to hide carefully and let only San be in plain sight. Do-jun smiled and said that he was going to do so. He asked if Grandpa was too. The old man interrupted him and said that even Haki wouldn't know. Do-jun smiled. The young man and the old man looked at each other in silence. Yangchul folded his hands and turned to his grandson again. He asked what kind of wealth he owns in general. He said that if he takes over A-Jin Motors, how much will he have left? Do-jun chuckled and said that you shouldn't go into someone else's wallet directly like that. He said that if the old man suddenly needed money, he could borrow it. The old man looked at the guy in surprise. There was silence in the living room. Yangchul suddenly stood up. He looked at the young man angrily. Do-jun pursed his lips, suggesting that he had gone too far. The old man approached the hero. He patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said great job, calling the hero a kid. He said that the young man had grown up completely. Dojun looked at his grandfather with sparkling eyes. Pick a few smart guys who will put A-Jin Motors books under a microscope right after the meeting. Hak stood in front of Yangchul and said that he had already prepared everything and the extraordinary meeting of shareholders of Dean & Group would definitely send his man. They have also taken measures to counter this. Yangchul frowned. He was holding a document in his hands. In front of him stood a huge table with a bunch of people. The old man said that, like 6 years ago, he needs them to try again and collect data about A-Jin Motors. People began to ask whether the chairman was really planning to take over the company. Another man spoke as the chairman. Maybe he knows this, he doesn't have enough funds for this, because even having delayed the payment for the accommodation. Yangchul closed his eyes and said that they would simply prevent the Dean & Group from doing this. People began to discuss this idea and express their doubts. One of the employees asked who would get A-Jin in this case. Is it really Soonyang Motors? The man with glasses said puzzledly that Soonyang Motors has a lot of US capital and this is hardly possible. Yangchul gritted his teeth. He shouted, do people really think he doesn't know this? He asked to stop useless conversations and asked to focus on what he received. He said that he was giving only a week. The men bowed obediently. They began to leave the meeting room. Yangchul looked ahead angrily and asked Haki to ask Chenhan, the chairman of A-Jin Motors, for a meeting. He plans to drink a bottle of Makjali because he has something to say. Hak obediently lowered his gaze and said that he understood everything. The old man looked ahead and asked to be told that he himself would come to him. Hak opened his eyes in surprise. He looked at the evil chairman, asking himself, was he, who never acted for the sake of others, going to visit Chairman Song himself? He tried to understand what they would talk about. Bright sunny day, skyscrapers. Sahan looked at the hero with a smile and asked if the conversation with grandfather was a success. Dojun drank the juice and said that he will give them full support and Sahan can take over the shares and meet with the officials right away. Sahan looked at the hero in surprise and asked if the hero really wouldn't take part in this process. Dojun smiled and asked, wouldn't it be funny? He said that no matter how you look at it, for others he is a child and there is zero trust in him. Sanyang folded his hands on his chest and asked if there were any other reasons. Dojun closed his eyes and said that there are always many eyes on the Kibal families. He introduced his family members and said that they too were full of enemies. Sanyang was silent. He scratched his cheek and said that he agreed. He said that if the hero showed up, everyone would think that it was his grandfather's money. The hero sat opposite and said that they now have little time and they must finish everything before the final bankruptcy of A-Jin Motors. Sanyang said that he has trained all the accountants of their company and they are now verifying the data that has already been published. He smiled. Dojun smiled back and thought that he was more excited than usual. He presented a pile of cash and told himself that he was also uneasy. He said that the trillions of dollars he had earned were enough to live like an emperor, but the nightmare that he dreams every night binds him. He remembered the image of the man pointing the gun at him. A shot rang out. The hero jumped up, sweating all over the bed. In fact, he does this not only because of nightmares. Dojun, crooked, began to laugh quietly. Unlike his past, which always dreamed of life, where, in pursuit of pleasure, he dreamed of money like a source that would never dry up. The hero drank water, looking at the cityscape. He thought that in this life he is more thirsty for a life in which he wins fiercely every hour. He leaned on the table. He destroyed one enemy after another. He was building his own empire. He imagined the edge of a cliff and said that he wanted to see the end of it all. He stood on the very edge, even if the end is just futility. The hero frowned. Dojun looked up and was asked why he was quiet. Second looked at the young man in bewilderment. The hero turned his head away and said that he remembered something his grandfather said and that once the guy received the shares, he should give his grandfather's 100 billion won fund back. Sanyang asked if he could give half. Dojun stood up with his hands in his pockets and said that he already promised. Grandfather said he would do his best to help, so there was no choice. Sanyang asked if the hero said that he is the main shareholder of Fantasy Investment. Dojun said that of course he did, otherwise he wouldn't have asked for help. Sanyang said that despite the fact that the hero is the main shareholder of Fantasy Investment, he still asked to give all the money. He asked, isn't this a good opportunity to inherit 50 billion won? Dojun said, if his old man were the kind of person who would betray the secret fund in this way, Soonyang Group would have long been in the hands of his eldest uncle. Sanyang leaned back in his chair and said that his whole family was a den of snakes. Dojun smiled and said that among this poisonous family, he must stay alive. Sanyang fell silent. The building, they asked, why is everyone so calm? A fat man stood at the window. He was told that with only indirect evidence it is not so easy to get a summons. The man said it was a witness subpoena. He asked what's so difficult about this. The employee said that for an ordinary person it is not difficult, but for a valuable person. He remained silent and said that the Supreme Prosecutor's office had issued an order to be careful. The man asked about which valuable person. He suddenly asked why the press is putting so little pressure. He asked, didn't he ask to be pressed like it was a celebrity drug scandal? Everyone was silent guiltily. The man with glasses said that he had the feeling that someone was helping to protect A-Jin Motors. He said that every newspaper published an article, but they all looked weak and clumsy. They agreed with him. The man said that Hansing Daily has a good influence. The manager looked at the man and asked if Hansing Daily had written about this. He asked, didn't they say they would cover corporate advertising? The employee said they talked but didn't write a single line. The leader sat down in the main chair and asked, does this mean that the rumors about Hansing and Soonyang's marriage are true? He was told that it looked like they were saying that if they could absorb A-Jin Motors, Soonyang would suffer the most damage. The man clenched his lips and angrily asked why everything now. He frowned and asked if the old man was really ready to sell his own grandson to stop the agitation. As President Dean and Motos assured, A-Jin Motors became the subject of an agreement to defer bankruptcy, adopted on April 21, 1997, under government leadership to prevent a series of bankruptcies of insolvent companies. To this end, A-Jin Motors submitted a memorandum of relinquishment of management rights, a union agreement on wages and staff reductions, and a written agreement to close the management of the fund. During the 2-month grace period of bankruptcy, A-Jin Motors began to steal hidden bribery funds. The secret mastermind behind all this was Chairman A-Jin Hyunchin-sen of Fantasy Yangchul's house. He smiled and said that he had heard a lot about him. He asked if it had increased Dojun's capital 100-fold. Sanyang looked at Dojun confusedly and thought that the hero had already told everything, thinking that not 100, but many times more. He turned around in confusion and said that he was just lucky. He always feels relieved when he manages to save the original amount. Everyone was sitting in the living room. Yangchul said what a modest guy. He said that he kept thinking how good it would be if he used his abilities by working for him. Sanyang said that the man flatters him. The old man asked if the guy had heard that all this money could still be saved. Sanyang said yes, and noted that we are talking about 270 billion. He said that once the deferment agreement expires, the legal rights will come into effect, so they need to be extracted before then, and if this becomes known, not only Chairman A-Jin, but many others will not be able to avoid arrest. Yangchul smiled. He looked at the guy and asked if he was being asked to launder money. Sehen was embarrassed, but said yes. The old man grinned as he studied the document. Dojun intervened and turned to his grandfather. He said that he believed that this money should be used as a pension fund for the executives of A-Jin Motors. Yangchul smiled and asked why the heroes should worry about their old age. Who are they anyway? And everyone must have already prepared for their old age. He looked at Sehen and asked about investing this money in fantasy in America. Sen asked in surprise, "Is that all?" The old man smiled and said yes. He asked what would happen if we reinvested everything into A-Jin Motors. He thinks there won't be any problems if they just pay that money in the form of a salary, bonus, or special incentive to the people who wanted it. Sehen was silent in surprise. His eyes opened wide. He said that this is the most legal way. But what salary or bonus should be set in order to spend all 270 billion? He thought it was too unrealistic. Dojun silently looked at his surprised partner. He looked at his grandfather and thought that his grandfather was saying all this, but it seemed that he had already found a way not to share this money. Sehen suggested that they would want to get the amount in a lump sum. After all, most of them will have to resign and leave, so they asked for a share. He looked in surprise at the man, who asked why give money in advance if you can come up with various excuses, thereby postponing the payment of money that should be given. He put the folder on the table and told them to imagine that he had given the money in advance, and from that moment on he became a stranger to them. The old man smiled and said that perhaps they would join the enemy and attack, because in their eyes, Sehen will be the villain who stole A-Jin Motors. He opened his eyes wide. Dojun frowned at the guy. Sehen thought anxiously. He thought about him that he only dealt with numbers. The hero thought that he had never seen the cowardly side of a person who runs from side to side. Yangchul folded his arms and said that money is a carrot and a stick and demanded to wait. And as soon as it was possible to tame people, he suggested feeding people a little money. He smiled insidiously and said that as soon as they find out that all these 270 billion will be reinvested in A-Jin Motors, they will even begin to lick his toes. Sehen silently looked at the speaker. Dojun smiled and took a cup of tea, thinking that he should tell Sehen more about his grandfather's true face, since they will see each other more often in the future. He asked for his grandfather and asked, "This is not the only reason." He said that grandfather was not going to give this money back. The man was surprised and smiled proudly. He laughed and asked if they were making him out to be an unscrupulous old man and greedy for money. Sehen looked at the old man in surprise. Yangchul turned to him and asked what about him. He asked if he was really going to give all this money away, or did you just want to show them off? Sehen said that if he could not give them away, he would not. Yangchul smiled and agreed, saying that there is no person in the world who would give away money that he could safely keep for himself. He looked at the guy and said that he must convince Chairman's son, because this is the best way, and he will already take care of A-Jin's hidden money. He promised to wash them clean before entering legal rights and put them in fantasy. Sehen stood up and thanked the chairman. Yangchul raised his hand with a smile and said that everything was for the sake of his son. Dojun smiled and said that since they ended the conversation, he left. The old man asked the young man to stay behind so that he could tell him something. Sehen bowed and said that he would go first. He left the room. Dojun turned to look at his grandfather, who said that he heard that he applied for a sabbatical leave. Dojun smiled and thought that it was not a secret, but didn't he find out too quickly? He only applied in the morning and immediately came here. He said that he applied today. The old man menacingly asked why. Dojun smiled and said that Grandpa already knew everything. He said that there was a big thing coming up and he didn't have time to attend the university. Yangchul asked who makes him attend diligently. After all, it's enough to check in sometimes. He announced that he had withdrawn his application. Dojun screamed, but Yangchul stopped him and demanded that he do as he ordered. He looked at his grandson and said that he knew what he was worried about. Dojun asked in surprise about what. Yangchul asked if he didn't want to avoid the eyes of his relatives while maintaining his status as a university student. Dojun's eyes widened. The old man lowered his gaze, saying that in any case, sooner or later he would have to face this and could not delay it any longer. He said that if it comes to a fight, you need to fight. If it comes to an alliance, then extend your hand. Dojun looked away, thinking that when that time comes, being a student might even become a disadvantage. He asked why. He said that grandfather is the one who holds the knife in his hands. Yangchul frowned with displeasure. He called the hero a kid, and said that Soonyang Group is not a local supermarket for him, and his knife does not reach many places. He introduced the formidable people and said that if several presidents of important branches raised their hands for his uncle, the Soonyang Group would immediately split into two. Dojun pursed his lips, realizing that his grandfather was right. He imagined the silhouettes of the presidents, thinking that when the succession process officially began, the leaders of Sanyang would see him as a child with a student ID. The beginning of the investigation process will mean that the grandfather has passed away. He imagined an angry man with glasses. At that moment, power will pass not to the child, but to his uncle. He sat down on the sofa and said that he would do everything his grandfather wanted. He smiled wickedly, thinking that his grandfather's soul was definitely leaning towards him. The green car was standing on the side of the road. Dojun asked the driver to go to Yedo. The skyscrapers reflected the evening sun. The driver looked out the window with a busy expression. He said that he wanted to tell the hero something. Lately it seems to him that they are being followed. Dojun looked at the driver in fear. He asked from when. The driver said he didn't know for sure, but it had only been a few days since he noticed the surveillance. Dojun asked to tell everything that the driver knew. He said that he didn't see the people, but the car behind them was constantly following them and perhaps they only needed a route. Dojun frowned. The driver looked out the rear window. The hero thought that Assistant Kim had definitely said that he worked in the reception hall. He couldn't have received special training to detect surveillance. He asked himself how he managed to notice it. He turned to the hero and said that Group Commander Shin had warned him that there had been quite a lot of surveillance going on lately. Dojun asked in surprise. The driver looked nervously at the road and said that Shin was the commander of the first strategic group. The car continued to move. The hero assumed that they were reporters, but the driver said that they had not been following reporters since the morning. Dojun looked out the window, thinking that his uncle had assigned someone to him. Kim looked at the hero in fear. He said that the group commander is currently trying to find out who it is. The car is now chasing them. He asked if the hero is in no hurry, can he check? Dojun exhaled and offered to go for a ride. Kim looked ahead sternly and ordered to buckle up, because he would speed up a little. He pressed the pedal. The green car began to pick up speed. The gap between the cars began to widen. The projector was working. On the screen there were photos of Yoongi and Sangyi. They said about them that there was no need to worry, because one hovered near the elder and only shook his tail like a dog. The man with glasses looked at the screen. He said that the second one was focused on making films and he didn't care about groups. He asked if they wanted to tell him that the problem was in Dongyi. A photograph of Dongyi appeared. They said that in terms of success he was doing well, because it was Dongyi who raised heavy chemistry to the top of the country's industry, and the reputation of the managers and employees of the branch under him was also good. A group of people studied the family tree and said that although Dongyi lags behind in the ranking of heirs, he has the excellent reputation of his subordinates. They said that it looks like this, and if this continues, it is very likely that Dongyi will take over the chemical and heavy industries. The man asked what about Soyun's only daughter. Another man said that she is quite greedy and wants a lot, but lacks the ability, so she will most likely take over department stores, golf courses, hotels, and cultural foundations. The girl suddenly furiously asked who would allow it. Soyun was asked to remain quiet. She clenched her teeth. The man calmly said that after starting an investigation, he discovered an unexpected competitor. He showed a photo of the hero and said that he was a grandson. The man with glasses frowned and began asking questions about him. He was told that he was the second son of the fourth son of the chairman. The man folded his hands on his chest and asked what was wrong with him. Isn't he a nerd who studies law at Seoul University? The man said that his days at the university can be counted on one hand, but he goes to Yedo every day and also often visits the chairman's house. The bespectacled boy frowned and asked again about Yedo. He was told that he seemed to have a close relationship with Fantasy Investments, a foreign investment company, and he also learned that he had quite a fortune. The bespectacled guy asked how much. He was surprised when he was told that the hero's net worth was tens to hundreds of billions of won. The bespectacled boy asked if the chairman had really entrusted the guy with such a large sum. Soyun was also surprised when the man said that it was really like that, but it's not that simple. It was said that 10 years ago he donated land to Dojun for horse pasture, but it later ended up in the Bundang New City program. Everyone in the room exclaimed. The bespectacled man gritted his teeth. The man said that it was incredible luck that land worth tens of millions jumped in price to tens of billions. Everyone looked at the tree. The hero entrusted these funds to Fantasy Investments. Sehen, the general director of this company, was a classmate of the hero's father when he studied abroad. The bespectacled boy asked, "Is this really all?" He said that from all that has been said, one can conclude that he is simply an incredibly lucky child. The man said that some unusual details include only a hero visiting the chairman's office. Also, during the holidays, the hero even lived in the chairman's house, which indicates a special affection. The bespectacled boy thought about the last words. Soyun shouted and said that she heard that even June had a hard time getting there. This is not an ordinary office, but in fact, the control tower of the Sanyang group. The girl angrily asked if he received the rest of his grandchildren in his office. This means that he is allowed to communicate privately with the chairman of the Soonyang group in his own office. The man said that everything is so, even the vice chairman is not allowed to do this. As far as we know, he is always present there with Chief Secretary Hatch. The bespectacled man looked gloomily at the speaker, who said that until now the secretary was the only one who could be alone with the chairman at any time. He turned to Soyin, the girl responded. He looked at his granddaughter and asked her fiancé to check what position Dojun occupied in the family. He looked down and said that there won't be another chance until the chairman gives everything in Yeonjun's hand. There's no need to relax. Soyin looked at her grandfather seriously. Department store. Dojun drank coffee. Kim stood nearby. The hero asked if he was convinced of the persecution. Kim looked at the car that was following them. He noticed all this and said that the driver did not even leave the car. Dojun took a sip of his coffee and thought that since they hired a person to keep an eye on him, most likely it was someone powerful from the family, most likely an uncle. He asked himself if the group takeovers were expected to begin anytime soon. He looked at the driver. He reached into his inner pocket. He handed the driver a pack and asked him to use it as needed. Kim looked at the money in shock. Dojun sipped his cup contentedly. Kim looked at the money confusedly. Dojun looked into his coffee and said that you can find as many people as you like who will do whatever they are told, and among them there are many good people with education and brains. They all want to join Sanyang. Kim looked at the hero in shock. Dojun looked at his reflection and asked if Kim decided anything on his own after coming to Sanyang. He said that he wants Kim to become such a person, and the first choice should be what he will do. He suggested first choosing an activity for yourself, and then the people needed for it. Kim looked at the money. Dojun said that this money is a tool to win the favor of those who need it. Dojun threw the glass into the trash. He smiled and suggested we go. Kim looked after the hero. He put the money in his inner pocket and followed. Skyscrapers. The girl came into the office and said that the heroes had a guest. Sehen and the hero looked at the girl and asked who came to them. The girl said that this is the chairman of Do-jun group. Sehen and the hero looked at each other in surprise. The girl looked at the men in confusion. Sehen asked me to convey my request to wait a little. Dojun said that he would be in the conference room next door and asked to turn on the intercom. Sehen put on his jacket and said that it would be bad if he saw his face because he managed to appear on TV. Dojun put on his hood and smiled. Sehen smiled back. Dojun closed the door and the chairman stood in front of him. The hero silently walked past him. The chairman turned around and looked after him. Sehen bowed to the man who entered. He held out his hand for a handshake. The chairman smiled and said that he was grateful that they were so welcoming to the unexpected guest. He said that he hoped not to disturb him. Sehen shook hands with a smile and said that there is no place in Korea where he would be treated like an intruder. He asked not to worry about it. He pointed to the empty sofa and offered to settle down. The chairman smiled. He sat down and took off his hat and asked how a company laying claim to A-Jin Motors could be simple. Sehen was embarrassed when the chairman said that everything was modest. He made a shocked face when he was told that there was no need to humiliate himself because they were now sitting at the same table. Sehen looked at the man and asked if rumors really spread that fast. The chairman frowned, thinking that even if this rumor was true, he thought that Sehen would try to hide it, but he was so confident. However, it became much easier. The man looked at the guard and asked him to leave. The guard bowed and closed the door behind him. The chairman smiled and said that since Sehen does not hide, then he will be honest. He asked what the man wants. Sehen smiled and said that he wanted A-Jin Motors. The chairman asked, aren't they an investment company whose job is to invest and reap? He asked simply to say how much he wanted them to avoid a useless fight. Sehen frowned and asked if they were really ready to pay him to get out of this fight. The old man smiled and said rightly, the struggle in which prices rise for no reason is simply burdensome. He asked, isn't this a good chance? Sehen said that he was misunderstood. He said that now their investors also have enough money and they want to have fun. He smiled and said that they were all car enthusiasts and therefore were only interested in car manufacturers. The veins on the old man's face bulged. He was shocked by the thought of buying a company just because someone likes to have fun. He realized that the guy was not going to negotiate if he was talking such nonsense. He looked at the guy and said that if one small article appeared about the outflow of national wealth at the expense of foreign speculative capital, would he have anything to defend himself with? The chairman smiled and said that the Korean's sense of patriotism was unparalleled. Sehen smiled and said that looking at the price of the auction, all Koreans will understand who is more patriotic. The old man looked at the guy in shock. The phone rang. The man looked at the phone. The chairman asked what Sehen wants. He stood up and demanded to plug all the gaps with public funds and offered to compete only on the acquisition price. He asked, isn't this mutually beneficial? Sehen smiled and said that in that case, whoever wins, the damage will be small. The chairman asked if they could really unite, agree on the terms of debt write-off and compete solely on the price of purchasing the company. Sehen looked at the old man and said that everything was correct. There was silence in the office. Sanyang raised his hand with a smile and said that since the chairman was the first to propose a simplified method, he was offering it to him because wrestling becomes a sport as soon as you set the rules. He asked if this would be a worthy confrontation. The chairman frowned. He stood up and called Sanyang a funny guy. Sanyang watched silently as he was told that it had been a long time since he took confrontation seriously. The man pressed his hat to his chest and asked if they were offering him a simplified method. He said that Dojun Group never made a name for itself the easy way. He demanded to remember that it was made in difficult fights, literally in the mud. Sanyang looked at the man in fear. The door slammed shut. Sanyang slid down the chair. Dojun entered the room. Sanyang rubbed the back of his head and asked if he would accept the conditions. The hero said most likely. He smiled and said that it was all because Chairman Keyball. Dojun Group. A group of subordinates stood in front of the chairman and said that they should make this decision. He scratched his temple. He was told that the debt of A-Jin Motors was 3.28 trillion won, and the write-off of debt for subsidiaries was 1.58 trillion won. Subordinates said that plus an unprecedented condition of writing off a whopping 7.3 trillion won until the remaining debt is converted into investments of 2.52 trillion won. Keyball frowned. He was told that in order to get this condition, Dojun Group had to invest a lot of money, so if they do the part that Fantasy Investments promises to take on, they will have to start all over again. The second subordinate said that if they merged with her, they would only need to pay the acquisition price. The chairman asked if Fantasy really had a lot of money. He frowned and asked if the heroes had enough money to spend several trillion won. One of the subordinates said that just as Fantasy does not know the exact capital they have, it is difficult for them to understand how much capital they have. The only thing they know is the predominance of American capital. But there is one thing. The old man asked gloomily, and what's the matter? The man presented the sign Hollywood and said that based on the information from Magi Corporation, it can be concluded that they have enough capital. The company is quite influential and famous in Hollywood. There is not a single popular film where Fantasy Investments has not invested money. Keyball gritted his teeth. The subordinate said that something else that is really important is that among the films that Fantasy has been invested in, none have failed. The third subordinate confirmed this and said that they had a good eye for investments and a guy like him would not get involved in a fight in which he would lose money. The Keyball closed his eyes and was asked, didn't the chairman say that reluctantly extending one's hand wasn't one of the ways to avoid bleeding? Keyball put his finger to his temple and said that the hand extended first. Yangchul's house. He drank tea and asked if Yanul really came himself. Dojun said that everything was correct and said that he offered compensation if he pulled out of the takeover race. The old man said that the old man was in a hurry since he decided to take such a difficult step, although it is true that there is so much to do, and then some guy showed up and put a spoke in the wheels. The grandfather looked at his grandson and asked what he suggested. The hero said that he offered worthy competition only at the price of acquiring and receiving all the special benefits from government programs. He said that he had no need to take away bread from others. Yangchul smiled and asked what did Keyball say. Dojun smiled and quoted the old man as saying that he would take the confrontation seriously. Grandfather laughed, saying that the old man must have been unable to take his medicine. Dojun smiled and asked to suggest what Chairman Dojun's next step would be. Yangchul took a sip of tea and said that he was sure that the hero already had his own guesses. He asked if he had thought about what his grandfather would have done in this situation. The hero looked at the cup and said what he thought. The grandfather asked what the answer would be. Dojun looked at his grandfather and said that he would have accepted it because the amount of debt write-off is already a constant value, and he would not want to add a new variable. Yangchul smiled and said that the biggest fear for a businessman is variables. Dojun inwardly rejoiced, realizing that both chairmen were the same. Yangchul said that the hero had used all his cards, but the chairman had not used any yet. He said that it was time to launch a more extensive attack. Yangchul said that it is necessary to convince the media and creditors with the group reviewing the takeover process, the government. The National Assembly and the Blue House, which has already been taken care of by Dojun Group, will also apply pressure. Dojun smiled and asked if the old man couldn't help anymore. Grandfather said alas, even if he wanted to. Dojun was surprised and asked what does this mean. Yangchul folded his arms and said that he had already prevented Chairman Sunhai from being arrested. This alone made everyone doubt whether he had his eye on A-Jin Motors. Since the arrest of Chairman Sun was beneficial for them to take office, they remained silent. Dojun listened in surprise to his grandfather, who said that his help was regarded as simple sympathy. Yangchul looked at the hero and asked, is it possible to put government employees working for the country in a difficult position? He said that the guys essentially work like limbs. He asked what if he pulls his right hand and the chairman pulls his left. He said they would just tear them apart. Dojun was silent. He thought that despite everything that had been said, his expression did not look at all like he was sorry. He assumed that the old man had something on his mind, but he could not figure out what. Dojun said that he would try to work something out with director Sanyang. Yangchul looked at his grandson in surprise. Dojun smiled and asked if he really thought he would beg for help. The old man smiled and asked if he was really that close to Hessen. The hero said yes, and the old man smiled and asked if the hero was sure he could trust him. The grandson smiled and said that he was confident, just as his father was confident in him. He said that their work is about money, but he is not the kind of person who would betray for the sake of it. Yangchul closed his eyes and asked if it was true. Dojun suddenly fell silent and looked at the old man. He opened his eyes and said that there are two types of people who should be kept close. The first is people like San, who can be trusted to do the job. Dojun looked at his grandfather and asked who is second. Yangchul looked at the hero seriously and said that these are people who are ready to make sacrifices for the sake of the hero. The hero asked himself what could happen that people would have to sacrifice for him. Grandfather said that such people gather nearby when a person is shining and there is no need to try to help them. The hero opened his eyes wide. The old man smiled again. He stood up and offered to go meet the guests. He also asked the hero to change clothes. It was already evening. Guests walked around the large hall, drank and talked with the ladies. There were beautiful dishes and a large cake on the tables. The wedding couple stood together. A large diamond glittered on the girl's finger. The hero turned his attention to the couple. He looked at them and thought that Yeonjun's relationship with the girl he was engaged to looked quite affectionate. As far as he knows, they first met at a meeting between two families about marriage, and after that we met only a couple of times. He took a sip from his pipe and said to himself how difficult it is to understand them. He asked if everything is really so easy because there is a lot of money. Suddenly someone recognized the hero and shouted that the rumors do not lie. The couple approached the hero and the girl said that she was told that Yeonjun was the best looking one in the family. The hero bowed and congratulated Hyunam on his engagement. Yeonjun thanked him and asked to introduce himself. Dojun smiled and introduced himself to the lady. She smiled and said thank you. Someone called out to Yeonjun. He asked the bride to wait, and Dojun asked him to entertain the lady with conversation. Dojun frowned, not understanding what they were talking about. Soonyang approached the hero and said that he thinks that the hero is the ideal type of guy for every girl. She smiled and said that the hero is handsome, tall and a genius, one of the 0.1 of the population. Also the youngest member of the Keeball family who is the envy of everyone. The hero smiled and asked if anyone envied him. The daughter-in-law raised her hand and said that it is natural, because he does not need to inherit the group, does not need to participate in the management. He can simply enjoy life using the given money. The hero was embarrassed and said that after he heard this, it seems like that. He said that there was a problem, namely money, because it was unknown whether it would remain when his turn came. Soonyang smiled and asked if he had anything to worry about. She called the hero the favorite grandson of the chairman. Dojun smiled, mentally asking if she had already realized this. The hero stood opposite Soonyang. Both were silent. He smiled sarcastically, realizing that she was digging under him, because in the future this woman would become the daughter-in-law of the Sanyang group. Soonyang smiled. Dojun closed his eyes and said that his grandfather gave the rest of his grandchildren shares or money when they came of age, but he only received a racing car and he doesn't even have a license. Soonyang asked with a smile, is this really true? Dojun took the drink from the tray. The girl said that maybe it was because he was going to give the hero a bigger gift in the future. She said that the hero is a diligent student. She heard that such money is not particularly used. The hero said that they don't use it because they don't have it. He smiled and said that if he had money, he would scatter it left and right. He closed his eyes and took a sip, thinking that if she knew how much money he was spending, she wouldn't be able to stand. Soonyang said that in the future she will definitely provide the hero with pocket money and she will also tell Yeonjun about this. The hero was surprised and said that it would be great. He laughed, saying that they would see each other often in the future. Soonyang covered her lips in embarrassment. The hero bowed, apologized and said that he needed to go to the toilet. Soonyang looked after the hero with a sweet smile. Dojun walked away with a calm face. Soonyang began to look around the space, saying that it is not normal for a person who visits Yedo Exchange Street every day to have no money. Yeonjun came up and asked, so what? Soonyang looked at the hero again and said that he was polite. She smiled, and the groom asked if that was all. She looked away and said that he did not at all look like the son of a rich house. She asked if he had always been like this. Yeonjun frowned and said that the hero had been away from the family since childhood, lived quietly. He looked at the back of the departing hero and said that in any case there was no need to be very afraid of him, because he was thinking of using Dojun as his right hand. Soonyang squinted her eyes slyly in thought. She hugged the groom's hand. She looked tenderly into the guy's face and said that she promised his younger brother that she would provide him with pocket expenses. She asked if everything was okay. Yeonjun smiled and said that the older brother should provide money for the younger one. Men's toilet. The hero stood in front of the mirror and stretched his neck, realizing how uncomfortable he was. Someone spoke to him behind his back. It was Kim, he bowed. Dojun was surprised and reminded him that he ordered the assistant to rest because this was a family event and he didn't have to be here. Kim looked at the hero seriously and asked if he had time. He wants to say something. Dojun remained silent. Kim bowed. The hero said that his car was in the parking lot and he ordered him to wait until he came down. Water was pouring from the tap. Dojun was thinking hard, trying to figure out what happened. He noted that the assistant's expression was alarming. Dojun walked out into the parking lot. He walked towards the car where Kim was sitting. He sat in the back seat and asked what happened. Kim turned around and asked to wait a little so that group leader Shim could explain everything. The hero asked again in surprise. Kim looked at the hero anxiously. He said that yes, he said that he had already talked about him. Dojun remembered the surveillance in confusion. The door opened. The hero turned his head. The dark-haired man bowed and called himself Shim. The hero looked at the man and thought that somewhere he had already seen him. Shim sat down next to him and apologized for disturbing him. The hero said that everything was fine. He asked if they had met somewhere before. Shim said that they once met at Yangchul Villa, and he then gave the hero a ride home. Dojun opened his eyes in surprise. He remembered the beating in the parking lot. Shim said that time is short and so he will get straight to the point. He said that their department is dealing with the third generation. Kim looked anxiously at the back seat. Kim said that a month ago they noticed how someone began to follow everyone from the third generation. Dojun asked in fear, is it really behind everyone? Shim looked at the hero seriously and said that yes, they were not testing the waters, but were simply monitoring his movements. Dojun asked if Yeonjun was being followed too. Shim said that they are monitoring absolutely all the heirs of the third generation. The hero thought about it, realizing that it was too much to look after his own son. He asked, if not his uncle, then who? Shim and Kim looked at the hero. They said that they do not have enough power to determine who is doing the surveillance, and they are not experts in counter-surveillance. The hero thought that they were just helpers. It would be unwise to go in and try to track them down. The hero asked why they were telling him this. He said that according to the procedure. Shim interrupted and said that he knew the procedure. He said that the report should first be submitted to the chief executive of the strategy department, and then he would forward it to the chief secretary Haki. And then a special group or guys from Sanyang security begin to operate. Sweat flowed down Kim's face. The hero asked if they know perfectly well, then why? The veins on Kim's arm bulged. He said that he was ashamed to admit it, but he wanted to grab the thread. Dojun looked at the driver and asked if this is what he was thinking about. Shim said that their strategy department has no future and they have no one to rely on, so much so that rarely do they stay more than a year. Even he, having endured for years, still does not see the light. Dojun looked at the men and asked why they were asking him. Kim looked anxiously at the hero who said that he was just a junior who had no say in the company. How could he become a threat? Shim looked at the guy and asked if someone extended their hand to him. Dojun asked if he was ready to accept her blindly, or is it that he is the only one willing to help? Shim pursed his lips, thinking that he should immediately find out more about him. He looked at the hero and said that it was true that the hero's hand was the only one. Shim shouted and said that if it was an untrustworthy hand, he would simply ignore it. He said that among the chairman's grandchildren, there is no one more thorough in management, sincere and intelligent than the young master. Kim watched silently. Shim fell silent. The hero chuckled. He looked at the emptiness in front of him and told himself that he could easily check his uncle's actions himself, but he had no reason to refuse their offer. The men waited silently for an answer. The hero held his fingers to his lips. He pulled back his fingers and told them to listen carefully. The men tensed. The hero looked at them and said that it was not they who grabbed the outstretched hand, and the strategic team begged him to become a roof and he agreed. Words that lead to the same result, but with different before and after. He thought that the two should clearly understand the difference. Shim immediately said of course, but the hero interrupted him and asked him not to answer right away. Dojun said that it didn't mean that they grabbed the hand that was offered to them. He said the difference was too big. Shim gritted his teeth and said that he understood. He asked didn't the hero mean that this roof covering them could disappear at any moment. Dojun watched silently, thinking that the man immediately understood what he wanted to say because he had to read between the lines for a long time. Shim looked at the guy anxiously and said that they would follow him. Shim corrected and said that everything was within expectations. Kim looked back gloomily. Shim said that even if the thread breaks, they will not get angry. They suddenly looked at the hero in surprise. He said that he was not asking for their loyalty, noting that it was just a deal. Dojun said that the strategy team does what he needs and he pays for it. Dojun looked out the window and said that the price could be a bright future or money. Shim looked at the hero in shock. He said that the reason could be that the hero is not yet a full member of the Signag group. Dojun said that he doesn't have trust or any expectations in him, so it's just a deal. Shim pursed his lips. The hero said that if they want something more from him, they should do something that will make him change his mind, but only if they want. The hero thought that until now he had not received loyalty from anyone, but he knows very well that there is nothing more dangerous than the loyalty of a stupid and incompetent person. Kim turned to address him. Dojun said that starting tomorrow he was going to take a taxi and he would have to follow his tail carefully, slowly, so as not to be exposed. He said that Kim could also do this for a long time. Kim readily answered okay. The hero turned to Shim. He looked at him. Dojun looked at the man and said that from now on, all reports from the strategic group should be sent to him first. He will highlight with a red marker what needs to be excluded from the report before submitting it to the top. Shim smiled and said that he would keep it in mind. The men looked at the young guy, who said that he would cover all expenses and if the men needed money for personal needs, they could turn to him. Dojun remained calm. He said that he would make sure they didn't care about money at all. The men were silent. Dojun closed his eyes. He opened them with the thought that today he had gained a lot. He remembered Soyeon, realizing who he needed to be wary of. He looked at the joyful men, realizing that he had also gained himself extra eyes and hands. A bright blue sky was visible above the tall buildings. On the TV screen there was a Japanese flag and a man in a black suit who was talking about the emergence of information about the famous company Fantasy Investments, which intended to acquire the A-Jin group, and that the source of these funds was Japan. Seiun crossed his arms and clenched his teeth angrily when the news anchor said that they were not ruling out the possibility that A-Jin Motors could become a springboard for the Japanese auto industry to move into Korea. He looked at his interlocutor and said that they needed to hold a press conference, and if anti-Japanese sentiment was hurt, they would definitely not have a chance. The main character turned his head to the right and replied that there must be a reason for such news, and that it was not like they decided to write a novel. Seiun frowned as he remembered the smiling man's face and said that it wasn't hard to find out that they were investing in power banks because the company was growing rapidly and attracting attention in Japan. They sat near a small wooden table. Jun suggested that it was pointless to ask for a correction to the article, and the man replied that the results would not be known until next year and, if so, after the completion of the acquisition of A-Jin Motors. The protagonist furrowed his brows, saying that if articles like this continue to appear, they will need to come out with Chairman Song and move the A-Jin Group union leaders' plan to the buildings. Seiun raised his eyebrows, asking if this was their secret weapon. The main character lowered his head and replied that he didn't think they could hold it any longer, so it was time to use it. The man pursed his lips and looked at him seriously. He looked at the small TV and thought that the keyballs were very scary because he did not expect the media to broadcast news that was written to order without checking. Seiun imagined the grinning old man and thought that Daehyun Group was really good at this kind of wrestling. Jun's face was tense. A lot of people were holding cameras and taking pictures while someone said that the rumors about the influx of Japanese money were not true at all, and that Fantasy Investments had invested in Japan. But it was a short-term investment and they abandoned it after making a profit. Sehun sat at the microphone and said that it was the Japanese yen that made the most money. The bespectacled journalist asked if this yen earned remained as the capital of the United States of America. The man touched the microphone and replied that they were now planning to invest all this money into rebuilding A-Jin Motors. There were a lot of politicians sitting around a long wooden table, and someone in the crowd of paparazzi said that it was very difficult to understand with common sense that an investment company whose goal is to make a profit would try to acquire a car company, because it would take a significant amount of time to recoup the investment and also make a profit. A woman with black hair raised her hand and said that it was not uncommon for companies to go bankrupt due to poor management and that there was a high probability of not recouping a penny of their investment. She asked if their company was taking such a risk because it was acting as an agent Japanese automobile industry. San clenched his teeth angrily. With furrowed brows, he yelled loudly, asking who was the first to start talking about the Japanese automobile industry and where this information came from. While people in the crowd raised their hands and loudly asked questions, a man in a black sweatshirt and cap stood in the distance against the wall. The main character straightened his headdress and thought that Sehun was not at all used to this, since he answered the journalist so emotionally. The man turned around sharply when his colleague said that he was well aware of the movements of the Japanese auto industry. A man with black hair and glasses added that A-Jin Motors collaborated with a Japanese technology company. While being photographed using bright flashes, he said Japan had nothing to do with the acquisition, and someone in the crowd asked whether A-Jin Group supported Fantasy Investments' acquisition of A-Jin Motors. Chairman Song confirmed this with a calm face and added that all employees of A-Jin Group support this. Behind him stood many men in black suits, and he added that the entire union was promising a wage freeze and no dispute about it until Fantasy took over and a surplus was achieved. Men stood in a row against the wall, and Song added that all the union members were determined. The journalists fell silent and lowered their cameras. The bespectacled man said San promised them two things: a clear separation of ownership and management, and the normalization of A-Jin Motors without a single layoff. Saeon frowned and sweated as Song added that he would not spare bold investments if necessary. The man with glasses put his hands on the table and said that he wanted to say something else. As reporters held cameras to their faces, he said that corporations are not companies that only pursue profit, and that they are jobs that support people's livelihoods. A tall building was visible. Song said with a serious face that Do-jun Group will throw more than half of A-Jin's workers out on the street under the pretext of restructuring. The main character's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought that this was exactly the message that was needed. Song, who had a microphone in front of him, said that if Do-jun acquired A-Jin Motors, then the company would gain control of 70% of the domestic automobile market, and that when monopolies only pursue profit, the opinion of the people comes last. The reporters jotted down information in their notebooks as the man said they should not allow rumors about Japanese capital to obscure the issue because so much government money was invested in the A-Jin Group. Song had two men behind him, and he added that the company should therefore grow to the size of a conglomerate with public funds and be reborn as a national company in which management and ownership would be separated. Jun adjusted his cap and smiled. The sky turned a soft pink color, and the main character thought that the main thing was not to give Do-jun time to counterattack, and that he was in a hurry and pulled out the hidden card first, so Do-jun calmly thought about it and parried it. 3 red arrows were visible on the map, while someone's voice said that a war of scale had already begun in the global automobile market, in which only the world's top 10 would survive, and Do-jun Motors' sales had long exceeded domestic demand. White cars stood in rows, and the voice was that if A-Jin Motors and Do-jun Motors became one, they would gain revolutionary added, concrete competitiveness through joint design, unification of spare parts procurement and integration of distribution networks, and for consumers the cost of cars would become significantly lower. A man in a dark suit stood near the car and a voice said that minimal restructuring was inevitable because the workers could not remain without company. Red writing was visible on the tall building, and a voice said that they could expect a huge number of new jobs when Do-jun Motors became internationally competitive and ranked among the top 10 in the world. The TV monitor went dark. Jun closed his eyes and sighed. Saeon gritted his teeth and scratched his head. The main character put his hands on his knees while asking about the stock market, and the man replied that the stock price of Do-jun Motors remains unchanged. He raised one finger and added that 2 different forces were colliding and that those who thought the acquisition of A-Jin Motors was good or bad were divided into 2 halves. Jun folded his hands and thought that this meant both parties accepted the fact that A-Jin Group would be taken over by Do-jun. Saeon put his hands on the back of his head, yawned and asked how the keyballs could control state broadcasting and newspapers like that. Jun remained silent, smiling faintly. The man looked at the main character in surprise, who said that the point is not that keyballs are scary, but that the media knows the taste of money. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and talked about the drunken pen in his hand and the camera full of money. Saeon's eyes widened in shock. He said that the main character now sounds like some kind of elder who has seen life, and Jun explained with a smile that these words belong to his grandfather, who immediately deals with the media if something untoward happens. Saeon scratched his face and said that Do-jun does the same. Jun raised one hand to his mouth and thought that he would have preferred not to interfere with his grandfather's affairs when he tried to take over A-Jin Motors several years ago if he had known that this would happen. He frowned, put his hand on his face and concluded that it was a complete headache. The main character looked at Saeon and offered him a drink. The man looked at Jun in surprise. The main character reminded him that he was already an adult, and Saeon blushed, raising his hand. Jun looked in surprise at the man who asked him if he had ever drunk. The main character imagined a bunch of people in one room and thought that if he collected money for all the alcohol he drank, he could buy several apartments. He smiled. Jun then reached inside his jacket and said that today they would test his resistance to alcohol. He took out the card and said there was no limit and asked Saeon to take him to the most expensive place he knew. The man frowned and screamed in shock when he saw the unlimited credit card. He then snatched it from Jun's hand. Saeon looked at the card and asked if it belonged to Hansung Ilbo. Light letters were visible on the card, and the protagonist explained that Hansung Ilbo's daughter told him to use it as pocket money. Saeon and Jun stood up and the main character explained that it was a matter of face for the 3rd generation keyball. He added with a slight smirk that he needed to show his future daughter-in-law how much he could spend if he decided to do so. Saeon looked at him dumbfounded. He then closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he would take Jun to a wonderful place. The long corridor was illuminated by chandeliers. There were drinks and fruits on the table. Saeon held a glass goblet in his hand, his eyes closed. Then he looked away. The man looked around the table and thought that the main character had some incredible idea, but he did not know what exactly it was. Saeon smiled and suggested that great people always come up with ideas out of nothing. The lights were on in the large building. Jun bowed and apologized to his grandfather for returning late. The old man, who was sitting in the chair, asked if the main character drank, and he answered that he did not drink much. Grandfather frowned with displeasure and asked if Jun felt like a loser. The main character looked down and replied that this is not the end, because the fight is not over yet. The old man closed his eyes and irritably asked where his grandson heard this nonsense. He crossed his arms and ordered Jun to get rid of the foolish habit of holding on to a task that was already finished, and instead analyze her defeat and prepare for the next battle. The main character sat on the sofa and replied that Sanyang would also suffer greatly if A-Jin Motors were taken over by Do-jun. The old man looked away and through clenched teeth replied that it was already his problem, and that Jun could just give up if he couldn't do it. The main character widened his eyes in shock and assumed that his grandfather was already thinking through actions in case of a worse situation. While the old man sat with his arms crossed, the main character thought that this cannot be, because the chairman cannot stand it if he is not the first in the industry. Besides, the business sector causes a lot of emotions in him and is his second favorite. There was a small lamp on the round table. The old man asked if Jun had thought about what his mistake was. The main character frowned and replied that large corporations have great influence, but he did not realize the full extent, but only vaguely assumed. Grandfather with an angry face replied that before you hit, you need to know how strong the opponent's fist is. Jun said with a concentrated look that he was in a hurry and missed the right moment. The old man looked intently at the main character, asking him to name more of his mistakes. Wrinkles appeared between Jun's eyebrows, and he said that he neglected Do-jun's meticulousness and attention to detail because he didn't think they would find out about the investment in Japan. The main character intertwined his fingers, and the old man asked if this was all he learned from this battle. Jun looked down and replied that he didn't know how ruthless it was to be unable to do anything, and that he had no idea that he would not hesitate to lie by twisting a Japanese company's investment in Japanese capital. Grandfather looked angrily at the main character and asked if he could correct everything that he listed. Jun frowned, imagined the faces of the men in black suits and said that he would have to do it one way or another, and that he would need to be more meticulous and ruthless as well as be able to lie competently and blatantly in order to build a large conglomerate. The old man looked carefully at the main character and said that he should never forget these feelings and determination. Jun looked at his interlocutor and agreed with him. Grandfather smiled and closed his eyes. He asked with a smile why Jun came here at such a late time. The main character, sitting on the couch, replied that this is not the end. The old man looked at him intensely and asked what else he had. Jun frowned and said that he now wants to get his last card, which is with his grandfather. The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what it was. He crossed his arms as Jun explained that it was Soonyang Motors that could go down at any moment. Grandfather's eyes widened in surprise. The main character looked at the yellow drink in the glass and said that honey and water alone do not cure a hangover, but you get a completely different effect if you mix them. He introduced the buildings of the two companies and said that the announcement of the merger of A-Jin Motors and Soonyang Motors will immediately turn the tide of the battle, and that they want to speed up the likely merger. The old man frowned angrily. He crossed his arms and called the main character by name. With his brows furrowed, the grandfather said that he was so proud of his grandson when he bought ramen with his own money, so he served him hot water and that he just had to eat it and be satisfied, and now Jun asks him for a dope in the form of a bowl of rice. The main character put his hands on his feet and replied that there is an old saying that says that every grain of rice that goes into the mouth of an old man's grandson is not a waste, and the grandson only asks for one bowl of rice. Grandpa looked down and said that the main character would explode from overeating, so he needs to moderate his greed. Jun frowned and mentally wondered when he had gotten this far. He remembered the man in the red chair and thought that back then he meant that I would give him Sanyang shares in the merger of two automobile companies. The main character remembered the grin on the old man's face and asked why his decision suddenly changed so much. The man with gray hair and wrinkles on his face smiled, and Jun assumed that he was testing him. The main character's hand lay on his thigh. The old man's eyes widened in surprise when Jun said that greed will always be pointed out, no matter what type or size it is, so there is no point in being half greedy. The main character with a serious face added that all the fingers of the world would still point to him. The old man remained silent, looking angrily at Jun. The main character clenched his hands into fists and thought that there was no point in guessing what his grandfather's intentions were, and that now he must show his will, strength, and the extent of greed. The old man opened his mouth and asked what Jun had. The main character looked at him in surprise. They sat on a purple chair and sofa. Grandfather said that merging is the unification of what the two of them have into a single whole. With a serious face, the old man said that Jun had not yet acquired A-Jin Motors. The main character frowned and replied that the announcement of the merger would be an opportunity to refract the entire confrontation, and that the process would be slightly different, but the result would be the same. The grandfather, whose forehead showed deep wrinkles, said that the merger he was talking about was just a small testing of the waters for potential opportunity. Jun, with a serious face, asked if the essence of negotiations and agreements is not to turn jokes into truth and dreams into reality. He said there was no deal in the world that couldn't be agreed upon, and if the scales didn't fit, they needed to be adjusted. Jun said he would put more on those scales in exchange for the merger announcement. Grandfather raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing these words. The protagonist, wearing a green jacket, said that the announcement of the merger would create two powerful instruments of pressure. The old man crossed his arms and suggested that one of them is the weight behind the name Sanyang Group, which is superior to Dojun Group, and then the media, government, creditors and judges will put Sanyang and Dojun on the scales and will look at them instead on fantasy investment. Jun folded his hands and explained that the second tool is confidence, which is balance, restraint, and fairness. He imagined banknotes flying in the air and added that the terrible image of possible speculation that stuck to the investment company would disappear as if it had never happened. The old man crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and fell silent. Jun watched him closely. The room was illuminated by lamps, and the protagonist said that he could balance the scales by regulating the merger ratio of the two companies. Grandfather replied with a smile that he did not feel satisfied with this. The main character frowned his thin eyebrows. He clenched his hand into a fist and suggested that he was very greedy, but he and his grandfather were not close in this regard. Jun didn't understand whether the old man was checking him or just didn't want to give him Sanyang Motors. The protagonist, with a calm expression on his face, told his grandfather to leave all the shares of the subsidiaries that belonged to Soonyang Motors and put only the company itself on the scale, and then Jun would tip the scales. The old man widened his eyes in shock, asking if Soonyang Motors should be divided. The protagonist with a grin mentioned 8 subsidiaries, including A-Jin Motors and Soonyang Motors, and said that in this way a new auto giant would be born. The old man frowned and remained silent. Jun thought with a tense face that his grandfather's expression looked like he was disappointed and wanted more, and that he needed to understand what the old man wanted in order for these negotiations to end successfully. The main character frowned. Grandpa sat with his arms crossed as Jun said that he should hurry up and quickly announce that Soonyang Motors will be completely merged with A-Jin Motors, in which case the share price of Soonyang Motors will plummet due to the announcement of the separation of the subsidiaries. The old man's eyes widened. The protagonist added with a confident face that when the stock price reached the bottom, he would buy it himself under a borrowed name. Interest appeared on grandfather's face and he opened his mouth. Jun frowned and added that after the absorption of A-Jin Motors and partial merger with A-Jin Group, for various reasons, the division with subsidiaries will simply be cancelled, and in addition to further strengthening the position of Soonyang Group, there will be an opportunity to absorb A-Jin Group into Soonyang entirely. The old man with an alarmed face asked if in this case many investors would not come running like ants who had suffered losses. The main character answered with a smile that when a large cart moves, it is quite natural that ants get under the wheels, and if you try to go around each one, you will not be able to move. The old man frowned and said that Jun would become one of the major shareholders of Soonyang if he bought shares of this company in this way. The main character, with a confident look, asked if this was not a gift that was too easy to get, and said that when the price of the shares increases, they will earn money and they will not have to pay taxes. Grandfather smiled. With a grin, he called Jun impudent and said that he was already imbued with evil, despite his young age. The main character opened his eyes wide in shock. One corner of his mouth turned up and he thought he had passed the test. Yangchul sat on a chair with his arms folded across his chest, talking about how he was going to take over the A-Jin Group. The men nearby cried out in surprise. They froze in stupor, looking at him. Tiho raised his eyebrows, thinking about the fact that the chairman called him and summoned him in the middle of the night, so he knew that something important had happened. But this. He leaned over, saying that the man knows that the advantage is on Dojun's side, and they don't have time to prepare and not enough money either. A man standing next to him said that this was true, and that jumping onto a train at full speed was dangerous. Yangchul lowered his head, saying that they would just hook his leg and that leg of Tiho. The man widened his eyes in surprise. The heroes looked at each other in confusion. Yangchul frowned, saying that if Fantasy acquires A-Jin Group, then Soonyang Motors will merge with A-Jin Motors. That's his job. Tiho asked in surprise about the merger. Yangchul smiled, saying that they will separate only Soonyang Motors from the group and merge it with A-Jin Motors. These two automobile companies will start a new life, and Tiho will become the first CEO of the automobile conglomerate. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and turned to the chairman, saying that no matter what the merger ratio between the two companies was, the main shareholder would still be Fantasy Investments. Yangchul, sitting in front of them, said that Fantasy's Sanyang himself extended his hand. If things continue like this, he will unknowingly become a dog chasing a chicken. He smiled, saying that the man himself told him that he was going to create a new car company and hand it over to Soonyang, a well-packaged company. The man with glasses standing closer to him wanted to talk about fantasy, but the chairman said that they are money players, so the packaging will definitely be very expensive. He will find another place for President's son. You don't have to worry about that. Tio knitted his eyebrows in concentration. Yangchul told him to get ready. The windows of the Sanyang building reflected the blue sky. The plant stood by the office window. The question was asked whether he had revealed his intentions to transfer Hero Sanyang Motors. He was immediately answered no, it has not yet been decided, because he is not the kind of person to make a decision carelessly. Sanyang raised his hand, asking what is so difficult about separating Soonyang Motors, merging it with A-Jin Motors and partly with the A-Jin group. The man knows that Fantasy Investments belongs to the hero. Jun grinned, saying that the merger ratio remains, but if Grandpa doesn't give in, the owner will change. The man frowned as he shouted, asking what it meant to agree to merge. The guy raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that this is the grandfather. Even after mixing the heroes and his things, he won't just back down. The chairman is the one who shares a little after taking everything for himself. Sanyang widened his eyes in surprise. Jun frowned, imagining his grandfather smiling creepily, thinking that the man could not know the real face of his grandfather, Chairman Jin. His greed took precedence over his bloodline. If he were not like that, he would not have been able to create the Soonyang group. The guy knitted his eyebrows. His thoughts were interrupted by the words of the man sitting opposite him. He asked if he had decided on the merger coefficient. The young man looked at him in surprise, to which he received the answer no, they will discuss this after they receive A-Jin. Jun stood up from his seat, saying that he would deal with this problem himself, asking him not to worry. He stood at the window thinking. His brows furrowed. Tall buildings were visible through the window. The hero thought that by the time the buyer was identified and the merger process began, a cold and unprecedentedly harsh winter would come. He put his hands in his pockets, thinking that as a result, Sanyang, Dojun, and even the government would run out of firewood, so his grandfather would have no choice but to accept his offer. He imagined a hand holding a glass, thinking that it was then that he would hand him a glass of alcohol, which he would gratefully accept. The main character, with a creepy smile on his face, held out the glass forward. With a bright flash from the camera, Sanyang said that Soonyang Motors would become an independent company by completely spinning off its subsidiaries and by merging with A-Jin Motors. They would play a key role in creating a specialized automobile corporation. Journalists stood in a row, holding cameras. Yangchul stood with his eyebrows raised. By this the man wanted to say that Fantasy Investments is not a speculative company. Tio cleared his throat into his fist. Sanyang smiled as he talked about how they would do their best to take the Korean automobile industry to the next level. The reporters raised their hands high, interrupting each other, asking to ask questions, asking what kind of relationship Soonyang had with Fantasy Investments, asking whether Tio would be the president in the future and in Soonyang. The remote control crashed into the screen. It fell to the floor and the batteries fell out of it. The man frowned with displeasure, not understanding what the hell this situation was. He rose sharply from his seat, addressing the subordinates sitting around him, asking Yangchul if no one knew that someone was assigned to Sanyang. He stood up and, clasping his hands in front of him, said that there had been no strange actions along the way until last night. The man shouted furiously, asking if they were blind for not noticing this. It took a lot of phone calls for those three to meet and come to this agreement. They had to meet dozens of times. The men sat with their heads down sadly. The manager angrily asked what they were doing. None of the subordinates looked up. The man bared his teeth angrily. He sat down and folded his arms across his chest, saying that it was time to end these surprise attacks on their part, asking him to tell them how to fix it now. The people in suits stood up from their seats. The man looked at them displeasedly, saying that at first they were blind as kittens, but now they seemed to have taken water in their mouths, asking why they were silent. The man with dark hair looked at the floor. The other one tisked in displeasure, closing his eyes. The leader squeezed the seat, saying that he was giving them 2 hours to find all possible solutions, ordering them to mobilize all their cousins and even relatives, to use all their brains. He frowned and shouted loudly, saying, even if it was a 9th grade civil servant or a bank employee, ordering everyone to be involved. The white building was surrounded by clear blue skies. The door opened loudly and Yangchul came into the room, turning to his father, saying that this was impossible. Yangchul held the mug in his hand without looking up. He looked at him calmly, inviting him to sit down and drink tea. The man frowned angrily and, clenching his hands into fists, walked closer, asking if he was going to give up the automotive industry, not understanding what was not enough for him. Yangchul drank tea from a mug, saying that he didn't regret anything. He added up all the shortcomings that were in this company, threw them there together, shook them off. Yangchul interrupted him, crying out in displeasure. He frowned with displeasure, asking how could his father not say a word to him. After all, this is an important aspect in the organization of Soonyang Group's subsidiaries. Why should he learn about it from TV? He screamed furiously, looking at him, Not understanding if this is all he deserves, Yangchul lowered his head. The man continued to say that he was ashamed to even show people his business card that he was the vice president, asking if he was satisfied. Yangchul looked up at him, eyebrows furrowed. Veins bulged on Yang's face with anger. He said that President Tiho personally brought him documents with his father's written decision, and it was he who announced the grandiose merger of Sanyang Motors with A-Jin. It must have been fun for him to see the face with which he made these documents received, asking if his father always considered him just a rag doll. The man put the mug on the saucer. Yangchul opened his mouth slightly, displeasedly asking if he was going to continue and if he had anything else to say. Yanggi tilted his head in confusion and arched his eyebrows. The man, without looking at him, said that if he had already cooled down and expressed everything, then he could move on to the main thing. But Yanggi, who was standing next to him, did not understand what he was talking about. Yangchul turned to him and, smiling, asked if the purpose of his visit was just to vent his own anger. The man frowned and bared his teeth, shouting at his father. Yangchul slammed his palm on the table. He frowned and opened his mouth wide, shouting at his son, saying that he needed to stop. There was an awkward pause between the heroes. They froze in place. Yangchul, blushing with anger, shouted, asking if he was ashamed of the vice president's business card, calling the guy a rag doll, saying that if he was so ashamed, he could leave this place. Yanggi froze, looking at his angry father. The man, frowning his eyebrows, pointed his finger at him, saying that this is a business card that he is ashamed of, but any person in the Republic of Korea would have fought like crazy for it, and all he achieved was being born as his son. He pointed at the frozen Yanggi, who had beads of sweat on his face, saying that he only received this business card due to luck, therefore he does not understand its value. Yanggi put his hands forward, saying that this is not what he meant at all, but his father did not want to listen to him. He frowned, saying that he was over 40 and received a vice president's card, but if he were not his son, he thinks he could at least get a business card of at least an executive director. Yanggi opened his eyes wide. The father's gaze became stern. Yanggi pursed his lips in displeasure. His eyes filled with tears. He silently lowered his head. A tremor ran across his face. Without raising his head, he told his father that he was going too far, to which he reacted dissatisfied, saying that the guy himself was behaving like a rag doll, and then he told him about it. Yanggi looked down, frowning. Yangchul looked at him displeased. His lips parted. The guy could barely hold back his tears, looking at the floor. The man said he could understand his anger at what he learned on TV, since it had already been leaked to the press. Yangchul looked at him intently, saying that since this had already happened, he should think about what would happen in the future, what additional preparations needed to be made, and what real benefits Sanyang Motors could get from such a merger. Yanggi pursed his lips and looked down. The father continued to say that this is what he should have done as vice president and not take out his anger on him. The man's hand reached forward. He placed it on his son's shoulder, who widened his eyes in surprise. Yangchul looked at him seriously, saying that even if his skills are not as outstanding as others, this place is still his, asking him not to lose his composure, thinking only about the future of Sanyang Group and devoting all his energy to its development and protection. The man furrowed his eyebrows, saying that was all he had to do. Yanggi looked down silently. The heroes froze in place. Yangchul exhaled heavily, looking at the floor, realizing that he was comforting his adult son at the age of 70. There was a clear blue sky above the tall building of the Sanyang Group. There were photos of Sanyang and A-Jin on the table. The man reported that they were seen 2 days ago in a car. After that he met with Haki and Tiho, reporting that A-Jin left before those two came. The man looked thoughtfully at the photo in his hand. It showed Sanyang shaking Tiho's hand. The man furrowed his eyebrows. He turned to two standing and subordinates, asking if Hyan was with them. A man with dark hair said that he was seen running towards the chairman's house immediately after the announcement of the merger on TV. Raised voices were heard from the chairman's office, but it is unknown for what reason. Dongyi smiled, saying that it was curious. He must have shown his character there, because he was not capable of more. The dark-haired man standing in front of him said that Sanyang must have been the first to propose the merger, but for some reason the chairman agreed to it very easily. The man standing next to him said that this happened in just 24 hours. Dongyi looked up, saying that this could be the scenario that father had in mind from the very beginning. And Sanyang began to interfere and get caught with Hando Steel. Maybe fantasy is the old man's secret safe. He looked at the photo of the man. Dongyi smiled, looking to the side and imagining Jun, saying that if the guy was about 30 years old, he would be dangerous. But he is younger, and the eldest son, Yeonjun, is stupid. He pointed his finger at the men, telling them to continue to keep an eye on the main character, because he was already acting as a messenger between Sanyang and the old man, so the guy must have already known about the merger. The subordinates looked at each other silently. The man with dark hair suggested that Jun would be the successor. Dongyi looked at him in surprise. His eyebrows rose. He looked at the photo of the young man, saying no, because the old man had groomed him since childhood, and did not allow him to go to the law faculty, although with his grades one could easily choose any other faculty at S University. The man leaned on the back of his chair, saying that the old man could easily afford a lawyer or prosecutor, but he heard that Jun did not even attend university properly. All his father wanted from the boy was to have a flower to show off, his smart grandson, he studies well, but nothing more. He introduced the smiling protagonist, saying that this is all he expects from Jun. A varnish that will decorate the exterior of the house and make everything sparkle. If the father was going to hand over the group to him, he would make the little one go to the faculty of business. A man with dark hair, looking at him, asked why then he entrusted the boy to Sanyang. Was it really just like an ornament? The man standing next to him was silent. Dongi grinned and, leaning on the table, said that perhaps he had discovered some of his talent. For example, the talent of managing or attracting money. Maybe he would even take over the financial part of Sanyang Group, Sanyang Life Insurance, Sanyang Fire Insurance, Sanyang Capital, and even a bank. The subordinates exchanged glances. The man frowned and smiled, asking them not to worry in advance, because anyway, this fight will end at lightning speed with one shot. Now all he needs is not to make mistakes and build up his reputation step by step. He noticed that Sanyang Motors shares were now falling. A man with dark hair arched his eyebrows and confirmed his words, saying that smart people were already rubbing their hands. Dongi clasped his hands in front of him, telling them to buy them up when they reach the bottom. There is no division into subsidiaries, but the man opposite said that he had definitely heard that there was such a thing. The executive's brows furrowed as he said that his father was not one of those who would throw away his hard-grown brainchild, because as soon as everything returned to normal, the share price would rise and he would have control over the group. Looking at the photo, he told them not to make mistakes. They understood the president's words. There were many delicious dishes on the table. Jun ate slowly. Dojun, sitting opposite, wiped his mouth with a napkin. He approached the guy, asking if he knew about the merger in advance. Jun widened his eyes, wondering how such words came out of his mouth. Dojun frowned with displeasure, leaning his hands on the table. The main character was thinking that since the young man could not control the expression on his face, then he needed to attack him head-on. The guy closed his eyes, saying that he found out about this the day before the official announcement. Dojun bared his teeth in displeasure. He asked how he did it. Jun raised his fork to his mouth, saying that Sanyang asked him to ask his grandfather for advice and give him a proposal detailing the terms of the merger. The young man hit the table with his fist, shouting why the man was asking him to do this, because he could have met him in person. Hero said that Dojun Group monitored the CEO's every move. Jun chewed his food, saying that this is why if the man went to meet his grandfather in person, they would immediately know about it. The main character knitted his eyebrows, resting his face on his hand, thinking about whether this was enough to avert suspicion. Still not understanding how the guy found out about this, does this mean that he was being watched not only by the old man's eldest son, but also by him? Dojun furrowed his eyebrows in displeasure, asking if that was all. The young man answered yes, asking if there should be something more. He screamed loudly, looking at the calm Jun, asking if he really didn't understand what he was talking about. He couldn't just deliver the documents. The main character frowned, wiping his mouth and wondering where such suspicions came from, because he never doubted that his father would become the owner of Sanyang, and accepted the blessing of being born under a lucky star. Jun's eyes widened as he recalled the image of the girl, wondering if Hansung Ilbo's daughter could have provoked this. He imagined Dojun and the girl behind him, thinking that he didn't know everything about his youth. But he never tied the knot with the journalist family, because his wife was the daughter of the company's president, Sanyang, who was as loyal as a dog. Something has changed. The guy screamed, his eyebrows furrowed, asking why he wasn't answering directly. The main character knitted his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding why he was screaming. Dojun pursed his lips. Jun exhaled, closing his eyes. He put his hands in front of him on the table, saying that in fact there was a secret contract between the CEO and grandfather. But he couldn't tell about it. He didn't really want to know either, but it happened that way. He was told not to tell anyone until the official announcement. Dojun opened his mouth wide, shouting about why he was one of them. Was he a stranger to him? The main character frowned, thinking about making him angry. He lowered his head, saying that it was so. The guy looked at him in surprise. Jun widened his eyes, looking at the guy who jumped up from his seat, saying that he now has no authority. The main character folded his arms on his chest, saying that no one else knows about the contract between his grandfather and the CEO. Neither his grandfather's eldest son nor Haki, because this is a secret agreement between two people. He asked if Hyun really thinks that he has much more rights than they have. The guy bared his teeth in displeasure. He turned to the hero, asking if he remembered what he told him earlier. Jun widened his eyes. He asked about the offer to become his right hand. Dojun leaned his hand on the table, lowering his head, saying that these were not just words, because by the time he graduated from university, he would become a CEO or president and prepare a place for him next to him. The young man raised his eyebrows, saying that he was no longer a child or an idiot to believe in the promise of an unlikely future. Dojun looked at him in surprise. His eyes opened wide. The main character looked at him, saying that the announcement of this merger was made even without the knowledge of the eldest uncle. Despite the fact that he is the vice president of the groups, the guy pointed his finger at him, asking what he meant by this. Jun put his hands forward, imagining broken glass behind him, saying that the inheritance of the uncle groups is not complete. Doesn't this mean that grandfather can change his mind at any time due to impermanence? Yeonjun frowned, shouting about giving up the place of his right hand to cuddle up to his grandfather and wait for his chance. Did that mean he was going to compete with his father? Jun exhaled and put his hands out, saying that there is no need to get so excited, because for him it is a pleasure to observe the situation. He smiled, saying that a junior is a junior. Soonyang has nothing to do with him since he is not greedy. Yeonjun frowned. The main character took the glass in his hand, saying that he has nothing to regret, because if he decides to focus on his studies for 2 years, he will pass the bar exam. The guy knows that he is quite good at studies. The hero raised him higher by saying that he would enjoy life as a prosecutor or a judge, getting respect from society and not worrying about money. He smiled as he imagined the dancing people, saying that on top of everything, his father is now doing well in the film industry. He only needs to stretch out his hand for good actresses to get into it. A third-generation keyball, a judge or a prosecutor, or the son of a company president, he doesn't think that there will be many women who can refuse him. Yeonjun frowned, pursing his lips. He asked if he was going to give up his place in the Soonyang group. The main character smiled, not understanding why he decided so. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that if he had been offered this by a real number one, he would have tried it, but now Yeonjun is not number one. The young man tissed displeasedly. He cowered, saying that if he became like this, he would no longer need a hero. He smiled, asking if he knew how much his father had. He could even prevent even one Soonyang group from falling into his hands. The main character looked down and smiled, thinking that he had hurt his pride, so he decided to try a threat that didn't even work. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that he had nothing to regret, because even with what his family now has, he might not need anything for the rest of his life. Yeonjun frowned. Looking at him, the hero was thinking that he needed to end this conversation, because he had already hurt him and brought up enough facts of his independence. Jun smiled, saying that being the youngest member of a conglomerate family was even better. His older brother Junhan even dropped out of university and went to art school in New York, because they don't cling to the impossible. Yeonjun looked up, confused. The hero decided that the last thing he needed was seeds of mistrust and anxiety. The young man lowered his head, turning to the hyenan. He imagined a dark seed falling among his family. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that the second and third sons of his grandfather, their wives, aunts, they are all greedy and not so simple. He folded his hands on the table, saying that these people were not the type to sit back and watch the entire Soonyang group go over to his father. The young man frowned, saying that he knew this very well, but his father would take care of everything. Their house was not so simple. Yeonjun's eyes widened. He wondered if the secret agreement the young man was talking about had something to do with the succession plan. Jun smiled. The seed of mistrust sprouted in the guy's chest. He froze in a stupor. The main character and Yeonjun were sitting across the table from each other. The guy widened his eyes in surprise. Jun sat without expressing any emotion. He folded his arms across his chest and looked away, saying maybe yes, maybe no. The young man screamed. The hero frowned with displeasure, asking if he would continue to raise his voice at him. Yeonjun put his hands in front of him and smiled awkwardly, apologizing for it. He leaned forward, telling the guy to think about it, because he is the eldest grandson in the family, so he can't just stand on the sidelines. The main character closed his eyes, turning to the Henim. He said that if the royal power is inherited by the eldest son, and then the eldest grandson, there will be peace in the country. But if the second or third son inherits it, a bloody purge always occurs. He imagined blood spattering. The young man said that this is why he wants the eldest uncle or Henim to take the chair of the chairman of the Soonyang group. Jun smiled, saying that this was the only way their family would not suffer. Yeonjun smiled, saying that it was. The guy leaned his elbows on the table and lowered his head, sighing loudly, saying that Jun could not know all the details. The main character remembered the conversation between the two men in the office. Yeonjun's unkind smile, there was dissatisfaction on his face, like his inner adult. He opened his mouth slightly. The light of the sun's rays fell on a clock with a figurine standing on the table next to flowers in a vase. The hero said that as a result of the merger with Sanyang Motors, the shares of the branches owned by it will be transferred to another branch, which will become an important company in the group. Isn't it? The guy replied that it's true. Jun folded his hands on the table, asking what would happen if the management of this company was not headed by the eldest uncle. Yeonjun's eyes widened. He thought that this was the content of the secret agreement. Jun frowned, thinking that this was actually a fact that could be understood if you thought about it a little. The hero with a calm face said that he saw only the name of the agreement. He remembered what was written: Group Management Reorganization Plan. The guy fell into a stupor, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he nervously repeated the name. Jun, sitting opposite at the table, said that this was the greatest help he could give him. From now on everything remains with his uncle. The guy agreed. Yeonjun bared his teeth, lowering his head. Jun grinned at him. He thought that because of Sanyang motors, the claws that each of them hid would gradually be exposed. The guy was going to find out whose would be sharper. The main character smiled, imagining his family, behind whom was the muzzle of a grinning tiger covered in blood. The windows of the building reflected the clear blue sky. There was an article in the newspaper that Fantasy Investments had been chosen as the new owner of A-Jin Group. Next to the photo of the man there was a question about who Sanyang was. The man was intently reading the newspaper, saying that in the end the situation turned out like this. Although they got A-Jin, he is worried that in the end result Sanyang will take everything away from them. The protagonist smiled as he asked when the takeover payment was due. The man put his hand on the newspaper, saying that it will be immediately after the merger, 1 and 2 trillion won, which means that $1 billion needs to be transferred. The hero asked if this means that it will not be until next year. Sanyang raised his eyebrows, saying that it's worth asking his grandfather. He might want to rush the merger process to do it before the end of the year. The total is $3 and $2 billion. The current rate is 1,101, so it's a little over 3 and 5 trillion. The guy was drinking a drink from a straw, asking how much they had in stock right now. The man looked out the window, saying that $600 million, as he had asked, was left all in cash this year without any new investments, plus another $600 million would be returned next year. Jun furrowed his eyebrows, thinking that this would be enough, because the money he invested using his memory came back more than 100-fold. He thought about what would have happened if not for him, an ordinary worker, but a fund manager from Wall Street in the United States who had been reborn like this. Such a person would now probably take the place of the richest man in the world. The hero presented a fork with street signs. His thoughts were interrupted by Sanyang's words that he would first transfer $1 billion so that they could pay it back at any time. The young man raised his head. The hero said that there was no need to do this for now, since they would still have to pay by the end of the year. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. His eyes widened. He leaned his elbows on the table, asking if the guy had also noticed that the growth of the exchange rate was a little strange now. Jun, sitting opposite, said that everyone had already noticed and was worried for a long time, but they were trying to close their eyes, weren't they? Because the rate had jumped by 250 in a month. Doesn't it feel like the dollar is just slipping away like water? The man furrowed his eyebrows, asking if the course could correct itself by the end of the year. The guy imagined a man with dark hair who happily waved his hand. Bills of different colors fell on the city. He thought that Sanyang is not one of those who could not notice, but he continues to ask useless questions. Because everyone thinks the same, they are trying to hide the impending typhoon of conglomerate bankruptcy and presidential elections. Jun raised eyebrows at the idea that exchange rate fluctuations and the dollar's departure were two different things, asking whether that meant there was no point in holding on to tens of trillions in relief if the dollar left. Jun smiled, imagining money and baked goods falling from the sky, saying that on a desert island, a box of bread would be much more expensive than 10 billion won in cash. Sanyang arched his eyebrows, assuming that by the bread that you can't get even if you have money, the hero means a dollar. The young man sat on the sofa, saying that it was so. The main character thought that soon the IMF would collapse and it would be impossible to get dollars, even if you really wanted to. The plant stood by the window of the room. Sanyang clasped his hands and frowned, asking Jun what would happen if the exchange rate continued to rise, whether he was going to pay for the purchase in dollars. The guy smiled, saying that he thought about the negotiations. The man raised his eyebrows, asking what he was talking about. Jun raised eyebrows, saying he was going to cut the price by offering to pay for the acquisition of A-Jin Group in dollars. Sanyang raised an eyebrow, not understanding what the hero was talking about. He laughed loudly, hitting himself on the forehead, screaming that even if he had a gold nugget, what to do with it? If already on the threshold of death it was useless, then it would be better to exchange it for a life jacket. The hero imagined an IV with money inside, thinking that the dollar, as a world currency, is like blood for a living being. If it stops circulating, the person dies, while another person with a bag of blood in his hands can freely take out a gold nugget from his pocket deceased. Sanyang frowned, saying that by the time domestic foreign exchange reserves hit rock bottom, Jun should be their savior. The main character smiled, saying that it would not be him, but his uncle, the CEO of Fantasy Investments. The men grinned looking at him. He leaned on the chair with his hands behind his head, saying that the hero still does not want to show himself because he is young, or he does not want to reveal himself because there is some ulterior motive. The young man folded his hands on his chest and smiled, asking what people would say if they found out that it was he who owned $1 trillion, illegal gifting, simplified inheritance, and so on. Everyone would start discussing it. The man looked at him, saying that this way he could avoid the countless eyes looking at him. Jun furrowed his eyebrows, saying that too. Seon smiled, placing his hands behind his head. He arched his eyebrows and, leaning his elbows on the table, said that he would become his riding horse, asking the guy to twist the reins and beat the whip as he pleased. But there was not much time left, because he was already 50 years old. Seon smiled, saying that 5 years maximum, after that he will have to run himself or find a horse instead of him. Jun widened his eyes in surprise. He stood up, saying that he meant that he would retire at 55. He smiled, folding his arms on his chest, saying that this was the time to retire. Of course it was too early, but he had money and so much, asking if not enough time is fair to spend on them. The main character froze in place. Seon pointed his finger at him, saying that he was giving the guy 5 years because he was more like his nephew than his nephew himself. Otherwise he would just up and leave now and then go to live somewhere on secluded islands. The man smiled. Jun raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. The Sanyang group building glowed brightly under the night sky. The man was sitting at the table asking if it was true. The guy said that Jun had personally seen it. The man's hand tightened. Yangchul furrowed his eyebrows, remembering the meeting with his father, thinking that he patted him on the shoulder, promising him the position of chairman, and behind his back he was trying to change management in the group, whispered sweet speeches in his ear, and he himself was hiding this from his son. Dojun froze in place, eyes wide. The man looked at him displeased. He cleared his throat into his fist, saying that if motors separated, you just need to survive it. The whole structure will shake, but not enough to worry about it too much. The guy began to say that if motors starts moving. Yangchul interrupted him and, frowning, said that everything was fine, he would figure it out himself, and he needed to focus on normalizing the Hando steel mill. After which he changed the name to Soonyang, asking him not to miss this opportunity and show his grandfather his abilities. Dojun raised his eyebrows, answering okay in concern. The guy bowed, standing in the doorway. The man looked out the office window while sitting in his chair. He reached out with his hand to the telephone receiver. Yangchul turned red with rage, shouting into the phone for everyone from the planning department to gather in the conference room now. He angrily threw it back. The man rubbed his eyes under his glasses. He frowned, thinking that he needed to act quickly before his father made a strange decision. Teo entered the office and bowed. Standing up from the table, Donggi, buttoning his jacket button, apologized for being a distraction with a smile on his face, adding that Teko must have been very busy lately. Standing at the door, Teo smiled and said that he thought that from now on he would really become very busy, but he might find time to eat a bowl of rice with the president. Donggi laughed and walked up to the sofa, knocking on it, inviting his interlocutor to sit down. He himself sat down in a chair and, holding out his hand, said that he was still not entirely sure who would benefit more if A-Jin and Soonyang teamed up, adding that his father had done a great job this time. Teo sat on the sofa and, holding his hands on his knees, said with a smile on his face that it was true, adding that in fact everything happened so quickly that he was even a little confused. Dongga's expression changed. He asked himself displeasedly in his head whether the old man would really feign ignorance to the end. After thinking for a while, he said that now that the division has occurred, President Cho is no longer related to Soonyang, and Teo must be very upset. Hearing such words, the old man was very surprised. He silently looked at his interlocutor, thinking what to answer, when suddenly he asked if Donggi was serious or testing the waters. There was no emotion on Dongga's face that gave him away. If the first, Teo said, looking intently at his interlocutor, after which he added that he would be very disappointed. Suddenly, a drop of cold sweat appeared on Dongga's face. In his head, he said that his thoughts were correct after all, adding that instead of joining A-Jin, Soonyang simply absorbed her. "What are you talking about?" Donggi immediately said in confusion, adding that these were just thoughts out loud. The old man silently looked at his interlocutor. Turning away, he suddenly said that he had been serving as the chairman for more than 30 years, and during this time he had only once had the opportunity to protest. Donggi looked at the old man with some excitement. Teo remembered the approaching tanks, and then began to talk about what it was like when the chairman first started the oil business. Then a war broke out in the Middle East, and the supply of oil was in a crisis situation. The old man continued to say, looking into the distance, after which he added that that is why they flew to Texas, to conclude a contract for crude oil there as quickly as possible. A memory flashed through his mind when they stumbled upon a steakhouse on a hellishly hot day. Teo continued to say that the chairman then ordered one steak and said that they would split it in half. Remembering how the steaks were brought to them, he said that the weight of the smallest portion was about 600 grams. Suddenly Donggi, raising his finger, laughed and said that in the United States, steaks always come in large quantities. "I was against it," the old man immediately said, looking coldly at his interlocutor, adding that he told the chairman that he wanted to order a separate portion. Donggi was confused. With a drop of sweat running down his cheek, he asked in surprise if this was really the only protest. Yes, Tiho answered with complete seriousness in his voice. Dong-yi was speechless. Is this really a joke? He asked himself in his head. Suddenly it dawned on him. Immediately all his plans collapsed. In his head he said that since the chairman did not support something like the division of a piece of meat, then the group would not support the division. Sitting up straight and rubbing his hands, Dong-yi turned to his interlocutor, confusedly saying that he did not like to share, and he hated throwing away, after which he asked if Tiho didn't think that if he took too much of what he could eat, he would end up throwing it away. The old man, without thinking twice, replied that he and the chairman forcibly shoved it into themselves, but ate everything, adding that although the portions were huge, they managed. Remembering how only the name remained on the tray of steaks, Tiho added that until you try, you won't know. Dong-yi, hearing this, was embarrassed and was at a loss for words. At that very second he clenched his teeth in anger. In his head, he was angry at these old-fashioned businessmen, saying that they were just workers hired for a salary. But Sanyang Group was treated with love, like family. Imagining a carriage pulled by horses, he added that such people continue to endlessly care about the condition of the carriage, even knowing that its owner has changed, who will replace the horses and coachmen, after which he said that they, of course, have a magical nature. But, he said suddenly, after that, he smiled sarcastically and added that in order for the carriage to move, a coachman is needed in any case. After his thoughts, Dong-yi looked at his interlocutor, jokingly saying that he, it turns out, eats a lot, to which the old man, laughing and waving his hand, said that now it's not so much anymore because with age the amount of necessary food decreases greatly. Dong-yi squeezed his knee with his hand in anger, answering softly that he seemed to be not that old yet because his plate size had not yet decreased. After that, he smiled madly and said that he would eat a 600-gram steak without leaving a single piece. Tiho silently looked at his interlocutor, not saying a word. Dong-yi, the old man suddenly said, regardless of who he was addressing. What is it? The guy asked, with a drop of sweat on his cheek. Suddenly, the old man sharply said that Vice President Jin Yanggi is Dong-yi's elder brother and the eldest son of the chairman, so Dong-yi will not be able to get the group. Hearing this, the guy shouted loudly and aggressively that Yanggi was incompetent. Tiho calmly turned to his interlocutor and quietly said that Dong-yi can always be there and help him. Surprised, Dong-yi hit himself in the chest and shouted why it couldn't be the other way around, so that he would take Yanggi's place, and he would help him. Tiho calmly replied that incompetent people cannot help competent people. Tiho, Dong-yi shouted loudly, but the old man immediately interrupted him, saying that it would not be a beautiful picture because the older brother cannot sit on the younger brother's neck. Throwing his hands forward, Dong-yi shouted, saying that he would create several branches and give them to his brother to manage, adding that he would also give everything that he asked for. Tiho chuckled quietly. Raising his head, he looked at his interlocutor, saying that even though he is a simple worker of Sanyang Group, he will not get involved in support plans that discredit the name of the company, adding after that he does not want to see the redistribution of land. Dong-yi bit his lip in endless rage. A bead of sweat ran down his face. In his head, he said that he couldn't back down now, adding that he needed to show everything to achieve something. Throwing his hands forward again, squeezing them furiously, Dong-yi shouted that he could make this land much more fertile. He could calculate all its unevenness, making it a wide and vast plain, after which he asked if this is not what Tiho wants to see. The president closed his eyes and said nothing. After a pause, he opened his eyes and, looking at his interlocutor, said that the chairman was not the person who would determine and educate a successor in advance. So don't even dream, Tiho added after thinking a little. Dong-yi was speechless. All his dreams seemed to be resolved. He didn't know what to say. There is no successor? Dong-yi asked in surprise and shock. Looking away, Tiho said that the chairman would endlessly look and compare candidates until it was time to die, adding immediately that the chairman would most likely announce a successor to whom he would give Sanyang Group in his last will and testament. It can't be, Dong-yi shouted furiously, throwing one arm out in front of him and clutching the chair with the other, continuing to shout that if you don't prepare for the inheritance in advance, you'll have to pay astronomical taxes. Then Tiho calmly said, looking at his interlocutor, that the chairman was more concerned about the future of Sanyang and not about taxes. Dong-yi was incredibly angry listening to this. Jumping up from his chair, he screamed, asking why Tiho was telling him all this, asking later if the old man's words didn't literally mean that Yanggi would inherit the company. Rising from the sofa, Tiho looked at his interlocutor and said that these were only his thoughts and desires, saying afterwards that it seemed that Dong-yi was interested in his thoughts and not the intentions of the chairman. Dong-yi was lost from such statements. He looked at the president silently, without answering. This is a warning, Dong-yi said in his head. He silently looked at Tiho, analyzing the situation. This is a warning not to underestimate the strength of the coachman, Dong-yi concluded to himself. Tiho closed his eyes and lowered his head, not saying anything. Dong-yi, looking after the departing old man, continued to say in his head that a change in the owner of the carriage does not mean a change in the coachman. After thinking for a moment, he added that the opinions of trustworthy people like Teo play a big role in his father's final decision. With an absurd smile, Dongyi said that he would mean that the confrontation had not even begun yet. Teo stopped in front of the door and smiled. It was day outside. The sun was shining through the windows of a huge building. The protagonist's father was sitting in his office and working when he suddenly noticed someone. Dongyi walked in with a smile on his face. Yoongi immediately asked what business he came here for. Dongyi immediately asked why he couldn't come. Yoongi, approaching the guest, shook his hand with a smile on his face and said that he meant that he had never come to him for 10 years. Dongyi was embarrassed and asked in surprise whether so much time had passed. That's exactly what Yoongi said with a warm and wide smile on his face. There was no emotion on Dongyi's face. Yoongi's entire office was filled with papers and documents. Dongyi's voice was heard saying that he had earned a lot of money during this time, but pointing to the littered office, he asked what it was. Then Yoongi immediately replied that these were all absurd rumors, adding that Dongyi himself should try to earn at least something here, because even the budget of one department of Hyen's company is not enough. Hearing this, Dongyi could not restrain himself and, throwing out his hand, screamed that he could not tolerate this, adding that tomorrow he would send a person and expand Yoongi's office, because you need to live up to your position, to which Yoongi immediately said that it is not necessary, because he still needs to pay off his debt. Hearing such words, Dongyi got scared and asked in confusion if he really had a debt. Yoongi, smiling broadly and waving his hands, told him not to be so scared, because he did not use a private loan, after which he reminded Dongyi about Dojun's starting capital. That's right, Dongyi said, remembering and pointing his finger at Yoongi, who, rubbing his neck, said that he needed to return it because the father took the little child's money. Indeed, Dongyi said, sitting down in a chair, after which he said that after all, Yoongi makes good money and does not waste money, which means he can return it, after which he told Yoongi to sit in a chair. Having fulfilled his interlocutor's request, Yoongi said that it was time to get down to business and end the conversation, after which he asked what kind of wind brought Dongyi here. His interlocutor was thinking of what to say, silently looking at Yoongi. Looking up from the back of his chair, Dongyi asked if Yoongi would really continue to walk this path. What are you talking about? He asked in surprise. Dongyi's face changed to a more serious one, after which he asked if movie production was Yoongi's last stop. The main character's father hesitated, not knowing what to say, after which he asked if he really wanted to tell Yoongi not to even look towards the company. Yes, Dongyi said seriously and confidently, after which he added, Yoongi and his boy. Yoongi tensed up a lot when he heard this. The smile and kindness disappeared from his face. There was an ominous aura about Dongyi, who said that he would not like to lose his younger brother and nephew. An awkward silence hung between them. Folding his arms across his chest, Yoongi displeasedly asked what he meant, adding that there was also a third brother. Throwing his arms out in dissatisfaction, Dongyi said that Sangi has not been his younger brother for a long time. He is only a name. Yoongi put his hand to his chin and thought. Dongyi, grabbing the arms of the chair, shouted displeasedly what kind of reaction this was, after which he asked if he was really hiding his greed. Adjusting his glasses, Yoongi said that it wasn't exactly greedy, but until now he had not played the role of a father properly, so he was going to start. Looking at his interlocutor in surprise, Dongyi asked him if he was really talking about Dojun now. Putting his hand to his chin again, Yoongi slowly said, yes, Dojun dreams of becoming an entrepreneur like his grandfather. What? Dongyi asked in shock after hearing this. Suddenly Yoongi smiled, extended his hand and said that he would clarify a little, after which he began to explain that Dojun is not so petty as to want to take over several subsidiaries of the Sanyang group, adding that his son will achieve everything with his words. Dongyi didn't know what to say, so he looked at his brother in surprise. Folding his arms across his chest again, Yoongi added that he would do everything possible to help his son with this. Then Dongyi asked what this had to do with the company. Yoongi, looking at his brother in embarrassment, replied that although he is the youngest son, he still has the blood of the chairman of the Sanyang group, so if they give something, he does not refuse, and if not, then he takes his fair share. Having massaged his temple, Dongyi, looking at the floor, said displeasedly, a fair share, then. After that, he looked up at his brother without saying anything. Yoongi, looking up from the back of his chair, said that judging by the fact that Dongyi came so suddenly, something happened to his older brother, and then asked whether the shares were shaken badly because of Sanyang Motors. Dongyi looked at Yoongi in surprise. No, he answered immediately, rising from his chair. Standing up, he adjusted his jacket and told Yoongi to stay away like he was now and support him, adding that if he wins, he will give Yoongi a fair share, enough for Dojun to make his dream come true. The protagonist's father looked at his brother in surprise, and then asked what would happen if the other brother won. Dongyi's face changed. He said in a cruel and cold voice that then Yoongi would have to fight his brother to become a father. Yoongi looked at his older brother worriedly. As he was leaving, Dongyi noticed a movie poster on the wall. Pointing to the poster, he asked what kind of film this was. Yoongi immediately replied that their company would release this film early next year, and now he was looking for cinemas. Turning to his brother, Donggi patted him on the shoulder and said that if the tickets are not selling, let him tell him, and then he will buy them all. Yoongi smiled happily and thanked Donggi for the offer. It was already evening, the sun had gone below the horizon. The lights were on in Yoongi's house. In his house, Soyun and her husband were sitting on the sofa. Yoongi asked them if they really came to his house at such an hour to ask for money. Yes, Soyun answered embarrassedly. Scratching his head in confusion, Yoongi asked himself in shock if something really happened in the family and he missed it. He asked them, and now the owners of the department store are asking to borrow money from the owner of the film company. Soyun and her husband were very embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Suddenly the girl began to wave her hands, making excuses that their father had invested literally all the money in Hando Steel and limited the budget of the department store, adding that her father made him report to him every day for income and expenses. Confused, Yoongi asked in surprise what Soyun had done wrong. Suddenly she screamed that it was all her husband's fault, after which she pointed at him. She began to say that her husband said he wanted to challenge the mayor of Seoul in next year's elections, so her father blocked all funding and told her not to even think about using the money from the department store. Her husband adjusted his glasses in confusion, lowering his head. Hearing such desires, Yoongi was very surprised and asked again. Immediately Soyun, looking up from the back of the sofa, said that she heard that Yoongi hit the jackpot with the film this year and then asked if he received the money normally. Then an irritated Yoongi asked her how many pennies she thought she could earn from a movie in Korea, after which she asked the cost of a movie ticket and immediately answered that it was only 6,000 won. Raising his hands, he dissatisfiedly began to explain that there were only 670,000 spectators, and if you count, it would be 4 billion won. After which he added that money for the cinema, distributors, and production costs should be removed from this, after which he asked how much would be left. Without waiting for an answer, he told the guests to end this absurdity. The married couple looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what to say. Soyun's husband exhaled in disappointment. Getting up from the sofa, he suggested that Yoongi pretend that this conversation did not happen. The guests began to leave, and Yoongi looked at them, silently seeing them off. After they left, he exhaled heavily and rubbed his eyes. The married couple slowly and upset left the yard. Auntie, a voice was heard in surprise, which Soyun and her husband immediately paid attention to. It was Dojun, who was just returning home. He, walking towards his aunt, asked her why she had come here at such a late hour. Dojun, Soyun said in surprise. A few minutes later, Dojun entered the house and took off his shoes. Passing by his father's room, he looked in there. Yoongi was sitting on the couch. Noticing his son, he asked him if they could talk for a while. Entering his room, he rubbed his neck in confusion and said that he would try to come back earlier in the future. Yoongi smiled sarcastically and said that he was not such an old-fashioned father as to control the time when an already adult guy came home. There were 2 mugs of tea on the table. Yoongi said that today his second eldest brother came to see him, and just now Soyeon and his husband came to see him. That's it, Dojun said, and then said that he met his aunt on the way here. Yoongi took a sip of tea from his mug. Confused, Dojun looked at his father and asked himself in his head what he was going to say. Yoongi carefully placed the cup on the saucer. After that, he smiled sarcastically and said that Dojun was definitely his son, but he was not at all like him. This statement greatly shocked Dojun, leaving him speechless. Yoongi continued that he is proud of his artistic and aesthetic sense, but his son does not even listen to the usual popular pop songs nowadays and vice versa. Counting money is boring for him, but his son Dojun is born with a wonderful sense of investing, after which he asked how they can be so different. Dojun didn't say anything and just looked at his father. Suddenly cold sweat broke out on his face. He asked himself in horror why his father suddenly started such a conversation, after which he asked himself if he really knew that he was not really the real Dojun. "Why are you so confused?" Yoongi asked his son with a malicious smile on his face, noticing his worries. Dojun, rubbing his neck in confusion, said that he simply did not know how to answer this. Yoongi looked at his son with a satisfied smile on his face, when suddenly he said that in fact he already knew everything from Sanyang. The surprised son, holding his hand on his neck, asked what. Yoongi held his head high and proudly said that his son's net worth exceeds 3 trillion won, and that he acquired the A-Jin group, so he actually owns the investment company that controls Hollywood. Remembering his uncle, he said in his head that he didn't know how to keep his mouth shut at all. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought that in fact it was he who was stupid, because his uncle and his father are best friends who became close in their youth in a foreign land, and their friendship is based on mutual trust, adding after that, on the contrary, it's even strange that his father did not tell his son's secrets for 10 years. Suddenly Yoongi laughed, pointed his finger at his son and said that he now has exactly the same face as he did when he listened to everything that Sanyang told about him. Dojun immediately bowed his head and apologized for that. that I didn't tell my father earlier. Yoongi folded his arms over his chest and said that to some extent he was even grateful for this. Surprised, Do-jun raised his head and looked at his father. Yoongi, looking at his son with pride in his eyes, asked if a high school student with a fortune of 20 billion won could negotiate fluently in fluent English, and then asked if Do-jun really thought Yoongi would believe it. The main character did not say anything, but simply looked at his father. Yoongi looked to the side and said that this is actually very cool. Dojun was very surprised by his father's words. Yoongi continued to look away and say that although at first he was very surprised, but on the other hand, he was very proud of his son, adding that it was not because he earned a lot of money, but because of his great talent. Dojun looked at his father in surprise, at a loss for words. Immediately the father looked at his son and asked him if he wanted to take over the Sanyang group. Dojun smiled and said that it was just a means or a tool to achieve his dream, not a goal. True, Yoongi asked, looking up from the back of his chair, and then asked what his son's dream was. To this question, Dojun immediately replied that his dream is to create a huge conglomerate, surpassing the Sanyang group. Introducing a huge company, he added that in order to create one, you first need to build a company from scratch and then buy up a decent number of branches of the Sanyang group. Adding that, of course, we also need branches of other conglomerates, adding that we cannot limit ourselves to just Sanyang. Confused and surprised, Yoongi asked his son if Sanyang Group was really a stall or a local store. Dojun, folding his arms on his legs, said that he did not want his father or grandfather to give him the company because he wants to achieve more than just being told that he was just lucky to be born into a Keeball family. Hearing this, Yoongi asked why his son wants to buy up Sanyang's subsidiaries. Putting his hands in front of him, he shrugged his shoulders and looked away, saying something like that, but for now these are just dreams. Yoongi smiled contentedly. Looking at his son again, he said that if this was his son's dream, then he could not do anything, which means he was worrying in vain. After these words he laughed. What to worry about? Dojun suddenly asked. While still laughing, Yoongi said that he kept wondering if there was anything he could do to help him achieve his son's dream, adding that if necessary, he was even willing to defend the legal rights of one of the chairman's sons. Dojun looked at his father in surprise, asking himself in his head what kind of legal rights a son had. His father's hand suddenly touched Dojun's shoulder. Yoongi leaned over his son and, keeping his hand on his shoulder, thanked him and added that all he was thinking about was whether to start a confrontation with his brothers, even at the risk of splitting the family or not, and whether to negotiate with subsidiaries, asking for cash or shares. Hearing this, Dojun looked at his father in shock. Having realized everything, he said in his head that this was a completely new card, which he had not even thought about. Suddenly looking at his departing father, who was waving his hand, he heard him finally say that he hates quarrels in which his face turns red with anger and hates negotiations that hurt his pride, so since his son does not need his help. Without finishing speaking, he said that it was already late and, wishing his son good night, added that he should also go to bed. Dojun, confused, threw his hands forward and said that everything was completely wrong, after which he asked him to wait. It was already night outside the window. From Yoongi's house, Dojun's voice was heard, asking to talk to his father a little more. An image appeared of several classic cars in the parking lot. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist walked near 2 rows of cars. Turning around, he noted that there were a lot of them gathered. He walked up the stairs towards the huge building. A dozen men in suits sat at a huge table. Yangchul said that the foreign currency coming into the company should not be spent, neither the dollar, nor the yen, nor the mark. He said that it is still necessary to deal with hot foreign payments, which must be made because banks do not want to share their reserves of dollars and hold on tightly to them. The chairman added that also due to the appreciation of the exchange rate, export earnings from foreign exchange differences have increased, but conversion into one has been suspended. With his hands folded and his eyes closed, the gray-haired man sat silently. Hakch looked at the man with his hands down. He asked if the man had tried to contact the deputy prime minister. Opening his eyes and looking around, the man asked if he called him. Looking down, the chief secretary said that he was ignoring his calls. Gritting his teeth in slight anger, the gray-haired man said that it was because the call was essentially from him and he understood it. It is obvious that he is now ignoring calls from businessmen. Looking up coldly and menacingly, he asked what the maximum amount they could get by collecting all the unclaimed money within the group. Hakch, looking at him, replied that if all urgent payments were paid by the end of the year, it would be a little over 400 billion. After all, the amount for the acquisition of Hando Steel was paid in a lump sum, and even after that the money continues to go there. Yangchul gritted his teeth and pursed his lips. Lowering his hands and raising his head at the people present at the meeting, he loudly declared that they should listen to him carefully, after which he said that they did not give away the money that they needed to give, but they should demand to receive the money that they needed to receive right now, after which they must be immediately converted into dollars. A dark-haired man with glasses, turning in his direction, said that even if they gave more than the market price, nothing would work out. He added that everyone is just whining because there are no dollars available. Squinting his eyes in annoyance, the man silently looked forward, placing his hands on the arms of his chair. One of those present said that the economic singularity would soon come, and even if the exchange rate rose to 3,001 per dollar, they would not be able to find them anywhere because there would be a severe shortage of dollars. Yangchul pursed his lips slightly and continued to think silently. After he closed his eyes, the room became silent. One of the company representatives sitting at the table adjusted his glasses. Tilting his body, Hacks reminded him about A-Jin. The chairman, with his mouth and eyes wide open, impulsively asked if they really had a secret vault of dollars. Narrowing his eyes, the chief secretary replied that not really. He added that he meant the acquisition price was 1.2 trillion won. The chairman's eyes widened as he turned. Placing his hands on the table, he happily confirmed and stated that this was fantasy money. He added that they definitely have them in crisp green dollars. Raising his head, Haki said with a smile that everything was exactly like that and they could exchange currency for 1,200 billion won. And they can easily cover the missing part of the money with a loan from a bank, since there is only a shortage of dollars, and not one. The two members of the congregation turned to each other joyfully. The chief secretary said that in addition, they can even take away all the dollars that Fantasy owns by issuing bonds to the Sanyang group. He added that he thinks this is quite possible if they pay more in interest than the annual income of Fantasy investments. One of the men at the table, looking at the leader, said that they, too, were able to feel the previous crisis of their country, and only by doubling the exchange rate would they be able to earn twice as much. He asked if he thought they would be satisfied with the offer with interest on the bonds. Turning in his direction, Hacch, standing near the chairman's table, said that 1.2 trillion would need to be exchanged at the current exchange rate. The man stated that he was talking about interest on bonds on the remaining dollars. Several people in suits began to talk animatedly. Lowering his head and smiling, the chairman began to chuckle. Raising his head and starting to laugh loudly with his mouth open, he said that he would deal with this problem himself. The man with glasses looked at him in surprise. The brown-haired man also turned around in confusion. Folding his hands and smiling confidently, the chairman said that he is very close to the owner of Fantasy Investments. Looking at him excitedly, the chief secretary said that CEO San is not so simple. He knows the value of his company's dollar better than anyone. Looking up, the chairman asked if Sehen was the owner. The man asked again. Smiling even wider, the chairman said that he was close to the owner and Sehen was just a manager. Several surprised members of the congregation opened their mouths slightly. Several looked at him silently and suspiciously. Squinting his eyes, the chairman asked why they were staring so much and told them not to overthink things because it was not his money. He asked where he would have gotten so many dollars. He added that his pockets are empty since they haven't been working very hard lately. One of the gray-haired men put his hand to his chin. Hatch, moving away slightly, stood silent and motionless. The chairman hit the table sharply. Exposing his palm, he told them to stop and get out, and also not to dare to talk to anyone about his instructions and to carefully follow them. A dozen men in suits emerged from the wooden doors of the hall. The chairman folded his hands and looked at Hatch. The chief secretary quickly lowered his head and bowed. Calmly heading in the opposite direction, he walked out the door. As he left, he silently glanced to the left. Putting his hand to his chin, the chairman began to smile. Several men in suits came down the stairs. The main character, sitting on a red sofa, looked at them. Raising their hands, several of them actively discussed the chairman's plan. Starting to drink from a straw, the protagonist, looking at them, mentally stated that they were having an emergency meeting on countermeasures to the current crisis, so he expected to see tortured, puzzled faces. However, they were quite cheerful. He mentally asked if it was because Sanyang Group is #1 in the economic sector and has strong financial strength. Standing up and making a gesture with his hands, the chairman joyfully addressed the guy. Approaching him with surprise on his face, the main character asked him what he was talking about. Rolling his eyes, Dojun mentally suggested that they might have decided to appoint him as successor at today's emergency meeting. Smiling, he mentally stated that his grandfather would never do such a thing. Smiling madly, Yangchul asked if the protagonist was the owner of Fantasy Investments. The main character pursed his lips and silently looked at his grandfather. Sitting down at the negotiating table, the chairman said that today he was meeting with him not like a grandfather and grandson. He suggested we talk about something important as owner to owner. Turning to him and smiling, the protagonist asked why so suddenly and stated that it was scary. Smirking, Yangchul told him not to pretend because the main character had it written on his face that he was curious. Looking away, the protagonist thought dissatisfiedly that it was not his facial expression that was the problem, but the chairman. An image of Yangchul smiling confidently and Dojun looking at him suspiciously appeared. The main character mentally said that the fun belongs to the one who has the advantage in negotiations. It is clear that none of them has it, but at the same time everyone has a hidden card. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist mentally stated that he knew what card he himself had, but did not know what his opponent had. Looking at his grandfather's calm and confident face, he mentally asked why he was so calm if the currency crisis was approaching every minute. Reclining on a brown chair, the chairman asked if he had prepared money for the acquisition of A-Jin Group. The guy looked at him, looking away and putting a finger to his chin. He asked what was cooking there and said that he just needed to transfer money from an overseas account to a domestic bank account. Smiling, Yangchul stated that naturally they should be in dollars. The main character's eyes widened. He understood what was going on. His grandfather needs a supply of dollars in case of a currency crisis. Looking at the man, Dojun confirmed and said that they were at the American bank. Raising his hand, the chairman asked him to change them and asked whether it was necessary to change 1,200,000,000,000 won. The main character confirmed. With a confident smile, looking at the guy who turned away, he said that now the exchange rate is 1,201 to the dollar. That's $1 billion. The protagonist confirmed. Looking confidently at his face, Yangchul suggested that he change it tomorrow. The protagonist's facial expression changed and he smiled. Throwing his head back, he stated that he did not want to. The shocked chairman suddenly changed his face and asked what he was talking about. Making a gesture with his hands, the protagonist with his eyes closed asked why he should make it so difficult, because he could simply transfer directly to the creditor bank and he would not have to bother. Yangchul's eyes widened and asked him if everything was as he thought. Looking forward with a smile, Dojun confirmed and said that he also has eyes and ears, and he sees that the dollar is growing and growing. In any case, the merger of Sanyang and A-Jin Motors must be completed before the creditors sign the acquisition authorization and payment is made later. With his mouth slightly open, the chairman continued to look at his grandson in surprise. The main character stated that delaying payment is not profitable for him. The main character looked at the silent man with rapt attention. Squinting his eyes, he mentally asked if his grandfather thought he had suggested. Yangchul smiled slightly madly and started chuckling. Raising his head, he said with a crazy face that everything was as expected from his grandson. Opening his mouth wide and starting to laugh loudly, he declared that he was becoming more and more interesting. The protagonist, with a calm expression on his face, looked at him silently. Seriously squinting his eyes, the protagonist thought that his grandfather was still a snake, who was trying to buy himself time for brainstorming with laughter. Smiling, Yangchul said that he would give 1,500 won for $1. Smirking, the protagonist told him to try again. Gritting his teeth, he said with a smile that his grandson was still a robber and offered 1,600 for $1. Seriously looking ahead, the protagonist stated that he was not interested. Making a hand gesture, the chairman displeasedly asked that the main character had already forgotten that all the dollars he had were originally received from the sale of land donated to him. Smiling slightly, the protagonist calmly stated that it was a deal. He said that as a child, he studied hard, getting 100 marks in all subjects and bringing joy to his grandfather, and in return he received land. Turning his head, he said that he knew that the land was worth tens of millions of won, but for this amount he received a lot of joy. The protagonist added that he thought it was a smart deal. The man looked at him irritably. Dojun said that a few 100 million won for grandpa is a few thousand won for ordinary people. Putting his palm to his head and closing his eyes, Yangchul stated that he was a poisonous guy and asked how he even remembered all this. Covering his eyes, the main character said with a smile that it was the grandfather who brought up the conversation about the case 10 years ago. Lowering his head, the man said with a smile that he seemed to be giving in. Raising a confident look, he asked how much the protagonist wanted and said that he could name the price himself. The protagonist shifted slightly in his motionless chair and turned to his grandfather. Looking at him, he declared that the balance of the scales was wrong because he wanted to buy dollars, which would be more valuable than gold, for one, which would become scraps of toilet paper. He told him to put something else on the scale. Raising his head, he asked in surprise about the future value of the won. Laying down his hands, Yangchul asked if he thought the exchange rate would skyrocket so much that the won could be compared to toilet paper. Placing his hands on his legs, the protagonist asked if he was not talking to him now only because he did not have dollars and they were hard to get. He said that if money doesn't buy dollars, that money is toilet paper. An image appeared of the confidently grinning protagonist against the backdrop of falling money. He asked how the thing that couldn't serve as money was different from toilet paper. The surprised chairman's eyes widened. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked ahead seriously. He put his fist on the table and stuck out his finger. The main character looked at his action in surprise. Looking up, Dojun mentally wondered if he had pressed too hard. The man turned his head and put his hand to his chin. The protagonist thought that his heart began to ache when he saw his grandfather so worried. He thought that perhaps he should still give support in the form of a small amount of dollars. The guy's eyes widened sharply, his face changed. Digging his hands into his legs, he angrily mentally asked what he was thinking about right now. He mentally said that he should not refuse such a rare chance because of some kind of attachment. Yangchul raised his finger. He tapped and ran it across the table. Raising his head, the chairman asked his grandson how he knew there would be a dollar shortage in the country. Calmly looking at his grandfather, the protagonist said that he learned from the press. Yangchul, who had changed his face, asked again in surprise. An image of the protagonist appeared against the backdrop of a huge number of articles from the press. He said there are various red flags to be published in the media. Everyone who understood the situation would try to develop countermeasures, but they know that it is too late. Raising his hand and covering his eyes, the man stated that the press loves to publish provocative articles that always exaggerate everything. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist mentally said that he was saying this, feeling the full risk of the situation. He concluded that his grandfather wanted to find out what was in his head. Looking at him, the protagonist stated that truth is like a book of poetry. The man asked again. An image of a man in a suit appeared with the Nobel Prize in the background. The main character said that collections of poetry are constantly being published, but most people do not read them, despite the fact that many poets have received the Nobel Prize in literature. Folding his hands, Yangchul said that it is true, the truth is strong, but most people cannot read and understand it, or simply ignore it. Narrowing his eyes and looking at the guy seriously, the chairman asked what he should put on the scales to balance them. Calmly and silently looking forward, the main character was lost in his thoughts. He thought that he would not do something stupid and would not answer first. He added that in any case, it was the Sanyang group that fell into the water now, and the life jacket was in his hands. An image appeared of a man in a suit wading through the water. The water began to rise and cover his body. He began to drown. The protagonist mentally said that when the water rises above the chest and then to the tip of the nose, an image of a drowning man appeared, raising his hand up. The main character mentally stated that when he feels enough fear, and when he starts throwing gold nuggets out of his pocket, an image appeared of a hand reaching towards him. He grabbed him by the hand and began to pull him up. The protagonist mentally added that it was then that he would simply extend the life jacket. Opening his eyes wider, he told Dojun to answer faster. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist seriously stated that he should put negotiations on the merger ratio on the table. Looking at the confidently smiling protagonist, Yangchul asked him what he meant. The main character raised and threw his head up. The chairman looked at his actions in shock and silence. Sharply lowering his hand, he angrily shouted that his grandson was hiding his black soul. Smirking, the main character mentally stated that his grandfather figured it out quickly enough. Dojun's condition is to transfer part of the shares of Soonyang Group to Soonyang Motors during the merger and make the merger ratio favorable to him. Looking forward, the protagonist said that this is not a dark soul, but a reasonable request that he wants to bring to the negotiating table. Squinting his eyes angrily, Yangchul said that the boy lays out his words so smoothly as if he had smeared them with sesame oil, although this is obvious greed. Coldly looking into his eyes, the main character asked if there was a non-greedy person in the world. He also asked whether business is not an enterprise that fulfills the desires of others and satisfies one's own greed. The man folded his arms and leaned his body onto the chair. Placing his hands on his knees, Dojun said that in any case, greed will always be criticized, but then let them criticize as much as they want, but he will be very greedy. Looking at his grandson, Yangchul smiled. The protagonist continued to calmly look forward. Opening his mouth slightly, the chairman said that he was a true respectful son. With a satisfied expression on his face, he corrected himself and said that he was a respectful grandson. Smiling a little slyly, the main character said that everything was so and asked if he hadn't brought him so much joy when he was little, entertained him with his studies and grades, and now he has grown up and even saved a lot of money. He added that such a grandson would not be found during the day. Looking ahead angrily, the man said that he nevertheless gave him much more. Having opened his mouth and eyes, the main character asked again. He thought about what he was suddenly talking about. An image of a high-rise company building appeared, and people in suits bowed their heads to him. He said that since he merged Sanyang's branches into one group and took over leadership, no one has opposed him. Everyone bowed their heads low, and all he did was get what was due to him. Changing his face, he slightly impulsively said that having carefully prepared and clenched his fists tightly, even with fire he could not find someone who would dare to take away what belonged to him. Opening his eyes wide, a slightly frightened Dojun mentally asked if this old man really had the fire of rivalry at the age of 70, so also against his own grandson. Opening his mouth wide, Yangchul shouted with a smile that he was not taking away what he had to share. Frighteningly putting both palms forward, the protagonist asked his grandfather, by all this, if he meant the same thing. Gritting his teeth, the man smiled widely. The fire of rivalry ignited in his grandfather's head. Looking ahead with confidence and interest, he confirmed and stated that he was thinking about trying to revive the dying fire. He said they would try it once and see who wins. Frightenedly pulling away, the main character, opening his mouth wide, declared that he was his grandson by blood. Smiling madly, Yangchul asked if this wouldn't be more interesting, a confrontation between the grandson and grandfather. Opening his eyes wide and silently looking forward in surprise, the main character mentally stated that now he would not be able to receive anything from him in a good mood. The grandfather, who sincerely desired competition, looked confidently into his eyes and addressed his grandson as the owner of a pile of dollars. Smiling, he said that he would propose first. Having collected himself and narrowed his eyes, the protagonist listened to him. Putting on a crazy expression again, the chairman said that he himself will determine the merger ratio and the shares of the subsidiaries that will be merged into Soonyang Motors, and he will simply accept the proposal. He said that no one knows, and maybe what he will give him will be much more than what he will get from fighting him. He said that he was his grandfather, and there is no grandfather who would be stingy with his grandson. The protagonist looked at him silently and menacingly. He stated that, as his grandfather had said, he was a respectable grandson. Folding his hands with a kind smile, Yangchul asked if that meant he accepted his offer. The protagonist smiled calmly once again. Looking madly and slightly villainously into his eyes, Dojun asked how the venerable grandson could deprive his grandfather of joy. The gray-haired man, without changing his face, continued to look at him. He smiled and confirmed. Putting his hand under his head, the chairman stated that he is not one of those who give up without a fight, so, naturally, the protagonist rejects his proposal. With a confident grin, the main character asked what the second one would be then. Looking at the guy seriously, the man said that this was not really an offer, this is usually called a threat. He added that when he moves on to her, he will regret turning down the first offer. Squinting his eyes slightly in confusion, Dojun thought about what kind of threat there was, because so far he had never been threatened. Folding his hands and closing his eyes, Yangchul stated that since he rejected his proposal, there will be no merger between Soonyang Motors and A-Jin Motors. The main character's eyes widened at his words. Smirking, the gray-haired man said that President Deho would hold a press conference tomorrow morning and say that Fantasy, which acquired the A-Jin group, made unreasonable demands, which is why the merger failed. The protagonist looked at his grandfather in surprise and silently, listening to his words. Yangchul added that he would say something like, "We apologize for disturbing the public." Raising his head, the chairman looked at the guy with a confident grin. Turning his head towards him, the protagonist told him to speak. Looking at him coldly and confidently, he said that this was somehow weak for a threat. The shocked man, whose face was distorted in surprise, asked again. The confident guy continued to look at him calmly. He narrowed his eyes and looked seriously at his grandfather's reaction. Opening his eyes wide, Yangchul asked again, "How weak?" Slightly undermined, the man shouted and asked what he wanted to say, that if he interfered with the acquisition of A-Jin Group, he would not care. He stated that Dojun was completely frivolous about acquiring the company. The main character turned his head and looked away. The chairman asked if he had thought about jumping off if something went wrong. Looking at his grandfather's expression, Dojun mentally said that everything was wrong, and mentally asked himself if Grandpa thought that if the merger failed, he would not be able to take over A-Jin Group. Turning towards the man, the protagonist confirmed and said that since the merger was the first condition of acquisition, the situation had changed. Looking forward coldly and slightly angrily, the protagonist stated that now this was truly an emergency. The man, whose face showed genuine shock, looked at him silently. The grandfather and his grandson were sitting on nearby chairs near the conference table. Parting his mouth, Yangchul said that there is something that is unchangeable. The protagonist asked what for example. The veins in his neck and face stood out sharply. An image of his confident face appeared, behind which was the image of a white tiger. He replied that his influence remains constant. He said that if the merger was called off, he could call the creditors, the banks, the Blue House, the National Assembly, and there would be no decision to take over. The man asked if they would reconsider the rates. Smiling madly, Yangchul stated that the protagonist is only the chairman of Dojun Group for now. He told him not to contact him for a drink. The main character, with calmness and some disinterest, silently looked to the side. Still smiling evilly, the chairman asked if he still thought he could take over A-Jin Motors without the merger. An image of a gray-haired, plump man in glasses appeared, saying something into a microphone. Lost in thought, the protagonist asked himself how many days were left before the government's official announcement that the deputy prime minister had asked for help from the IMF. He mentally stated that he remembered exactly that it was at the end of November. Raising his head, the main character turned to his grandfather. Folding his hands, the man asked if he was scared. Placing his hands on his knees, the protagonist stated that the government had pumped $11 billion into the foreign exchange market, but the exchange rate was still skyrocketing. He asked if he had read the Bloomberg article. The protagonist added that Korea's available foreign exchange reserves amount to only $2 billion. He also noted that Deputy Prime Minister Chang Seok openly stated on television that they were asking to borrow money from friendly countries. Looking ahead in slight surprise, the chairman asked if Dojun meant to say that his influence had diminished due to the currency crisis. Calmly looking into his eyes, the main character said that no, it has not decreased. The gray-haired man smiled. With a sudden change in his face, Dojun said with madness in his voice that his influence had disappeared. Jerking in shock at his grandson's words, Yangchul asked him again. Looking forward, the main character stated that they were all having a hard time surviving on their own now. He asked if the man thought they would answer his calls. The chairman's eyes widened as he looked down. Lowering his head slightly and looking at him confidently, the protagonist said that he thought that Grandpa should take the current emergency situation much more seriously. Moving his body slightly, Dojun said that the fact that his influence no longer works or is limited is not important to him. He stated that it would be better this way, because no one would put forward bets and the fantasy bet would be the only one. Cupping his hands under the table, the guy asked if he thought that in this situation, creditors would still be inclined to favor him, even if he received an additional discount of 120 million and only used 800 billion. The man pulled back slightly with surprise on his face. With both hands in front with a smile, the protagonist said that the chairman of Do-jun Group must be clutching his heart right now. He is going to get A-Jin for 1.2 trillion won and would be left completely out of money if it worked out. Lowering his head and narrowing his eyes, Yangchul turned to his grandson. Raising his hand, the protagonist said to let him finish speaking. The chairman raised his head and looked at him. Looking seriously into his eyes, the protagonist said that he was sure that he had hope in his soul that the current emergency situation would soon be corrected. He added that it was more of a desire. The man with a serious expression continued to listen to the guy. Smiling slightly madly and evilly, the protagonist stated that this would not happen. Yangchul jerked sharply, surprised by his words. Calmly looking forward, the main character said that he himself would understand if he just looked at the facts. He asserted that their country will definitely not escape this crisis. Pursing his lips, the man continued to calmly listen to the protagonist. Dojun mentally stated that if something is about to collapse and does not collapse, it causes anxiety, and it is felt not only by Grandpa, but by everyone around him. The gray-haired man put his fist lying on the table. The main character thought that despite this, there is a misconception that an economy on the scale of the Republic of Korea will not collapse so easily. An image appeared of a Korean city with modern buildings and huge business centers. An image of broken glass appeared on a bloody background. Dojun mentally stated that this delusion suppresses anxiety. Sitting on a chair in a large expensive hall, Yangchul asked if his confidence was truly unshakable. Looking at him, the main character confirmed that something unimaginable would soon happen in the next few days. Putting his hands on his feet, the chairman, with a serious expression on his face, asked if the protagonist wanted to say that Sanyang Group would need his $1 billion. Lying down on a brown chair, the protagonist stated that Korea's foreign exchange reserves were only $2 billion, and he had half of that. An image appeared of a bunch of people's hands reaching for falling dollar bills. The guy said that the moment all this money arrives in Korea, all the banks and corporations will start coming to Fantasy's office. Smirking and narrowing his eyes, Yangchul continued that if he wanted to meet him, he would have to take a ticket with a number. Smiling slightly, Dojun replied that no, because his grandfather was already number 0. He asked if he wasn't dating him right now. There was silence in the meeting room as both chairmen were lost in their thoughts. Yangchul sat with a serious puzzlement on his face. He smiled widely. Looking forward with a kind expression on his face, the chairman stated that he would have to call Haki, scold him, and talk to his grandson again. The surprised guy's eyes opened slightly. The man folded his hands and looked away. Looking at him, the protagonist mentally noted that Yangchul was taking a step back and he was seeing something like this for the first time. He mentally stated that the chairman listened to the words of the young grandson, which shows how life is still an amazing thing. Having slightly changed his face and pursed his lips, the protagonist raised his head. He stated that he was bored now. The chairman, taken aback by his words, asked that since he had dollars, he decided to make fun of his grandfather. Lowering his head and linking one hand with the other, the protagonist stated that he was serious and needed to quickly complete the acquisition of A-Jin Group. He added that he still has a lot to do. Opening his mouth slightly, the surprised man asked if there was something more important than this. Looking at his grandfather with a slightly malicious smile, Dojun said that he needed to shake the dollar in his hands, find a company to put in the cart, and agree on a price. The man narrowed his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. His eyes widened as he was able to string together the thoughts in his head. Continuing to smile and look to the side, the protagonist mentally said that this was the second time the man was sincerely surprised in front of him. The protagonist thought that Chairman Yangchul, the founder of Soonyang Group, was a phenomenal and legendary person to him. The main character mentally stated that he could not even think that he would be able to surpass him in any way, even if only for a short time. Standing up from his chair in shock, the man shouted and asked how many dollars he had. Turning his head and touching his chin with his hand, Dojun said that he couldn't show his wallet, but he was confident that he could easily put Woosung Motors in his pocket. Looking at him in shock, the man impulsively asked if he really had enough money to buy Woosung Motors. An image of the protagonist appeared against the backdrop of several main buildings of large companies. He stated that he was going to tie together two automobile companies, A-Jin and Woosung. He also said that if we add Soonyang Motors, it will already be similar to Do-jun Motors. Starting to stand up with his hand on the table, Do-jun said that he was going to unite them and put the carving Soonyang Motors. The gray-haired man continued to listen in surprise to the words of his grandson. Smiling slightly evilly, the main character said that this was another gift in tribute to his grandfather from a respectful grandson. Standing up and looking down at him, Do-jun said that he would look forward to his second proposal. He also stated that he could hold a meeting, but there was very little time left, so he would wait for a quick decision before the waiting list grew. Confidently narrowing his eyes, Yangchul looked at his grandson with a smile. He stated that this was somehow weak for a threat. The protagonist calmly looked down. Smiling madly, he declared with a confident expression that nothing was over until it was over and asked if those were his words. He added that in the current situation, he no longer thinks that these words are complete nonsense. The main character smiled kindly, looking at his grandfather. Lowering his head slightly and looking down, Do-jun said that they say that you need to know when to retreat, and stated that these are the words that his grandfather told him himself once upon a time. Lowering his head, the man grinned. Picking her up and starting to laugh loudly, he said that now this is complete nonsense. The guy closed his eyes and began to turn to the side with a smile. Pushing his chair back, he continued to look at his grandfather's loud laughter. Yangchul sat at the table, resting his head on his hand. He tapped his fingers on the table. His brow was furrowed as he thought he too felt a crisis, but the size and severity were different. He tapped his finger on the table again and thought that temporary difficulties due to the depletion of foreign exchange were not uncommon. But whenever this happened, the government borrowed dollars from the United States, Europe, Japan, or solved the problem with the help of foreign exchange reserves. His finger stopped tapping. Yangchul's frown deepened. He remembered his grandson's face saying that if you looked closely at the facts, you could see that their country would not escape this crisis, and that Yangchul knew it. The man clenched his hand into a fist and thought that Do-jun said that this time everything will be different, because even economic giants do not lend money or exchange currency. And if there really is only $2 billion of foreign currency left, it is still, what can I say, there is a lot of food, but no water. He imagined a man walking through the desert and throwing away his things, and thought that you would die in the end anyway, only not from hunger, but from thirst. Yangchul imagined a man falling in the desert, unable to walk any longer. His face darkened. Someone knocked as he looked at his palm. He raised his head and invited her to enter. The men entered the office. They sat down at a long table. Yangchul started the meeting by banging on the table and talking about notifying all the local products and electronics departments, because from now on, as soon as export earnings come in, store them in dollars and borrow money to pay them back. He then turned to Yangchul, since he was in charge of the construction, to which he calmly responded. Yangchul looked tense as he said that for overseas projects, they should bid 20% cheaper, but in return they should demand a down payment or milestone payment as soon as possible. Next, Yangchul turned to the insurance department. He narrowed his eyes and ordered the return of all the money invested in foreign financial products, and it did not matter what the amount of the fine for breach of contract would be, since it was necessary to extract as many dollars as possible by canceling everything. The head of the insurance department began to sweat from tension and said that the losses would be too large and began to say something about administrative profit. Yangchul got angry and shouted at him to shut up and start following the order. Do-jun looked down. The rest of the department heads also sat quietly, afraid to get a word in. Haki, who was standing next to the table, didn't know what to say. He bowed to the chairman and asked him to calm down, since they had already prepared enough, and the foreign exchange transactions of all branches were strictly controlled. Yangchul closed his eyes and calmly said that careful preparation is not enough, since you need to be prepared even for the loss of limbs. Sweat was dripping down Haki's face as he asked if the chairman had already spoken to the fantasy owner. Yangchul frowned and confirmed this. A gloomy atmosphere hung in the office. Do-jun thought hard about what it meant that an agreement could not be reached. Many department heads were confused. They all lowered their heads. Do-jun thought about the thick torn rope and how the strong rope of $1 billion from above would not come down to them. Hak excitedly asked if he refused. Yangchul frowned and said that he made money during the Korean War, and even that didn't scare him that much. His eyes widened and he said he was scared now. Haki frowned. A surprised roar rang out among the department heads. Yangchul leaned back in his chair and said that the one who has dollars is strong. That's why he didn't even blink in front of him, and even threatened. His face became annoyed as he said that this was the first time he had seen someone more stubborn than him. Hatch thought hard about who this fantasy owner was so that the chairman himself would consider him more stubborn than himself. Yangchul slammed the table and shouted for everyone to be ready. On November 19, 1997, Chahan, who had been appointed Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, spoke at a press conference and demonstrated his strong commitment to resolve the current crisis without resorting to the IMF. However, 2 days later, on November 21st at 22, another press conference was held where he asked the IMF for help with improving the balance of payments, stabilizing the value of the currency, liberalizing trade, opening the capital market, and increasing transparency in corporate governance. The next day, a special presidential statement regarding the request for financial assistance was released to the public. This was the beginning of the IMF. The stock index fell to 400, as did Korea's national credit rating, as if Jenga cubes had fallen into pieces, so 9 merchant banks were ordered to suspend operations. Bikra Gr Poop went bankrupt and their signs were taken down everywhere. The mirror-style building reflected the bright rays of the sun. Sahan sat at the table in his cubicle and spoke on the phone that they should pay for the takeover only after the merger is completed and let them carefully reread the agreement, as they have a deadline of February next year, so there is still enough time. He looked at the phone angrily and asked why pay in dollars, and he would give them 1.2 trillion won in King Sejong, that is, 10,000 bills. Sahan hung up the phone with a bang. He sat back when Dojun asked if it was jail bank, to which he replied that there was some chaos going on everywhere. He frowned at his nephew and asked him how it all went and whether Chairman Yangchul was still thinking. Dojun flipped through the magazine and said with a smile that it doesn't look like he's going to give in to his grandson since he's stubborn. Sayan crossed his arms over his chest and said with a grin that otherwise he would have been a keyball then, and his nephew will become one too. If he grows up a little, he will not give in to anything. Besides, he is trying so hard to get more than his grandfather. He said that if the rate continues to rise further and reaches 2001 per dollar, to which Dojun replied that he would be grateful, since then his 3 trillion won will become 5. Sayan rested his head on his hand and said that this is what he meant, that is, having 5 trillion won at the age of 20 is unusual, so he was interested in how he felt. Dojun smiled calmly and asked him not to get too excited, since he also wants to take this money and play with it at being an aristocrat somewhere in Europe. Sayan looked at the guy in surprise and said, something could very well do this. Dojun looked up from the magazine and asked what Sayan thought was better, the chairman of a Korean conglomerate meddling in government affairs or a rich European aristocrat. The man with a sad expression on his face said that both are boring. Dojun smiled and asked him to wait a little longer as he would become the chairman of the Korean conglomerate and make sure Seoan enjoyed his retirement like a European aristocrat. Seoan put his palm to his forehead like a visor and agreed. The building of a large company was buried in the sunset rays. One of the department heads stood in front of Yangchul and said that he would definitely succeed and repay the kindness, to which the chairman folded his arms and told him to stop flattering as he could go and take care of the $2 billion and put it in his pocket. The man bowed as he left. Yangchul closed his eyes in irritation. Hax looked attentively at the chairman and remained silent. He then made up his mind and asked if the chairman could tell who the owner of Fantasy was so that he could try to meet with him and negotiate a cooperation, to which a gloomy Yangchul said that this was not necessary since he would take care of it himself and Haki let him visit the opposition camp. Yangchul looked carefully at the secretary and told him to hand over a few bottles of vitamins and some words that if they give them $2 billion, the Federation of Korean Industries will actively cooperate with the next administration. Hak bowed, accepting the task. He left the office, leaving the chairman alone. Yangchul frowned at the table. There was a black folder on the table. He silently began to read the documents from it. Basically, there were reports with numbers, and Yangchul thought that 17.7% was the maximum share that could be allocated to Sanyang Motors. He was thinking about his huge building and 17.7% of influence, which, of course, he gives for a favorable exchange rate and not for receiving $1 billion. He remembered his grandson's gloomy grin and thought that especially since Dojun said that he would bring him back to Sanyang Group after the merger. But this is unlikely to happen because he is a person who pockets everything that comes into his hands and not like the one who gives. Yangchul put the report in a folder. He thought about his family members and how he didn't mind because if he distributed the shares equally among the 5 children, he could give each of them 20%. Even if he skips his son and gives this share to his grandson, he is qualified enough for this. He thought about Dojun and how in many moments when he saw him, it seemed as if he was looking at a mirror. Yangchul thought gloomily that his grandson was one of those who never lost things that fell into his hands, and one of those who gladly took things from others. Night fell over the building as Yangchul thought that for Dojun, 17.7% was not the end, but only the beginning. And if the guy born with a more calculating temperament than other family members targets the Sanyang Group, then the rest of his children will simply be kicked out. Yangchul leaned back in his chair and exhaled tiredly. He looked at the ceiling and thought that of course he would make the Soonyang group a big majestic castle, but he would never allow anyone to enter it. Yangchul rubbed his tired neck and said out loud that nevertheless, judging by the way he cares for his father, he still has a big heart. The chairman thought about his son and how Dojun was smart enough to achieve his father's dream at a young age. Yangchul exhaled angrily. He folded his arms across his chest and decided that it was not the time to think about it, since right now he should be worrying about the group first and not about his grandson. He looked out the window and thought that even if the company was taken away, at least it would be done by a stranger. The setting sun reflected in the windows as the chairman thought he had no choice but to console himself with the fact that his grandson was a predator. The office gradually plunged into darkness, and it was illuminated only by lamps. The glass of the office building reflected the sun's rays. Sehen sat in a chair and said that these are one of the most reliable companies now, and if they overcome this crisis, then there will be no problems. Dojun was looking at the report and asked which of these options was the best from a financial accounting perspective. Sehen poked his pen at the points and said that naturally, those at the top of the list, because they have good profitability, because they have good technology, but he doesn't only look at these parameters, which Dojun confirmed. The guy chuckled thoughtfully. Sehen peered at the list. He took a closer look and asked if Dia Construction would collapse, since they still have internal reserves and many orders from abroad. Dojun turned to the man and asked if he believed him, to which he looked at him in surprise. Dojun looked at Sehen and said that the only ones in Korea who can overcome this crisis on their own will be Sanyang and A-Jin group, because the rest are like a candle in the wind. Sehen frowned and said that even so, Dia Construction only needs a little government support to survive. Dojun smiled. He stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and said that they would take a look. Sehen mentally cursed. Dojun walked through the parking lot. He got into the car and asked Yoon-seok to go to the chairman's house. The car left the package. The car was racing through the city at night. Dojun looked out the window, resting his chin, and thought that the opinion about Sehen was understandable because Dia Construction is a reliable company. He looked indifferent when he thought that, however, if she were like that, he would have no reason to want to have her. After the IMF in 1997, the era of natural selection began in Korea. He thought about office buildings and how until now it was a world in which predators coexisted with herbivores in grasslands where no one was hiding. He thought about the crowd of people who were crossing the pedestrian crossing and that from this moment on a wild era has begun, where many predators bare their merciless teeth and tear herbivores to pieces. Sitting in the car, he waited for people to stop crossing the road and thought that since he had decided to become the king of this place, there was nothing left to do but resort to rude actions. Dojun looked serious. Yoon-seok turned to him, tearing him from his thoughts. The man was driving the car and said that from what he had learned so far and the information gathered by manager Shin Seoko, Hansung Daily was tailing him. Dojun was surprised because they weren't going to become related to them. The guy fell silent in surprise and thought to himself that he had received an unexpected result, since he thought that the enemy was inside, but for a drooling outsider to appear was a surprise. The car was driving along the road when Yoon-seok said that in fact he had known about this for a long time, but the report was delayed because there was a possibility that the chairman would become related to them. Yoon-seok said that the chairman already knows about this since the information team and security told him about it, but they were ordered to pretend like they didn't know anything, which further confirmed the information. Dojun became alarmed. He thought about these people and the fact that the chairman is already aware, but pretends that he does not know, so it is not clear what he is up to. The guy scratched his chin, looked out the window and thought that the Hansung Daily newspaper was so insignificant that it was not worth even paying attention to it, no matter what they did, or he was being careful because they were relatives. He thought about his grandfather and how he needed to understand every small decision of his grandfather, since collecting these small decisions, evaluating and using them is his strategy and tactics. There was a cloudless sky above the mansion. The car drove through the gate. They stopped near the steps. Dojun handed the driver a card and asked him to arrange a joint dinner with the employees of the strategic department today. Yoon-seok accepted the card and thanked him, and Dojun asked him not to worry about him and take the most precious thing. Yoon-seok, without hiding his joy, thanked him again. Dojun got out of the car. He thought with a satisfied grin that his sister-in-law's map had come in handy. Soft light was spreading in the office. Yangchul sat in the chair with his arms folded across his chest, asking if this would be enough. Dojun looked at the report carefully. On paper there was a figure of 17.7%. He seriously thought that 17.7% of Soonyang Group and 8 companies of A-Jin Group were merged, and the merged company became his. He smiled and turned to his grandfather with a question about whether this was a deal or an inheritance, to which he was surprised. Yangchul laughed and asked if the guy had an end to his greed. He calmed down and asked why he should leave him something as an inheritance, since he would give everything to his children and he would already receive it from his parents. Dojun scratched his nose and said that his father is not a keyball like his grandfather, so he cannot expect much. Yangchul smiled and said that this was his good. Dojun looked carefully at his grandfather and thought that since he said that he would give it to the children, it means that his father would also get a piece. Yangchul looked angrily at his grandson and said that this was his second and last offer, so he should quickly put a stamp and transfer him $1 billion. Dojun looked at the envelope with the agreement and thought that if he tries to push and pull again, he will refuse to negotiate altogether, so he needs to be careful with his words or this will not end well. Even a large lake gets ripples from a small stone. Even strong affection turns into thin ice with one single insult. Dojun must not make a mistake that could break this ice. He placed his hands on his knees and said that he would prepare $1 billion at the exchange rate of 1,601. Yangchul was surprised by this figure. Dojun asked with a smile why grandfather was so surprised. Did he really think that Dojun would stop tormenting him even after receiving this? Yangchul didn't know what to answer. The guy smiled and said that he was always on his grandfather's side and he couldn't continue to be greedy when they gave in to him like that. Yangchul smiled contentedly. He asked what his grandson was up to which Dojun was surprised by such a question. Yangchul closed his eyes and asked if he really looked like such a simple person that he would fall for his flattery. Dojun continued to smile and thought to himself that this old man has incredible intelligence. The guy looked at his grandfather and said that the negotiations had already ended. Today on the 8th the exchange rate is 1342.1. He smirked and said, but Yangchul takes him at the rate of 1601, so what other ulterior motive could there be? The chairman said that the rate could go up to 2001, and by the time his Dojun billion is in his hands, he will lose a lot. Dojun narrowed his eyes and thought about testing the Economic Research Department's forecasting ability and whether the rumor that the smartest people gathered there was true. The guy pretended to tense up and asked if it was true that the exchange rate would jump to 2001, to which the chairman replied that the probability of this was 90% since that was the forecast of the Economic Research Department. Yangchul lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying that they are not always right, but sometimes they are right. Dojun tensed. Yangchul smiled and asked if his grandson began to regret hearing about this. Dojun relaxed and said that he, too, said that the rate would rise to 2000, but he was not sorry at all since he was not so petty as to bring severe losses to his grandfather with his greed. Yangchul folded his arms and leaned back in his chair as he said that he was well aware that Dojun wasn't petty, but at the same time, he wasn't someone who would do anything to his own detriment. He became serious and ordered his grandson to say what additional conditions would be. Dojun exhaled and thought that his grandfather was so confident, so if he continued to beat around the bush, it would cause unnecessary suspicion, so he said out loud that he had 2 requests. Yangchul grinned and said that he knew it, so let him talk and he will see if the requests will cover his loss or if he can even get much more. Dojun reached into his jacket pocket. He put the paper on the table. Yangchul looked at the paper carefully. It turned out to be a map of Seoul, on which some places were circled in red. Yangchul asked what it was. Dojun looked at his grandfather and said that this is government land owned by the city and he wants to buy it cheap. Yangchul frowned and asked if he was asking to put pressure on the mayor of Seoul. Dojun became serious and said that there were only 6 months left in his term, so they should ask the next mayor for it, or better yet, demand it. Yangchul was surprised because it was about Uncle Dojun. The chairman shouted at his grandson that he would not allow him to do this. Dojun leaned forward and offered to pay for his uncle's election campaign, and when he became mayor of Seoul, he would sell the government land, and grandfather would only have to pressure the members of parliament to approve the sale, and maybe there wouldn't even be any need for pressure. Yangchul screamed even louder, which he already said he wouldn't allow. Dojun spread his hands and said that the idea was not bad, because in the midst of a national economic crisis, if the city of Seoul sold land not intended for business to raise funds, no one would be against it. Yangchul clenched his teeth in anger and surprise. Dojun tensed and asked his grandfather to tell him why he was so against it. The chairman got so angry that his face darkened and said that because he is not Jin, but Choi. Dojun was perplexed. Silence reigned in the room. Dojun warily asked if the mayor of Seoul has much influence over the Sanyang group. Yangchul gritted his teeth and raised his hand when he said that Choi's son-in-law's political ambitions were entirely his wife's idea and he was just her puppet. Dojun thought about his aunt Jin Soyun, who uses political power to hide her unfavorable position as the daughter of a conglomerate. He thought about their office and the fact that, being an influential politician, you can, without even looking through a microscope, figure out all the evasions from the law that the Sanyang group did, and if they start talking about them in the dynamics, it is quite obvious that the company will end up in endless trouble. He thought about his aunt and uncle and how his grandfather realized that his aunt was using force to demand Sanyang's share equal to his son's, and perhaps more. Dojun looked carefully at his grandfather and asked if he had thought about making his uncle a puppet of the Soonyang group. Dojun saw the surprise on the chairman's face and hastened to explain that by the time he gets to the mayor's chair in Seoul, a lot of all kinds of dirt and dust will stick to him, and if you grab onto this, you can turn him into a puppet. Yangchul said that this dirt and dust will come from Sanyang, and if this is opened, the company will also suffer. Dojun's eyes turned icy when he said that he himself would throw this dust and dirt on them, and then he would tightly grab and hold his uncle by the collar so that Grandpa would not have to worry about it. Yangchul was surprised by such pressure. Dojun said, placing his hands on his knees, that he would also provide the money himself, and Grandpa could also use it if necessary. Yangchul thought intently. He looked at his serious-minded grandson and said that if he even takes it upon himself to provide money, then he could already act himself. Why does he need his permission? Dojun grinned. He put his fingers in the shape of a tube and said that if Grandpa made one call to the leader of the opposition party, he wouldn't even be nominated for election. Yangchul listened carefully. Dojun showed 2 fingers. He continued to squeeze his fingers like this and say that just 2 steps would allow him to stay in the chair of the Seoul City Hall for 8 years, and during this time they would have time to take everything they needed. Yangchul looked at his grandson's hand and thought silently. He folded his arms and asked what the second step was. Dojun smiled and asked if the chairman allowed this, to which he gloomily asked again what the second step was. Dojun looked at his grandfather and said about Dia construction. The chairman's eyes widened in surprise. Dojun looked very serious when he asked to block government subsidies to Dia construction. Yangchul's eyebrows shot up when he repeated about Dia construction. Dojun leaned forward and explained that the government plans to give away government land, but not to build a parking lot there, since obviously that would be something else, but it would require at least one small construction company, to which Yangchul objected, since Dia Construction is not a small rural store, since it is in 5th place in terms of the number of subcontractors. Dojun tried to calm his grandfather down and said that he was the owner of A-Jin Group and Sanyang Motors. He grinned and said that, compared to what he has, Dia is a rural kiosk. Yangchul didn't know what to answer. He grinned. Dojun was surprised to hear that he was so serious, so he asked him to explain what it meant. Yangchul smiled contentedly and said that he was saying that Dojun was going to manage his own company, but was not asking to give him Sanyang construction, but was thinking of taking over Dia. Dojun frowned and said that if he had asked, his grandfather would have given it, to which he scoffed and said that no one would know. Yangchul stood up from his chair and said that it was pointless now anyway, since he said that he wanted to get Dia. Dojun was angry and thought that there was no need to be deceived, since his grandfather was now teasing him. Yangchul rubbed his chin and thought about Dia construction. Dojun stood up from his chair and said that no company can escape the current currency crisis, and Dia Construction surely also needs dollars, and if the government does not give them a government subsidy, they will go bankrupt. Dojun looked sideways at his grandfather and said that then he would take her for himself. Yangchul frowned. He, without turning to his grandson, said that Dia is a good company, just a few packages of help, and everything will be fine. He turned to the guy and said that this means that Dia and Hui's son-in-law becoming the mayor of Seoul are interconnected. Dojun thought about his uncle standing in front of the government building and said with a smile that he would give the company his blood, and his uncle would become fertilizer, causing the company to bloom. And after that he will change her name to Sanyang. Yangchul looked at his grandson carefully. They looked at each other and were silent. Yangchul looked tense. He smiled and said that was quite nice to hear. His face began to express wicked joy and anticipation as he said that besides him, Dojun is the only one in this family who aims to increase the number of Sanyang subsidiaries. Dojun froze, experiencing strange sensations. His eyes narrowed with discomfort, and his grandfather's smile did not look like a joyful one. Yangchul folded his arms and said that he needed to think more, but in any case, their conversation was over. The chairman looked at his grandson and told him to go, and quickly do it, since even the presidents of the group are now excited, and they should calm down as soon as the $1 billion arrive. Dojun bowed and said he would do so. He took a step towards the exit. He felt strange and didn't know why. Yangchul looked at the back of his leaving grandson. His gaze was serious and concentrated. Yangchul frowned. He looked at the closed door and thought that the mayor of Seoul, who is helping the country overcome the economic crisis, is very successful in selling state lands to raise funds, and in general, creating a city with his own hands. Grabbing the land and acquiring a construction company that will turn the land into a lot of money seemed like a good picture. He looked again at the map with the marks and thought that in addition to this, $1 billion were cheap, despite the exorbitant exchange rate. Yangchul clenched his fists and thought about how doesn't this mean he has enough confidence to find hundreds of billions more dollars. He looked at the open palm. The chairman frowned, because at the moment when Dojun explained everything, he was holding back with all his might not to agree right away, because his power should not be allowed to be used so easily. Yangchul clenched his hand into a fist again and thought that he also felt fear. Dojun seemed to him to be a predator like a tiger, since his grandson hides the temperament of the most ferocious beast under a sweet and beautiful face, which will put the name Sanyang on A-Jin and Dia group. His face darkened in anticipation as he thought that this guy would probably take over both Soonyang Motors and Soonyang Construction. He looked around his office. Yangchul took a step forward and thought about the oddities. He sat down in a chair and thought that he would rather have a grandson who simply takes away than children who are trying with all their might to get a piece. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The weather was fine over the mansion. 3 cups were on the table when the question about 40 billion won was asked. Uncle Choi said that you need to pay 3 billion in special party fees, distribute 5 billion to party leaders, and spend about 30 billion on the election campaign, so in order to definitely have enough for everything, you need about 40 billion won. Dojun sat with an inscrutable expression on his face and thought that 40 billion was more like a dog's name, and that his uncle really had no sense of reality if he was asking for such a large amount, but spoke about its purpose in passing and without details. Dojun raised his hands in front of him and said that this is a lot. Aunt Soyun arrogantly asked why he was so surprised and didn't he have so much. Dojun rubbed his chin and said that he didn't have enough since he had to save money to build his father's theater. Aunt Soyun put her hand on her chest and pathetically stated that she could collect about 15 billion won and all she had to do was roll 25, and asked if it was possible. Dojun said that it was possible, and the couple looked at each other and smiled. Soyun's aunt smiled and folded her hands in a pleading gesture as she said that she couldn't get 15 billion right away, and had to pay a special party fee early next year, and could Dojun give 3 billion right away. Dojun smiled and thought that keyballs lacked a sense of reality due to the special structure of their brains when they so calmly talk about billions and hundreds of billions with their 20-year-old nephew, but said out loud that he would try to prepare them as quickly as possible. Dojun gave in and said that then first you need to sign an agreement, to which his uncle was very surprised, not understanding what kind of agreement he was talking about. Dojun made a surprised face and said that this is money that he gives without a receipt, so naturally there must be an agreement. The couple looked at each other. Aunt Soyun covered her lips with her hand to hide her smile, and Uncle Choi said with a smile that Dojun is still young, so he doesn't know how all this happens, since no one enters into an agreement giving funds for an election campaign. Aunt Soyun feigned a sigh and said that Dojun had only been involved in investments before, so he thought so, since this money simply disappears and it has nothing to do with investments. Dojun closed his eyes and thought contentedly that they saw him as just a kid with a lot of money. He again raised his hands in front of him and said that he forgot to explain everything to them, since he had a person who would do it. The couple let out a surprised grunt at the same time. A-Jin called Sehen and asked him to come in. The couple looked at the front door. Footsteps were heard from the direction of the steps. Sehen was dressed in a stunning suit and was glowing all over when he walked in and said hello. A-Jin smiled contentedly at the impression the man made. Office buildings reflected the pink sunset. Sehun sat with a folder in his hand and crossed his legs as he said that everything turned out to be much more complicated than he thought. He frowned and said that although they were asking Dojun for money, once they realized that this was also a business, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Aunt Soyun immediately became nervous and angry. Dojun smiled when he said that no matter what, Auntie was also of the same blood as grandfather. Sap put the envelope with the documents on the table and said that he did not know when and how he was going to use this contract, but let him do it only after he retired or went abroad, since he did not want to go to prison. Dojun pulled the contract out of the envelope and said it was confidential. Seon pointed his finger at him and said that it seemed to him that pure evil was sitting in front of him, since he knew how strong the bomb he had in his hands was, to which Dojun replied that he was going to give it to his grandfather. Seon's pupils shrank. He jumped up from his chair and said that if he did this, the chairman would grab him by the throat. Dojun calmly looked at his uncle and said that grandfather is not interested in professional management, since he always keeps everyone on a leash. He put the contract back in the envelope and said that the chairman just wanted to use this contract to keep my uncle and aunt from sudden, rash actions. Dojun smiled softly and said that the chairman would allow his uncle to run for the post of mayor of Seoul only after he was sure that he would definitely not be able to escape. Sehen rubbed his eyes tiredly and said that his grandfather was really so cruel, and how could he not trust his own children? He clenched his fists and asked Dojun for permission to ask for 17.7% to be a controlling stake in Soonyang Group. He looked at the calm guy and said that he must get at least 80% to become the owner of the Soonyang Group chairman's office. Sehen talked intensely about how even if he had the supposed 80%, it would still be less than 10% of the company's total shares, and in any case, how much he thought the chairman was willing to give him. Dojun grinned and said that he would give everything with his head, but nothing with his soul. Sehen did not understand him. Dojun closed his eyes and said that grandfather knows that he is the only worthy manager in the Soonyang Group. He thought about the chairman and said that, however, he initially had a selfish mentality since he sees only himself and would not want to give what belongs to him to anyone. And in general, if grandfather could bury the Sanyang group in his coffin, he would definitely did it. Sanyang frowned and said that he wasn't asking about his greed, but about how Do-jun felt about his chances. Do-jun looked at the ceiling and said that he doesn't know because when the mind and heart fight, the mind doesn't always win. Sehen was surprised that he did not know his chances. Do-jun turned to him and said that it didn't matter since he decided to consider the share that he would inherit from his grandfather as a bonus. Sehen thought about the chairman and the fact that a non-greedy grandson with excellent abilities and the only blood relative who does not seem interested even if the grandfather wants to give away part of the company. So he is almost sure that this is a sure way to get the most significant bonus. Dojun picked up the envelope. He looked up at him and said that in any case, this contract will play a big role. He looked out the window and thought that the first stage was completed and now it was time to move on to the second. He turned to Sanyang and asked that out of $3.2 billion they changed Sanyang only one. It turns out that there were $2.2 billion left, to which the man was surprised that Dojun wants to use them too. Dojun looked at Sanyang and said that he needs to change the money when the exchange rate is at its peak, so as soon as the presidential elections are over and the government changes, he plans to give them as a gift for winning the elections. The man frowned and became angry. He started shouting that the guy was trying to imitate the keyballs. Dojun grinned and asked what was the point of creating a media city since there were no people migrating to this city. He became serious and explained that this is why they will attract companies that are suitable for the status of a media city, for example, broadcasting. Sanyang began to shout again, spreading his arms to the sides, that it made no sense with such dimensions. Dojun said relaxedly that now everyone uses public television, but there is cable and they need to do everything gradually. Sehen didn't know what to answer. Dojun thought about the construction and said that the SMC project is not bad, even from the government's point of view. And the construction of new infrastructure will not only help create an employment effect, but also revive the economy, so it's not bad for a new government project. Sehen gloomily asked if that was why he was going to literally give away $2.2 billion because he thought it was crazy. Dojun looked at his uncle in surprise and asked why he should give his money to the government, because he meant that he would simply exchange dollars for one. Sanyang calmly sat back and remembered the marks on the map of Seoul when Dojun confirmed that they would be in the same package. He introduced the building and said that an investor who invested $2.2 billion in creating a huge broadcast and media infrastructure when the entire country is in a severe crisis due to a shortage of foreign currency, wouldn't he be welcomed with open arms? Sanyang rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully that if he teamed up with the Seoul government, he thought that maybe she could even get government funding. Dojun grinned and said that if this happens, then there is nothing more to wish for. Silence fell between them. Sanyang smiled and asked if Dojun was a clone of his grandfather and how he came up with that. Dojun grinned and said that he was just a respectful grandson. The man frowned and asked what other respect we were talking about. Dojun thought about his father and said that he would turn SMC into a huge media empire and give it to his father. Sanyang stood up from his chair and clenched his fists. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Dojun stood up and said that cinema, broadcast content production, cable broadcasters, and internet broadcasting in the future. Dojun grinned and said that his father is also the chairman's son, so he needs to give him about as much as he listed to save face. Sanyang's eyes widened in surprise. Dojun became serious and asked that the American branch of Fantasy now has deep relationships with major film companies. He looked out the window and said that if done right, a global media company could be born. Yangchul sat in a chair and looked over the contract. He was slightly gloomy when he read it. Yangchul put it aside and said that Dojun was able to get it in the end. The guy smirked slightly and said that with this, even if Uncle becomes Mer-Sol, he will not be able to disobey grandfather. So once this is made public, he will be put on trial for violating the political foundation law, and his political career will be ruined. Yangchul took off his glasses and said that all he needed was just a few acres of land. Dojun leaned back on the back of the sofa and said that he could take the rest for himself, since when they concluded this contract, the aunt showed herself amazingly, to which the chairman asked what was wrong with the aunt. He remembered how his aunt folded her hands on her chest and immediately understood the value of state land, so she said not to even dream of getting all the state land in exchange for financing the election campaign. Yangchul smiled contentedly and said that then he should take it all and give it to his grandson. Dojun grinned and thought he had managed to get permission since he definitely said to take everything. The guy raised his hands in front of him and said that it was not his style to make money by building apartments. Yangchul rubbed his chin and said that he thought this was all reckless, since even if Choi's son-in-law took part in the election, there was no guarantee that he would win. Dojun looked at his grandfather, and he said that now he has more chances to win because he thinks about it in a positive way. Yangchul chuckled and said that he couldn't keep up with his intelligence. Dojun smiled contentedly and thought that he didn't know who his uncle's opponent would be, but he felt a little sorry for him. He introduced the staff of the Sanyang group to dig up his entire past, and he couldn't stand it when all the dirt that had ever happened in his life was spread everywhere by all kinds of media. Yangchul folded his hands on his chest and smiled contentedly, after which he said that his grandson spent so much money to give the mayor of Seoul directly into his hands, so he cannot stay away, and during the elections the measure will also help a little. Dojun bowed and thanked his grandfather. He thought thoughtfully about the words that he had given the measure of Seoul directly into his hands. The chairman looked pleased, and Dojun thought that isn't it shameless to say something like that, essentially taking away what his grandson had hard-earned. Yangchul noticed his disappointed expression. Dojun raised his hands in front of him and said that nothing happened. Yangchul grinned and said that his grandson was upset early because he would also give him a gift, so if there is something that he wants, then let him speak. Dojun didn't know what to say at first, but then he revealed that he was thinking about starting a new business, but would tell him about it after this election. Yangchul rubbed his chin and said that a new business that would require government help would be something big. Yangchul put his glasses on the table and told his grandson to be careful, because when politicians come into the equation, many variables are added as their interests are much more complex and they are not the type to ask for payment for their help. The chairman thought about the representatives of politics and said that they are one of those who put spokes in the wheels and try to get something in return for the silence or lack of any activity on your side. Dojun tensed because he couldn't understand whether his grandfather was giving him advice or something else. He stood up and said that as soon as the plan was ready, he would discuss it with grandfather first, and then ask for an estimate, and if grandfather wanted him to stop, it would be done immediately. Dojun smiled as this was the answer that grandpa wanted to hear. Yangchul told the calm grandson that this is his business and his money, so he doesn't need to get permissions and decrees. Even if he fails, just let him try as it will be a good experience. Yangchul smiled contentedly, and Dojun thought that he still didn't know what was in his soul and what was hidden in this look and words. The guy looked carefully at his grandfather. Events moved to the morning of December 19th. It was announced on all channels that Kim Dong from the Second National Assembly of New Korea, who united with Hanmin and Pakin, became president. Passers-by passed by the cafe where the protagonist was located. Inside the cafe, people were having fun talking to each other. Some of the students even smoked in the establishment. At the same time, Dojun and his company were having fun. His classmate grinningly asked him if he had forgotten about his promise to pass without restrictions after the exam. Dojun answered him, saying that he remembered everything. The classmates smiled and laughed, suggesting that Dojun, being one of the keyballs, had never been to such places. The protagonist only grinned at their words, because in fact he had been to such places countless times. When he was sitting with friends, there were even situations where he didn't have enough money, so he ordered alcohol without snacks. The protagonist raised his hand, deciding to feed his friends what he himself once wanted to eat, but could not. Looking at the waitress, the protagonist asked to bring bottled beer. His classmate and the waitress were shocked by his words. Smiling, Dojun decided to shock everyone again by saying that he hadn't had a drink for a long time. But since he was going to do it, he had to do it for sure, because they didn't come here to have small talk. The guys involuntarily looked at each other after Dojun's words. A moment later, one of them stood up abruptly, shouting to the entire restaurant that Dojun was taking the bottle. The girls looked a little puzzled in their direction. Ignoring the scream of his friend, Dojun thought that it would be nice to treat himself to bottled beer. A moment later, he glanced at the waitress again as he ordered appetizers. His friend abruptly interrupted him, asking him to order chicken, after which the slightly surprised protagonist still ordered fried chicken. Smiling faintly, he finished voicing the order. The friend sitting with him smiled and asked him if he often went to such places. He knew everything too well. Hearing their question to the protagonist, he suddenly became interested in whether his uncles, who were also third-generation keyballs, had visited such places, and have they ever ordered odentang soup in a small restaurant. Closing his eyes, Dojun said that in fact, he often visits such establishments. For example, when he goes with his family to Tudari Station to eat kebab, or when he eats stew with his uncles. Dojun surprised and slightly puzzled his classmate by asking him if he thought that they only go to hotel restaurants or expensive specialty restaurants every day, and when he eats at home, he has food served in the form of 12 chops. Looking at his friend, the protagonist said that he had ordinary soup, jjiggy, and a side dish for rice, nothing special. Remembering how he had fun with his friends in the past, Dojun realized that it was easy for him as an ordinary worker to cosplay as him now, so he decided to take this opportunity to wash away the image of a third-generation keyball. Dojun glanced at the man who approached them. A group of fourth-year students approached them, greatly surprising them. A friend sitting next to the protagonist expressed his respect to them. The guy leading the group apologized for interfering so unceremoniously. Dojun smiled weakly, saying that he didn't have to apologize. When the fourth-year student sat down next to the protagonist, he asked permission to ask him something. All the fourth-year students thought and listened carefully while their friend told Do-jun about the company's refusal to provide work. The head of the fourth-year students talked about how companies told them they couldn't hire new employees this year. All of the protagonist's classmates were shocked to hear his words. A little nervous, the fourth year asked Do-jun to understand him correctly. He was not asking him for a job. The protagonist looked at the fourth-year student, listening as he asked his opinion on what would happen next with companies in this profession. Do-jun wondered when a fourth-year student asked him if he should have studied for the bar exam. The two guys sitting in front of Do-jun stared at him, waiting for his answer. While the guy with glasses looked at Do-jun, the protagonist himself did not understand what he should have said, whether he should have told them the truth. Taking the glass of drink, Do-jun wondered if he should have given him some consolation. Without saying anything, the protagonist calmly drank his drink. While everyone present stared at Do-jun, he wondered if they would feel the gravity of the situation if he talked about the future. Do-jun parted his lips, deciding. The fourth-year students, looking at the protagonist, were puzzled when he advised them to quit their work and study for the exam. The guy excitedly asked Dojun if it would also be difficult to find a job next year because of the IMF. Do-jun mentally chuckled. He understood that now it would be difficult all the time. From now on, getting to work would become as difficult as it is difficult for a blind person to thread a thread through the eye of a needle. Looking at the fourth-year students, the protagonist told them that there would be no recruitment, and everyone who was currently working would be fired under the pretext of corporate restructuring. When they heard about the dismissal, the guys involuntarily shuddered. Dojun emotionlessly told them that most corporations would get rid of at least 30% of their workers because the IMF crisis was not just a lack of liquidity. Everyone looked carefully at the protagonist while realizing that this all meant that the country was in a state of economic bankruptcy. The protagonist's classmates nervously looked at each other. The fourth-year student stopped looking at the protagonist, thinking about his words. Looking at the glass on the table, Do-jun said that from now on, the concept of a job for life will disappear. Companies will be able to lay off employees at any time, and such a thing as a freelance worker will appear. Classmate Do-jun was puzzled and then asked him who the freelance employee was. Do-jun put his hand to his face, thinking about how to explain to his classmates who the freelancer was. Next, he pointed to the waitress, asking the guys if she paid income or vested income tax. The guy sitting next to me said that such workers don't even have compensation upon dismissal. Do-jun looked at the fourth-year student and asked what would happen if the boss told her to quit tomorrow. He narrowed his eyes a little and said that she should quit immediately. The protagonist again pointed to the waitress, saying that she was a freelancer. Opening a bottle of alcohol, Dojun said that this concept is used not only in small businesses, but also large corporations are gradually moving towards a similar concept. The fourth-year student looked at the protagonist in shock. All the guys looking at Do-jun became nervous after his words. When their order arrived, Dojun said that it would take a long time for the economy to come out of bankruptcy and return to normal. And if they were thinking about getting a job and weren't studying for the exam, then they should have joined the army. Everyone stared at Do-jun, puzzled, without saying a word. At the same time, the couple at the next table were smiling. One of the guys adjusted his glasses. The protagonist's classmates were not very concerned about his words. Dojun glanced at them, realizing that they were not yet able to sense the threat. But next year many will sit on benches out of despair. They will lose hope of finding a job. Only then will his classmates understand what Do-jun meant. The fourth year turned to Do-jun, thanking him. Afterwards, the guy with glasses barely smiled at the protagonist. Do-jun looked at him and said that he simply retold them the most negative scenario, due to the fact that the people around him were the ones who ran the companies, and they always took into account and considered the worst-case scenario. Taking a glass of beer in his hand, the fourth-year student said that they, too, should think and prepare for the worst, because they are already on the verge of graduation. The guy with glasses, looking at the protagonist, apologized for the spoiled mood and then offered him a drink. A moment later, he suddenly understood the glass and shouted to all the people in the establishment, saying that they still had a lot of time left, enough to save themselves from the crisis so they could not worry and get well drunk. Smiles appeared on people's faces after hearing this. Do-jun, who was drinking alcohol, smiled. Even if these people had forced smiles, they helped improve the atmosphere. People began to chat happily among themselves. Some even got up from their seats and made toasts for fun. Suddenly, the door of the establishment opened. Someone was approaching the protagonist's group having fun. The man's legs cast a shadow as he walked. Do-jun looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression when she greeted him. The girl, wrapped in warm clothes, stood in front of Do-jun. Although the protagonist did not show a single emotion, he was internally scared while trying to remember the girl's name. The girl pointed sharply at Do-jun, asking him if he forgot her name, and he, scared, admitted it. A slightly drunk fourth-year student asked Minyoung why she was there. Dojun's eyes widened as he remembered the girl's name. Minun smiled faintly, looking at the protagonist. After a while, when the girl undressed slightly, she asked not to pour her just half a glass because she still wanted to return to the library. While drinking alcohol, the protagonist stared at the girl. The fourth-year student, with some hostility, asked Minun if she even studied during the holidays and if she had time to sit here. Minun, looking at the guy who asked her, said that they don't have time to sit here because preparing for the state exam for a manager takes 2 years and people themselves have the right to decide what to do. Dojun lowered his glass, wondering why Minyoung was suddenly talking about this, whether it could be related to the IMF. The guy sitting next to Minun asked her what she was talking about. A moment later, Minyoung shocked everyone by calling everyone funny and then asked if they came to ask the protagonist what the situation of the enterprise is now and how long this crisis will last. Dojun, who was listening to the girl, was amazed. Before he thought that she was an exemplary student who did nothing but study for the position of a judge. But now he understood that Minun understood perfectly how the world works. Minun raised her glass after drinking some alcohol. Having drunk everything in one gulp, she put the glass on the table. Next, looking at the fourth-year student, Minyoung said that now even graduates of Seoul University cannot do anything, so they are almost crying. Because outside the walls of the university, life becomes harder, but fortunately, they were lucky, they studied law, and the exam was not so complicated. Dojun frowned slightly at her words. The fourth-year student, frowning, asked Minyoung if he had met with the protagonist, and if they could discuss the economic problems of Korea during the date. Classmate Dojun began shouting excitedly, denying the possibility of such an outcome. Then he gets worried, asking Minyoung to confirm his words while reminding her, as she said, that people who are proud of strength are losers, and those who are proud of money are mumblers. He then pointed to Dojun, saying that he has both power and money. Actively gesturing with his hands, the guy puzzled the protagonist by saying that he would only date the only daughter of the Kibal family or some celebrity. The fourth-year student smiled, saying that they don't even physically have such an opportunity, because Dojun doesn't go to university and Minyoung doesn't leave the library and lecture halls. The protagonist's classmates calmed down and began to smile. Dojun closed his eyes when he heard the guy's words. He didn't even envy them, because he, as a middle-aged man, had no strong desire for women. Sometimes, of course, hormones began to boil in his body, but immediately went down due to stress from work. Putting her clothes back on, Minun said goodbye to everyone. Dojun glanced at the girl when she asked him to come with her. With her hands in her pockets, Minun told the protagonist that she had something to tell him. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she explained to him that she would only ask a couple of questions. The protagonist was very puzzled after the girl's words. When they went outside, Dojun tried to warm himself by hugging himself. Shaking from the cold, Dojun asked the girl what she wanted to ask him. She turned her head, saying that she was very ashamed to say this now, so he should think carefully before answering. The protagonist lowered his hands and agreed. Minyoung pursed her lips. A moment later, she sighed, saying that it was her goal and duty to pass the state bar exam before graduation. Dojun parted his lips and asked what kind of debt she was talking about. Minyoung turned completely to Dojun, answering him by saying that her family would put a lot of pressure on her if she didn't cope, so she was obliged to cope. Dojun, not understanding why she was telling him this, irritably asked what she was leading to. Looking away, Minyoung said that she would be even busier than in her senior year of school. She had practically no time. Dojun immediately asked her what time she was talking about. Suddenly, the girl approached the protagonist. Her lips parted as she said she didn't have time to date him. Dojun looked at the girl in amazement, not understanding anything. Minyoung frowned slightly and scolded Dojun for his weak reaction to her confession. Dojun raised an eyebrow and asked Minyoung if she didn't hate people who were proud of their strength and money. She answered him by saying that he was just handsome. Her words shocked the protagonist. A little disappointed, Minyoung asked Dojun if he was only capable of such a reaction. A moment later, she sighed and closed her eyes. Next, she extended her finger saying that she doesn't have time and he doesn't go to university, although he doesn't get it often, but he can meet for lunch once or twice a month. Dojun asked her, puzzled, what she was talking about. Minun, looking at the protagonist, answered him by saying that she was talking about dating. Dojun stared at the girl in stupor. After a second he grinned. The girl clenched her fist and asserted her knowledge when Dojun asked her if she knew his number. Smiling, the protagonist told her to call and he would send a car for her. He then stopped smiling, telling Minyoung that they couldn't date like ordinary people. Minun opened her mouth in amazement after hearing this. Dojun turned around and said goodbye to the girl. He waved at her as she shouted and asked him to tell the guys that they were just discussing a group assignment. When Dojun approached the table, his classmate immediately asked him what they were talking about. The protagonist responded by saying that they were talking about a group assignment that he was shirking. Suddenly, Minun opened the door of the establishment. A moment later, she sharply shouted saying that from today she and Dojun are dating. The first years were horrified, while the fourth year smiled. Minyoung immediately closed the door and left. Dojun, looking at the angry faces of his friends, realized that he couldn't get away with it just like that. Events moved to the Jun family mansion. Daughter Yangchul and her husband bowed their heads as their father listed their assets. Yangchul frowned as he told his daughter that some of her sisters only had a department store and 1 or 2 golf courses. Soonyang raised one eyebrow with displeasure, saying that this is why she is in politics, because she wants to make up for the lack of power. Yangchul sighed when he heard his daughter talk about her lack of power. Soonyang's husband excitedly told Yangchul that he had nothing to worry about because he was going to build a political career without regard for the company. Yangchul frowned at his son-in-law and mentally laughed because the guy who was hiding behind his wife and couldn't even move told him that he would pursue a political career. Soonyang looked at her father while he said that the opposition had come to power and the dominant party had changed, so it would not be easy for the opposition candidate to win the elections. Soonyang smiled wickedly, saying that much more than the opposition party, she was afraid of her father. Yangchul frowned deeply upon hearing this. A moment later, he shouted for the people to enter. The office door opened, revealing people in the corridor. Without saying a word, they entered the office. Soon, 5 people sat down opposite the wife and husband. Soonyang and her husband looked at the newcomers with puzzlement. Covering his eyes, Yangchul said that from today they will help their son-in-law because since they decided to do this, they must win. Soonyang's husband stood up abruptly and bowed, thanking his father-in-law for his help. When Yangchul asked his son-in-law if he could take responsibility for his words, he straightened up, assuring his father-in-law. He screamed, telling Yangchul that he was like his own father, so he couldn't think otherwise. Yangchul smiled upon hearing his son-in-law's words. Then the chairman looked at the head of the people he had called. He placed the file folder in front of Soonyang's husband. He stared at the documents in shock. Looking at the folders, Yangchul said that in one folder there was a list of people who could be used for the position of deputy mayor. In the other folder there was a list of heads of organizations associated with Seoul. They were specially selected and should receive positions. Soonyang suddenly screamed at her father, but Yangchul didn't pay attention to her, saying that he wrote a couple of lines that he could use as promises during the election campaign. Soonyang's husband's eyes widened. He realized that the chairman's people would take over Seoul because the public promise was not from the mayoral candidate, but from Sanyang's company. For a moment, he felt like a puppet being controlled by strings, which is exactly what Yangchul was going to do to him. The worried son-in-law told his father-in-law that he no longer had people he needed to take care of, and his party would recommend someone. Yangchul abruptly interrupted his son-in-law, saying that he would make it so that he would not have to take care of anyone. After which Yangchul asked his son-in-law if it would be better for him to work in Sanyang than to be a civil servant in the Seoul City Hall. He was horrified to hear his words. Veins stood out on the man's fist. He pursed his lips, mentally convincing himself to endure everything and obey. Looking at his grinning father-in-law, he decided to launch a counterattack only when he had power. Events are transferred to one of the branches of the Lejong company. Dojun and Seon greeted the people who met them. Lejong extended his hand and introduced himself. Seon shook Lejong's hand, thanking her for coming. Lejong pointed to the chairs, telling Seon that he, the man who saved AJI and group, was obliged to repay him. Dojun stood to the side watching the two men. He became serious, remembering his recent conversation with his grandfather. He, sitting in his chair, said that Lejong's career was impressive, but the protagonist himself was then amazed that Lejong was a graduate of the 16th grade of the military academy, after which he worked in the Central Bureau during the Fifth Republic, and was even a member of the Changmin Party. Yangchul glanced at his grandson, saying that in the early days, Lejong was indispensable in Changmin, because, like the head of the Secretariat, he was very capable. Dojun flinched when Lejong asked Seon who he was. Seon, who sat down next to Lejong, said that this was his employee and there were no secrets between them, because he was still going to tell him what they would talk about. Dojun bowed to Lejong. The man smiled, telling Seon not to worry because he had nothing to hide. As the three of them sat down on the couches, Lejong asked Seon if they planned to transfer Fantasy Investments' $2.2 billion of available capital from the New York headquarters to Korea. Having received a positive answer, the man asked Seon if he had any conditions. Looking at Lejong, Seon said that he just wanted to discuss everything when they met. Lejong looked interestedly at the folder handed to him. This folder contained a plan for creating an SMC and a media group. Lejong silently stared at the folder. Dojun frowned slightly, realizing that Lejong was not at all surprised by the amount of $2.2 billion. Looking at the calm Lejong, Dojun didn't understand how he remained calm after hearing the exact amount for the first time. Was it possible that he didn't understand the value of money? Lejong's lips trembled slightly. After looking at Seon, he asked him why the investor wanted to do this, because finance and construction were not very compatible. Frowning, Seon answered the man, saying that the business plan was not only about construction, although it was included, but was also a separate enterprise. After what was said, Sanyang asked Lejong to consider the situation from the positive side. The man grinned as he asked his interlocutor if he called the injection of dollars into Korea a positive side. Continuing to frown, Sanyang confirmed his interlocutor's judgment. Covering his eyes, Lejong reminded that even after receiving a strong benefit, they would then return the entire United States again. Sanyang's eyes widened in shock at the man's words. Dojun frowned slightly as he listened to Lejong say that after stabilization, A-Jin Group would be divided and sold, and the profits would go to the United States. Knitting his eyebrows together, the man asked Sanyang if he was wrong. The chairman glanced at Dojun when he said that everything would be the other way around. Dojun, introducing representatives of various companies, said that their company is engaged in transferring money earned in the USA to Korea, and so far it has made huge profits by investing in various companies, and with the money they earned they even acquired A-Jin Group. Looking at Lejong very seriously, Dojun called everything an export. Lejong frowned slightly, not understanding what the export had to do with it. But a moment later he smiled, telling Dojun that he was just playing with words. The protagonist turned to Lejong asking him if exporting is not any action that brings profit in foreign currency, and although they did not sell their own goods, they also earned foreign currency. Lejong, after listening to him, said that now it looked like that, but the future was different. Soonyang approached Lejong, saying that if they only thought about making money, they would not have incurred the costs associated with the difference in exchange rates during double conversion, because it would be very difficult to get double profits from the plan that he proposed to him. Looking at the folder with the plan, Sanyang asked the chairman to check it just once. He silently stared at the folder, but a moment later he still took the folder with the plan in his hands. The man looking at the plan sheets was someone for whom the word exporter was a symbol of power and pride, because exports were what turned the country from the poorest economy in the world into a powerful economic powerhouse. Since childhood, Koreans have heard that the country does not have enough resources, so they often saw ships full of resources, and that is why Lejong was unpleasant to hear a word that made him proud from the lips of a guy who only plays with money. Dojun frowned slightly at the man. He didn't know if he would continue to think like that after reading the plan. Lejong placed a folder on the table saying that the plan was to create a mecca of the Korean media industry. Smiling slightly, the man asked Sanyang if he planned to invest all $2 billion in her. Sanyang glanced at Lejong, saying that they will not only invest in the media industry. Leaning slightly, Sanyang said that in fact, they plan to invest in different areas and become managing managers in Korea, leaving the American investors to the locals. Lejong folded his hands and thought slightly. His lips parted when he asked Sanyang what he had decided about the industry. Dojun glanced at Sanyang, noticing his shock at his interlocutor's question. Leaning slightly, Lejong called Sanyang a man with a wonderful mind. Sanyang became nervous, unable to say anything. The protagonist grinned. He saw how his uncle was confused because he was in charge of all the investments. Dojun involuntarily remembered a meeting with entrepreneurs of the new millennium. The government then, in order to boost the economy, directed all its efforts to support venture capital companies related to the industry. Dojun smiled faintly, mentally saying that, in addition, the government raised the topic of cultural enrichment. So if the sign of an American investment company was removed from fantasy investment, it would be ideal for the current tasks of the Korean government. Lejong listened attentively to Dojun as he said that this sector would greatly help in the development of small and medium-sized businesses. Gesturing with his hand, Dojun said that if their government changed course, it would produce excellent results. Lejong was delighted, expressing complete agreement with the protagonist. Smiling at his interlocutor, Dojun mentally told himself that civil servants and politicians only needed to answer what they themselves wanted to hear, and the answer that Lejong wanted to hear now was a good future for it. Lejong looked at Sanyang with interest and asked him if he was considering investing in it. But suddenly Dojun intervened, saying that their company did not think about it. His words shocked both Sanyang and Lejong. Lejong frowned, starting to get angry. Dojun, without expressing emotion, told him that the industry should develop only due to new technologies, and if some private capital intervenes, ideas and technologies will be leveled, and young venture companies should not be held back by old capitalism. Surprised, Lejong asked Dojun whether it was worth making this business a state entity then. The protagonist, being calm, responded by saying that the government should do everything itself and watch how young venture entrepreneurs are born in the country. Dojun became a little serious and said that if the government supports the creation of an infrastructure, it will bring good profits. Lejong became thoughtful, beginning to ponder the protagonist's words. Sanyang was nervous, watching from the side. All three of those sitting were silent while the chairman was thinking. His lips soon parted, after which he called Dojun's opinion interesting. Lejong lowered his hand and said that they would carefully review the plan and contact them, but in the meantime, they should tell them more about the investment plan. Sanyang looked at the chairman in shock. Even Dojun was very shocked, because the chairman of the selection committee's words about careful consideration were equivalent to the approval of the rest of its members. After a while, Lejong extended his hand. The satisfied chairman shook Saen's hand. Dojun looked at this with a smile on his face. Although he was telling this plan, the chairman did not extend his hand to him. Dojun became slightly depressed, realizing that this was a way to show his status. A few minutes later, the protagonist and Saen found themselves on the street. They walked along the sidewalk with smiles on their faces. Saeon glanced at Dojun, asking him if he was interested in investments. After receiving an affirmative answer, Saen cried out, asking him why he didn't want it, since this industry is very profitable. Dojun's lips parted. He greatly surprised Saeon by saying that now they are the owners of a company that is competing for championship with Daehyun Motors. They have no place among venture capital companies that were trying their best to earn some money. Saeon frowned, calling Dojun's words rude, because once these companies grow, they can't be ignored. Smirking slightly, Dojun said that the Sanyang branch of the company already earned more than 2 trillion won a few years ago, so no matter how big the venture capital company grows, it will not reach this level. Looking at his angry uncle, Dojun told himself that many companies were attracting him, but he did not have time to pay attention to firms that would only increase their sales to 1 or 2 trillion won in 20 years. Sehen shouted sharply, telling the protagonist that he must know the value of every penny in order to be able to save money. The young man, smiling, told Saeon that he could invest wherever he wanted and could earn himself some pocket money. Saeon fell silent abruptly, frowning at Dojun. Dojun, not noticing anything, thought about several companies that had not yet grown. Among them there was even the Windy City from Next Sun, which began operating last year. Dojun flinched and stopped abruptly when Saeon yelled at him, telling him not to make a mistake. A little scared, Dojun glanced at Saeon, asking what he was talking about. Saeon raised his hand and shouted angrily, telling the protagonist that, having received several $100 billion and 1 trillion won, he did not become the chairman of the conglomerate. Saeon clenched his teeth in anger. The protagonist stared at Saeon in surprise. Looking at him, Dojun realized that Saeon was so angry for the first time in 10 years. Frowning, Saeon told the protagonist that his grandfather managed only those businesses that brought in 1 trillion. He dines with influential political figures, thus gaining the right to profit, and this is what keyballs do. Dojun's eyes widened sharply. He couldn't understand what he had done to make his uncle so angry. Very angry, Saeon said that such people have tens of thousands of farm laborers who earn pocket money for them, and it was with the pennies they earned that his grandfather bought a steel mill in China. The surprised protagonist listened to his uncle, who told him that without these farm laborers there would be no chairman. Through clenched teeth, Saeon told Dojun that he didn't even have farm hands, didn't have anyone to earn him money, but even so, he still considers himself like the chairman of all keyballs. Dojun listened in shock as his uncle scolded him for the fact that hundreds of billions were pocket money for him. The protagonist lowered his head slightly. Remembering his past life, he realized that Saeon was right. For the first time in 10 years, he behaved not like a farm laborer, but like a keyball. The protagonist's lips trembled. He realized that he had become too arrogant. A moment later, he bowed to Saeon, asking for forgiveness. He was very surprised by Dojun's quick change. He looked away, telling Dojun that nothing bad had happened since he realized everything quickly. Continuing to walk, Saeon suggested again discussing where the protagonist was going to invest. Dojun thought about it when Saeon told him that although he himself could decide where to invest, he had a better sense of investment. Looking at Saeon Dojun, he offered him online games. Continuing to walk, Dojun offered to invest 1 billion each in 2 places that he indicated. Saeon rubbed his jaw and thought. Lowering his hand, Saeon suggested using 10 billion, he would name 2 games, and he would choose the rest himself and scatter a little less than 1 billion into each. A moment later, Saeon smiled and winked at Dojun, reminding him of the government that was going to support the IT sector. The protagonist smiled, looking at his uncle. Walking with him, Dojun regretted that this worthy man would retire in 5 years. The winter of 1997 soon arrived. People on the streets changed their clothes to warm ones. Looking at the city, one could understand that for the first time Christmas songs could not be heard on the streets. At this time, influential people gathered inside one of the offices. Some were discussing something among themselves, while Dojun and Saeon watched them. The people who had the most money in the world sat quietly in a super comfortable bank. Dojun, sipping tea, realized that these people were not even bothered by the cold. One of the men asked Saeon if they should begin the takeover process now that the merger discussions with Sanyang were completely completed. Saeon calmly answered him, saying that the agreement had not yet been signed and they were in the process of adjusting the share. Next, the man sadly asked when this would be finished. Saeon said that this question should be asked to the Sanyang company and not to them. The man with glasses said that all that was left was to go through the procedure. Dojun abruptly interrupted him by saying that that was not all. The man with glasses looked at the young man, puzzled. Dojun and Sanyang looked at each other when their interlocutor asked about Dojun's identity. The protagonist bowed when his uncle said that he had called him from the US headquarters and he would be in charge of this merger and acquisition. All the men sitting opposite fell silent. Apologizing, 3 of them stood up and began holding out their business cards. Dojun squinted, realizing that these people were interested in his position and status. They wanted to make sure that he was worthy of being here. When the man took Dojun's business card and read his name, they were very puzzled. Dojun apologized for using an English name as a second-generation Korean. People began to whisper, wondering about the identity of Dojun, who became Howard Jin according to American documents, a young second-generation Korean who was born in the United States. He runs the investment system at the headquarters. The man was a little scared due to the arrival of a person with such a status, but was still able to tell Dojun to continue with what he wanted to say. With his hands folded on the table, the protagonist said that their investment analysis team was currently carefully reviewing this acquisition. One of the men became agitated, asking Dojun why they were double-checking it. Sanyang did not answer, closing his eyes. The protagonist grinned, realizing that even in such a situation, the bank strictly adheres to the plan of not talking to the service staff. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Sanyang said that he tried to dissuade them, but the people there only followed the system and did not listen to the director at all. Dojun glanced at his uncle when he said that this is why, from the point of view of their system, this comrade is very smart and grenade in executing the decisions of their American investors. The men became nervous when they heard Sanyang's words. The protagonist continued to say that the original scenario was like this and Soonyang planned to get A-Jin Motors, but spent all her money on acquiring Hando Steel. Dojun became serious, saying that that's when they came to fantasy. They thought to hold A-Jin Motors until Soonyang raised enough money to then sell the company at a higher price. All the men fell silent abruptly after his words. The protagonist hit the table, saying that there was a currency crisis in Korea and the purchase amount was 1.2 trillion won at an exchange rate of 800 won. Dojun became even more serious, saying that now the exchange rate was 1,800 won, which meant only $670 million. And if the exchange rate rose to 2,500 won, the amount would be even less. The men were horrified by the words of the protagonist. One of them started shouting, saying that the IMF has already begun to support them and $2 billion have already been poured in, so the exchange rate will not rise to 2501, it will reach 2000 and rise. The protagonist abruptly interrupted them by saying that $55.5 billion were promised, but only 2 came. The men thought about it, listening as the protagonist told them about a change of power with which they would have to negotiate again. The protagonist frowned slightly, telling the man that the promised amount would not come. This shocked the head of the company. The other man adjusted his glasses without saying anything, and the third representative coughed into his fist and refrained from speaking. Dojun, placing his hands on the armrests, said that they need to sort out the reports as soon as possible, but even so they will not find the necessary answer in their ledgers, and the new government will begin consolidating the banks. All 3 men became nervous as they listened to Dojun say that if they wanted to survive, the money had to arrive in Fantasy's account before the end of this year. Exporting companies made dollars, and importing companies needed them, so if you have the right currency, everyone will come to you. Sanyang glanced at Dojun as he told the men that the Korean market was not stable and they were wondering whether the Korean economy would rise again or fall. Everyone in the office suddenly fell silent after the words he said. The man with glasses asked Dojun what he wanted to say. The protagonist stared at him without saying a word. His lips parted as he said that although their company was the first priority acquirer, they planned to give up this right. The head of the company was shocked when he heard this. His comrade even opened his mouth in amazement, and the man with glasses actually screamed, asking the protagonist what he was talking about. Dojun clasped his fingers together and said that this all meant ruin for them. The men, on the other hand, jumped to their feet as Dojun asked them if the AHYUN group would intervene if they refused to acquire A-Jin Motors. Looking at the men who jumped out, the protagonist asked them to negotiate with the AHYUN group. All 3 stood in a stupor, realizing that the AHYUN group would never leave. Sanyang closed his eyes, not daring to interfere. Dojun grinned, knowing that now everyone would have to hurry up to get everything settled. Events take us to Yangchul's office, where the old man expressed his admiration for Dojun's action. Yangchul said with a slight smile that it was Dojun's words and actions that made them make a choice. The grandson was silent, not saying anything. He involuntarily remembered how he announced the purchase price of the company while sitting in front of its representatives. Then one of them shouted indignantly, saying that it was only 60% of the original price. But the protagonist did not argue with them and closed his eyes. When he opened them, he said that if they agreed, then today he would deposit $400 million into the account they indicated. They fell silent abruptly, without saying a word. The protagonist frowned slightly, realizing that they could not refuse such an offer. Yangchul smiled, praising his grandson for not giving them time to think, because if he had given them time, they would definitely have been able to find a way out. Dojun threw his hands up, saying that it wouldn't work next year. The old man grinned, asking if he should drive a wedge so that his condition would be agreed to. Dojun glanced at his grandfather, asking him to do it. Frowning, Dojun asked Yangchul to prepare Soonyang's consultant position, and he would pay all the expenses. Without ceasing to grin, Yangchul said that Dojun will learn bad things. The protagonist also grinned, mentally saying that he learned all this from him, because it was he who taught his son this way, and he taught his son. Soon the grandfather expressed his consent. Then he handed the protagonist an envelope, asking him to look at it. Dojun looked a little puzzled at the pieces of paper inside the envelope. A moment later he exclaimed at their contents. On the sheet was written a list of banks that would be sold and merged. The old man, looking at his grandson, said that he was still thinking about how to use this material, but as it turned out, it was for his grandson. The protagonist looked at his grandfather in surprise and asked him if the bank had seen this list. Smiling widely, Yangchul said that only the AEHYUN group was in the know. Dojun was horrified by his grandfather's words, but was still able to say that he could use it effectively. The old man leaned back in his chair, telling his grandson that he was just lucky. Still looking at his grandson, Yangchul said that when they found out that they would soon be out of work, they would beg him and perhaps soon even bow their heads in gratitude. Dojun, looking at the information, was a little regretful, because if he had found out this information a little earlier, he could have started negotiations not with 60%, but with 50%. The grandson glanced at his grandfather when he called out to him. Stopping smiling, Yangchul said that Sanyang also plans to announce the start of a large-scale reconstruction early next year. The protagonist, looking at his grandfather, understood that not everyone in the company found it easy to manage $1 billion. His lips parted, after which he called his grandfather's decision difficult. He closed his eyes, saying that he couldn't do anything about it. Dojun was surprised when Yangchul said that he was tired of branches that lost their competitiveness and just took money. A moment later, the old man grinned again, glad that he wouldn't have people screaming about unfair dismissal. Dojun was horrified, remembering how the companies that survived the IMF crisis got a chance, because from that moment the monopolization of large enterprises began. Yangchul got up from his chair, deciding to take this opportunity to do what he had been putting off for a long time. Looking at his grandson, Yangchul said that it was his 20th birthday present. The protagonist was puzzled by what he heard. Smirking, the old man informed his grandson about receiving a share in the company. He would include this in the restructuring plan so that he would get everything cheap. Dojun exclaimed, unable to believe it. A moment later, his grandfather laughed because the guy who took over Sunyang Motors was happy with just a couple of extra shares. Soon evening came. Sehen contacted Fantasy's American office in New York, and $400 million was deposited into the creditor's account. The next morning, about a dozen lawyers checked the A-Jin Group purchase and sale agreement, which included the amended terms, at the bank's main office, and in the afternoon, this agreement was signed. Events moved to January 1, 1998 at the Jun family estate. Luxurious chandeliers were hung in honor of today's holiday. People were having a fun conversation with each other, and the protagonist's family stood in the center of the hall. Sang-jin turned his head sharply when his grandfather asked him if he was studying music. Sang-jin bowed to his grandfather and greeted him. Holding a glass of alcohol in his hand, Yangchul asked his grandson if he wanted to become a singer. Bowing to his grandfather, Sang-jin said that he is not really a singer, he is involved in producing, and this was already associated with the release of music albums. Sang-jin closed his eyes when his grandfather said that he already knew everything, then asked him if he thought he was too old to figure it out. Sang-jin opened his eyes a little depressed. Afterwards, he asked his grandfather if he didn't mind, surprising him. Standing with his head bowed, Sang-jin said that he changed his specialization at will. The old man grinned, telling his grandson that he should succeed in what he liked. His words surprised Sang-jin greatly. Next, Yangchul told his grandson to look up to his father and learn from him, after which he asked Yoongi if he was the president of the largest film company in Korea. Raising his hands, Yoongi began to deny this. Yangchul interrupted him by saying that in 10 years he had grown a company that was comparable to a house to one of the largest. Yoongi calmed down, saying that next year their company would become one of the largest, so they couldn't offend them. Yangchul smiled when he heard his son's words. Sang-jin was in a stupor after what he saw. The protagonist's mother was also very surprised, while he simply smiled. Grandfather turned to Sang-jin. Barely smiling, the grandfather told his grandson not to waste his time like his father. He should finish his studies as soon as possible in order to be the best in his field in 10 years. Sang-jin stared at his grandfather in amazement, his fist clenched with tension. Afterwards, he bowed to his grandfather, swearing to him that he would definitely become the best. Dojun, sipping alcohol, smiled. Soon, while sitting at home, Dojun heard the first news of the year. It was the sale of two banks. One of them was a representative bank created from a savings bank, and the other was a regional bank, which had managed to grow to the size of a national one. The news shocked him even more because both banks were listed as targets for foreign sale. The TV news kept announcing this all the time. People were very angry when they heard this, and the gratitude to the IMF for the emergency cash assistance disappeared. Dojun was horrified to realize that the IMF provided foreign exchange assistance for a reason. It was a loan with the condition of selling the bank. Oddly enough, among the entire list of people following the news, the protagonist was most surprised. He looked through the notebook several times where the memories of his previous life were recorded, but this event did not happen. He clutched his head in despair, even if this event happened during his student youth when he was not interested in economic news. He was haunted by the question of whether the purchase of the bank would have been possible if he had known about it earlier. Dojun frowned, realizing that having these cans was like having wings. His fist clenched, and the joy of becoming the owner of a large automobile company 3 days ago evaporated. He was very angry, having set himself only one goal. Events take us to the entrance to the Jun family mansion, where many reporters and cars are crowded. A huge motorcade of cars entered the estate. Soon dozens of cars completely occupied the parking lot. The friend standing in front of the daughter-in-law thanked her for the opportunity to visit the house of the chairman of the Sanyang company. The daughter-in-law smiled and said that their home would be in the Pyeongchang area and they would initially live with her husband's family. One of the friends, putting her hand to her face, said that the Keeballs still live according to the principles of the Joseon era. The daughter-in-law, smiling, said that even if she was offered to live in another place, she would insist on it because the prince could not live outside the kingdom. The friends were amazed when the daughter-in-law said that she would not do anything and all that was required of her was to smile sweetly during breakfast and dinner together. Smirking slightly, the daughter-in-law called it worth it. Events take us to a slightly remote mansion estate. Yeonjun's friend standing next to him asked him what would happen to them since he got married. One of them smiled broadly, suggesting that their friend would continue to have fun with them. Yeonjun sighed after hearing this. Holding a cigarette in his hand, Yeonjun reminded them that he got married later than everyone else present. One of them spread his arms, saying that they practically do not pay attention to their wives after marriage. Suddenly, the bearded guy made the two fall into a stupor by saying that all this was only because they lived in his wife's family. Throwing away his cigarette, Yeonjun said that he would no longer have fun because his father wants him to take the company seriously. After that, Yeonjun stepped on the cigarette butt. Looking at his friends with a grin, he said that although they might not notice their wives, they did not notice the old people. When Yeonjun turned around, he said goodbye to his friends. With his gaze, Yeonjun called out to his bearded friend. While the two friends were chatting happily, Yeonjun and his friend stepped aside. The guy was a little puzzled when Yeonjun asked about the supporting actress. Smirking, Yeonjun ordered his friend to put the girl on a plane in 2 days, after which he would book her a room and call him. The guy was quite surprised, calling Yeonjun incredible. Yeonjun patted his friend on the back saying goodbye. Turning around, he said he didn't know what to do for 10 days with a wife he barely knew. The guy waved his hand at Yeonjun, telling him to just consider his favor a wedding gift. Events take us back to the banquet hall. Many people bowed and congratulated the chairman. Some came up and shook Yangchul's hand to show respect. Yangchul turned his head sharply when someone called him a matchmaker. The daughter-in-law's father extended his hand, saying that this reception hall was perfect for a modest wedding ceremony. I shake hands with the matchmaker. Yangchul said that his daughter will not have to worry about anything in their house. Suddenly, Yangchul tightened his grip. With a smile on his face, he invited the matchmaker to step away and discuss matters. He, too, without stopping to smile, agreed with him. Soon she entered a secluded room. Yangchul and his matchmaker sat down opposite each other. Putting the mug of tea on the table, Yangchul turned to Hong. Frowning, Yangchul told him to stop since he became part of their family. Hong was a little surprised and asked Yangchul what he was talking about. Veins appeared on the old man's face and neck as he suggested to Hong that they forget everything for the sake of their children. Hong was greatly shocked by the words of her interlocutor. Closing his eyes, Yangchul said that although he understood that he wanted to find out what kind of people his new relatives were, he needed to stop. Angry, Yangchul glanced at Hong. He began to get very worried, trying to talk his way out of it. Gritting his teeth, the old man ordered Hong to shut up and listen. Hong exclaimed internally, feeling frightened and afraid. A very angry Yangchul told Hong that their Yeonjun is not very bright. Although he is 30, he still loves to play, and although he did not know what they were up to there. Hong interrupted Yangchul excitedly, saying that it wasn't what he thought. The angry old man said that Yeonjun would be fine since he was his grandson. Hong bowed his head without saying anything. Sitting across from him, Yangchul said that it didn't matter what mistakes his grandson made in his life because he was his grandson. Hong bowed his head even more after these words. His hands shook with anger. The angry old man made Hong tremble, telling him not to dare to invite his son-in-law to his place because he would not contact his wife's relatives, and if he wanted to meet his granddaughter, then just call her. A gloomy Yangchul said that it was all because today was the last day Dojun sees their family members. Hong was horrified and began to get very nervous, but Yangchul did not stop. The old man said that anyone with the surname Hong should not even think about entering the building that bears the name Sanyang. The old man stood up, threatening Hong that otherwise their company would completely destroy Hong's company. Beads of sweat ran down Hong's face after hearing what she heard. Yangchul silently walked past Hong. With one last look at him, he told him not to take his words lightly. Hong froze as if shocked. This current seemed to pass through the door, and in complete emptiness he rushed straight towards him, in the end, hitting Hong right in the head. Hong clenched his teeth in anger, but a moment later, he sighed, guessing that Yangchul thought of Dojun as a successor since he cared so much about him. While adjusting his glasses, Hong mentally told himself that he didn't have much time left, just like Chairman Jin. At this time, the newlyweds came out and greeted everyone. Hong clenched his fist, realizing that the youth had a bright future ahead of them. Baring his teeth, Hong told himself that time was not on the chairman's side. Soon night came. Yoongi was sitting in his father's office. He leaned in slightly, asking his father if there was something he wanted to tell him. Smiling, Yangchul asked his son how his business was going. He answered him by saying that he had no problems, because this industry was the least affected by the currency crisis. Yangchul, looking at his son, asked if it was difficult to attract investors to the cinema. Yoongi answered him by saying that this was not a reason for everyone to regret it and cry, because it's also difficult for others. His father smiled upon hearing his words. A moment later, the father shocked his son by asking him if he could help him. Yoongi chuckled, saying that he was not so young that he was so easily deceived. Yangchul smirked upon hearing this. Yoongi stared at his father, puzzled. A moment later, looking at his father, he asked him to simply tell him if he wanted to say something. He closed his eyes and thought. The smile disappeared from his face, after which he said that he would give him the Soonyang Medical Foundation and Development Center. Yoongi stared at his father in shock. Hospitals like the one under the management of the Soonyang Medical Foundation could be counted on one hand, especially since the building itself occupied such a huge plot of land that the property tax alone amounted to 1 billion won. But the Soonyang Development Center could not be called a full-fledged enterprise, because although it was an independent legal entity, in fact it was only engaged in internships for university graduates, training new managers and conducting group development trainings. Frowning, Yangchul asked his son if it was not enough for him. Yoongi thought about it, realizing that something was bothering him. His son, Dojun, he was very worried about him. Frowning, Yoongi made up his mind. He grabbed his leg tightly. A moment later, he sharply shouted to his father, saying that this was not enough. Yangchul was very surprised by his son's words. They both stared at each other without saying a word. Yoongi pursed his lips nervously. His father asked him what wasn't enough for him. Smiling slyly, Yangchul asked where such greed came from a man who didn't even look in the direction of the company. Frowning, the man replied that he had to do his duty as a father. Grinning, the old man asked what debt he was talking about and whether he meant Dojun. Squinting his eyes angrily, Yoongi answered in the affirmative. The chairman closed his eyes and threw back his head. Crossing his arms, he asked his son to ask his grandson what value the hospital and center provided by the chairman had, who was confident that the child would welcome them with open arms. The man widened his eyes in surprise. With a confident knitting of his eyebrows, Yangchul asked his son to save everything he was given and pass it on to his son at a more appropriate time, while he himself would take care of the boy separately, and it would not be for nothing, but as cheaply as possible. With his mouth open in shock, Yoongi asked if his father was going to get money from his grandson. Closing his eyes, the old man sighed heavily and said that Dojun would understand everything, being smarter than his father. The man looked at him silently. They sat in front of each other on leather chairs. The chairman said that many here have eyes and ears, but only his son knows about this information. Bowing, Yoongi thanked him. Squinting, the old man asked him to leave. The plane was flying high above the clouds. Dojun and his wife were sitting in business class. Soyin inspected the plane while her husband read the newspaper. The girl turned to him and asked if they were on a charter flight. The guy smiled and said that he had bought all of first class for them and all of business class for the 6 accompanying people. Pouting her plump lips, Soyin wondered if this was the life of a keyball because neither her father nor her grandfather could afford it. She took out a folder with documents from her purse and invited her beloved to look at them. Taking the folder in his hands, Dojun asked what it was, but there was no answer. One of the documents had a photograph of Donga. The guy raised his eyebrows in confusion. The folder contained dossiers on each member of his family. Handling the documents in his hands, he thought that creating such a detailed report would require round-the-clock surveillance. Smiling, the girl stated that, as expected, the people her husband was most interested in were President Dongyi and Dojun. She explained that the president often met with branch managers and with Dojun, who was the president of Fantasy Investment. The guy clenched his teeth and raised his upper lip tensely. Hearing a rude curse in her direction, Soyeon widened her eyes in surprise. Seeing the indignation on her husband's face, she called his name. Yeonjun frowned menacingly, saying that he had guessed about the younger one and asking why his wife was watching all the members of his family. The girl raised her eyebrows in fear, not knowing what to answer. The documents were torn to shreds. The woman covered her mouth with her hands in shock, continuing to tear the papers into small pieces. The guy asked how she dared pretend to be a housewife. Hearing that she only ruined the mood, Seo-yeon was so scared that her pupils shrank. The flight attendants hurried out of first class. The curtain closed behind them. An enraged Yeonjun stood up from his chair, throwing what was left of the reports onto the floor. Baring his teeth angrily, he turned to his wife and asked how she dared spy on the older members of his family. In his opinion, the wife should live in silence and be grateful that the newspaper worker was accepted into such a family, because all that is required of her is to give birth to a boy who can become an heir. Soyeon listened to these words with her hand to her mouth. Pointing his finger at her, the guy said that if something like this happens again, the girl will spend the rest of her life in a small room. Pressing her hand to her lips, the woman was afraid to say anything. Looking around, the man called his secretary. A man in a black formal suit appeared in the aisle. Yeonjun asked him to find another hotel so the couple could live separately, the veins in his neck swelling from the tension. Pointing to his wife, he asked the secretary to keep an eye on her so that the girl would not do anything stupid and just go shopping. The secretary agreed. Soyeon knitted her eyebrows and pursed her lips, trying not to cry. Her hands were clenched into fists. Her husband fell into a chair in the next row. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that the more thoughts he had, the more his wife annoyed him, and decided that this was even better because now he had an excuse why the newlyweds should spend the entire 10-day honeymoon apart. The woman who became his wife belittled him on the first day. With these thoughts, the man put on a sleep mask. Smiling, he thought that now he could safely call the girl he met yesterday without waiting 2 or 3 days as planned. The plane was gaining altitude above the night sky. Lights were burning in the cottage windows. The main character, sitting opposite his father, said that, apparently, he was given people. After introducing the hospital building, he explained that Sanyang Hospital was known for having a large number of VIP clients, including high-ranking officials and politicians who were afraid that their health conditions would become known to the masses, so Sanyang was ideal for keeping such secrets. The father raised his eyebrows in surprise. Smiling slightly, Dojun explained that from now on, anyone who wants a promotion or special treatment will have to get his father's permission. This way, Yoongi can naturally get more connections since Soonyang Hospital will be able to take care of the director or the main actors when filming begins films. Opening his mouth, the man asked what about the development center. Imagining the person standing on the pedestal, the boy said that all candidates for promotion must take courses at the development center, and even if the course grade does not guarantee a promotion, it plays a huge role in further promotion and affects qualifications. Yoongi raised his eyebrows silently. People in formal suits stood behind each other. Everyone knew that Sanyang Group had impeccable personnel management. A group in tracksuits ran forward. A man gave a lecture in front of the blackboard. The Sanyang Development Center, unlike the centers of other companies, was an ideal place for an internship, where a huge number of courses, seminars, trainings, and exams were held. Putting his hand to his chin thoughtfully, the guy said that everyone who wanted to get closer to the core of the company had to go through the development center. So Yoongi, as the director of the center, was expecting a flurry of calls asking him to take care of them. After adjusting his glasses, the man concluded that he would have human resources in his hands both within the company and outside it. Smiling, the main character confirmed this, adding that the grandfather wanted to make people the hallmark of his son. Looking kindly at the boy, Yoongi countered that this should have been his distinguishing feature. Dojun looked towards the window. Adjusting his glasses again, the man asked how he managed to understand his grandfather's intentions. Placing his hands on his knees, the boy replied that his father was simply not interested in this, so he did not know. Pouting, Yoongi asked if he could find out the shareholder structure of the development center and its branches and if his son wanted to know what the situation was. Severely lowering the corners of his lips, the guy replied that it seemed to him that it was not just a matter of creating his own network of connections. If that weren't the case, there would be no need to keep the transfer of companies a secret. Imagining the man's hard look in his head, the boy said that perhaps there was something that his brothers wouldn't like. Putting his hand to his head, Yoongi said that there are too many secrets here. Smiling, the main character said that his grandfather was full of secrets. Leaning back on the sofa, the man asked why his son looked more like his grandfather and not like him. Crossing his arms over his chest, He added that it would be awkward, but he needed to do his fatherly duties properly at least once. A peaceful smile appeared on his son's face. The city had a clear blue sky without a single cloud. There were no leaves on the trees. Employees went to work for a company that does not even pay them wages just to save their jobs. A crowd of people was walking down the street. They didn't even know that the company was about to go bankrupt, so they continued to work with the illusory hope of the best, but with each new morning the realization came to them that people had nowhere else to find work. The man's expression looked devastated. The delayed salary still forced these people to go to work in the hope of getting at least a little. The crowd headed to the entrance to the building. They thought hundreds of times in their heads that there was no hope, but in a small corner of their hearts there were still some aspirations that forced the employees to go to work. The heroes watched them from afar. The main character asked what about these people. His partner scratched the back of his head in irritation. Looking ahead, Sanyang replied that his friend should be their savior by giving them back pay and a special bonus to boost their morale. There was a sign on the door that said Director's Office. The executive director of Do-jun Construction introduced himself and extended his hand. People gathered in the office at one table. The main character squinted in disbelief, thinking that the director was not in the office, but the butler was, and that when Fantasy Investment bought 5% of the shares of Do-jun Construction, the main shareholder found out about it and immediately contacted him to meet. There were many folders and documents on the desktop. This move was obvious because it is impossible not to pay attention to a person who buys shares of a company that is about to go bankrupt, especially if he is from the fantasy investment company that absorbed the A-Jin group. Sanyang bowed and introduced himself. This was understandable because in a stalemate everyone is afraid for their place. Do-jun faked a smile and said that he was at a loss that investors had bought shares of their company so suddenly. Squinting his eyes, Dojun wondered if the director's face expressed mere curiosity or true fear. Sitting down in a chair, the man said that their company was not one that could interest such a large investor as Fantasy Investment, and asked to tell about the reason for this decision. Looking at him, Sanyang replied that the only reason an investment company buys shares is money. The director put his hand to his lips thoughtfully. Raising his eyebrows, he asked if investors didn't read newspapers and watch the news, because if they plunged their feet into the sinking Do-jun Construction, they could lose all their money. Sanyang smiled when he was told that no one now invests in stocks that look more like flattened tin cans. The old man with glasses said that it would be better to just put the money in the bank because the interest rate there was quite high. The investor frowned with displeasure. Turning to the old man, he asked if his status was higher than that of the executive director. Angrily widening his eyes, Sanyang said that it would be better for them to leave, and asked how such a person dares to interfere in a conversation between a large shareholder who owns 5% of the shares, and not even the CEO, but only the executive director. The old man was taken aback and swallowed nervously. The boy carefully watched what was happening, but did not dare to insert his word. Do-jun got up from his chair and asked for understanding, since the director was now running around looking for funds to save the company from bankruptcy. Looking down, the executive explained that this was why the investors had to meet with the trustee instead. Still bowing, he looked at his colleague. The old man immediately jumped up from his seat, bowed and asked forgiveness for his rudeness. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sanyang stated that since they realized everything, they could be free because he wanted to talk in a quieter environment. The employees stared at their boss in surprise. After that, they took their leave and left the office. The executive director silently watched them go. Turning to face the investor, he asked why they suddenly decided to buy shares in their company. Sanyang knitted his eyebrows in displeasure and asked first to tell him why they wanted to meet with him. The guy looked intensely at his colleague. His face expressed contempt. The main character had seen something like this for the first time, because his partner was always polite and didn't even mind making a stupid joke, but now he was rude and aggressive. Giving him a worried look, Dojun suggested that the reason for this behavior was his belief that management was stealing the company's money. Squinting his eyes, Do-jun stated that the reason he wanted to meet with the investor was precisely hidden in this question, because it seemed to him that they needed something from his company. The man asked to speak about his intentions directly, because to listen to the wishes of the shareholders was the responsibility of management. Looking sternly at his interlocutor, Sanyang replied that he wanted to earn money. Stretching his hand forward, the executive director said that in order to make money, he needed to sell shares at a price higher than purchased, which was impossible at that moment in time. Scratching his cheek, the investor thought about how he could explain his thoughts. Frowning, he said that there would definitely be someone who would buy the shares at a great price. The director was discouraged by these words. Smiling, he suggested that this might actually happen, since many still believed in the revival of Do-jun Construction, being willing to buy shares in the company. The boy closed his eyes, thinking that it was quite easy. Smiling, Sanyang said that it was worth coming here for such an answer, because the right person should have been found very soon. Smirking contentedly, Mujin decided to do everything possible to bring this moment closer. In the end, they would carry out their plans before the investors ruined them, or at least try to stall for time. Sitting in a chair in front of his guests, the executive director declared that it was time for him to go if the talking was over. He extended his hand to shake hands. Smiling, the man expressed his joy that the investors were satisfied. Narrowing his eyes, Mujin promised to try to find the right person to fill their pocket as quickly as possible. Sanyang grinned and expressed his hope for a successful deal. Hearing that they would see each other tomorrow, Mujin widened his eyes in surprise. Opening his mouth, the director said that it would be a little difficult. The investor looked at him calmly and replied that he was going to demand an extraordinary meeting of shareholders the day after tomorrow, so they better hurry up. The stunned executive director was left alone in the office. The investors approached the open car door. Adjusting his tie, Sanyang called these people too self-confident. After looking at him, the main character proposed to attack the next day and check the assets of Do Construction as soon as access to their records and books was gained. Smiling, the partner asked where his friend learned to solve problems so quickly. Dojun replied that he did not come down from the mountains and that he was still far from his partner. The man opened his mouth wide and left. The phone buttons made a characteristic sound when they were pressed. Putting the phone to his ear, Sanyang asked someone to gather all the appraisers and contact the Soonyang accounting firm to send all their accountants. The investigative team also had to be ready. The boy thoughtfully leaned on his arm. The meeting was supposed to take place in 10 minutes. The car drove past tall buildings. The blue sky hung above the residence. Yangchul, sitting in his chair, asked what happened and why the man was in such a hurry to meet him. The boy said that he needed his help. The old man smiled contentedly. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked to tell everything and promised to listen and decide how much he could get from it. The guy smiled maliciously. The grandfather was quite generous to his grandson and always reduced conversations to money. Looking down, the young man said that this was about Do Construction, which was needed to start the SMC project in Manhwa this year. Closing his eyes, the chairman asked to dispense with long introductions and get straight to the point. Squinting his eyes angrily and imagining a crumbling building, the protagonist stated that the owners and management of the company were now sucking the last juice out of the almost bankrupt enterprise. But before that happened, he planned to attack and take over the management, so he asked his grandfather for his opinion. The old man widened his eyes in surprise. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Opening his mouth wide, he laughed sincerely. Smiling, Dojun realized that since he was laughing, then everything was fine, because he already had a clear understanding of what to do next. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, the old man asked who the director of Do Construction was. Having imagined images of directors in his head, the boy replied that the general director was Musung, and his younger brother Mujin was the executive director. Continuing to sit at his desk, Yangchul asked if his grandson had met the executive director. The guy replied that they had recently met. Smirking, the old man asked if his grandson had checked the fact that they were stealing money. The boy furrowed his eyebrows seriously and replied that the company's employees themselves contacted him when Fantasy bought 5% of Do Construction's shares, and in fact said that they would buy them back. Frowning in amazement, the man was amazed that the company had bought back 5% of the shares. Scratching his chin, he stated that there were a lot of hyenas in the stock market that would bite into companies to suck the most out of them, and thought that it was Sanyang's idea. Keeping a calm expression, the boy answered in the affirmative, adding that when Do Construction collapsed, Do Construction's shares also began to plummet, helped by rumors of bankruptcy, so that investors could easily obtain them without spending too much money. Money fell from the sky onto embittered members of management. Trying to shake up a company with 5% shares is not what happens in firms on the verge of bankruptcy, because by purchasing that many shares in a stable company, one can become the so-called major shareholder in order to resell them later at a higher price. However, the cost of 5% of shares in a stable company is huge, so even hyenas do not dare to buy them. Huge stacks of banknotes lay on the ground. With his hand to his chin, Yangchul asked if the company was scared and stated that they would move if they demanded an extraordinary meeting of shareholders. With his chin arrogantly raised, the protagonist said that he would demand to see the books of account instead of the shareholders' meeting in order to find evidence of embezzlement. Looking at his grandson from under his brows, the chairman clarified whether he wanted to put them behind bars. Dojun, standing in front of his grandfather, confirmed this, saying that the assets that had already been stolen must be returned in order to clean up the company and start over. He decided that it would be better this way. His look was very determined. The boy stood in front of his grandfather's desk. The man scratched his chin thoughtfully. Looking at his grandson, he guessed that Musong's relatives must have a lot of shares that needed to be appropriated in order to obtain management rights. With a serious face, the guy explained that if they return the wasted funds or goods through the shares of Do Construction, which are owned by the relatives of the general director, then the required share of shares to obtain management rights will be small. Smiling, the chairman clarified that the shares owned by the company are not managed by the director. Smiling back, the young man confirmed this. Putting his hand to his chin again, the old man said that then he had a long way to go, but there was no time for that, because the process of taking over Do Construction and normalizing its work had to be completed before June, and only then move on to promoting the Manhwa project. Slyly knitting his eyebrows, the main character said that this is why he wanted to ask his grandfather to buy them time. Hearing this, Yangchul widened his eyes in surprise. Then he squinted in disbelief. Looking at his grandson, the old man explained that time is such a valuable thing that it cannot be bought with money. He crossed his arms over his chest with dissatisfaction. Dojun replied that money will not help buy an extra year of life, but it can help you live it with dignity, and asked if grandfather bought the lives of hundreds of thousands of employees with money called salaries. This question made the old man raise his eyebrows in amazement. Closing his eyes and sighing, he said that his grandson constantly made his heart worry. Stroking his cheek, the chairman said that first, Musin and his relatives should be banned from leaving the country since they had probably already transferred a lot of stolen money abroad, so the Ministry of Justice should start an investigation. The boy raised his eyebrows contentedly. His face broke into a smile. He approached his grandfather from behind and put his hands on his shoulders, asking him to help with the travel ban. The old man picked up the phone. Putting it to his ear, he asked if Attorney General Kim was very busy. The guy widened his eyes in shock at the realization that his grandfather knew the prosecutor general. While they were stretching his shoulders, the man said that it would be an unforgivable act to release individuals who are trying to fill their pockets at the expense of a collapsing company out of the country, and asked the prosecutor to ban them from traveling abroad. Smiling, Yangchul promised to find out all the information and immediately report it to the prosecutor, and also invited him to visit him to play and have a snack. After that he hung up. Turning to his grandson, the old man asked if he was satisfied. Smiling widely, the young man thanked him for his assistance. His hand squeezed his grandfather's shoulder. Crossing his arms over his chest, the chairman said that now it is necessary to find at least one obvious evidence when the guy looks at the accounting reports, and then sue the management for embezzlement of funds, and then they themselves will give up when the National Tax Service and the prosecutor's office move and begin shake them. The main character opened his mouth in shock, not understanding what was meant by the word surrender. The office was illuminated by many lamps. The chairman called his grandson and asked what the purpose of acquiring Do Construction was. With his eyebrows furrowed, Dojun replied that the goal is to successfully launch the SMC project this year. Closing his eyes, the man asked him to concentrate on this and think about the rest later. The boy raised his eyebrows in confusion. Standing behind his grandfather, he thought that you need to look only at the immediate goal for yourself and choose what you need to achieve it. So the man meant that it would be better to concentrate on completing a more immediate goal than on long-term plans. Lowering his eyelids, Yangchul said that now, if the grandson wants to work with his uncle after the June elections, he needs to stabilize and strengthen Do Construction within 6 months. Smiling slightly, the guy confirmed this. Imagining people in formal suits carrying boxes out of the building, the chairman asked what would happen if the prosecutor's office opened an investigation to check the evidence, and then launched a trial on charges of embezzlement. Because they were trying to get back the money with which they lined their pockets, it will take years. Hearing that during this time Do Construction would completely go bankrupt and be torn apart by creditors, the guy pursed his lips in displeasure. Grinning, the old man concluded that then the company would fall into the hands of his grandson in 2 years at best. Looking down, the young man thought that the main problem was time, so he contacted his grandfather to save time, and he gave him a solution. Knitting his eyebrows decisively, he said that the word surrender had a different meaning, and asked what was meant by preparing the way for their salvation. Grandfather smiled contentedly. The chairman said that the investigation of the tax and prosecutor's offices should be used only for intimidation, and that it was necessary to give the company's management a choice: either prison with poverty in 2 years or put everything up for sale now so as not to remain hungry and go to another country. The young man widened his eyes in shock. A drop of sweat ran down his tense face. He wondered if his grandfather could really handle everything like that. There was a huge yellow building on the street. The main character thought that this was only possible if he had the power to use the prosecutor's office to start or stop the investigation at any time. But even if he was throwing away tens of trillions of won now, he would not be able to get one's strength. Company employees put boxes of things in the trunk of the car. Time helped the chairman make up the difference in money. The man raised the cup. Surrounded by girls, he had been giving money to officials for years, and they sold their conscience for them. Yangchul sat opposite, holding a cup in his hands. At the moment when the officials sold their conscience, he got their weakness into his hands. This became the strength of Sanyang Group. The chairman smiled evilly. The company building was visible in the background. The main character squeezed his hand on his grandfather's shoulder. His expression was tense. He thought that he was being too frivolous when he said that money could buy time. The old man closed his eyes peacefully. Frowning, Dojun asked what would happen if the company gave up and grandfather continued to put pressure on the prosecutor's office and the tax office. The chairman smiled contentedly. Crossing his arms over his chest, he replied that it depended on his grandson. Bowing, the boy thanked his grandfather. Looking away, the man replied that thank you cannot be put in your pocket. The guy said that he was ready to listen carefully to his request, with a wide smile on his face. Grandfather's face suddenly became very serious. The young man raised his eyebrows when he was asked to place the people the chairman would send into the vacant management positions when Do-jun construction was completely taken over. Looking down intensely, the boy thought about the true essence of this request. Imagining the faces of the people in formal suits and his grandfather, he asked himself whose Do-jun construction would be if Yangchul's people were in all the management positions, including the CEO. Without turning around, the man said that his grandson still had no people. Looking away, he asked who the grandson wanted to use, if on his people. Knitting his eyebrows seriously, the guy replied that many people had also left Donsu and Gudong Construction and at Do-jun Construction. Almost all the department heads wanted to be promoted to directors, so it would be nice to freshen up the atmosphere. Rounding his eyes, the old man asked if his grandson had already thought about this. The boy asked if his grandfather would mind if he thought about the idea, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Crossing his arms over his chest, the chairman said that he was not happy with this. Presenting the active construction of the building, he said that when it comes to the leaders of construction companies, they should be those who rose from the construction site to the bosses, who can cope with laborers and even survive a sandstorm. These should be people who have determination to demolish the house and evict the residents who drink pakali with the workers at lunch but are sober enough to lead them. The young man raised his eyebrows in shock. He lowered his head tensely because he knew that people from construction companies were rude, but he thought that their policies changed when they rose to the position of director. Clenching his fist forcefully, the protagonist asked himself if a mistake had been made somewhere. Chuckling, the chairman asked if his grandson thought he was giving him a cup of poison because it was actually medicine. The man narrowed his eyes angrily and asked if his grandson was worried that in the future the Sanyang Group would take over a company full of his own people. Dojun was silent, trying not to show his fear. The old man gave him a stern look, but he smiled when the boy repeated that Do-jun Construction would be taken over by Sanyang Group. Smirking maliciously, Yangchul asked if such a greedy person would just give the company to Sanyang. The guy's expression was very tense. He stood there, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, the boy looked up when asked what he was thinking about. A smile appeared on the old man's face. Closing his eyes, he said that his grandson only has money and no time, no strength, no people. The guy squinted his eyes in displeasure. The chairman looked at him angrily and said that if he refused, both Do-jun Construction and CMS would disappear. Looking down, the young man thought that his grandfather was right, because such worries were a luxury for him because there was no choice. Gritting his teeth from tension, the main character decided that he should have believed in the constancy provided by his grandfather, but he began to impose his people. Strictly knitting his eyebrows, Dojun announced that there would be no accounting audit, and Seon would take the director's place. Grinning, the old man asked if his grandson would have the key to the storeroom. Frowning his eyebrows decisively, the boy remained silent. Rising from the table, Yangchul said that builders have no equal in cutting money. Looking at his grandson, he added that construction workers could do this with their eyes closed, hiring and firing laborers every day, and asked if Seon would be able to notice if the workers secretly replaced wood worth hundreds of thousands of won with wood worth a couple of tens of thousands. The workers could cheat with the weight of the fittings or even steal side dishes from the cafeteria. The guy listened to his grandfather's words with a calm look. Baring his teeth, the man asked whether Seon, who had only pressed numbers on a calculator all his life, could defend himself against such opponents. The young man frowned with displeasure but remained silent. Hanging menacingly over him, the chairman asked if his grandson still didn't understand what he meant. Money fell from the sky onto the construction site, the biggest breeding ground for corruption in Korea were construction companies. Corruption took place during bidding among managers and subcontractors. When cutting construction costs, the man's foot was standing in the mud. Black hands reached up, staining his jacket with dirt. The young man asked if it was possible to see the essence of things only by plunging into muddy water. The old man narrowed his eyes. Smiling, he said that if his grandson wants to control the board of construction companies at his own discretion, then he needs to learn how to deal with farm laborers, and only then will they earn the money they need. Smirking, Yangchul clarified that when it comes to spending money from an unknown source, there is nothing better than keeping it with a construction company. Hearing this, the main character opened his eyes in shock. Standing on the pile of dirty money, He realized that he had only partly answered his grandfather's question correctly, and that if he was going to get his hands on Do construction, he would need to open a window into the grease background rather than submerge himself slightly in the murky waters. The old man looked contentedly at his grandson. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy realized that his grandfather continued to teach him everything. Leaning back in his chair, the chairman said that he would send the audit from Soonyang Constitution tomorrow because Sanyang's accountants were no match for his people. Looking away, the man added that these are the people who will find all the necessary receipts and tax reports that Sanyang might have missed. Frowning his brows, Dojun realized that if after all this help they failed to absorb Do construction, it would only be his fault. Bowing, he thanked his grandfather. Without raising his head, the boy heard that later the old man would also thank him. Looking up, the guy asked what he meant. The chairman smiled, saying that it is important to understand that all these things are for the well-being of the Soonyang group, so there is no need to cry if grandpa suddenly stabs you in the back. After these words, the man burst out laughing. Smiling slyly, the young man thought he had heard everything he needed. A clear blue sky hung over the skyscraper. The company employees opened their mouths in surprise. The girl at the reception jumped up from her seat. People in formal suits entered the building's lobby. At the head was a determined Sanyang. A group of people gathered in front of the reception. The girl in the green suit swallowed nervously. Dojun ran up to them, asking what they were doing here. Putting his hand to his chin, Sanyang asked if it was worth talking about this when there were a lot of people around. Pursing his lip nervously, the executive director invited them into the conference room. There was a round table with many chairs in the office. People went inside. Dojun turned around, asking what they were doing and whether it was possible to find a buyer overnight. Putting his hand forward, he said that he would decide everything within a day. Walking past him, Sanyang asked if it still wasn't clear who was sitting in the executive director's chair. Sitting on a chair and crossing his arms, the investor said that this was the end because they were thinking of exercising their rights as the largest shareholder. Dojun squinted in confusion. The man adjusted his glasses and said the name of the 14th article, the law on external audit of joint stock limited liability companies. Narrowing his eyes, he stated that clause number 5, the retention and publication of financial statements, allowed shareholders and creditors to inspect the company's records at any time, as well as request reports regarding the company's expenses. The executive director jumped back in surprise. Looking at him menacingly, Sanyang asked to bring to the conference room the accounting reports for last year and the year before, as well as supporting documents for these 2 years, so that the shareholders could be convinced of the abilities of the company's leaders. Frowning, the man added that the shareholders want to see with their own eyes how the company got to this point. Dojun widened his eyes in fear. Everyone in the room looked at him silently. The director looked around when asked what he was doing. Standing among the accountants, the main character asked to provide all the necessary documents as soon as possible. With a stern frown, he added that if this was not done, the problem could get worse. The director opened his mouth in shock. There was a sign on the door that said Director's Office. Someone asked how the fantasy people had already taken over the conference room for an external audit. The man at the computer desk asked how this happened. If previously it was said that the meeting went well, standing in front of him, Dojun stated that Sanyang returned after announcing his desire to resell the shares, and that this backstabbing was a surprise. Hitting the table with his hand, Musin asked why all this was happening. His brother lowered the corners of his lips in displeasure. The man picked up the phone. Putting the phone to his ear, the CEO called Manager Sun. Hearing that the guests had already arrived, Dojun raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if investors had occupied the accounting department. The man put the phone on the table. Gritting his teeth menacingly, the director insulted his guests. With his mouth open in fear, the CEO suggested it was a ploy to drive up the stock price. His brother narrowed his eyes in displeasure and asked what he meant. With his arms outstretched, Dojun replied that he saw Sanyang's expression and gaze yesterday, who is not the type who would do something just like that because he is a broker and his goal is definitely money. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, Musin thought that it was all just a show. Closing his eyes, his brother replied that investors had no benefit from external audits. Baring his teeth, the CEO asked what conclusion follows from this. Smiling, his younger brother offered to bring Sanyang, expose his show, and send him back. The owner of the company thoughtfully crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes. Dojun opened his mouth wide and stated that they didn't have time and that they needed to solve the problem before it spread. Pointing his finger at his brother, Musin said that only yesterday it seemed to him that there was nothing special here, but today something similar is happening. Looking down, the executive director said that they couldn't leave things as they were and that they needed to intervene before there was a fuss. With a wave of his hand, the CEO agreed and asked to stop the investor and bring him here. The man smiled. The doors to the conference room were closed, and someone asked what they were talking about. Raising his eyebrows tensely, Dojun stated that the director had something to say, so he invited them to his place. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sanyang asked not to waste time and bring the reports as soon as possible. The veins on the executive director's face stood out from fear. Do-jun walked back and forth in his office. His brother, sitting on the sofa, said that there was nothing to worry about because the people investing in Uedo had no way of knowing what they had hidden and were simply trying their best to frame things in their favor before negotiations. The man sternly lowered the corners of his lips. Do-jun smiled, saying that these people don't even know what to look for, so he just needs to contact them when they find themselves under the rubble of documents. The doors to the office were closed. There were many folders and papers on the table. Accountants painstakingly studied the documents. The man with glasses was holding his dad in his hands. One of the employees consulted with another about the papers. The main character looked thoughtfully at the documents. One of the accountants approached Sanyang and asked him to look at the reports. In his opinion, it looked like currency fraud. The investor picked up the papers and began to study them. After adjusting his glasses, the employee stated that the money from the last transfer had not arrived in Korea at all. Looking up from the papers, Sanyang asked if the company was playing with exchange rates to steal dollars. Hacked confirmed this, adding that the management stole money under the guise of importing raw materials and carried out currency manipulation, since now the exchange rate is constantly fluctuating. Looking ahead, Dojun asked whether the import of raw materials was simply a scam. The man with glasses leaned over, explaining that if you look at the invoice, there should have been expensive furnishings like chandeliers, and based on the amount, at least 6 containers were needed for transportation, since the goods were bulky. However, only 1 container was used, thus the company deceived customs. People shook hands while standing in front of the shipping containers. Sanyang looked thoughtfully at the documents. Looking up, he asked if there were really no mistakes here. The man with glasses looked at him and said that they had dealt with the items on the invoice hundreds of times and might not have known how many rice bowls they had at home, but were sure of the size and value of the items. The investor closed his eyes. Rising from his chair, he suggested starting the show, but his partner stopped him, saying that he needed to call someone before that. The boy put his cell phone to his ear and someone asked what happened. The accountants looked at their boss's grandson when he said that his grandfather sent him wonderful people. Holding the phone to his ear, he said that less than 2 hours had passed and his employees had already hit the jackpot, and at this rate, he would have his license very soon. Yangchul leaned back in his chair and left. Smiling, the chairman noted that these people were real hard workers. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that he had already made sure of this. Looking away, the old man said that he would call the prosecutor so that by the end of the day a search warrant with seizure would appear. The grandson thanked him. The young man looked at the phone and ended the call. Sanyang smirked, ready to go to the director. Investors entered the office. Jumping off the couch, Do-jun asked why they finished so quickly, guessing that their eyes were tired from looking at papers. Do-jun grinned silently. The main character looked at him with a serious expression on his face. The directors froze in place when the investor said that, looking at them, he understood perfectly well why the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, because they were not the type to just sit still for 2 hours. Frowning, the CEO asked if his guest had no manners or was just too smart. Standing opposite him, Do-jun said that it was precisely because he has manners that he had just reported the management of Do Construction and the entire owner's family to the prosecutor's office. Knitting his eyebrows together seriously, he asked if this was enough for them to also show manners and talk calmly. Do-jun jumped out of his chair, not understanding what was happening. Keeping a serious expression on his face, the boy replied that they could see for themselves if they did not believe that the shareholders had thrown a couple of baits at the prosecutor's office. The brothers looked at each other. Do-jun jumped out of the office. Pointing his finger at investors, the CEO asked why they were doing this if their shares would turn into mere pieces of paper after the collapse of the company. The guy narrowed his eyes arrogantly. Sanyang remained silent, looking menacingly at his opponent. A concerned executive director appeared at the office door. Raising his eyebrows in fear, he said that the Department of Financial Investigations of the Western region had issued a warrant and, judging by how quickly events were developing, someone had put pressure on them. His brother gritted his teeth in anger. The men stood opposite each other. The young man said that after the takeover of A-Jin Motors and Soonyang Motors, they had a couple of life preservers so they could rush in and help each other. Smiling, the main character asked if it was necessary to appease a couple of officials so that they would help them, and asked the director for some advice because he has a lot of experience in these matters. The man bared his teeth furiously. Frowning menacingly, Do-jun said that while all the leaders and members of their families were prohibited from traveling abroad, there was no point in them thinking about escaping. On the contrary, they should contribute to the investigation. The directors raised their eyebrows in surprise. The guy left the office and called his comrades with him. The brothers watched silently as they left the office. Sanyang suddenly stopped, giving him a thumbs up. Using his fingers to imitate a telephone receiver, he asked if management knew his number, which would come in handy if it suddenly became scary and difficult in the interrogation room. Frowning, the man warned that they would end if they said anything unnecessary in front of prosecutors. The directors froze, plunged into a kind of trance from what was happening. It was night outside, and the lights were on in the windows of the residence. In the chairman's office, many people gathered around a round table. Looking towards his colleagues, Yangchul asked who was the youngest among those present here. Raising his eyebrows, Yangchul said that this was Kyungsik, the director of the construction support office. The man opposite stood up and bowed. Looking at him, the chairman asked when he became director. Kyungsik replied that he was promoted to director last spring. Crossing his arms over his chest, the old man said that he would be promoted again in a year. The man looked at him blankly. The two employees turned to each other, not understanding how anyone could rise from executive director to director in just a year. Hack looked ahead and said that the employee would soon transfer to another company, and his rank would also rise 1 or 2 steps from what he was at Soonyang Construction. The rest of the staff gave him a blank look. Jang Choi-ul raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding how Kyungsik would move to another company, since the fact that the position and salary will increase is not so important. Beads of sweat appeared on the tense faces of the employees. The man with glasses looked at the chairman in bewilderment. Even if this company was not a branch, but a subsidiary, it was an obvious demotion. The accountant raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. CEO Yejin turned around when he heard that he would be promoted to the position of General Managing Director. Went widened his eyes. He was appointed Deputy President. With the corners of his lips drooping, the accountant added that Executive Director Kim would be transferred to the position of Director at the Administrative Department headquarters. The employees' expressions seemed frightened, hoping that they would be transferred to a branch comparable to Soonyang Construction. After presenting the company building, the man stated that they were being transferred to DA Construction. Yejin closed his eyes, realizing that this was the company that was about to go bankrupt. Covering her mouth with her hand, the employee thought that she had nothing to do with Soonyang Group. Smiling, Yangchul stated that he would explain everything, noticing that everyone present was worried. The employees silently turned their gaze to him. Knitting his eyebrows decisively, the chairman announced that Fantasy would soon take over DA Construction and asked if everyone was familiar with the company. Dojun turned and asked if this was the same company that acquired A-Jin Motors and merged with Sanyang Motors. Looking at him, the old man replied that this is the same investment company that plans to become the largest shareholder of DA Construction in 2 or 3 months. Auntie, looking worried, asked what about the rumors of bankruptcy. Crossing his arms over his chest, the chairman replied that Fantasy would take the company out of bankruptcy and take it to the very top, but this fact did not seem to reassure the employees. Frowning angrily, he ordered to do as he was told. The staff bowed and asked for forgiveness. Putting his hand forward, the old man said that everything was fine and that this nervousness was caused by an unexpected development of events. Squinting his eyes, he asked to bring DA Construction back to normal as quickly as possible. Yangchul agreed, raising his eyebrows in alarm. The old man smiled contentedly. Everyone turned their attention to him when he said that after DA Construction stabilizes, the company will become a subsidiary of Soonyang Group within 2 years, but it will not be a merger with Soonyang Construction because the employees will have to work hard and the merger will reduce the number of seats. Therefore, DA Construction will become another construction company within the group. Yejin turned away and sighed in relief. Yangchul caught the chairman's attention, wanting to ask something. Turning to him, the director asked what kind of relationship unites Soonyang Group and Fantasy and suggested that the chairman was the creator of this investment company. There was dead silence in the office. People were afraid to even move. Yangchul grinned. Closing his eyes, he said that it would be great if Fantasy belonged to him because, judging by rumors, its owner is a moneybag. Yangchul raised his eyebrows questioningly, waiting for an answer to his question. The old man looked ahead silently. Next to him stood Hack, who simply endured, unable to ask. Perhaps today he would hear the answer to this question. Smiling and crossing his arms, the chairman stated that the majority shareholder is a person who can be trusted, so you can think of Fantasy as a company created by that person's capital. Haki suddenly raised his eyebrows. Memories of the main character flashed through his head. The secretary realized that the one his boss was talking about could be his grandson. The old man smiled contentedly. The secretary narrowed his eyes in surprise. Seeing the smile on his boss's face, he realized that the puzzle was complete. Replaying all the events in his head and imagining puzzle pieces falling from the sky, the man thought that the chairman was not the type to send his people to help a relative, so this should be a person whom he trusted as much as the key figures of Soonyang. Haki's eyes widened. After imagining the main character in front of the A-Jin building, he realized that it was because of him that Soonyang provided such generous support to Fantasy during the hunt for the domestic company. Squinting, the man realized something. Introducing Dojun and Yoongi, he realized that the inheritance was not for his son, but for his grandson. Yangchul sat in his chair with his arms crossed over his chest contentedly. The secretary stood next to him and was silent. There was not a single cloud in the sky above the company building. There were many boxes on the cabinets and folders with documents on the shelves. The main character stood in the interrogation room. Looking at Musin, she asked if there were better conditions than those offered. Frowning his eyebrows menacingly, the director did not say a word. Seon lifted his chin arrogantly. The CEO was offered money so that he would not have to flee the country and return at any time. He could stay in Korea, in his city, but if the conditions were rejected, then the money paid to his children in the form of salaries would be returned to the company as an illegal gift. The man continued to remain silent, looking forward. The employee sat in front of him and ate soup. Musin furrowed his eyebrows angrily, remembering something. Folders with documents fell on the table. Then this employee pointed his finger at his boss and asked if he had approved everything and put his stamp on it. The CEO asked how dare he treat him like that, the veins in his neck swelling from the tension. Continuing to point his finger at him, the employee said that the country was on the verge of destruction, and he was only thinking about how to grab money to fill his own belly, and now he wants to escape abroad, but even if he is sentenced to death, no one will say a word will say. Musin clenched his teeth furiously. The man was holding a pack of cigarettes in his hand. Holding it forward, the prosecutor offered the man a cigarette. The general director opened his mouth wide and asked how the prosecutor's office could do this to him. The prosecutor raised the cigarette to his mouth and took a drag. He asked who is the most powerful person in Korea now. Digging his fingers into his knee, the CEO asked who could be higher than him. Taking the cigarette away from his mouth, the man replied that now in Korea, the one who gives out dollars becomes the king. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Musin asked who they were talking about. Taking another puff, the prosecutor explained that Fantasy Investment now had dollars in hand, so they were calmly negotiating with the government, saying that they would pay in dollars if they acquired the bankrupt Do Construction. Hearing that he was very unlucky to become their prey, the director opened his mouth in fear. Taking another puff, the prosecutor said that the evidence that he stole money was obvious because they had a lot of documents and testimonies from officials and employees. Baring his teeth, the man asked if he was being charged. The prosecutor looked at him, saying that he knew where he needed to grease up in order to avoid proceedings. Currently, Musin was sitting on a chair in the office. The director of Fantasy Investment stood in front of him. Gritting his teeth, the director of Do Construction asked what he needed. Strictly knitting his eyebrows, the main character asked him to return all the money stolen from the company, then investors would buy back the shares owned by his family and he would no longer have to worry about it. Looking at him, the CEO asked what about the investigation. The employee wiped his mouth with a napkin. Putting his hands in his pockets, Dojun said that the investigation would be closed. Musin opened his mouth in surprise. With his head down, he said he would cooperate if the investor kept his promise. The guy smiled, expecting such an answer. A green car was driving along the highway. Reading the report, Seon concluded that it came out to 80 billion. Looking out the window, the boy replied that even if this is only half, there must be at least 150 billion there. His partner suggested that there would still be 200 billion. Hearing this figure, the young man turned away from the window. Gritting his teeth, the man said that the director had taken 80 billion just last year. It was hard to imagine how much money he had stolen in his entire life. Placing his hand on the window, the boy declared that they would find all the stolen money and tell that old man to exchange the rest of his life for money. Frowning angrily, Seon said that even if everything went well, the thought that such a pathetic person would enjoy life with money from selling shares made his blood boil. Looking out the window again, the main character said that nothing could be done about it because he needed to pay for all the shares to enter the company. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, his partner asked if he was going to make a statement. Looking at him, the boy replied that he wanted them to meet his grandfather. The man opened his mouth in amazement. Dojun looks back again. The sun illuminated the buildings of the city. Life is a funny thing that spins as it pleases. But for some it is like a playground, and for others the circles of hell. The car continued to drive along the road. Night fell, the light was on in the chairman's office. The man put a mug of tea on the table. Someone asked if the general director gave back everything he had stolen. The boy, sitting on a leather sofa, said that Musin himself had only disclosed information about 80 billion, so now the inspection team of Sanyang and accountant Uido, with the support of the prosecutor's office and employees of Do Construction, carefully studied all the documents over the past 10 years. Sitting opposite, Yangchul asked if his grandson wanted to pay him when he received the shares, because the amount would be quite large. Looking away, the guy replied that the theft had been discovered, so he would return the money for the shares on the condition that Musin avoided a real sentence. Laughing, the chairman was surprised at how easily the grandson could clean out the director. Frowning, the young man replied that he could not forgive him so easily. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the old man asked what made his grandson so angry that he could not forgive the director. Baring his teeth, the boy said that he would have given him enough money if Musin had taken care of the employees' overdue salaries, but more than 2,000 employees had to live in poverty for the past 3 months. People walked towards the doors of the building. Banks were reluctant to give out loans these days, but many would have to take them out just to pay living expenses. The main character expressed a desire for Musin to feel the same despair as these people. His eyes lit up with anger. The old man widened his eyes in amazement, saying that it was like a different person in front of him. He asked how the grandson knew how the workers felt. The guy looked at him. Looking down, Dojun remained silent and thought to himself that he, too, was once an employee. The previous version of the main character was holding an envelope in his hands. He was a worker who knew well that if the salary, which was already running out quickly, was delayed for at least 1 month, his entire family would plunge into a hopeless debt hole. Hanging his head, the boy replied that he could not forget the darkened faces of the employees when he first came to Dia Construction. Lost in thought, Yangchul closed his eyes. Looking at his grandson, he asked him not to forget about this, because, no matter what, the boy must feed the employees, because there is nothing worse than hunger. The guy gave him a questioning look. Seeing the chairman cross his arms over his chest, he thought that Grandpa had been hiding this side of himself for so long, creating the image of a cruel man who believed that handymen who died on a construction site were expenses. Raising his index finger, the man said that when people starve, they betray, which was illustrated by the behavior of Dia Construction employees in charge of receipts, who did everything to find the money spent by the director. Raising his eyebrows in amazement, the young man realized that the words that employees should not starve had a completely different meaning. Sitting in a chair, the old man explained that there are 2 types of people who are capable of betraying: those who are so hungry that they cannot bear it anymore, and those who cannot get enough, no matter how much they eat. The main character listened carefully to his grandfather's words that in the first case the director was to blame for not feeding his employees. In the second case, the director was also to blame for not looking after the employees enough. With a stern frown, the chairman asked his grandson to remember these words. Keeping a calm expression, Dojun agreed. His eyes cleared. He realized that this was not sympathy, but vigilance. They sat silently opposite each other in the office. On February 25, 1998, the inauguration of the President of the Republic of Korea took place. A man stood in front of a microphone, addressing the citizens of the country. He, standing in front of the building with a poster, announced that as of today he was taking office as the 15th President of Korea. People applauded. White clouds floated in the sky above the city. There were people sitting in the meeting room. The man said that we were talking about innocent employees of Dia Construction. Raising his hand, Sanyang stated that they should not be thrown out into the street if the creditors showed some understanding. The man opposite asked what kind of understanding we were talking about. The investor put a folder on the table. The staff picked it up to study it. Seriously knitting his eyebrows, Sanyang recalled that they have a fairly close relationship with Sanyang Group, which can be understood from the organizational structure. The plump man whispered something in his colleague's ear. Frowning, the investor hoped that this was enough to dispel doubts about how the construction company would be managed. The creditors looked at each other. Placing the folder on the table, one of them admitted that this was an effective control scheme, so it could be said frankly what Fantasy wanted from them. With the corners of his lips drooping, Sanyang asked to extend the loan repayment period for at least 1 year. Pouting his lips, the man asked what else they needed. Hand in hand, the investor asked for a reduction in interest rates on arrears and write-off of debts, as well as entrusting them with the voting rights held by banks in Dia Construction. The employees opened their mouths in surprise. The plump man raised his eyebrows and said that shares are the only means of controlling the debtor's management process and that they cannot be taken away. Leaning forward, Sanyang asked if control could somehow help such a sick person as Dia Construction, and stated that they would return voting rights as soon as the company gets back on its feet. People sat opposite each other. Silence fell in the meeting room. With his hands on the folder, the creditor stated that the matter required time to discuss and asked if there was anything else. Closing his eyes, the investor wanted to say that that was all. But suddenly he was interrupted by the main character sitting next to him, who said that the creditors were going to sell 2 banks. Raising his eyebrows, he asked whether, from a financial stability perspective, Sangdong Bank could recover. Sanyang looked at his partner in amazement. Smiling, the lender replied in the affirmative and added that there were many much more dangerous enterprises than Sangdong Bank, but it had a small scale, so it was put up for sale. Narrowing his eyes, Dojun asked if the government wasn't providing a great opportunity by promoting overseas sales. His partner raised his eyebrows questioningly. The lender's mouth fell open, amazed that anyone could think of buying Sangdong Bank. A barely noticeable smile appeared on the boy's face. Crossing his arms over his chest, he offered to use them, because if they didn't get anything, then the bank would be out of pocket, having the opportunity to create a consortium with Fantasy. The creditors looked at each other. The men looked at each other in silence. Sanyang raised his eyebrows in confusion. Rising from the table, the guy suggested finishing the negotiations for today. Smirking, he said that he hoped to hear a response to the chairman's proposal as soon as possible. The creditors looked at the departing investors in amazement. The partners left the office. Knitting his eyebrows together in dissatisfaction, Sanyang asked if his friend was really going to buy a bank. Looking at him, the boy asked if all the other fish didn't look like little things when there was a whale in front of a person. Turning away, he explained that after offering to buy the bank, all other demands would seem insignificant, and such insignificant requests were much easier to fulfill. The man widened his eyes in surprise. Walking behind his partner, he said that the guy is just like his grandfather when it comes to numbers, and called this tactic excellent. Knitting his eyebrows decisively, the young man wondered what expression his colleague would have on his face if he knew that the offer to buy Sungdong Bank was sincere. The sun shone on the glass shell of the C building. The staff appointment letter was written on a piece of paper. Yanggi, holding the letter in his hands with a dissatisfied look, thought that the managers of the construction branch were quitting en masse without saying a word to him. An employee standing nearby said that Director Yangchul received instructions from the chairman because he hired everyone at his discretion, starting with CEO A-Jin. Hearing that all the hired people were going to fantasy investment in Uido, the vice president turned and asked if they were talking about Sanyang. Looking down, the employee added that this is the same as that time with Sanyang Motors, so Fantasy probably has a trusting relationship with the chairman. Putting his hands to his temples, Yanggi thought that Fantasy could not be his father's personal wallet, because if it were his, the old man would never have opened it for everyone to see. Frowning angrily, the vice president asked if there was any other news. The employee asked for forgiveness and said that everyone was repeating that the chairman had told them to remain silent for now, so he was unable to find out any details. With his eyebrows lowered, he invited his boss to meet these people in person. Looking at him, the man replied that his father's people were not the type to talk a lot. The worker asked what about Kyungsik. Yanggi crossed his arms over his chest thoughtfully. Maintaining a calm expression on his face, the subordinate explained that this was the youngest of the chairman's people, who had recently become a leader and was very enthusiastic about it, so if you called him, he would immediately drop everything and run to the meeting. Hearing this, the vice president looked away and asked him to tell the manager that he wanted to have dinner with him. It was night outside, but the sign on the building was burning. There were many different snacks on the table. Holding a bottle of alcohol in his hands, Yanggi congratulated his colleague on his promotion. The baker put the bowl forward to be filled and said that they shouldn't have invited him to dinner. The vice president announced that his colleague would soon resign. Standing in front of the table with a bowl in his hands, the man apologized for not being able to properly greet the chairman's son since everything was prepared in a hurry. Waving his hand, Yanggi objected, saying that the Sanyang man always thinks only about work. He raised the cup to his mouth with displeasure. Kyungsik, holding a bowl in front of him, answered the question of what it was like to work with Director Sanyang, saying that it was okay because he was a very open person, having lived abroad for a long time. After taking a sip, the vice president thought that, judging by his behavior, they were not at all wary of him, which meant he could try to put pressure on him. Placing the bowl on the table, he asked how their business was going. Raising the cup to his mouth, Kyungsik replied that DIA Construction is about to be bought out. The concept of Sanama Media City has already been determined and has a fairly detailed plan, and the calculation of construction time and total cost can be completed in the first half of the year. The frowning Yanggi did not understand at all what kind of ransom and what Media City he was talking about. Looking up, the director added that department head Dojun was incredible and that he himself had a lot to learn from the chairman's grandson. Hearing his nephew's name, the vice president lowered the corners of his lips nervously. Sitting opposite his colleague, he said that this was the first time he had heard that Dojun had become a department head. Raising his eyebrows, Kyungsik stated that it was not surprising that the man did not know this, since it was only indicated on the business card that the guy gave to properly introduce himself when Director Sanyang brought him. Imagining the faces of the investor and his partner, the vice president assumed that he was taking the child with him to teach. His expression was very serious. He asked what his youngest nephew was learning from the director. Smiling, Kyungsik asked for forgiveness. Yanggi interrupted him, extending his hand forward and saying that he was so busy that he didn't even have time to ask how his nephew was doing. Raising his hand, the director replied that even if the chairman had not said, his colleague would have guessed anyway, and that his target was investment, mergers, and acquisitions specialists. Yanggi asked if this was the goal and Director Sanyang shrugged his shoulders. The man answered in the affirmative. The vice president smiled contentedly. Imagining the chairman's office stained with blood, he thought that if Dojun was in charge of investments, mergers, and acquisitions, but was not part of Sanyang, then this meant that the boy had no claim to the throne. Smiling, Yanggi said that he would like his nephew to become a prosecutor, but apparently you can't fool blood. After these words, he filled his colleague's cup. Raising his bowl, the man expressed a desire to hear his friend's thoughts and asked if everything was going smoothly with the DIA construction project. Grinning, he added that he did not pay attention to the project, despite its wide scope, since it was external. Raising his eyebrows, Kyungsik replied that things were going great. Hearing that this was a multi-trillion-won project, Yoongi frowned with displeasure. With his mouth open in surprise, he thought that companies all over the country were constantly failing while they were so successfully promoting multi-trillion-won businesses. His hand holding the cup began to tremble. From the stress, wrinkles appeared on his forehead and chin. He was surprised that such a huge project was not being done by Soonyang Construction, but by some other company. Imagining the chairman's face, he asked himself what his father was up to. His colleague's voice made him break out of his thoughts and raise his head. Kyungsik looked worried. Looking into his cup, Yoongi asked if it would be difficult to team up with Sanyang if the project ended without problems, because fantasy would clearly have the advantage. Raising his eyebrows, the director said that the chairman was saying something completely different. He put the bowl on the table. Picking up chopsticks, the vice president said that he had no intention of talking about work and suggested that they just have dinner. Taking the chopsticks in his hands, Kyungsik silently lowered his gaze. As he brought the piece of salmon to his mouth, the deputy thought he had pressed too hard because, judging by the expression on his face, his colleague suspected something, so digging further would be problematic. The Si building towered over the city. There was a man sitting at a table with a sign that said President Donggi. The vice chairman entered the room. Donggi asked why his friend came to him without calling ahead. Sitting down on the sofa, the man replied that he wanted to discuss something and asked if he was comfortable talking. Waving his hand, the president replied that everything was fine. They had just never crossed paths before, although the offices were not far from each other. The man grinned. Sitting at his desk, Donggi expressed his belief that his colleague had not come to say hello. Placing his hand on the arm of the sofa, Yoongi asked if his friend knew that Sanyang Construction executives were resigning en masse. Crossing his arms over his chest, the president replied that because of this the whole company was agitated. The vice chairman asked if he knew the reason for this. Scratching his chin, Donggi replied that he had heard some rumors. With a serious frown, Yoongi asked if they were related to Fantasy's Seion. With the corners of his lips drooping, the man replied that all the workers had gone to work in Uido. The vice president pursed his lips tightly. Looking at his friend sitting in the chair, he thought that he had eyes and ears everywhere, so he was already aware of the acquisition of Do Construction. Trying to maintain a confident expression, Yoongi asked if his colleague knew what connected the chairman with Seion from Fantasy Investment. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked if he really cared. Frowning, the vice president asked if he himself was interested in this situation. Rolling his eyes, Donggi replied that he didn't care for now. Knitting his eyebrows even more sternly, Yoongi asked why that was. Putting his hand forward, the president explained that it was all because of Yoongi. The chairman loves Dojun very much, so he wants Yoongi to look good too. Now he earns well, being the youngest son, and it would be logical to leave something as an inheritance. Turning, the vice president asked if he meant Fantasy. Putting his hands to his chin, Donggi replied that Yoongi and Seion were friends, so the chairman invested some money in the company, instructed and trained Yoongi to buy their shares. Placing his hand on the table, he added that it was obvious that if the younger son received something from Sanyang Group, the older sons would take it back. Narrowing his eyes, Yoongi asked if that was why his father gave away motors and construction and if that was too much for Yoongi. Raising his hand, Donggi explained that Do Construction's production scale was half that of Sanyang's, so it was unlikely that the chairman would transfer part to Soonyang Construction. The man grinned contentedly. Donggi lowered his eyebrows in displeasure when he was told that, judging by his nonchalance, he had no idea what Do Construction was planning to do this year. Clenching his hand into a fist, Yoongi said that his brother was curious, but because of his pride, he would never ask anything, so he would tell everything himself. Knitting his eyebrows decisively, the man said that Do Construction was going to take over the multi-trillion-won contract. Donggi raised his eyebrows in shock. Jumping up from the table, he asked if we were talking about several trillion. Adjusting his glasses, the vice president confirmed this, saying that if this business succeeds, they will be on par with Soonyang Construction, and asking if it is worth checking out why such a gold mine is being given to an outsider. Donggi made a displeased face. Stretching his hands forward, he asked if his brother had understood everything correctly and how, in a country that is running out of money, a multi-trillion-won project, besides Do Construction itself is on the verge of bankruptcy, and if they have money, they must pay off their debts with them. With his hands clasped together, Yoongi asked if his colleague agreed that this didn't make sense. Frowning, he suggested that their father was running it all from the shadows. Donggi's mouth opened in surprise. He sat silently in the chair, trying to think about the situation. Looking at him, the vice president repeated that the chairman had handed over Yoongi to Motors, and asked if such a company could be given the opportunity to take on a multi-trillion project. Hearing that it could just be a gift, the president lowered the corners of his lips with displeasure. His fists were clenched. He jumped up from his chair and asked what his brother wanted from him. Looking at his colleague, Yoongi suggested asking his father who was behind all this and why. Frowning, he asked if the two of them were not enough in the battle for the cup called Sanyang. The tension on the man's forehead and neck made the veins bulge. With his mouth wide open, Dongi shouted that his brother was always having some kind of problem, and asked if he was tired of constantly running to his father for help. The vice president calmly adjusted his glasses. Turning to his brother, he replied that it would indeed look like whining if he went alone, but if they went together, it would stop looking like a whim, so they needed to ask about the current state of the business and offer their help. Dongi pursed his lips, not knowing what to answer. Adjusting the frame of his glasses again, Yoongi explained that if they said they were willing to do whatever it took to acquire Dia Construction and make the project successful, it would seem like they were talking about business. Crossing his arms over his chest, he declared that they would go to their father not to be capricious, but to exchange information. The president clenched his teeth angrily. Sitting down in the chair, he remembered that Yoongi had previously said that he only had enough of one, but perhaps he had changed his mind and now wanted to leave something to Dojun. Yoongi found this unexpected. Narrowing his eyes, Dongi said that their younger brother was also a father and that if he wanted to get the Sanyang group, he would never say so, although it would be a shame not to grab even a small piece of the company for himself. Introducing Dojun, the man thought that the boy looked like a more likely person than his father because he never failed his grandfather's expectations. Closing his eyes, the vice chairman objected, saying that Yoongi was raising his son as a financial expert, and here we were talking about investments, mergers, and acquisitions. Looking at his brother, Dongi asked if he was confident in his judgment. The vice president replied that Seon was teaching Yoongi's son. Imagining the faces of his relatives, the man thought that no one more suitable came to mind, because Sangi dropped out of the race and Hwang had no reason to interfere. Yoongi frowned. They sat in the office next to each other and were silent. As the night sky hung over the residence, someone asked if he was related to Fantasy. The brothers stood in their father's office. Yangchul crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure. A drop of sweat ran down the eldest son's tense face. The second son looked at his father carefully. Smiling slightly, the chairman said that they had to find out whether their opponent was holding a knife or a rose in his hand, and asked if they had the right to make such a fuss by calling themselves the heirs of Sanyang. Standing in front of the desk, Yoongi asked what they were talking about. Knitting his eyebrows sternly, the old man asked if his son remembered what happened 4 months ago when Sanyang Motors brought in $1 billion, and he offered to exchange them for one, taking a commission for the exchange of currencies, including the shares of the group that belonged to Motors. Gritting his teeth angrily, Yangchul said that he had never seen such a brazen robber in his life, and asked how he could even be interested in whether his father was connected with Fantasy. The vice president swallowed nervously. Raising his eyebrows, Dongi asked why it was so unfair if there was no connection between them. Crossing his arms over his chest, the old man asked what unfair meant. His gaze was very stern. Baring his teeth, the president realized that he had made a mistake, because 10 days ago he was in despair, thinking that he could not avoid bankruptcy. His face tense, Dongi thought that he had no choice but to accept the additional conditions. Having bowed, the man asked for forgiveness and stated that he had said it in vain. The old man looked away with displeasure. Yangchul frowned in displeasure and told his son that he gave Sanyang Motors and some shares to deal with the crisis to the IMF, so there is no need to be so angry about it. Dongi turned his head and looked at his brother sitting next to him. Yoongi asked why help those who robbed them in the light of day. The chairman chuckled and asked if they should have thought about his motives before coming to him, and said that it was funny to watch his sons begin to challenge his decision. His son raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture and said that his father had misunderstood them and they were going to challenge his decision. Dongi added that they were only trying to understand his logic. Yangchul introduced a wooden horse, asked what the name of that thing was, inside which the soldiers of the enemy army were hiding, and remembered that it was a Trojan horse. Yanga's eyes widened in surprise as he slowly realized his father's plan. The chairman smiled. There was an insidious smile on the man's face. He said that he must return what rightfully belongs to him. Dongi narrowed his eyes suspiciously. His brother looked at his father in shock. They finally understood the old man's motives. Yoongi pursed his lips and thought that the chairman was treating them like capricious children, despite the fact that they were already over 40. Dongi continued to squint. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He thought that the old man still hadn't told them anything about Dia Construction or Dojun's role. Yangchul crossed his arms over his chest, looked decisively at the interlocutors and said that Fantasy Investment is now using them to absorb Dia Construction and start working on a big project. In the near future they will become a very influential company. The sons looked stunned when the chairman said that Dia Construction would be absorbed by the A-Jin Corporation, which would be part of the Sanyang Group. The man continued to sit at the table with his arms crossed on his chest. He said that he gave it to that Motors company, but they must return A-Jin Corporation and Dia's interest. Yanggi smiled in confusion when his father asked what they thought about all this. The old man with a stern look added that he did not know when they would be able to implement their plan and said that most likely his sons would have to work on this project. One of the sons smiled and said that they would keep it in mind. Dongyi looked at his brother with displeasure. The man narrowed his eyes and thought that his father had definitely not told them everything. Yangchul closed his eyes. Looking at him, Dongyi thought his father always pretended to tell them everything. Although he hid key information, the old man was definitely hiding something and the man was determined to find out the truth. He opened his mouth and said that they should indeed get AJIN Corporation and DIA Construction, but not under the name of Sanyang Corporation. This statement shocked the chairman. Yanggi turned to his brother. Dongyi offered to give motors to Yanggi after joining the A-Jin group. Yangchul narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked why his son said Yanggi's name. Yanggi turned his head and looked at his brother in confusion, waiting for his answer. The two men stood in front of the chairman's desk. Dongyi said that motors should go to Dojun because he was the smartest among the children. The man frowned and admitted that he had always felt that Yanggi's lack of ambition was wasting his son's potential. Yanggi gritted his teeth and looked at his brother annoyed, because although he didn't say it directly, he implied Yangchul's incompetence. Yangchul closed his eyes and smiled. He opened his eyes and looked at them intently. Yanggi frowned, veins appearing on his face with barely restrained anger. Dongyi looked stern and distant. The chairman understood that his son was only pretending to care about his nephew. The brothers looked at each other with hostility. The chairman thought that he had a special affection for his eldest son, and he also liked Dongyi because he knew how to separate feelings from work and always diligently did his job despite the fact that he was the second heir. The man gritted his teeth, smiled, and wondered who would take care of whom now that they were so blind that they didn't notice how their own nephew was taking over their company right under their noses. Dongyi looked at his father decisively as the old man addressed him. Veins appeared on the chairman's forehead. He frowned with displeasure and asked why his son thought he could be generous in disposing of what belonged to his father and not to himself. The man tensed and shuddered. He bowed, apologized, and said that he didn't understand how he crossed the line because he was worried about how unfair life was to his amazing child like Dojun. The chairman closed his eyes, waved his hand irritably, and said that he had told them enough so that they could go and think about strategy. The sons bowed their heads and agreed with him. Yangchul crossed his arms again, looked intently at his interlocutors and said that they both should attend the announcement of the rebirth of A-Jin Group, congratulate Sanyang and support Dio. Dongyi winced with hostility when the chairman said that this was not all. The old man's face darkened. He told them to carefully watch how their company passes into the wrong hands and remember it well. A bead of sweat rolled down Yanggi's cheek. His brother pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. They left the office. The chairman threw his head back in his chair and sighed heavily. He looked at the ceiling and thought that protecting his grandson from his own sons was quite difficult. He closed his eyes and thought with regret that he had to participate in all these intrigues despite his advanced age. Several men in black suits stood on the stage with a banner hanging above them. This was the second founding ceremony of A-Jin Group and the inauguration of the chairman. A man standing behind a podium with a microphone greeted all the employees, thanked them for coming and said that he had already put the company in danger once, but was standing here again. He closed his eyes and was silent. Many people gathered in the hall. Camera flashes flashed. The man said that they should once again become an eternally young company, dominated by creative thinking and unshakable will. The chairman closed his eyes as the speaker said that from today on, the names A-Jin and Soonyang will be a thing of the past. A red curtain with golden letters appeared behind the speaker. He said that the company that was reborn would receive the name HW, which would never disappear. The audience began to clap, and Sanyang, sitting in front, smiled contentedly. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the chairman's mansion. Yangchul rested his head on his hand. Dojun walked into his office wearing a black suit. The guy smiled welcomingly. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. He asked his grandson why he came to him when the banquet was in full swing. He showed the chairman the black bag and said that thanks to his grandfather he became the owner of the A-Jin Group, and such an event cannot be celebrated alone. He took bottles out of the package, put them on the table and said that he had come to share a congratulatory gift. Yangchul looked at his grandson with displeasure and asked why he brought alcohol to an unlucky bankrupt company. The guy closed his eyes and smiled. He introduced a man in a black suit and said that this alcoholic drink has a 70-year history and asked whether Bikro's founder, Huxup, would have thought that his soju brand would last that long. Dojun took the bottle in his hands, looked at his grandfather and said that although the company had gone bankrupt, the product was still being sold. The young man looked closely at Yangchul and said that this soju will not disappear in the future. The chairman also took the bottle in his hands and thoughtfully said that this was a product that would not disappear even if the owner changed. He silently examined the label on the bottle. Yangchul smiled, said that he liked it and offered to drink one glass each. The protagonist squinted and wondered if the chairman noticed that he said that the future of Bikro and Sanyang were similar. He poured soju into a glass and thought that their situation was a little different because they were related. The chairman raised his glass, congratulated his grandson and praised him for a job well done. The main character smiled as he listened to Yangchul's story that at his age he only owned a couple of gold items, and Dojun, in his 20s, was able to achieve what the old man managed to achieve only at the age of 40. The guy stood up and said that none of this would have happened if his grandfather had not given him a ranch many years ago. He bowed deeply and told the chairman that he had achieved everything thanks to him. Yangchul closed his eyes and said that among the grandchildren of Korean tycoons, there are many who owned ranches worth tens of millions of won at the age of 10, and these children are now between 20 and 30 years old. Dojun's eyes widened in surprise when grandfather said that he was the only one who was able to increase the starting capital by 1,000 or even tens of thousands of times. The chairman smiled and said that the grandson had achieved everything on his own and therefore could be proud of himself. The man raised his glass and took a sip. He put the empty glass on the table and said that he had drunk this alcohol many times, but his taste had changed. Dojun looked thoughtfully at the glass in his hands and thought about how many times he also drank soju and ate grilled pork. The main character remembered how 3 people were sitting at the table and thought that the taste of the drink was really not the same as before. His eyes widened in surprise when Yangchul asked how things were going with Dia construction. The guy put the glass on the table and said that the bank had made small concessions, so the negotiations were going smoothly, and the staff had already received a certain amount, and the process of finding and returning the money stolen by Director Munson was in full swing. The chairman closed his eyes, smiled and said that the prosecutor's office had done a good job on this case. Dojun looked at his interlocutor and said that they received generous payment for their services. There was an empty glass on the table. The main character said that the director refused to give a percentage of the proceeds from the sale of shares despite the fact that he was threatened with the arrest of his children and grandchildren for embezzling funds. The guy winced, clenched his teeth, and said that money is so scary that a person cannot refuse it despite all the threats to the safety of family members. Yangchul narrowed his eyes suspiciously and said that this was not so. The grandson looked at him in surprise. He introduced the man and said that the proceeds from the sale of shares were Munson's last weapon. The time had simply not come to use it yet, but one day he would definitely use it. Dojun opened his mouth in surprise and said that the director had no chance left. The guy sat on the sofa next to his grandfather and listened intently to him. The chairman asked whether the grandson meant that after the arrest and court verdict, the money from the shares should go to pay fines. The main character replied that this was exactly what he was talking about and asked what else there may be options. The old man grinned and said that Munseong will make sure that all the money goes to the state treasury and not Dojun. The guy looked at his grandfather in shock. His eyes were wide open. He still didn't quite understand what Yangchul was talking about. He imagined Munson surrounded by targets and thought that if the director returned the money received from the sale of shares, then he and his entire family would be able to avoid imprisonment. But if he continued to persist, the money would go to the treasury and his relatives would be arrested. The guy's eyes widened even more. He thought that the first option was more logical, and the others simply did not exist, so why was the chairman talking about another possibility? Yangchul crossed his arms and told his grandson that he was now caught up in useless emotions. The man frowned, smiled and said that the guy had forgotten about the businessman's heart. The main character slapped himself on the chest and said that this is not so and he always thinks about money and normalizing the company's work. The chairman closed his eyes and remained silent significantly. A bead of sweat rolled down Dojun's face when Grandpa said that the whole problem was fairness. The old man gritted his teeth and said that right now his grandson was angry because of the sense of justice associated with the fact that the company's management did not pay employees' salaries and stole money from a practically bankrupt organization. Dojun gritted his teeth and looked at the chairman in shock when he said that surely Director Munseong's family didn't do this just to continue leading a beautiful, rich life. Yangchul smiled and said that the director saw the ability of a businessman in the young man. The chairman looked at his grandson mockingly and said that Munseong was waiting for Dojun to make him another offer for his own benefit, and if he held out long enough, the main character would get nothing. The guy listened to him with wide open eyes. Yangchul crossed his arms and said that he found it funny to watch a businessman who judges and criticizes others. Dojun should not care about how other people live and what they think. The chairman narrowed his eyes and said that the most important thing for a businessman is to transfer other people's money into his own, even if the amount is insignificant. The guy pursed his lips and clenched his hands into fists. A drop of sweat ran down his face as he realized why he was so angry at Munseong. He imagined office workers on the street. He squinted, thought about himself from a past life and decided that his anger was so strong because he saw his past self in the deceived employees. Yangchul put his hands on the armrests of the chair, advised his grandson to think it over again and said that the director would agree to split the money on the condition that some part would remain for him. The main character winced with displeasure but did not argue. Without unclenching his fist, the guy looked at the chairman and asked whether he was offering to leave some money to Munson so that his family could avoid prison. The man closed his eyes and suggested leaving half the value of the company's shares to the director, telling the public that he had repented and giving him a suspended sentence. He smiled and said that would be a good scenario for them. Dojun pursed his lips and looked thoughtfully at his interlocutor. He clenched his fists tighter, wondering if he was doing the right thing. His eyes widened in surprise when Yangchul said that he should think bigger. The old man frowned and said that the most important thing for them is money, and the director's punishment is not so important. The man narrowed his eyes and repeated the words that Dojun should focus on making as much money as possible and not pay attention to Munseong until he poses a threat to him. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face, and he realized that his grandfather had really noticed everything. He bowed, thanked his grandfather for the advice and said that he would try to solve everything like a real businessman. His head was bowed. The old man looked thoughtfully at his grandson. White clouds floated across the blue sky above the roof of a light building. The small windows had bars. Two people were sitting at a table opposite each other. Dojun folded his hands in front of him and with a polite smile asked the prisoner what he thought about prison food. The man rested his head on his hand, looked away and said that he had to pay for the fact that he dared to look down on the fantasy company, but he could eat. The main character narrowed his eyes. Munseong looked at his nails. Looking at him, Dojun thought that his grandfather was right and the man still thinks that he has some kind of secret weapon. The main character looked at the man sitting opposite him and said that visiting hours in prison are limited, so he will get straight to the point. He looked closely at his interlocutor and began to talk about what would happen if Munson refused the proceeds from the sale of shares or transferred all the shares of Dia Construction to them. The man narrowed his eyes and said that Dojun apparently didn't really want this and would ask him to get to the point. The guy clenched his teeth. Munson crossed his arms over his chest when the main character said that if their conditions are met, the investigation will be completed, and the real sentence will be replaced with a suspended one. In addition, he will retain his position as an advisor in the company, and the advisor's salary can be very good and he will be happy to collaborate again. The man looked at him thoughtfully. Dojun, wearing a black suit, also kept a calm expression on his face as he listed several insults used by the media to cover the case and said that they would make it all look like a misunderstanding and hire him as an advisor because he is good at business. Munson crossed his arms over his chest. The main character said that the journalists under his control would be able to present this information in the right way. Watching the man in the prison uniform, Dojun thought that with age a person begins to care more and more about his reputation, and the status of an advisor to Dia Construction, although not a cherished dream, is better than the stigma of a criminal who served time for embezzlement. The main character frowned and thought that a businessman was sitting in front of him, who should understand that if he goes to extreme measures, he will lose not only his money, but also his name. Munseong put his hands on the table and said that Seon is quite picky about details. He looked thoughtfully at his interlocutor, asked whether his money would go towards the company's expenses and said that this might be too expensive for a simple advisor. Dojun crossed his arms, smiled, and said that the advisor would receive a larger salary as compensation. The man smiled. He extended his hand to the guy and said that, in the end, faithful payment of taxes is the responsibility of every citizen and asked him to take care of him. They shook hands. Continuing to squeeze Munson's hand, the protagonist said that he would prepare a contract for the position of advisor. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the office building. Seon, sitting at the table, winced with displeasure when he learned that Munson would be their advisor. Dojun sat on the sofa, studied with interest the newspaper open on the table and said that in this way they could get all the shares, and the former director would only get the advisor's salary, although they would have to pay him a little more. The man frowned and asked if Munson really agreed with their terms. The main character looked at the interlocutor and said that the former director had no choice, because otherwise his whole family would have gone to prison, and the money from the sale of the shares went to pay taxes, so he decided that it was better to share than to give everything to the state. Seon got up from the table and asked how much Dojun plans to pay him. The guy replied that the director agreed to receive a salary equal to 30% of the value of the shares for 10 years. The man sat down in a chair next to the main character and said that in general they were winning, but he was worried that Munson would receive a salary more than the director of Dia Construction. The guy said that this would only be the case at the beginning. Seon looked at his interlocutor with interest. Dojun smiled and said that the former director would only receive the agreed amount for the first 2 months, and then they would cut his salary so that he would experience the same horror as his employees. The man removed his hand from his face and looked thoughtfully at his interlocutor. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and said that the country is having difficult times, so until Dia Construction turns a profit, they will have to save. The guy grinned and said that this is exactly what the former director told his employees when he once again delayed salaries. An airplane was flying in the sky. A guy in a sweatshirt sat on the seat and read a book. The man sitting next to him looked around in alarm. Dojun looked at him, smiled, and said that all the service was paid for so they can order a drink, eat something, and relax since the flight will be long. Yoon-sok looked at him in surprise, but did not argue. The main character turned the page of the book. The subordinate said that he would like to tell him something about Yeonjun. The man opened his mouth and said that the main character's cousin was appointed director of Sanyang Construction despite his desire to go into electronics, which Deputy Director Yonggi ignored. Without taking his eyes off the book, Dojun said that the management team had moved to Dia Construction, so there were most likely many vacancies in the company now. His uncle should have given his son a better role. Yoon-seok turned his head and said that he heard that regarding the hierarchy, the management position in Sanyang Construction is not that bad, but it really requires a lot of work. The guy asked what the man thinks about all this. He looked closely at his interlocutor and asked who, in his opinion, has more influence in the Sanyang Corporation, the executive director of electronics or the managing director of construction. Yoon-seok rubbed his face and said that he felt that the electronics position was better because the company was the best in the industry, while construction did not have that position. Dojun opened his mouth and sighed heavily. The guy closed the book and said that many company employees can drive a car and carry out small errands. Sweat started running down Yoon-seok's face and he became nervous. The main character turned his head, said that he was talking about the business relationship between him, manager Shin, and Yoon-seok, and asked what, in the man's opinion, should be done to make the business relationship trustworthy. The interlocutor looked at him in confusion. Dojun frowned and said that you need to be able to judge a situation not only by obvious events, but also determine cause and effect relationships. He looked at the employee and said that he would like to hear his thoughts on this topic. The man lowered his head guiltily. Yoon-seok clenched his fingers when Dojun said that if his thoughts were reasonable and logical, then he could earn his trust. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that finding a replacement business partner is quite easy, which cannot be said about reliable people you can rely on. Lowering his eyes in embarrassment, the man said that he would remember his words. The main character looked at him thoughtfully and grinned. Smiling, the guy said that he was not going to create a report card and evaluate every action of the employees. Yoon-seok replied that he was upset because he could not get rid of the errand boy mentality. He opened his mouth wide and thanked Dojun for the advice, or rather the warning. The main character pursed his lips and looked at the man appraisingly. He hoped that the employee would really remember his words. The guy rested his head on his hand, continued reading, and thought that many people want to be the best version of themselves, but few take any action for this. The plane was flying in the night sky. Trees surrounded several low brick buildings on the campus of University H in Jerusalem, Israel. There were boxes and stacks of books on the floor. There were also books on the sofa. Dojun sat on the edge of the couch while the man typed something on the computer. A man named Samoa, continuing to type, asked why the Hollywood wizard wanted to meet with him, an unknown scientist mired in meaningless mathematical equations. The guy smiled that they invest not only in Hollywood, they are interested in new technologies and companies with great potential. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if there was any possibility that the guy came here because he was interested in coxitons. Dojun calmly looked at the scientist and asked him to explain what it was. The man pursed his lips in disappointment. He leaned over the keyboard again and said that coxitons is an optical solution for determining the accuracy of metal parts or assemblies, and also the name of the company. The main character closed his eyes and thought that although he didn't understand anything, the only important thing was that from his past life he knew that he was a brilliant scientist and inventor. Dojun put his hand on the armrest and said that he would add this name to his list of companies with potential. The scientist was very surprised by this statement. The guy pursed his lips, looked at his interlocutor with interest, and said that he had come such a long way because he was interested in technology that allows the user to provide information collected using cameras with minimal error. The man looked at him in confusion and asked how he knew this. The main character waved his hand and said that he had read his dissertation on artificial intelligence and computer image recognition systems. Or rather, he studied the scientific work from the company's employees, studied it, and then outlined the general idea to him. The man's eyes widened in surprise and he asked if Dojun was so interested in his development that he flew to Israel from Korea. The main character waved his other hand, said that the value of the project would be determined based on the area in which the technology would be applied, and asked if the professor had any ideas in this regard. The man rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said that he had some ideas, but he would like to listen to Dojun's suggestions. The guy looked at him decisively and said that he proposed using the development to create the eyes of a car. The scientist's eyes widened in surprise. The main character raised two hands and said that he imagined a vehicle in which his idea could be realized. He introduced a web and a blue car and said that a small camera could collect information about the environment and transmit it to the driver, such as sounding an alarm before colliding with another object. The guy squinted and said that if the camera on the rear bumper could transmit an image to a monitor inside the cabin, then it would be possible to park or drive back without turning your head. The amazed scientist stood up. Dojun offered to voice his proposals. In his opinion, the camera could also calculate the exact distance to the car ahead, or automatically brake when recognizing a traffic light signal, which would significantly reduce the number of accidents. The man opened his mouth and said that lane recognition could be created to stop lane departures. He smiled and said that if you convert analog data to digital, it can be included in the car system. Dojun smiled back and said that they could eventually create an autopilot where the car could drive itself. The scientist's eyes widened in shock. The guy smiled, looking at Samoa standing at the table. The main character also stood up and suggested getting to the point. He smiled and said that he would like to move on to the goal that prompted him to come this way. The scientist crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes, said that at the moment he had developed only a few concepts and theories, and asked why the guy would take so much risk. Dojun said with a slight smile that he had not yet voiced his proposal and asked him to at least listen to it. The man looked at him in surprise. The scientist waved his hands and said that such developments were unlikely. It was something on the level of a science fiction movie, and even if it was theoretically possible, it would take years before such things could be put on sale. The guy listened to him with a slight smile. Samoa looked at him confused when he asked what could be more wonderful than a dream come true. The main character, continuing to smile, said that their company is called Fantasy for a reason. The scientist pursed his lips and looked at him in confusion. The guy turned sideways to him, said that he was staying at the Shelton Hotel nearby, asked the scientist to think everything over carefully and give them an answer at any convenient time. Dojun turned his head and said Coxitans was part of the deal too. Samoa continued to look at him, confused. He waved his hand, thanked the guy for the visit and said that he would definitely contact him. The main character opened the door and nodded. He walked on the tiled floor and thought about how he would soon become the major shareholder of a 10 trillion won company with autopilot technology. He turned his head and thought that he would accept any conditions of the scientist. The guy went further, putting his hand in his trouser pocket and thinking that with the help of this technology he could expand the market share of A-Jin Motors in Korea and compete with technology giants in the international market. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the chairman's mansion. Yangchul winced with displeasure, opened his mouth and asked why he himself went to such a dangerous place. Dojun closed his eyes, smiled widely, and said that things weren't that bad there at the moment. The chairman looked displeased at his grandson sitting next to him and said that he wanted to call him and check how he was doing, but was afraid to interfere with his work. The guy replied that he wouldn't bother him because he was just sightseeing. Yangchul closed his eyes and said that he would never believe that his grandson flew to the other side of the world as a tourist, but he would not ask him about the details. Dojun turned his head and looked at him slyly. The grandfather's face took on a normal expression when he said that he called his grandson today for a different purpose. The guy turned his head when he heard a knock on the door. Soonyang opened the door. She was surprised that her nephew was also there. The main character stood up when the woman and her husband entered the office. The chairman asked everyone to sit down and said that he needed to tell them something. The man frowned and turned to his son-in-law. Soonyang's husband readily responded. Yangchul crossed his arms over his chest and asked if there were any problems with the nomination for the post of mayor of Seoul. The man assured him that everything was going smoothly. Dojun turned his head and looked thoughtfully at his relative. The guy pursed his lips and thought that this couple had joyful expressions on their faces and assumed that they were so excited because of the upcoming first steps towards the position of mayor of the city. The chairman closed his eyes and said that he didn't want to ruin all the fun, but there was something they needed to know. Their eyes widened in surprise when Yangchul said that the ruling party nominated Jeongyul as a candidate for the position of mayor. Dojun imagined a man wearing a purple tie and thought that in a past life, this man ran for the ruling party in the second national election for the government and mayor of Seoul. Soonyang pressed his hand to his face. Her husband looked stunned. Kyunjul was a serious rival for them. The guy pursed his lips and looked at his grandfather with curiosity. Yangchul smiled and said that it looks like Dojun wasted his money. The main character opened his mouth and asked how he knew this, because this had not yet been in the news. The man rubbed his face, looked away and said that Kyunjul called this morning, told him everything and asked for advice. The young man looked at him in surprise and asked why a famous politician was turning to him for advice in such a situation. Yangchul smiled widely and said that this man took his position thanks to his money, so he should ask his permission before becoming a rival to his son-in-law. The man grinned wickedly and added that the politician wanted to make sure that the chairman was not going to interfere in this race. Dojun squinted and thought that this grandfather's smile was familiar to him. Soonyang hit her husband. The man grabbed his head. The main character thought that the grandfather was enjoying the current situation. The chairman's mansion rose against the backdrop of the sunset sky. The man stood up, bowed his head and asked his father-in-law for help. He bowed low. Yangchul frowned, asked what he was talking about, and suggested that his daughter's husband was running for office without any certainty of winning. The man adjusted his glasses and said that he did not expect Kyunjul to be his opponent. Soonyang opened her mouth wide and asked her father to intervene, because he only needed to make one call so that the famous politician would stop being an obstacle in their path. The chairman opened his mouth wide and shouted that everything would not end there. He asked what would happen if an even stronger opponent appeared, then they would again ask to eliminate him. They lowered their heads in shame. Yangchul crossed his arms and said that if they counted on it, this path would be full of flowers and butterflies. Then they should give up this idea now. Dojun continued to sit in the chair opposite his grandfather with a thoughtful look. The guy squinted and thought that these words were addressed not only to his uncle and aunt, but also to himself. The chairman wanted to say that the task of a political puppet was not an easy task. The main character pursed his lips and thought that this time he was given a test that was too difficult for a 20-year-old guy. The chairman pointed his finger at his son-in-law and said that instead of whining and asking for help, it would be better if he went and discussed everything with the people in charge. Their faces fell in surprise when the head of the family said that they could not lose this election, because the seat of Seoul mayor is the most important in municipal elections. Everyone stood up. Soonyang and her husband headed towards the exit. Dojun looked after them thoughtfully. The guy looked at his grandfather when he said that he and his wife raised their children incorrectly, because at the slightest difficulties they begin to complain, instead of trying to overcome. The man looked seriously at his grandson and asked if he knew what kind of person Kyonyol was. The guy with a calm expression said that this was the first time he had heard this name, although in a past life he had read many times in the media about the actions of this politician. Yangchul smiled slightly and said that this man works in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, used to be the ambassador to the United States and held other government posts. He is already quite old, but this is compensated by a lot of experience, so one can hardly find any shortcomings in him. Dojun squinted and asked if it was possible to find flaws in his uncle. The man closed his eyes, sighed irritably and said that their family members had no shortcomings. No one in their right mind would try to bribe a man whose father-in-law is the head of the country's leading corporation, and whose wife is the director of a department store. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when the grandfather said that this family connection could be used against his uncle himself. The chairman crossed his arms and said that the coppers are blaming businessmen for the IMF crisis, so ordinary people will not be favorable to such a candidate. Dojun frowned and thought that in his previous life he should have paid more attention to politics, because he didn't remember who Jeongnul's opponent was in that election and what the difference in the results was. They sat in chairs opposite each other. The main character said that grandfather looked like he was not going to help his uncle. Yangchul asked why he would suddenly do this. He frowned with displeasure, sighed and said that he had nothing to lose. It didn't matter to him which of these two would take the post of mayor of Seoul, because neither of them could refuse him. He opened his eyes, smiled and said that, unlike Dojun, he would win in any case. The guy squinted his eyes in irritation and thought that everything was as he expected. Grandfather was just having fun as best he could. The chairman rested his head on his hand, said that Dia Construction would be in severe deficit without a new media company project if the uncle loses the elections, and expressed his regrets about the fate of the former employees from Sanyang, whom he sent to this company, because they would barely have enough to eat. The guy closed his eyes and laughed falsely, thinking about how he hated such actions of his grandfather, that the chairman wanted to check how he would react and that in no case should he behave like his aunt and uncle. He opened his eyes, looked at his interlocutor seriously, said that no one is perfect, and if he digs hard enough, he can find some flaw in Kyunjul. So the war is not lost yet. In addition, the fact that his uncle is his son-in-law conglomerate families can also be used to their advantage. Yangchul removed his hand from his face and looked at his grandson with interest. Dojun put his hands palms up on his knees and said that you need to pay attention to the fact that uncle does not need money, which means he will not steal money from the budget. He can also sometimes use the name of the chairman. The man opened his mouth and asked what he meant. The guy closed his eyes, spread his hands and said that his uncle could promise voters to launch many new projects to improve the city, for example, to begin the construction of a residential complex with the support of the chairman. Yangchul asked why he should participate in this. The main character looked at him seriously and said that this was just a promise to get votes. After all, most people vote for their favorite candidate despite the fact that they know that not all promises made will be kept, because they cannot stop hoping for the best. The old man closed his eyes and grinned. He opened his eyes and said that Dojun had made good arguments, but he would have to try harder to gain a decisive advantage in this battle. The guy pursed his lips and said that they still needed to work on the election campaign and that he would like to talk to the second candidate. The chairman's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what the grandson wanted to talk to Kyunjul about. Dojun looked away, rubbed his chin, and said that he didn't know yet, but if their goals coincided, then he might change his candidate. Yangchul frowned and reminded him that he had already invested a large amount of money in his uncle, and if he changes sides now, he will lose his investment. The main character chuckled. The guy presented a falling band note and said that we were talking about a project that could exaggerate his investments by tens or even hundreds of times, so that he would not lose 40 billion, but earn 400. The old man looked at him intently and said that his uncle was using the media to spread information about the new copper project. The likelihood that Yangchul would implement the plans of the losing candidate is very small. Dojun smiled and said that's why he wanted to meet the second candidate. Yangchul crossed his arms over his chest and looked thoughtfully at his grandson. The sun's rays illuminated the office building. Someone put a paper envelope on the table and said that, as he thought, the national security of the Republic of Korea is ensured by ordinary people without connections. The main character opened the envelope and asked if he had really been exempted from military service. Seon, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, said that not only he, but also his brother and 2 sons were released, and the 3rd son was doing alternative civilian service. The man chuckled, put his hand to his face and said that they seemed to belong to the upper caste. Dojun smiled and said that this information could be their advantage. He presented a golden anchor with a 5-pointed star in Kyeonyol and thought that the election race had begun before the official start of the campaign because they had discovered the opponent's main weakness. The main character imagined newspaper headlines and his uncle and thought that his main weakness was belonging to a conglomerate family. Both sides tried to use all their strength to slander each other. A man in a black suit entered the door. It was Assistant Kyunjol, who, if he won the election, was supposed to take the place of Deputy Mayor for Political Affairs. This meeting was organized by Yangchul. The table was set in the room. Dojun walked up to the man, handed over his business card and introduced himself. The man sat down at the table, looked at the business card and said that he agreed to the meeting because he was asked to do so by a person whom he could not refuse. The man narrowed his eyes, looked at the guy with interest and said that he did not expect to meet here someone from the company that absorbed the A-Jin Corporation. The main character waved his hand and said that he would first like to thank him for taking the time for this meeting and said that this conversation would not take much time. The man reached into the inner pocket of his jacket. He handed over his business card and said his name was Gwanhyuk. The main character accepted the business card and looked at it thoughtfully. Dojun waved his hand and said that he ordered several dishes in advance in case the man was hungry, because he thought that a busy man like Gwanhyuk might have a hard time finding time to eat well these days. The man looked at his interlocutor with displeasure, said that he was not hungry and would like to get straight to the point. He narrowed his eyes and said that he would refuse any requests from Dojun, especially any contact with Kyunjol, and then asked if there was anything else they needed to discuss. Dojun smiled politely and thought that the man in front of him was very impatient. The man looked at his watch. Watching him, the main character thought that the reason for such rude behavior could be bias due to age. He opened his mouth slightly and thought that in a past life he had learned to get what he wanted from people. They continued to sit at the set table, Dojun saying that he didn't want to meet Kyunjol. With a calm expression on his face, he said that he wanted to meet with Gwanhyuk because he had an offer that was difficult to refuse. The man looked at him questioningly. The main character raised his eyebrows, saying that the person the hero wanted to meet was not the candidate, but him. The man sitting opposite raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if it was really him. Jun smiled, saying that it was true. He had no intention of meeting with candidate Kenyol and he also had no reason to do so in the future. Mr. Kim grinned. The man raised his eyebrows good-naturedly, saying that a foreign investor knows how to stir up a Korean politician, and the key is not meeting the person concerned. The main character raised his hands in front of him, asking not to be misunderstood, because he has no complaints about candidate Kenyol. Kim raised the glass to his mouth, asking why the businessman insisted on meeting with him, although there were no complaints. He furrowed his eyebrows, noticing that perhaps he had been too harsh with his words. The guy smiled and answered no, because, as he already said, his goal was to meet with the chief of staff. Mr. Kim raised his eyebrows. He put the glass on the table. The man folded his arms across his chest, looking displeased at the hero, saying that he wanted to hear his goal. Jun smiled as he sat at the table, thanking him, saying that it was hard for him since he was not yet experienced. The young man knitted his eyebrows, asking if there were cases when a second person inherited the business of the first. The man frowned with displeasure, looking at him. Jun presented a dark silhouette with bright eyes behind him, surrounded by splashes of blood. The guy put his hand forward, saying that the second person remains in secondary roles for the rest of his life. The right hand, which has power, sinks lower and lower over time until it becomes a tail. Its fate is to eventually be cut off from the body. Mr. Kim bared his teeth in displeasure, asking him to continue. The main character turned gloomy, asking where he thought the phrases second person or right hand came from. This was done so that the masses did not exalt such people, and to draw a line, to show that the master and servants are like body and limbs. The man sat silently at the table, listening to him carefully. Jun said that this was just rhetoric, necessary so that people would not be offended when they were thrown away after use. Mr. Kim clenched his hand into a fist. The guy recalled the words spoken to him that he was the only one who was trusted, asking to go together. He wondered how attractive it was. The young man recalled how a crowd of people with bats beat the guy. The man was slowly smoking a cigarette. Intoxicated by these words, he himself volunteered to become a farm laborer. The young man went forward, rolling his suitcase behind him. Therefore, for him to take responsibility for a crime that he did not commit was something self-evident. The car was driving along a road surrounded by trees. The man got out of the car and pointed a gun at the main character. A shot rang out, frightening the birds. The trace of the bullet remained in space with a red light. Jun sat with his eyebrows raised, his inner adult knitting his eyebrows together. The hero was sure that Gwang Hyuk, sitting in front of him, also did not escape this illusion. Mr. Kim frowned, his face red with anger, and he clenched his teeth. The young man grinned, thinking that he had simply helped him wake up. He turned to the man sitting opposite, saying that the candidate's life was in his hands. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Jun looked up, asking if it was his actions that would determine whether Kwenyul's political life would be filled with sorrows or joys. The man turned the corners of his mouth down. He opened his mouth slightly, saying that the guy was young but cunning. Gwang Hyuk knitted his eyebrows, saying that this is what the person who arranged this meeting was talking about. A vein bulged on the man's face. He asked to stop beating around the bush. If the guy's goal was himself, then the man asked to report this, asking what these riddles were for. Jun smiled, saying that he wants to buy the rest of Chief Gwang Hyuk's life. Mr. Kim widened his eyes in surprise. The main character was represented by Kwenyul, saying that the man is the right hand of a person who has a small chance of getting from the position of mayor of Seoul to the Blue House. Of course, the fact that he will become the mayor of Seoul is not yet certain, but the road to the Blue House will be even more difficult. The man frowned as he listened to the young man's words that the likelihood that he would inherit this position was close to zero. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that instead of holding on to this meager chance, why not sell his own future at a very high price? A vein appeared on the man's fist. He knitted his eyebrows in displeasure, asking what he was even saying. Jun's eyes widened, saying that he would also take responsibility for all his affairs. Mr. Kim clenched the fabric of his trousers and bared his teeth. The young man knitted his eyebrows, saying that he would provide all the necessary help so that they could do whatever they wanted, for example, live comfortably, while doing nothing. Jun put his hand in front of him, asking not to misunderstand him. He is not going to demand something beyond his strength, all he needs is one word. Mr. Kim frowned, asking how he could break up with candidate Kyunjol because of this. The main character knitted his eyebrows and smiled, answering him yes. However, if candidate Ko really considers men to be his right hand, he will not quit because of one mistake. Jun smiled slyly, asking if this was a great chance to test whether he was a right-hand man or a simple farmhand. Mr. Kim frowned. The heroes sat silently opposite each other. The young man thought that the seeds of doubt were hidden in his heart. Now they will blossom. If not, then the young man definitely sowed them. A bright light came out from the man's chest. His eyes were wide open. Jun smiled, saying that Mr. Kim only needs to say one word that will cause candidate Kyle to lose the mayoral election. Just one word. A mistake, and in return he will give him 20 billion. The main character knitted his eyebrows, looking at him. The man opened his eyes wide. He froze in a stupor, listening to the guy's words that he would launder the money and transfer it to wherever the man wants. For example, Switzerland or the Virgin Islands would be a good option. In addition, he would appoint him as the director of the fantasy branch of the company. And if he wants to live abroad, then they can just name the country and then they will open a branch there. Mr. Kim raised his eyebrows high and opened his eyes wide. The young man said that he could naturally enjoy all the advantages of his position. The main character smiled, looking at the man who had fallen into a stupor, thinking that in any transaction the biggest problem is the price. And what is most shocking is when a person could not even dream of such an amount. That's exactly what Yeonjun told him when the guy followed him. He remembered himself standing in front of his desk. The hero remembered Yeonjun's malicious smile, and the words that the easiest way to contact an influential person is to give him 100 million won as a subsidy for family affairs, because 20 billion is the amount for betraying Kwenyul, whom he serves. Mr. Kim raised his eyebrows and beads of sweat appeared on his face. The young man thought that if such a sum was paid to the ruling or opposition party in the form of a party contribution, it would even be possible to buy a seat as a member of the National Assembly elected by the proportional system. Jun drank from a glass with his eyes downcast. He suddenly looked up, thinking that this was an opportunity to turn someone's right hand into another person's right hand. Gwang Hyuk furrowed his eyebrows. The young man's words are that he doesn't know who is asking for this, but he told him to believe him because the guy doesn't throw words into the wind. The man looked up at him. Jun stood up, saying that he hoped everything that was said here would stay here. The guy picked up the jacket, saying that he would give enough time to think. If tomorrow before this time the man does not decide, he will find another person. One way or another there will be someone who will reveal the weakness of the Kwenyul candidate. Mr. Kim looked up at him, confused. The main character, smiling, looked at him, saying that in an era when people take gold hidden there from deep closets in order to join the movement to collect it, many are ready to sell their souls for 20 billion. Wang Hyuk's eyes widened. The night light fell on the building, and the question was heard about who this candidate was. The man sat thoughtfully in a chair, asking how he would know him. He simply asked an acquaintance to send Quenul's confidant without telling him his name, so that there would be no problems. The young man smiled awkwardly. The man, looking at him, asked how they talked. Did he say that he was going to change the horse? Did he take the bait about sponsorship? The guy smiled and said that instead he asked him to betray Quenul. Yangchul furrowed his eyebrows, asking what it was. The guy smiled, saying that he offered to radically change his life. The man, sitting in a chair, noticed that he could push the candidate around as he wanted. Why would a guy bother with one of his subordinates? The young man smiled, saying that Quenul was a man of his grandfather's generation. The main character looked at him, saying that even if he accepted his offer, and even if he gave him money for the election campaign, he would not thank him. Yangchul frowned as he listened to the words that by promoting the business of the media city, he would think that he was showing favor to the young man, so the result is the same, but the message is different. In a relationship where the recipient of the money looks down on you, you can get rejected. Jun smiled as he imagined powerful men, saying that people like Uncle Gwang Hyuk would work with the idea of how they could repay the favor. The guy asked if the people who come at the first call from his grandfather don't bow to him. The man widened his eyes in surprise. He laughed loudly, throwing his head back, asking if he was trying to discriminate against the older generation. Jun looked at him with a serious look, wondering how his grandfather would appreciate this. The man said that, after all, he was his grandson. The young man looked older in surprise. Yangchul folded his arms over his chest, saying that he thought that the young man would date that weakling Kim because of Kyunjol, and he initially bet on him. The man smiled. Yangchul looked at him good-naturedly, saying that he never thought that the young man would surpass him. Jun's eyes widened in surprise. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist, thinking that he had succeeded. A light blue sky stretches above a tall beige building. On the wall was a poster of a smiling man named Ko Kyunjol. A man dressed in a black suit sat at a long wooden table. His wrinkled face looked tense. A young man with black hair sat at a table on which there were many dishes, and said that his interlocutor had to say just one word that would lead the candidate Jeongyul to lose the mayoral election. In return, he offered 20 billion, as well as an appointment to the post of director of their branch fantasy company. The man clenched his hand into a fist, remembering the words of the protagonist that he could open a branch in any country he wanted. Kim turned around when Konal entered the room. With a worried face, he asked if everything was okay. Kyunjol threw his clothes on the table. He then sat down, crossed his arms, and began to complain about the party leader who was playing with him, trying to tame him. Konal straightened his red tie and explained that he had been informed that the deputies needed money for branches in this constituency, so part of the campaign funds would be transferred to them. The man with the green tie frowned and remained silent. Looking at Quenul's angry face, he thought that now was not the best time to test, but at such moments, people often show their true colors and reveal what is in their hearts, so this is an opportunity. The man, with a bead of sweat on his face, turned to Kyunjol. Kyunjol looked at him in bewilderment and asked what was the matter. The man said with a slight smile that he would have to leave for about a week for family reasons. Kyunjol frowned angrily and yelled, asking his colleague if he understood how important the time was now. The man frowned and looked down as Kyunjol yelled at him to put aside all his family matters. A man in a red tie with rage on his face shouted that he had been living in a hotel for more than 2 weeks and could not even remember the faces of his children. Kim remained silent with a sad expression on his face. Kyunjol clenched his teeth tightly in anger. He stood up from his chair, took his jacket, and told his colleague to give him a dinner with the Seoul constituency deputies because it was worth showing off his money at least once. The man lowered his head and obeyed. Kim turned around when Kyunjol called out to him. The man put on a smile and thought that the situation was not very good, so Kyunjol didn't have a chance to ask. Kyunjol raised his hand and asked about the approval rating results from last week. Kim looked at him in surprise. He then replied that Kyunjol was ahead, and the man touched his chin as Kim added that the gap would only widen in the future, so the results should be even better next week. Kyunjol smiled and praised the man for his good work. Then he left, and Kim was left standing alone in the office. He raised his eyebrows at the exit and thought that he was hoping Kyunjol would ask what happened to him. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that Konal should have asked about this, since the man who is managing his election campaign said that he would be absent for a week at such a difficult time when every second counts. There were lamps hanging on the ceiling. Kim thought that until now he had only cared about the personal affairs of his superiors, and not about his own family. He looked at the poster of Kyunjol and thought that he didn't even bother to ask what was wrong. Kim frowned angrily and thought that Kyunjol had been serving for more than 10 years and had never once said anything that would upset him. He put his hand on the table. Kim looked down and thought that he didn't want to rush to conclusions, because Kyunjul would probably ask tomorrow what happened when everything calmed down. A week later, there was a light pink sky above the multi-story building. Smoked cigarettes lay on the floor. Kyunjul stood on the stairs with a pack of cigarettes in his hands. He squeezed it so hard that the veins showed on his skin. The man clenched his teeth, swore, and asked if that was too much. Lights were shining from the windows of the buildings in the middle of the night. There were delicious dishes on the table while someone was talking about how fantasy has a close relationship with the Sanyang group. The man, wearing a white shirt and red tie, clarified that he was referring to the company owner's family and asked if Jun wanted to make his son-in-law mayor of Seoul. The main character, dressed in a black shirt, remained silent and assumed that his interlocutor from now on would not be so stupid as to eat bait from his hands. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that this had nothing to do with his son-in-law, and that the Sanyang group had other reasons for creating such an intricate plan. The man lowered his head and suggested speaking frankly. With a serious look, he asked why Jun wanted to put Sanyang's son-in-law in the seat of mayor of Seoul. The main character calmly replied that this was a trade secret that he could not reveal to an outsider. Kim frowned when he heard Jun call him an outsider. He hit the table with his fist and yelled that he wanted to become a traitor, and they called him an outsider. He asked which side he should take then. Jun looked at the man indifferently and replied that the moment the Jeongyul candidate fails, his interlocutor will receive the money and become their man. The main character narrowed his red eyes and added that until then the man would live on the border. Kim frowned and began to sweat. Then he said with a smile that a traitor is a person who will be recognized only after the bridge through which he can return has completely collapsed. Jun said with a slight grin that breaking trust between comrades or friends can still be called betrayal. Then his look became serious and he added that breaking the trust with an employer is not a betrayal, but the end of a business relationship. Kim raised a glass of drink to his lips and froze, looking at the main character in surprise. Jun took the bottle and asked if his interlocutor really had a trusting relationship with Kyunjul. He also wondered if the man served him without any desires of his own. Kim lowered his hand with the glass and stared at the main character in shock, saying nothing. Jun poured alcohol into a glass and said that they were not living in feudal times, and that now loyalty was a virtue that was disappearing. He lowered his head and asked what kind of loyalty is being talked about when a boss treats a subordinate like a dog. When Jun added that mutual respect was necessary, Kim's face became alarmed. He put the glass on the table and asked the main character to stop, because these words were not at all comforting. The man looked down and admitted that he was just hungry for money. Jun closed his eyes, answering that this applies to many other people, but most of them are losers who cannot earn enough of them. Kim frowned, asking why he was better, and suggested that it was because he would receive a larger sum. They sat across from each other at a wooden table, and Jun replied that Kim would have the opportunity to challenge his own dreams when he received money and became a member of the National Assembly, rather than someone else's assistant. The main character looked confidently at the man and said that his company fantasy would help him. The man looked at Jun in shock when he heard the words about the National Assembly. The protagonist put his hands on his feet and said that there were 2 years left until the 16th general election, and that whether it was the ruling party or the opposition, the proportional or constituency electoral system, they had enough time and money. Kim remained silent, looking down lostly. There were large white vases with plants near the wall. Jun looked at the man carefully when he asked to quickly transfer money to Switzerland or somewhere else and prepare journalists 2 days before the elections. Kim added with a grin that this would all be in order to deliver a crushing blow. The main character, with a calm face, replied that Kim should not worry about money and that he considers trust to be an important issue, so he will not stab the man in the back. The glass windows of the tall buildings reflected the pink sky. A woman with long hair sat on the couch and talked about how there were only 10 days left until the election, and the approval rating gap continued to widen. Seon frowned and replied that they still had 10 whole days and they were already giving up. Soyun placed her hand on her chest and asked what could be done about this trend. She said that something big would be needed to break the situation. The woman's face was sweaty and tense. There were 3 people in the spacious room. An old man sitting in a chair said that A-Jin and even Dia Construction were purchased with the money of American investors. He crossed his arms and added that there was no telling what Jun could do, so he had to campaign or give up if he lost. Soyun looked skeptically at the old man who asked her to calm down Seon. The man rested his cheek on his hand. He looked at Soyun and asked if she wanted him to turn things around. Seon grinned. The woman looked at him in fear. There were drinks and many different dishes on the table. The plates and mugs were clean and empty. The man with glasses picked up the envelope and suggested that you could get indigestion if you ate something like that. The man in the green tie told reporter Park that it was pocket money, and that there was no arguing about the change the elder gave, because even the president sometimes opens his wallet. Puck smiled and agreed. There were 6 people sitting at the table, and the man in the green tie asked the reporter in return to stop slandering the fact that the future of Dia construction is darker than clouds because everyone must be responsible for their place. He raised his hand, frowned, and added that he needed these people to cut out all the rot from the places. The man gritted his teeth angrily as Puck replied with a smile that, as he thought, it was definitely rat poison. He raised his mug. Suddenly everyone turned around when they heard someone loudly shouting that today they can relax and get drunk because the day after tomorrow, after the end of voting, their candidate will become the mayor of Seoul. The man in the beige shirt looked at his colleague sitting next to him, assuming that he was talking about Kyunjol. The man in the green tie raised the mug to his mouth and asked if these were his comrades. He smiled when he thought that the one he was waiting for had finally come. When the man with the mustache suggested that it was anti-collective, the man in round glasses raised his finger to his lips and whispered that this voice was familiar to him and that it was better to be quieter. Puck and the man in the green shirt sitting next to him looked forward in shock. 6 men were sitting at a table on which there was a lot of different food. Sanyang picked up the bottle and told them not to worry about anything and just drink it. The man with the mustache turned away and told the president to be quiet because they wanted to check something. Puck looked ahead carefully. The president narrowed his eyes. Then a smirk appeared on his face. He imagined dark human silhouettes and thought that they only had tomorrow in stock, so today's corporate party was in order to strain their last strength. Everyone turned around at the same time when Kim Gwan-hyuk yelled loudly, asking if his interlocutor thought he was obsessed with his position. The man with the mustache raised his eyebrows in surprise, recognizing the voice of the next mayor's deputy. Puck widened his eyes in surprise, and the man in the green tie looked at him. The man in the cap frowned and concluded that Kim, who was a key figure in the election campaign, was in the next room. He took out a small black object from the inside pocket of his jacket. The men fell silent. Looking around, they suggested that this was a special report. The man with black hair smiled and said that the chief of staff should inherit the position and become the next mayor. Kim clenched his teeth furiously after hearing these words. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted that Jong-il had made him mayor and asked what kind of inheritance his interlocutor was talking about. Kim shouted that now it was the candidate's turn to send him to Uido. The man with brown hair widened his eyes in surprise and asked if these suspicions were true. Kim narrowed his eyes and asked what suspicions were being discussed. He froze in surprise when the man explained that he was talking about exemption from military service. Kim asked with a smile whether his interlocutor was naive or just stupid. The men stared at Kim, who asked whether a high-ranking official like Kyunjol would send his child to the army. He raised his cup and added with a grin that only people like them go there. The man in the green tie took a sip from his mug. He looked away. Looking at the faces of his colleagues, he began to think about the words about being released from service. The man raised his hand and told his colleagues that they would certainly do everything possible to avoid sending their children to the army, and that he personally created dozens of certificates with a false diagnosis. He explained with a grin that one of the official's children was born while he was working in the United States of America, so he did not serve in the army because he is a citizen of another country. He looked at his colleague, who asked if this United States citizen would have to volunteer to join the military while his father was running for mayor of Seoul. The man closed his eyes and replied that he was selling for as much as he bought. While he was drinking alcohol, another colleague asked why the candidate's third son was not released from service and joined the army in the defense forces. He smiled, letting out a chuckle. With a sly grin, the man explained that this was not his son. The men in white shirts opened their mouths in shock. They froze in horror and immediately thought it was an illegitimate child. The worker with the green tie raised his eyebrows and dropped his jaw, thinking that he didn't know about it either. The men sat on chairs, looking in the same direction, while the man explained that this could have happened when Kyunjol was working alone in Japan, because it is difficult for a man to live abroad for several years without a woman. Kim put his hands on the table and said that Kyunjol was having an affair with a meat employee. He added with a smile that Kyunjol was grateful that his wife had included this child in the family register, so after that he was simply sent to the army. 4 people were sitting at the table. There were 6 of them in the next room, and Kim said that they didn't take that young man anywhere because he had very poor eyesight. The 6 men were silent. One of them began to smoke. The man with the green tie touched his face and thought that Kyunjol had done even better than his expectations. Someone's feet in white socks were trembling. 2 workers had cigarettes in their mouths. Sanyang raised his hand and asked reporters Park and Choi to calm down. Puck frowned and asked how the man could sit still. He arched his wide eyebrows and whispered that this did not need to be spread, and that if this news blew up the media tomorrow, then everything would be upside down on election day. The man with the mustache raised his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and added that this speaks of 2 things at once that are unacceptable in their country, because you can forget about the voices of parents who sent their children to the army, and about the voices of women who find out about an illegitimate child. Sanyang frowned and replied that this was exactly what he was talking about. He raised his hand and whispered that based on ability, Jeongyul is much better than candidate Choi, who is the son-in-law in the Kibal family, and it would be a shame if he fell due to family problems. Park, with an angry expression on his face, asked if a real reporter could do this and said that they should tell voters everything that will help them make a choice. Seon gritted his teeth. The workers looked at him in surprise when he suggested that they wanted to release this report because of the bonus they would receive if candidate Choi won instead of candidate Jeongyul. The man with the beard frowned furiously. The other men also looked angry. Seon extended his hand and said that Sanyang Group would not ignore that the newspaper that published the article first would definitely contribute the most to candidate Choi's victory. The men stared at him when he added that the company would be willing to advertise there and might even buy it for a year. They were silent, not taking their eyes off Seon. The man looked at the colleague with the mustache and thought that they were all very naive if they really should listen to explanations about how much the article costs. Seon thought with a grin that he even showed them how to convince the editors. The man with round glasses stood up and whispered that it was time for him to leave. Everyone else also stood up and headed towards the exit. Seon raised his hand, looking after them lostly. He poured himself some alcohol into his mug. The man then took it and grinned contentedly. It was daytime, white clouds were floating in the blue sky. There were several workers in the office. The man was reading a newspaper with horror on his face. In all the morning news and newspapers there were only articles about exemption from service and an illegitimate child. Hyunjul leaned back in his chair. Approval ratings dropped by 10%. Men in white shirts stood in a row. Someone was walking forward quickly. A man in a black suit entered the room and yelled angrily, asking who caused the leak. Kim pointed his finger at a colleague in a blue tie and asked if this happened because of him. He hit the man in the face. Kim then kicked another worker, asking if it was because of him. The man slapped him, screaming furiously. Kim stood in front of 3 workers. Then he fell to his knees. Kim bowed, placing his hands on the floor, and began to ask Hyunjul for forgiveness. Kim began to sweat with anxiety, shouting that he had drunk for the first time in a long time and allowed himself to say too much. He asked his boss to kill him. Hyunjul was silent, looking lost at the ceiling. While 3 workers stood against the wall, Kim sobbed, looking at the floor. His body trembled. He did not raise his head. Kim smiled and thought that now he was not a traitor because he simply made a mistake when he was drunk, and the real traitor was hiding among the 3 of them. Candidate number 2 is for you, shouted the people in green caps and hoodies. They shouted that this was a choice in favor of Seoul. This is a choice in favor of Seoul, they shouted. The man who stood at the microphone shouted into it that he was the only candidate for the country. Vote for the safety and future of Seoul. The girls danced and sang, calling for votes for one of the candidates. Candidate number 1, they shouted. Yangchul drove past them in the car and watched everything. In his head, he remembered his grandson and asked himself in his head what intrigues he needed to use to lure Ko Kenyol's right hand to his side. He drove his car, looking out the window, saying in his head that he saw many people who devoted their lives to politics. Recalling various people in the world of politics, he said that those who had big ambitions and dreams took only the required amount of money to gain power, while various scum used power to gain money. After which he said that Ko Kenyol's right hand is just one of the guys with great ambitions. There was some tension in his eyes. After thinking a little, he said in his head that Koken is not one of those who can be influenced by money. We are there, we suddenly told Yangchul. The old man turned to his driver, folding his arms across his chest. Yeah, Yangchul said indifferently, turning back to the window. It was a clear day outside. The sun illuminated the huge building. Director Oh and Dojun were sitting in one of the offices. They looked in surprise towards the entrance. Yangchul came into their office with a kind smile on his face. Grandfather, Dojun asked in surprise. I'm glad to see you, the old man answered immediately, looking at those present. Director Oh immediately jumped up from his chair and, pointing Yangchul to this place, told him that he just had time to treat him to a cup of tea. Approaching Director Oh, Yangchul smiled and said that he also looked different now, very respectable. Director Oh rubbed his neck in confusion and said that he couldn't even play sports lately, so he gained a little. The old man, sitting in a chair and folding his hands on his chest, with a smile on his face, said that he did not mean the weight, but his position. Ah, answered Oh, confused, without removing his hand from his neck. After some time, there were 3 cups of hot tea on the table. Yangchul, folding his arms over his chest again, said contentedly that he saw today's news, adding that in the end it turned out as Dojun said. After thinking a little, the old man asked his grandson how he managed to lure Ko Kenyol's right hand. Dojun smiled and said that Kim Gwang-hyuk is not the kind of person who would be content with the role of his right hand, because the man's ambitions are great, and he simply created the right opportunity for him to show them. Immediately, Director Oh excitedly asked Yangchul if he had received materials with forecasts about the elections. Didn't you receive it? The old man suddenly asked, looking at his interlocutor. Rubbing his neck again in confusion, Oh replied that Yangchul's information line was on a completely different level than his. The difference is 7%, the old man said confidently, smiling contentedly. Immediately Dojun hit his leg with his fist. Suddenly he smiled and, looking at his grandfather, said that their survey showed 10%, adding that both forecasts were winning, so unless something unexpected happened, his uncle would win. Yangchul, having heard such news, closed his eyes contentedly and said that nothing could happen because there were only a couple of hours left. Looking at his grandson, he added that the project Dojun was working on had now passed the 5th stage. At that same second, the smile disappeared from the guy's face. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He wondered in his head if it was only the 5th stage, adding that since this was his own project in Seoul, it seemed to him that he had already overcome the 7th stage. Suddenly Yangchul laughed, seeing his grandson's emotions, after which he asked if Dojun thought that the same person was setting the table and sitting down to eat. After which, encouragingly, he said that Dojun would see that more than one would come with his spoons wanting to eat. After these words, the old man smiled sarcastically and ominously, after which he said that when those who come cannot take care of their plate, they will try to overturn the dining table. Dojun silently and carefully listened to his grandfather, saying in his head that these were not just words, warnings, because Yangchul was the best versed in construction. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the chairman himself, who called both interlocutors. They looked at the old man in surprise. Yangchul asked how they thought about leaving the construction of the media city of Sanyang to him. Hearing this, Dojun felt like he was struck by lightning. What? The guy asked in surprise and dumbfounded. In his head, he asked in shock if it was really my grandfather who was the first to pull his spoon to my table. Yangchul had a sinister smile on his face. Staring at those present, who did not know what to answer, he displeasedly asked what it was. Did they really not like it? Director Oh and Dojun looked at the chairman, not knowing what to say. When suddenly Oh, leaning against the sofa, asked in surprise and confusion what Yangchul meant. The old man calmly answered what he said. Continuing to keep his arms folded over his chest, he began to explain that the company that signed the contract with the Seoul government would be Sanyang Construction. Naturally, Dia Construction would also play a big role. Hearing this, Director O was speechless. He didn't know what to say at all, when suddenly, is it true that Sanyang is the constructor and Dia is the subcontractor? To this, Yangchul smiled sarcastically and asked why he said that. What kind of subcontractor? Let's call it cooperation. The old man smiled ominously. From such words, Director O was overtaken by shock. He asked himself in horror in his head how such a greedy old man could try to steal the chance to create which his beloved grandson spent tens of billions. Then Dojun spoke up, asking his grandfather in surprise if he was serious. Leaning back in his chair, Yangchul said that he never jokes about such matters. Suddenly, looking at his grandson with a look of complete contempt, he said that the two of them were unable to do such a thing, adding that now many construction companies are on the verge of collapse. Dojun looked at his grandfather with some disappointment as he listened to what he was saying. Yangchul continued that those who survive will not miss this chance. Director O was very excited. He looked at the old man who continued to intimidate them. Yangchul asked the guys why not consider this project as a national one. Having listened to the old man to the end, Dojun calmly asked him if he really thought that it would be difficult for just the two of them to run this project. Yes, Yangchul answered decisively. Raising his head and looking at his grandfather, Dojun said that he would not mind help then, after which he asked in confusion, is it really necessary to take everything? Yangchul looked at his grandson with eyes full of greed. Is this help? He asked Dojun. He looked at the depressed interlocutors and said that if he did not take a step forward, they would be torn to shreds, because Dojun was not even taking 20%. After a pause, Yangchul added that otherwise the construction cartel would abandon Dojun's plan and develop a new one in a year or two, naturally without the participation of Dia Construction. Listening to this, O tried to contain his displeasure. Listen, Chairman, the angry and dissatisfied Director O suddenly said, most of the management team is from Sanyang, he said, after which he asked if Yangchul thought that such cooperation was already enough, adding the question whether Sanyang Construction really needed to take the initiative. Hearing such impudent questions, the old man was very dissatisfied. Looking at the one who asked them, Yangchul said displeasedly that, apparently, Director O was still too young to understand what he was talking about. When suddenly the old man screamed furiously, causing his face to turn red. He shouted that he was not trying to help them, after which he added that if it was so difficult for them to manage the business without him, then that meant that he was its real owner. There was silence in the office. A dissatisfied and angry old man sat in a chair. Dojun looked at his grandfather in confusion as he spoke to himself, that he doesn't understand him at all. The old man, throughout their conversation, never once removed his folded hands from his chest. His face was covered in wrinkles, which looked even worse from dissatisfaction and wrinkling. Dojun kept asking himself in his head how a person could be so greedy as not to represent Dia Construction or HW Group separately from Sanyang, and then asked himself if no one thinks about their family ties when it comes to a truly profitable business. Dojun's face showed worry and worry. He swallowed nervously and asked himself if this was the true character of the chairman of the conglomerate. Having calmed down a little and exhaled, Dojun turned to his grandfather. Yangchul looked displeasedly at his grandson, expecting a good answer from him. Dojun said that the number of companies dependent on Soonyang Group gradually increased, and at some point everyone began to come to you with requests, after which he noticed that Yangchul did not even need to leave his office. But now, the main character said quietly and slowly, looking at his grandfather. Dojun was very excited, a drop of cold sweat running down his cheek. "You personally took this difficult step for yourself and came here," he said, gathering his strength. The old man became very tense at these words, thinking about what to say. Closing his eyes, he said displeasedly that he also sometimes goes outside when the weather is good. Hearing this, Dojun said that then it turns out that the old man has nowhere to rush. Looking at his grandson in surprise, Yangchul asked where he should rush. Dojun immediately said, looking at his grandfather with a cold and serious look, that as soon as his uncle takes office, he will continue to implement his project, adding that now they are the only company ready to take on it. Suddenly his face changed greatly. Dojun tensed up greatly, showing everyone with his expression that he was serious, and then continued that they would not let other companies lend their spoon to him. Hearing this, the old man closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. "That's how it is," he said more softly. Relaxing a little, the main character, continuing to look at his grandfather, said that he also perfectly understands that if you don't take on this project from the very beginning, then there will be no other chance, which is why Yangchul came running here. Hearing these words, the smile disappeared from the old man's face. Anger returned to his eyes. He himself said nothing, trying to contain his rage. Out of anger, he squeezed his hand tightly. Seeing how nervous his grandfather was, Dojun continued to analyze the situation, saying in his head that he still couldn't understand whether the old man was checking him or not, adding that the best he could do now was to show his willpower. "Even if Grandpa finds my behavior outrageous, nothing can be done," Dojun said in his head, staring intently at his relative. Without leaving his thoughts, he continued to say that if you look at it like that, then he is no different from his uncle or aunt. Dojun, having left his thoughts, looked at the old man and said, since they have little understanding of construction, grandfather's help would be useful, after which he added that he would not be able to give him everything. His face was serious, there was purposefulness in his eyes. He continued to say, they will take the lead, and Sanyang will become their reliable partner. Director O looked at the chairman in confusion. "This is the maximum," Dojun added. There was no emotion on the old man's face. A strong ominous aura enveloped Yangchul. He looked at his grandson and said that if he set his sights on something he couldn't swallow, he would tear his mouth, adding that Dojun was overestimating his abilities and would end up disgracing himself. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek. Suddenly, with a malicious smile, he looked at his grandfather and asked if children don't grow up getting injured. A flame of rage flared up inside Yangchul. With aggression in his voice, he asked if Dojun really wanted to make him his enemy. Deathly silence hung in the room again. Director O was so excited that cold beads of sweat ran down all over his face. "An enemy?" Dojun suddenly asked, breaking the silence. "No," he added, because he still believes that there is no better partner than Sanyang. Furiously hitting and grabbing the armrest of the chair, Yangchul shouted that if his grandson was going against him, that meant that they were enemies. Standing up from his seat, he glared at Dojun with anger in his eyes, yelling at him to think about it carefully before saying that they would talk again tomorrow after the vote. After that, he looked at Director O and told him to think too, adding that it would be difficult for them without him. After these words, Yangchul left. Dojun and Director O watched him go without saying anything. Suddenly it dawned on Dojun. The old man got into the car and drove away. With his arms folded across his chest, he looked displeasedly out the window. Without saying anything, he pondered the situation. "Now," he said in his head. There was no emotion on his face, he was cold and stable. "The time has come," he added. The news said that Chang Yu was becoming mayor of Seoul. Dojun, talking to him on the phone and watching the news, congratulated him. Chang said he will never forget his contribution and hopes they will continue to work together. Smirking, Dojun replied that it was enough for him that he could call his uncle the mayor of Seoul. After these words, he hung up. After 30 minutes, Dojun thought that as soon as the exit poll results showed, his uncle immediately called him with thanks, which means he has a conscience. Sehen was sitting on the sofa, who indignantly said that he was not at all happy about the victory. Indignantly, he asked Dojun what he plans to do as his grandfather said or whether he wants to try. The main character said that he would try to suck up to him, and if it didn't work, he would go ahead. Crossing his legs, Sehen said displeasedly that when he told the management team about this, they tucked their tails between their legs. Dojun said that all these people are grandpa's arms and legs. Sehun exhaled indignantly, squeezing his cheekbones. Sehun said that he turned to Chairman Jin because he trusted him, and he was thinking of betraying Dia Construction. Dojun thought he was wrong. After a short silence, he said that at that time it was the best choice, because without the people of Soonyang Construction they would not have been able to take control of everything. Looking out the window, he thought that thanks to these people they were able to return the hidden funds and avoid unnecessary fraud. Dojun told Sehun not to regret the past, but in the worst case they would have to give up the Media City project and join Dia Construction to Soonyang. Turning to Sehun with a smirk on his face, he said that he would consider this as tuition fees. Disgruntled, Sehun said that he was glad that Dojun learned something, but it was a stab in the back. Laughing, Dojun said that Sehun learned not to trust anyone. Sehun immediately turned away from the guy, offended. Dojun thought that despite everything that had been said, he still believed his grandfather. Frowning, he wondered what it was. With a smile on his face, Dojun turned to Sehun and said that he was going to visit his grandfather, and if anything special happened, he asked him to call immediately. Sehun waved his hand at the guy. "What's going on?" Dojun asked himself in surprise as he grabbed the door handle. Opening it and leaving the office, he exhaled heavily and asked himself whether he would really have to become the first grandson to give the table he had prepared with difficulty to his grandfather. It was already night outside Yangchul's house. From the house, the voice of an old man was heard asking Dojun if he had talked to his uncle, to which the guy answered positively, adding that his uncle contacted him as soon as the results became known. Yangchul immediately asked in surprise, looking at his grandson, and then asked how much. Looking away and putting his hand to his chin, Dojun answered, about 30 minutes later. Immediately the old man laughed, saying that he called him not even a minute had passed since the results were announced, adding that he said that all this was thanks to Yangchul. Hearing this, Dojun looked at his grandfather in embarrassment, saying in his head that his uncle just called to say thank you for Yangchul not interfering, adding immediately that for grandfather it was a piece of cake to remove his uncle from the elections. Closing his eyes and smiling maliciously, he added that they really should be grateful that a person with such force did not touch them. The old man leaned back in his chair, looking contentedly at his grandson, who said that his uncle was simply scared enough of him, because he knew well that his uncle would follow his will even without an order. "Smart," answered the satisfied Yangchul. After thinking a little, the old man turned to Dojun, with a kind smile on his face, asking if he would do as he said. "Let me ask a question first," said the main character, keeping his hands on his feet. "Ask," answered Yangchul, folding his hands on his chest. Dojun's face changed to a more serious one. Looking at his grandfather, he asked if he really had his eye on Mero's project, and then asked if there was some other meaning. Hearing this, Yangchul was very surprised. "What is the other meaning?" he asked his grandson. Looking away, the main character replied that he didn't know yet. The old man immediately replied so that he would not think that everything was so confusing. Holding his hands folded across his chest, he said with a serious face that there was no other meaning, explaining that because of the IMF, Soonyang's cash flow had dried up, so he had to grab whatever he could get his hands on. Surprised, Dojun suddenly glanced excitedly at his grandfather and asked if this really meant that the old man wanted to steal a plate of rice from his beloved grandson. "And you?" Yangchul suddenly asked. "What?" Shocked by such a response question, Dojun asked. The old man smiled sarcastically and, looking at his grandson, said that he borrowed $1 billion. No, he didn't even borrow it, after which he asked if Dojun didn't absorb the car company by playing with the ones, adding that the main character was not even a little lenient with the exchange rate and it was literally a robbery in broad daylight. Hearing such accusations, Dojun looked at his interlocutor in confusion, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. In his head, he asked himself if Yangchul had not forgotten about this and was going to repay in the same coin. Leaning on the chair, Dojun asked in shock if the grandfather was serious. "Yes," Yangchul answered firmly and coldly. There was still a satisfied smile on his face. He explained that this was a serious damage to the controlling stake in the company, so he needed to make up for lost time. Hearing this, Dojun was speechless. "Don't be too offended," the old man suddenly said, seeing his grandson's reaction, and then added that when Soonyang becomes the owner of the business, he will take good care of Dojun too. The main character was seriously scared. Drops of sweat ran down his face. In a shaking voice, he asked how it should be. "This is how." Putting his finger to his chin and looking up, the old man, after thinking for a moment, replied that Dia's instruction would be able to repay the loan and pay overdue salaries. Dojun immediately said more specifically, his gaze changing to a more serious one. The old man did not lag behind his grandson. The malice and warmth disappeared from his voice. He said that Dia would undertake at least 30% of the construction work. Suddenly there was deathly silence in the hall. Dojun imagined the management team in his head and said that the general scale is already clear. 30% is perhaps not a huge amount of money, but not so small, after which he said that judging by how suitable the percentage was voiced his grandfather, the management team of Dia Construction regularly reports to the old man. Out of anger, he even squeezed his knee, after which he added that he felt betrayed, but was not going to kick them out. His gaze was fixed on the floor, but there was some confusion in his eyes. He said to himself that he would need the entire staff when the management of Sanyang Construction was under his control. Suddenly he raised his head and, looking at his grandfather, asked if he would give more. Yangchul, leaning back in his chair, told his grandson not to be greedy, adding that Dojun himself knows that 30% is enough. Introducing his father's huge media empire, he clenched his hands into fists and said to himself that if he retreated now, it would collapse, adding that the goal is not to make money, so even if 30% is enough, this is not the proposal which he needs. Exhaling heavily, Dojun turned to his grandfather and said that he was very sorry, but at that same second, Yangchul, shrouded in a terrifying aura, interrupted his grandson and said that before Dojun spoke, he should think about everything carefully again. There was no weakness in the eyes of the main character. He was determined. He knew it was too late to retreat. There was a certain anger and contempt for his grandson in the old man's eyes. Dojun looked at the angry old man and said that he had been thinking about this since yesterday, but nothing had changed. There was no emotion on his face, he was completely calm. Dojun said that it was hard for him to give up on this matter. What? Yangchul asked in surprise, having heard such words from his grandson. The main character smiled and said that even if his decision contradicts his grandfather's decision, he will still try. Seriously, the old man asked again furiously, after which, shouting, he asked if Dojun was sure that he would not regret it. The main character was not afraid of his interlocutor. He firmly and confidently answered that he would not regret it, even if he did not receive a penny from the city's media, after which he added that he would not blame Yangchul because he had come so far only thanks to his grandfather. Listening to this, Yangchul calmed down a little, after which he asked, "Is it true?" The smile on Dojun's face grew wider and his eyes became warmer. He said that this was true, adding later that if Yangchul stole everything, he would not contact his grandfather for at least several days, after which he asked to understand him, adding that he would still sulk. The old man could not find the words to answer his grandson. Suddenly he smiled contentedly. Looking at Dojun again, he said that this was somehow weak for a threat, after which he asked if his grandson really wouldn't even call to inquire about his health. Yes, the main character answered, getting up from his seat, adding that he would still try to limit it to a week. Bowing to his grandfather, he said that he would go. After that, he turned around and walked away. There was a lot of tension on his face, and his eyebrows were so furrowed that there was nothing on his forehead except wrinkles. In his head he said that from now on he would have to work hard to destroy his aunts and uncles. Dojun suddenly called out to him right in front of Yangchul's door. "What is it?" asked the main character, turning around. The old man, with his hands on the armrests, with a warm smile on his face, called his grandson to come again tomorrow morning, offering to get some fresh air before fighting. Dojun looked at his grandfather emotionlessly, wondering how to respond. For some time he continued to look at his grandfather, who was sitting on a chair with a satisfied smile on his face, seeing off the departing protagonist. The C building was immersed in the sunset rays. Yanggi rubbed the bridge of his frowning nose and said that at the moment he had the largest number of shares. Two department heads sat in front of him, side by side, and confirmed his words. Yanggi frowned and asked about the investors' shares and whether they could stand up against their father with them. One of the bosses adjusted his glasses, while the second said that it would be difficult, since if he could not inherit the chairman's shares, then he would not be able to obtain management rights. Yanggi was angry, but remained silent. He clenched his hand into a fist. Yanggi's face darkened when he asked what would happen to the shares if his father died. Both department heads looked at him in surprise. They looked at each other, not knowing what to answer. Yanggi raised his hand in a calming gesture and asked why they were so nervous, because they need to think about the age of his father, since no one would be surprised even if he died tomorrow, so he asked, because there are no measures to transfer rights to the heir, or at least there is no preparation for them. The department heads looked at each other again and sighed with relief. One of them looked at the concentrated Yanggi and said that 23% of the shares would go to the chairman's wife and about 15% to the children. And he wanted to say something else, but Yanggi interrupted him and asked if there was a will. The head of the department replied that they did not know, since none of the group's lawyers had received any papers or instructions, but the chairman's personal lawyer might well have it. The head of the department frowned and said that these were just his thoughts, but he thought that there would not be a separate will. Yanggi frowned and asked why he thought that. The man thought about the chairman, whose face was covered with a shadow, and said that taking into account the group shares, the inheritance tax would be huge, and so far the chairman had worked to evade it. So if there was a will, then it only contained instructions regarding personal property, not company shares, and this may be a will about the transfer of land, a house or some things. Yang's face became gloomy as he thought silently. He imagined money falling from the sky and thought that with a normal inheritance, he would have to pay hundreds of billions or even trillions of won in taxes, so most tycoons try to transfer the management rights as a gift during their lifetime. He grinned and thought that his father was clearly not the kind of person who would want such a tax to be written off from his property in good faith. Yanggi relaxed a little and asked what would happen if there was no separate will and everyone's inheritance was equal, then what would happen to the management? To which the boss replied that the situation would become more complicated, since depending on how everything turns out, the owner of the office chairman may change. Yanggi folded his arms on his chest and asked what would happen if his mother took his side, to which the man replied that he needed to make calculations. The boss perked up and asked if director Jin Sang-gi wasn't Yang's man, so there would be no problem with the chairman's position, and if he had the chairman's wife and director Sang-gi on his side. Yanggi smiled. He crossed his legs and adjusted his glasses, saying that this was great, but it would still be better to sort out the rights of succession before his father died. The boss slapped himself on the head and said there was one more variable. Yanggi tensed when he heard that 17% of the shares were given away during the transfer to Sanyang Motors. The boss turned the page of the report and said that he heard that fantasy director Seon is friends with director Jin Yoongi, who loves movies, and he's not interested in family squabbles, so everything will be fine. Yanggi put his hands to his temple and dismissed the employees. They bowed. The men hurried out. Yanggi tiredly leaned back on the sofa and covered his eyes with his hand. The eyebrows knitted together from the tense thoughts of having to worry about the youngest, to whom he had not even paid attention until now. He went to the window, behind which was a pink sunset. Yanggi lit a cigarette. He took a drag and thought about how long his father had left to live, since anyway he would go to the next world empty-handed, so why leave the coal, which would cause complete chaos in the family. He put away the cigarette and touched his thumb to his lips, thinking that he couldn't believe that he was worried about the youngest, since he hoped that the children would not interfere in family squabbles. He looked at the city, which was bathed in the sunset rays, and thought that, although he was even more worried about how his frivolous older brother would mess things up. From behind the forest one could see the sun rising in the sky. The car was racing along the road. Yangchul looked out the window. Dojun looked at his grandfather and thought about where they were going at dawn. The guy turned to the window and thought that when he got onto the western highway, he decided that they were heading to Chuncheon Namdo or Jeollado. His grandfather's voice tore him from his thoughts. Yangchul smiled and asked if his grandson was curious where they were going. Dojun seriously replied that he was going crazy with curiosity, but Grandpa looked so serious that he didn't dare ask this question. Yangchul smiled contentedly and looked out the window. He folded his arms and said that they were heading to the place where the history of the Sanyang group began. Yangchul looked at his interested grandson and said that they were going to Gunsan. Dojun remembered the newspaper clippings and articles and thought that this is the very place that is the origin of the Sanyang group, and he memorized the history of the company when he was studying for the exam in his previous life. He remembered an old photograph and thought that Gunsan was the site of a Joseon rice warehouse, a property left behind by the Japanese after the liberation of Korea. Dojun thought about the building, immersed in the lights of the night city, and thought that grandfather secretly hid the rice, which was the most valuable in the warehouse, and resold it, and the money from the sale became the starting capital for the current Sanyang group. Dojun turned to his grandfather in surprise and asked if that rice warehouse was still standing. Yangchul was surprised and asked how he knew about him. Dojun hesitated. He relaxed and said that he was mentioned in many magazines where grandfather was interviewed, and all the employees of Sanyang Group know about it, so how could he, the grandson, not know? Yangchul laughed contentedly and said that his grandson again scores points in his eyes, since he has 10 grandchildren who only know how to spend his money, and it seems that only Dojun knows how he earned it. The guy accepted the praise with restraint. Yangchul became serious and said that during the war, the warehouse was given to American soldiers for use, and after some time they returned it. He thought about the warehouse and the fact that it is now a historical museum, as he wanted to preserve its significance, so he donated it to the state, and thanks to this, he can keep it clean without spending a penny of his money. Dojun turned his head in surprise and said that since this is a historical museum, it turns out that this is his grandfather's museum. Yangchul laughed again and said that this is not true. How could he leave a record of how he stole something? Dojun felt awkward and said that Grandpa stole the rice back then. Yangchul didn't say anything, but his face was calm. He frowned and said that for small thefts they are criticized and punished, but for large ones you will get practically nothing. Yangchul turned to his grandson and asked if he knew why. Dojun replied, looking at his grandfather, that because he is a big shot who is not easy to touch, to which the grandfather replied that because truly big thieves are in power. He turned to the window and said that if you give them some of the stolen money on their paw, they will simply turn a blind eye to it. Dojun became serious, as this is the beginning of a conspiracy between business and government. He turned to his grandfather and asked about what he had stolen then, but his grandfather interrupted him and agreed that he had then shared the money with people in power. Yangchul turned to the window and said that with the rest of the money he built a factory and founded a company, then he didn't even have time to calculate how much money it brought. He looked at the dawn forest through the window and said that he invested all the money in expanding the company, and then the factory under the name Soonyang grew and the number of buildings increased. Yangchul frowned and said that now he himself needs to protect himself from thieves, so the story turned out to be sad. Dojun looked at his grandfather silently. He asked with sadness in his voice that his grandfather said goodbye to his brother as he wanted to protect Sanyang. This time, Yangchul didn't answer and there were shadows under his eyes. Dojun frowned and looked at his grandfather carefully. He watched the old man and thought that he stabbed grandfather Chial-sen in the back. What was going on in his heart? Suddenly Yangchul exhaled and said that he did it in order to survive. Dojun tried to keep a calm expression on his face as he thought about how his grandfather thought there was nothing wrong with betraying his brother for his own survival. Yangchul's facial features hardened when he began to say that then the military seized power, therefore, in order to gain public support. They began to put pressure on businessmen, and at that time his older brother was the director of the factory, but he knew nothing about the management of the company. He imagined two male figures being struck by lightning and said that Soonyang had become the target of the regime, and then either he or his brother would have been dissolved by the authorities. The wrinkles around his eyes seemed to become more noticeable when Yangchul said it was obvious that if he was captured, Soonyang would fall into the wrong hands, so he decided to be cruel and sold his brother. Suddenly, Dojun was struck by the thought that grandfather betrayed his brother, trying to defend himself, or simply wanted to have everything. The guy was very surprised when he heard the question, "What about him?" Yangchul's face smoothed out, and he calmly asked if Dojun was ready to sell his family to protect his own. The guy was perplexed, thinking about whether he should tell the truth, or whether he should give the answer that his grandfather wants. Yangchul carefully watched how his grandson's face changed. Dojun found it difficult to answer, so he exhaled. His face was illuminated by the dawn rays as he began to speak. Suddenly, fragments scattered in all directions. The sun was still rising from behind the mountains. Dojun, all bandaged, barely opened his eyes. It was hard for him to look through the haze at the unnaturally white medical light. Dojun couldn't move because he had an IV connected to his arm, but he was still alive even though he thought he was going to die. Someone on the side was happy that Dojun had come to his senses, which greatly surprised the guy. He looked at the nurse who came in and said that she would call the doctor soon. She put her hands to his forehead. The girl looked peaceful. Dojun closed his eyes as the nurse touched his neck. The doctor came and started shining a flashlight into Dojun's eyes. The man asked to follow his index finger with his eyes, which he showed to the guy. Dojun followed the instructions and immediately asked if Grandpa survived and how his condition was. The doctor straightened up and said that it means the man who was brought with him is his grandfather, to which Dojun agreed. The nurse smiled reassuringly, and the doctor said that grandfather is also fine, and he thinks that he will wake up soon, so don't worry, since only one of the 5 people involved in the accident will need surgery. Dojun's eyes widened in horror as he was tormented by the question of how many cars were involved in the accident. Dojun jumped up and worriedly told the doctor that his grandfather was the chairman of Soonyang Group, so they should take action before the hospital became too noisy. The doctor narrowed his eyes and became stern when he asked what he was talking about and whether he was trying to get special treatment after being in a minor accident. So first he should have called the police and found out the circumstances of the accident. Besides, this is a local government clinic and there are no VIP rooms here. Dojun looked at the man angrily and said that he wouldn't forgive the VIP treatment, but when Grandpa wakes up, the first thing he will do is look for him. So he must be nearby, and he wanted to say something else, but gave up and said that he still won't be able to stop it. The doctor and nurse looked at each other, not understanding what was going on, as Dojun simply thanked them. The nurse leaned over his bed, and the doctor put his hand in his pocket and said that they would start with an examination. Dojun frowned and said that he would meet with his grandfather first. He clenched his fists and thought that he would leave informing the family to the doctor, because for an ordinary person there was nothing terrible, but an accident involving his grandfather could cause fluctuations in the stock market of the entire country. Dojun's gaze became increasingly gloomy as he thought about the best way to avoid official disclosure. Dojun entered the room and called his grandfather. Yangchul was half sitting on his bed with an IV sticking out of his arm. Grandfather smiled with relief and asked how his baby was and if he was in any pain. Dojun walked up to the bed, leaned on it and said that it was just scratches and what about Grandpa, to which he said that everything was fine and he was glad to see that his grandson was fine. Yangchul covered Dojun's hand with his own. Dojun looked around the room and asked why grandfather was in intensive care, to which he closed his eyes and said that he wanted to spend at least a couple of days in peace. He looked at his grandson and said with a grin that he took action so that Dojun could forget about the accident. The guy breathed out a sigh of relief. He felt that there was no one else around them and thought that in any case they were very lucky that he and his grandfather were alive. Dojun remembered the moment of the accident. Then he and his grandfather looked sharply out the window. He made an attempt to protect him when he realized that a truck was rushing towards them, which was not initially calculated. He fell to his knees in front of the bed and dropped his head into the blanket, as he only now realized that he felt that the times when he only pretended to be a wonderful grandson in order to take Soonyang were long gone. Tears welled up in Dojun's eyes when he realized that Yangchul was his grandfather and he was his grandson. Yangchul put his hand on the guy's back. He smiled happily. Suddenly someone knocked and both men turned to the door. The doctor came in and asked if he had disturbed their rest. Dojun stood up and Yangchul asked the doctor to come in. The doctor began to turn something over in his hands and said that they had found the wallet of a man who was currently undergoing surgery. He handed Dojun his wallet, who began to carefully examine it and said that it was inside and he brought it in case the men knew him. Dojun frowned. On the business card he was holding in his hands was the name of manager Kim Yoon-sok and the guy could not understand why it was him. Dojun felt nervous, thinking about Yoon-sok smiling and why someone who should now be resting comfortably at home after work was lying on the operating table. Grandpa held out his hand to his wallet and asked if Dojun knew who it was. Dojun clenched his fists and explained that it was his driver who brought him here at dawn today, and Dojun let him go. Suddenly a thought came into the guy's head. He thought about the car speeding down the road and how the manager ignored his words and showed utmost conscientiousness. He thought about how the manager was catching up with him in the car to fulfill his duties of accompanying him until Dojun returned home. The guy imagined Yoon-seok in the driver's seat and thought that it was unusual to sacrifice his body and life like that. Yangchul watched with curiosity the mental anguish of his grandson. He turned to the doctor and asked if they could save him, to which he replied that they were doing everything possible. Yangchul lowered his eyes and with sadness in his voice asked them to definitely save him, since perhaps he saved them. The doctor bowed, promising to fulfill the request. The doctor disappeared behind the door. Yangchul grinned and said that his grandson was a good guy who would meet someone like him. Dojun was weighed down by the thought that a man had sacrificed his life for him, so it seemed unreal. Yangchul grinned and closed his eyes, saying that many people went to prison instead of him, but no one would sacrifice their life, so Dojun is probably thinking about how to repay him. Dojun sadly lowered his eyes and said that he thought he was not the only one in his debt. Yangchul smiled happily and said that he, too, owed him a huge debt. Dojun looked at his grandfather and smiled politely, asking him to get some sleep since he doesn't think that they can do anything here, at least until the operation is completed. He helped his grandfather lie down, who really decided to rest a little. Yangchul closed his eyes. Dojun looked at Yoon-seok's documents again. He sighed heavily. The sun was shining brightly over the police building, and a flag was flying in front of the main entrance with the inscription that protecting citizens is the business of the police and they work for the safety of citizens. The general sat in his office and said that the commissioner called him. Secretary Hatch bowed his head and thanked him for his worries, and then asked if they had sorted out the situation. The general looked down at the table and said that further investigation was necessary, but the traffic service employees already had their own version. He began to sketch the accident and explain that, judging by the marks on the road surface, the chairman's car was stopped at a traffic light when the truck left the intersection on the left, and the steering wheel may have broken, but in any case it should have crashed into the chairman's car. Secretary Hatch raised one eyebrow and said that then he would have been seriously injured. The general leaned back in his chair and said emotionally that at that moment there was another one behind this car, a VM brand, and, to be more precise, before the truck crashed into the chairman's car, he drove into it with a roar. The man remembered the tire tracks and said that tire tracks were clearly visible on the asphalt, which indicated a sharp start of the vehicle, and thanks to this, the truck's trajectory changed. The secretary did not know what to answer to this. The general put his hands on the armrests and said that he assumed it was the secretary's car that accompanied the chairman, to which Hatch asked the question whether the VM driver would have survived. The general closed his eyes and said that no matter how reliable this German car was, the driver would not have survived a collision with an 8-ton truck. The secretary lowered his head and said thoughtfully that the chairman's car had been involved in a secondary accident. He squeezed the armrests and asked if the identity of the driver had been found out, to which the general replied that they had, since he had a wallet with him, and it was manager Kim Yoon-sung from the strategy department, after which he asked if the secretary knew him. Hatch looked at the general in surprise and thought that everything would soon fall into place, but he asked out loud about the truck driver. Jenner suddenly became serious and said that he, too, was seriously injured and was now undergoing treatment, but asked not to worry since he had assigned a detective to him so he would not run away. The secretary rubbed his chin and thought. A tired general approached him with questions about whether this matter seemed strange to him. Hatch raised his hand and said that it was early in the morning, and the truck driver had probably been driving all night and had simply dozed off, as this happens often. The general rubbed his chin and said that they thought so too, but they needed to do a more thorough investigation when Hatch approached him. He waved his hand and asked if the general could give him information about the truck driver, to which he agreed. He handed the documents to the secretary and said that the truck number and information about the drivers were in them, and, as he had already said, they would conduct further investigation, but the secretary interrupted him. Hack's face began to look threatening, and he said that the commissioner would contact him again soon and let the case be closed. The general was overcome by a wave of fear when he asked what the man meant. Hack straightened up and said that the general must understand that information about the chairman's accident will have a bad impact on many areas, and the victim is their employee, so there should be no problem. The general did not know what to answer to this. Then he smiled with relief and said that since the Soonyang group will do this, then the matter is in the bag, and let them do as they please. The secretary's face darkened, and he thought that this matter was over. Hatch took the documents and decided that all that was left was to go to the hospital and shut everyone's mouths. Yangchul was sitting in a hospital bed. Hacky was standing next to him. He was asked if he had taken action. The secretary replied that he told the site manager to hush up the accident and met with the director to once again remind him not to disclose details of the incident. Yangchul fell silent, a bandage on his temple. He turned around sharply. Hatch suddenly said that he also ordered a check on the truck driver. He decided that if they dug around, they would find something. Yangchul frowned and asked why this was necessary and what was the secretary thinking about. Hacky swallowed his saliva nervously. He bowed and said that he was talking about the same thing as the chairman, because if he had no concerns, then why hadn't they contacted the family yet? The man extended his arms and held out. He looked away from the secretary and said that no one knew he was going to Gunson. He suggested that the problem was that the driver fell asleep at the wheel. The man looked out the window and said that they could check it out when he woke up. Hack looked at the chairman and turned to him. He said that he took his grandson with him to Gunson. His face remained calm. He asked, "What does this mean?" Yangchul introduced the warehouse in Gunson and said that it was the starting point for the Soonyang group and a secret place that less than 10 people knew about. He introduced the basement and said that the entire building had been turned into a museum. Chairman Yangchul's personal museum. There were a lot of photographs hanging on the wall. Yangchul said that it was basically a storehouse of little things from his childhood to now that brought back memories in him. A museum of memory, which allows you to calmly look back and look at the life path of the chairman. It was there that Yonggi and Dongi received the status of heirs. The secretary looked at the man and thought that he wanted to pass on the status of third heir to his grandson. Hatch looked at his master with a frightened gaze. The chairman smiled and said yes. He asked if his grandson was missing something. Hatch raised his hands guiltily and said that despite the hero's age, everyone knows well what an outstanding personality he is. The chairman looked out the window again and said that his sons were overjoyed that day, when he told them to manage Soonyang group well. He wondered what expression Dojun would have at that moment, but, unfortunately, he was never able to see it. Hatch looked out the window and said that the hero had a serious character, so he would probably have a calm expression on his face, or he could even wave his hand and refuse. Yangchul asked, "Is this really true?" He smiled proudly and called the hero an intriguer. He raised his head to the secretary and said that this guy, who was barely 20, had a subordinate who was ready to sacrifice his life for him. He asked Hatch if he was willing to sacrifice his life for the chairman. Hatch exhaled and said that now he has a wife and 3 children who are just waiting for him to die so that they can happily spend all the money. He said that it would be extremely disappointing to die in such a situation. Yangchul looked at his secretary in surprise and said that he, too, has aged and it seems that even he is afraid of death. Hatch looked at his master and asked if he was offended. Yangchul chuckled. He smiled and said that Hatch had already spent 3 years in prison instead of him, and even if he didn't say it, he asked him to know that he would always be grateful to him. Hatch smiled and said that instead of words, he receives money and therefore feels grateful. Yangchul closed his eyes with a smile, thinking that he couldn't believe Hacky was speaking so freely in front of him. There was silence in the room. The sun began to break through more and more intensely. A lot of time has passed. There was a knock on the door and the men turned around at the knock. The doctor told the gentleman that they were looking for him. Hatch calmly said that he was on his way. He bowed to the chairman and said that, just in case, he had contacted the security service, and now he needed to go out on business. He wished the man a pleasant holiday. Yangchul looked after the secretary, and he looked out the window again. Evening, the large building of the Ganju Medical Center. Hatch stood in front of a group of men and said that after the operation, The chairman was transferred to intensive care, and doctors say that the results will be known tomorrow. The hero's father was surprised by the quick results. Haki frowned. Yangyi and Dongyi looked at the secretary. Hak looked into everyone's eyes. Yangyi said that the chairman could not stay in some provincial hospital. He said that he needed to be transported to the Sanyang Medical Center. Then he changed his mind and said that the best doctors needed to be called. Hak calmly turned to the vice chairman. He said that for now we need to wait, because the slightest shock is dangerous for the gentleman. He offered to observe a little, and if everything goes well, transport him to Seoul. Yangyi asked irritably if they would just have to fold their arms and wait. Dongyi asked what the doctors thought. The secretary said that the doctors could not guarantee anything. The man's face was stern. He said that he would have to monitor the gentleman's condition for the next 48 hours. There was silence. Yangyi and Dongyi looked in different directions. Yoongi looked down. The secretary looked at his master's sons in silence. Yangyi did not let up. He pointed his finger and asked, if they called him, then why didn't they report immediately? He asked, what is this? He asked why his own children find out about everything only half a day later. The secretary adjusted his glasses and said that it was the chairman's order. He was just following instructions in case something happened to him. He bowed and asked for forgiveness in case it offended his sons. But the secretary's gaze reflected not sympathy, but anger. He remembered a conversation with the chairman in the chamber. He told him that he should tell everything to the children. Yangchul looked at the secretary and asked if he really wanted to watch the reaction. Hak answered yes, saying that surely someone would move, because if it was not an accident, but a planned one. Yangchul smiled, saying that the secretary did not consider it a simple accident. Haki bowed and asked for forgiveness. He asked if this was not the reason why Yangchul himself asked to be transferred to the intensive care unit. The old man smiled and offered to do as the secretary wanted. Hax remained obediently silent. The old man laughed and said that thanks to this he could rest here for a couple of weeks. Hax said that he would tell the old man's grandson about everything, because he was a savvy guy and would understand. Yoongi suddenly raised his head and asked if his son was okay. The secretary said that everything was fine and he was recovering. He bowed again and said that they could continue to communicate, but he needed to check the situation and he would definitely report if anything happens. He turned around and walked down the hospital corridor. Yangyi tested displeasingly. Dongyi put his hands in his pockets and offered to talk. He said that he also had a couple of questions. Yoongi looked at the brothers and asked if they had to do this right here. He asked them to stop. Dongyi put his hand on his brother's shoulder with a smile and said that this is not what he thinks and asked him not to worry about all sorts of nonsense. Dongyi and Yangyi turned around and walked in the other direction. Yoongi looked after them. Night, Ganju Medical Center. Yangyi and Dongyi walked through the park. Dongyi asked if his brother also knew everything. He said that it is unlikely that everything was reported only to him. Yangyi said that he also heard it. The accident happened under the road to Gunsan, where he was traveling with his grandson. Dongyi looked ahead and asked what his brother thought about this. Yangyi smiled and asked if he was really interested in his thoughts, or does he just want to express his assumptions. Dongyi also smiled and asked if his brother was really that curious. Yangyi said that he doesn't care what his brother thinks. Dongyi removed the smile from his face in irritation. Yangyi put his hands in his pocket and said that he hoped that Dongyi did not suspect him as the cause of this accident. After all, if the father suddenly dies without distributing the shares as an inheritance, he will have a huge advantage. He said that the hero need not be taken into account. Dongyi became a little worried and said that he was not sure that his brother would have a huge advantage, since it would take about 6 months to make changes to the shareholder structure. Yangyi suddenly shouted with his hand on his chest and said that he is the eldest son and when his father dies, he will be his closest heir. It will be his face that will appear in the newspapers and news. He said that no matter who you ask, everyone is confident that he will become chairman, so both shareholders and affiliates will be on his side. Dongyi frowned with displeasure and thought that the eldest son without a family takes responsibility, and the youngest with a family only honors. He asked how. He looked at his brother and asked, did he really do this? Yangyi looked at his brother in fear. Dongyi looked at his brother expectantly. Yangyi was silent. He adjusted his glasses and said that Dongyi already knew what he would say, but the man asked him not to evade the answer. Yangyi looked away and said that it would be a pity if the father hadn't woken up at all, but for him it's not so bad. He looked at his brother terribly and said that this was his answer. Dongyi frowned. He touched his forehead and said that no matter how idiotic his brother was, he would not have caused such a stupid accident. They looked at the center and asked why Dojun was there. One of the brothers suggested that the other find out about it on his own, given that he has people everywhere. Dongyi looked at his grinning brother and asked him not to touch the child. Yangyi asked him why he began to pretend to be so kind. He smiled slyly and said that if Dojun becomes a threat, then Dongyi will be the first to accept the threats, not him. Dongyi fell silent. Popular singers were shown on TV. Dojun and Yangchul were sitting together in the same room when there was a knock on the door. The doctors entered the room. Dojun was surprised by the downcast faces of the doctors. Yangchul looked at the doctors and asked if the news was not very good. He asked if Kim's condition had worsened. The doctors said no. They looked at each other in confusion. The doctor said that Kim was recovering faster than they expected, and judging by biological signals, he would soon regain consciousness. Dojun smiled. Yangchul frowned and asked what was wrong with their faces. The doctor said that they had come to report the results of the examination. He said that a small tumor had been discovered. Dojun felt the shock of realizing the terrible news. He shouted, "Did the doctors really mean cancer?" Yangchul looked forward sadly and told his grandson that the doctors were not finished yet. Dojun bowed and asked for forgiveness. The second doctor smiled and said that there was nothing to worry about, because based on the size, it was an early stage and could be completely removed surgically. Yangchul asked why the doctors were so pale then. They said the tumor originated in the brain, which is a rather delicate area. Yangchul immediately sank. Dojun looked at the doctors in fear. The thought of a brain tumor frightened him. The hero looked ahead with a dull gaze. He thought that he still could not find out why the real Dojun died in the past. The only information that is that he died in an accident, so he takes various actions to stay alive. He looked at his grandfather. Yangchul was stoically silent. The hero thought that a brain tumor was a completely different matter. He remembered his grandfather's funeral in a previous life when he died at 78 the following year. And as far as he remembered, he died from illness. Dojun looked at his grandfather in fear, assuming that everything happened due to a brain tumor. The doctor pointed his hand at the old man and said that at the moment there are no metastases, but the tumor is so small that it is difficult to determine whether it is malignant or benign. He said thank God they found her. Yangchul said that he had a medical examination about a month ago and there was no tumor. The doctor rubbed his chin and said that it was most likely a malignant tumor and therefore it would most likely be better to undergo surgery. Yangchul smiled and asked to prepare everything and he would tell you when it would be possible. The doctors looked at each other in surprise. The doctor with glasses began to say in confusion that this is just a government clinic and there is not enough equipment here and it will be difficult to provide ideal care. The heroes looked in confusion at the doctor, who said that the meaning of the name of the chairman of the Sanyang group should not be ignored. Their clinic did not yet have experience working with VIP patients, and under such pressure there is a higher risk of making mistakes. Yangchul rubbed his cheek and said that he wanted to relax, but apparently it wouldn't work. He smiled and said that there was nothing to be done and asked who is the best doctor in Korea. He must live long enough to see the hero get married. Dojun was confused. Yangchul smiled. He looked at the doctors and asked to discuss all the details with Dr. Lai. The doctors bowed. Dojun turned to his grandfather. The man took his grandson by the hand. He smiled and called the hero a treasure that brings good luck because he saved him so many times. Dojun didn't know where to go and just started asking again. The old man smiled and asked, "Isn't Dojun his faithful assistant?" He recalled that the hero hugged him at that moment to protect him. He narrowed his eyes with a smile, saying that he was now even more fortunate that, thanks to the accident, the disease was discovered before it became irreversible. Dojun pursed his lips. He exhaled and said that was all because that grandfather is destined to live a long life. He said the operation would go well. Yangchul smiled and agreed. There was a knock on the door. Hakch entered the room and said that he had heard the results of the examination and asked how the chairman was feeling. Yangchul kept smiling and said that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about due to a simple operation. He said that he was lucky that the tumor was found. Hakch nodded silently. The chairman smiled and said that everything was fine with him and therefore asked not to make such a face. Certain measures need to be taken. Hakch bowed and said that the doctor here recommended Professor Junchik from the Mental University Hospital. He would personally meet with him to set a date for the operation. Yangchul looked at the secretary and asked him to tell the children that there was an additional operation ahead. Hakch said that this would probably greatly surprise and frighten them. Yangchul looked down and said that in such a state, someone would make a mistake. Night, skyscraper. Soonyang sat on the sofa and hoped that such a late visit was not too impolite on her part. Sehan smiled and said that it wasn't even midnight yet. He turned to the empty chair and asked about Mayor Choi. He said that he should have congratulated him on his victory. Soonyang smiled and said that he was currently at a recruitment meeting for the Seoul government. She knew that Seon had done hard work and so she thanked the man on his behalf. Seon was surprised and asked what happened at such a time. Seoyeon smiled and said that she was recently contacted and said that her father had an accident. Fear appeared on the man's face. He thought that judging by the woman's face this was a minor accident. He asked himself why she was telling him about this. He asked if the chairman was okay. Soonyang straightened her hair and said that he was transferred to intensive care after surgery, so even if she flew to him as fast as she could, she would not be able to meet him. The man's face twisted. He looked at the frivolous woman and thought that her father was in intensive care at such and such an age, but she didn't even raise an eyebrow. He pursed his lips. So-yoon chuckled. She asked if she should make a fuss. Seon silently waited for the continuation. The man and woman looked at each other in silence. Seon frowned. So-yoon looked down with a smile. She looked at the man and said that this is how they live. She said if her father died she would be more worried than upset. She smiled and said that she had a lot of shares in Sanyang. Seon was still silent. He put his hands on his knees and said that they were born into the Jin family, so she had to give up the emotions of ordinary life and said that he understood that. She said she knew they were on the same wavelength. Seon smiled and said that since the woman looked so calm, he could talk to her openly. He said the chairman seemed to be eager to get his hands on the Manhwa Media City project and told them to give in to him. So-yoon asked in surprise if it was her father who did this. Seon said that he was the one who conveyed this to Dojun. So-yoon laughed and noted how funny it was to watch a man worry for nothing. Seon asked again. So-yoon smiled wickedly and said that her father has no such thoughts and is thinking of making his grandson the heir, so would he steal something from this child? Seon stretched his face in shock, thinking about the heir. So-yoon looked down and said that her father had an accident in Gongju and Chungcheongnam-do, along with Dojun. Seon raised his eyebrows. Without holding back his emotions, he asked what happened to Dojun. So-yoon frowned and said that the director would show her humanity and concern later, because now she doesn't have time for such conversations. Seon calmed down and asked what the situation is now. So-yoon smiled and said that her father and Dojun would not wake up. She asked what would happen to Seon then. The man could not contain his emotions and asked what she was talking about now. What does it mean? So-yoon raised her hands and asked not to get excited because she came to the man with an offer. Seon fell silent, thinking that even though they are not related by blood to the hero, he is still very worried. Is this really what humanity is? He stood up, thinking that at the same time his daughter, when her own father was wounded, came to him with absurd proposals. So-yoon stretched her neck and said if her father dies without specifying an heir to the shares, she and Yoongi will receive 11% each for a total of 22%. Seon frowned as So-yoon said that for a controlling stake you need 15%, maybe even less, but surely her older brothers already have a little more. She smiled and said that Sanyang Motors is now HQ Motors, and the company owns a controlling stake of 17% when you add it all up. It will be 30%. So-yoon smiled insidiously and said that 30% is a sufficient basis to take the place of chairman of the company. Seon asked in surprise what next. So-yoon grinned. She said that if a man helps her become the captain of a ship called Sanyang, she will give away at least 10 decent branches, and if she joins them with the HR group, she will become the head of a corporation that is in the top 20 in the business circles of Korea. Seon fell silent. He smiled and said that the woman had made a mistake in her calculations. So-yoon was surprised and asked what does this mean. Seon sat on the sofa and said that Yoongi is his close friend and he is closer to him than to her, although they are not even relatives. He said that if he unites with her, his share will become insignificant, but it should be the other way around. A bead of sweat appeared on So-yoon's face. Now Seon smiled insidiously. He asked to help Yoongi become the captain of a ship called Sanyang, and then he would give them 10. He thought and said that 15 branches and that would be correct. So-yoon's lips squinted, but she smiled wryly. She said that Seon is amazing and for that matter, she must reveal a secret. Seon asked what secret are we talking about? So-yoon looked from under her brows and said that when their father dies, their mother will inherit a fairly large share of the shares and she will never give them to Yoongi, because even now she avoids looking him in the face. Seon frowned angrily. He looked at the displeased woman and asked what she meant when she said that Dojun would become the heir. So-yoon pursed her lips and said that although he is not the only heir among all of them, his father will definitely recognize him only. Seon raised his hand with a smile and said if Dojun becomes one of the heirs, there is no need for him to team up with a woman at all. He assumed that So-yoon had no shares. So-yoon said with a mischievous smile that a guy who is just over 20 years old will not be able to hold Sanyang. She looked at the man and said that he did not have the true power of company. Seon asked if the woman was really talking about Sanyang's extensive connections. So-yoon smiled and said that Seon is smart. One call is enough for his father for the prime minister to come running. She asked if she would come running when a 20-year-old boy called. Seon said that without an official statement from the chairman or his approval, will there be a prime minister who will come running when a woman calls. So-yoon pursed her lips nervously. Night, medical center, someone was calling for a hero. Yoongi and Seon stood in the doorway and called for the hero. Dojun sat in bed and read the newspaper. He smiled at his father and friend. The father ran up to his son and began to pull his cheeks, expressing concern. The hero said that he was fine, he only had bruises and abrasions. He looked at his father and said that he had been examined from head to toe and found nothing and asked him to stop worrying. Yoongi and Seon looked at each other with relief. Dojun looked at them calmly. Sehun asked why the hero is in Gangju. He folded the newspaper and said that they were going to Gunsan to the Joseon warehouse. When he explained why they were driving to the Joseon warehouse at dawn, Seon slapped his knee. He slammed his fist into his palm and said that everything was clear to him. He said going there was a stupid ritual. Yoongi looked at his friend and asked what he was talking about. Sehun didn't hear and asked if the hero understands what's going on here. Yoongi looked at the distraught director in confusion. Sehun raised his finger and asked the hero to listen carefully. He said that the chairman was thinking of making the hero the successor of Sanyang Group, although not the only one. Dojun looked at Seon in shock. He remembered the trip and asked himself, is this really how it all happened? He realized that they weren't just going to the museum to get some fresh air. He introduced Yonggi and Donggi and realized that he was on his way to becoming the third heir. The hero looked ahead. Sehun proudly folded his hands on his chest and said to look at the treacherous boy and asked, is this what a person looks like when he heard the long-awaited news? Dojun raised his head and asked how does his uncle know this? Sehun rubbed his neck and said that he met his aunt before coming here. Dojun asked in surprise. Seon looked ahead and said that he thought Soyun met to talk about Media City, but instead she said that there was an accident in Gongju and Chungcheongnam-do. He looked at the confused Yoongi and said that it seems that even the hero's father does not understand anything. Yoongi folded his arms and said that he understood, but said not to expect much. Sehun asked again in surprise. Dojun also looked at his father. Yoongi said that Yonggi and Donggi were appointed as heirs this way. He said that it was a very simple ritual. The father had to tell the hero the story of the Sanyang Group, and then say. He became pretentious and quoted his father's words that he would have to continue this story. Seong covered his mouth, asking if Yoongi did too. Yoongi adjusted his glasses and said that Yoongi proudly boasted about it when he returned, because he was terribly happy to hear that he became his father's heir. Sehun looked at his friend and asked why he said not to expect much. Doesn't this mean that Dojun is also the successor? Perhaps he will receive a third from Sanyang Group. Yoongi looked at Seon and suggested that he take a look at the company's shares now. The eldest and middle brother inherited less than 10% of the shares. But 20 years have passed since they became heirs. Does Sehun still not understand? The father looked at his son. Dojun looked back silently. Yoongi said that his father was incredibly greedy. He introduced a smiling Yangchul and said that his greed was so great that a common man could not even imagine. He absolutely hates giving what is his to others, even if these others are his own children. Seon looked at Yoongi in surprise. The father sadly lowered his gaze. The hero thought that according to his words, but not 100%, because the grandfather he sees and the one the hero sees are different. Dojun looked away, thinking that his father said that his grandfather is incredibly greedy, but he has a desire that is stronger than his greed. He imagined the company's skyscraper and told himself that his goal was the prosperity of Xinjiang. He introduced two brothers and asked why in 20 years his older uncles received less than 10 shares each. This is because grandfather does not expect Xinjiang to prosper more than 10% under their leadership. Dojun smiled. Yoongi was surprised. His son expressed gratitude to him for not expecting anything. The hero smiled and said that it was not his destiny to become the heir of Xinjiang. He asked, wasn't the accident a sign from heaven? He will be grateful if he receives at least a small share of the shares. Yoongi opened his eyes wide. Sehun silently looked at the hero and marveled. He mentally told the hero that he knew all his dark intentions, but he said something like that. Without batting an eyelid, the father put his hand on his son's shoulder. He smiled and said he was glad his son thought so. Sehun was embarrassed. Mental University Hospital. Outside the door they said that the chairman, directors, and members of management were shocked. They asked if the rumors had already spread. Hakch said that they did not inform the world about the accident. Yangchul said that the children were already moving. Hakch bowed and said that everyone was feverishly trying to determine the situation in other branches. The old man smiled and said that this was a chance to find out. He looked forward with a smile and said that this was a chance to find out who was behind his two sons. Sweat rolled down the secretary's face. He thought that when the chairman's operation was over, a lot of blood would be shed. He adjusted his glasses. The old man asked if anyone had asked for outside investment. Hakch said that not yet. Everyone is careful not to let anyone know too much. He also said that both sons had nothing to do with the accident. Yangchul asked in surprise why. The secretary said that he overheard their conversation and they were both well aware that if the chairman dies in this state, the structure of the conglomerate will be shaken. The old man smiled, folded his arms and said that he was lucky that his sons were not completely fools, because they realized that the company structure was in a dangerous situation. Haki said that although there are suspicious aspects to the accident, there is still a high chance that it was just an accident. Yangchul said that it is worth digging further. There was a knock on the door. A breathless man came in and asked if everything was okay with the chairman. Yangchul smiled and said that the man had come such a long way. The head of Sanyang Hospital said that he should have come. He asked, "How about we transport the man to Sanyang Hospital right now? Their surgery department has many talents like Professor Junshik." Yangchul smiled and asked if he really thought that he came here because he didn't trust his own hospital. He said that he needed to recruit Junshik, who has so many praises in medical circles. He said that he would get this friend so that he could use him wisely. The head of the hospital, covered in sweat, stood and smiled awkwardly. Yangchul thought that he couldn't be fooled by that smile. The old man said, "This is the matter." The man jumped up and asked what was the matter. Yangchul frowned and asked where the tumor came from. After all, a month ago he assured him that everything was fine. The man was taken aback. He knew it was a matter of responsibility. Sweat was running down his face. He knew that if he made a mistake now, he would be finished. He said that he was embarrassed to say this, but a month ago the tumor could not be detected. His hands were shaking and he was sweating like he was running. He said it was probably a rapidly developing mass, but they hadn't checked the CT scan yet, so he couldn't say for sure. Yangchul frowned and asked if the man really wanted to say that she was definitely not present during the medical examination. The man bowed and said that it was so. The chairman was thoroughly examined, and the results were double-checked by dozens of doctors. He asked you to believe him. Yangchul leaned back in disbelief and was surprised by the reaction, saying that he had asked a simple question. He said that the head of the center was making him feel awkward. The man bowed even lower and asked for forgiveness. Yangchul exhaled. He lay down and said that he could go because he wanted to rest a little. He looked forward and asked to make sure that the operation would be carried out here. He asked if he understood what it was about. The man looked guiltily at the floor and said that he understood everything. The secretary silently watched him go. He adjusted his glasses and was asked what he thought. He himself thought that it was not intentional. Hatch said that the university hospital at Menel said the same thing, that it could not be detected. Yangchul looked at the ceiling and said that everything was clear to him. He introduced the doctors to his hospital and thought that the hospital had hidden information about the brain tumor, and the accident had happened at a very inopportune time. It seemed to him that everything was going according to someone else's script. He did not take his eyes off the ceiling and asked to assign a person to the chairman of the commission. Hatch bowed and said that he had already taken measures to find out who he was contacting. The gentleman praised the secretary and said that in a couple of months they would hold a meeting of the board of directors and fire him. The secretary was surprised. Yangchul looked away and said that no matter how much he thinks, he can't think of other options. The secretary bowed and said okay. The sunset illuminated the hospital building with warm pink. Dojun bowed and thanked. Kim, covered in a cast, lay in a hospital bed. He was silent, but smiled slightly. Dojun expressed concern that the man had trouble speaking. Kim smiled wider and said that the hero's words confused him. Dojun looked at the driver in confusion. He said that he had a lot of questions, so he would ask them one by one and asked not to worry too much. Kim said that he also wanted to talk, because after 10 days of rest his tongue was itching. Dojun looked at the floor. He asked if Kim could tell what happened that day as far as he remembered. Kim looked at the ceiling and began his story. The car was driving along the highway. He thought that the chairman's car would be accompanied by the secretary, but only one car drove. He yawned and was told that he was allowed to leave, but leaving work at dawn was somehow strange. He smiled and said that they had changed the car, so he wanted to break it in. It was early in the morning and the roads were clear. Dojun frowned and said that they were lucky that they changed cars. The accident was terrible, but at least they survived. Kim looked at the hero. Dojun looked back and said to speak. Kim said it was about an accident. Dojun's eyes widened. Kim said that he was not entirely sure, that it was no accident, that truck turned around in traffic. Dojun was speechless. Kim remembered driving the car that day. Something caught his eye. He saw a speeding truck. An unknown man was driving. Kim looked at the boss and said that the man was waiting. Dojun stared into space, petrified with shock. Dojun was surprised and asked what Kim was talking about. Covered in bandages, he looked at the hero and said that although he was not sure, everything looked exactly like that. Dojun looked at his driver in shock and thought that this was not an accident, but a planned accident. He asked himself, who is the criminal and who was his target? He introduced his grandfather and realized that he could know this and hid the unpleasant situation by saying that everything was fine. The hero's gaze filled with sadness. He looked at the driver and said that perhaps he was embarrassed to say this, but he asked not to misunderstand. He said that he was not trying to interrogate him or question his words. Kim looked questioningly at the hero. The young man asked why this sacrifice. After all, he could have died. He thought and said that it was a miracle that the driver survived. Kim looked at the ceiling with a tired look. Dojun looked at him silently. The assistant said that at that moment he made a decision, thinking that this could be a great chance to make a good deal. The hero looked at the driver puzzled and asked what kind of deal we were talking about. Kim looked at the guy and asked if he remembered when he and team leader Shin first met him. He offered to become their people. The hero remembered the conversation in the car. The hero smiled and said that he remembered, but thought that he said it then to push them towards self-development and would never have thought that it would result in such a situation. Kim frowned and said that when he woke up from his coma, he wondered how much this deal was worth. What needs to be written down in the contract field for it to be successful if the life of his boss is at stake? He smiled and said that now it was the hero's turn to fill in the blank. He said there must be something there worth trading for his life. Dojun was silent. He frowned sadly, thinking that Kim had never been a loyal servant. There was silence in the room. The hero thought that Assistant Kim had instantly grown. This is normal when you almost die. A barely noticeable smile touched the hero's lips. He asked what Kim wants. Receive a lump sum payment, or some amount for the rest of your life. Kim asked confusedly what the hero was talking about. The assistant was silent. He said it was the latter, and he would receive a lump sum payment from the chairman. The hero annoyingly realized that grandfather was also in this deal. Dojun asked to think slowly. If he wants a lump sum payment, he will give a huge amount that will take 3 or 4 pairs of hands. Kim smiled and said that he had decided everything. He called it installments. The hero asked gloomily if Kim was serious. The man said absolutely, because he still doesn't know what the thrill is in spending huge sums of money. He only knows the pleasure of it quickly passes. He smiled and said that if you continue to work with the hero, he will get more pleasure than wasting money. Dojun looked at the man in bewilderment. He closed his lips. He said that his words were still relevant, and Kim asked what words were he talking about. He said that if Kim doesn't have the skills, then he can't stay with him. Kim looked at the hero in surprise. Dojun looked at the man seriously and said that he knew that nothing could compare to saving his life. He said that he had money and only that he could use to express his feelings. He said that moving on together, this has a different meaning. Kim shouted that he would try, developing his skills and abilities to work with the hero. If this was not enough, he just needed to say and he would resign. The hero raised 3 fingers. He seriously said that no matter what serious mistake the man made, he would give him exactly 3 chances, but the 4th mistake would end their relationship. Kim said through his pain that he would make sure that these 3 chances would never come in handy. There was silence. The hero smiled. He looked at the man and asked him to take care of his health and come to Seoul. The sunset illuminated the building of the university hospital. The man knocked on the room and he said he could come in. Hakj entered the room. The man was surprised. Yangchul came behind him wearing a black jacket and hat. The man was shocked. He shouted to the chairman. Yangchul told him to lie down. He smiled and said that in the hospital, the one with more injuries is considered the eldest, so for the sake of an old man like him, it's not worth getting up. He touched the man's hand. He looked at the old man blankly. He smiled and thanked him, because it is not easy to throw a young life into the heat in order to save the life of an old man. The man said in confusion that there were young people much better than him and asked him not to worry too much. Yangchul smiled and asked, so the man did everything for Dojun. Kim smiled and said yes. The chairman thanked him. He placed a second, old hand on top of the first and said that he was much more grateful for saving his grandson's life than his own. Yangchul smiled gratefully. He sat down on a chair. Holding a cane, he said that he wanted to reward him generously and asked him to speak because he would do anything. Kim looked away. Yangchul smiled and said that there is no need to mention things like housing or children's education expenses. His family has already moved into an apartment in Gangnam and he has taken full responsibility for his children's education. Of course, he will pay not only the school, but in all the extra mugs and things like that. Kim looked at the chairman in surprise. He thought he had removed a variable, family stability, that everyone considers a priority. Now that the problem of the house and children was solved, he mentally asked the man to show his greed. Kim was embarrassed and expressed gratitude. Yangchul smiled and said that it was quite natural. He said that he should slightly shut up the man who saved his life with money, but he is only an old man and can only do money. Kim said he didn't need the money. He said that all people like him worry about is housing and children's education, and since the chairman has taken on these worries, he couldn't ask for more. Yangchul looked at the man in surprise. He thought that if he asked for billions and tens of billions, he would give them, but doesn't he really want it? He thought that the moment had come when he could completely change his life, but he refuses such a chance. Kim looked at the ceiling. Yangchul remained thoughtfully silent. He laughed, saying that the world is full of greedy people, but he doesn't want anything from an old man who only has money. Kim turned to the old man and said that in fact he himself didn't really know what he wanted. The chairman laughed and asked if he really should know what he himself doesn't even know. Kim said it was true. Yangchul chuckled. He asked if he had heard that a person is given 3 chances. Yangchul said that Kim had already missed 2 of them. Kim asked in surprise, is it really 2? He looked at the chairman. He thought that this was the first chance in his life, but he had already missed 2. Not knowing what this meant, he continued to look. The old man said that the first chance is to meet good parents. If he was born into a rich family, half of the dream has already been realized. All that remains is to try a little. He asked if his parents were rich. Kim said no. Yangchul asked if Kim knew what second chance the man missed. Kim thought about it and asked about the university. Yangchul nodded his head and said that in the current era, even a rundown university is a chance. He said that in Korea, connections are made at the university and not in their hometown or school. University is the best place to start networking, so this is an ideal chance to completely change a person's past. Kim looked sadly at the ceiling. He turned and asked if he really only had one chance left. Yangchul looked at the man seriously and said that the last chance was now right in front of him. Kim opened his eyes wide. Yangchul leaned on his cane and said that he would give him an amount of money that a rich man who was born to good parents and had a bright future after Seoul University had never even held in his hands, and then asked if that would suit him. Yoon-seok's eyes widened in surprise, but he remained silent. The chairman looked at the guy and laughed, because he said from the bottom of his heart that he rushed to save Dojun and not him. The secretary silently looked away. Yoon-seok looked at the chairman seriously and said that it was because he was Chief Dojun's man. Yangchul tensed and asked him if he would risk his life for his grandson. Yoon-seok tried to turn his head towards the chairman and said that he meant that he wanted to be as close to Chief Dojun as possible and not completely put his life in his hands. Yangchul exhaled and asked why. The guy was surprised by this question and asked again. The chairman frowned and said that there is only one life, so for what reason does he want to stay close to his Dojun? An ominous aura emanated from Yangchul, although he himself sat calmly. Yoon-seok grimaced. He, lying on a hospital bed, could not look dignified, but his words that he wanted to proudly stand in front sounded exactly like that. Yangchul was surprised to the core. Yoon-seok thought about his supervisor and said that he always had to remain invisible, like a shadow, so he was embarrassed about his role. But Dojun asked what he wanted, and Yoon-seok replied that he did not want to be embarrassed about his role, but was proud of it. The chairman clasped his hands on his cane. He became very angry and asked how he dared to think so. The secretary adjusted his glasses. Yangchul got nervous and started shouting that Yoon-seok was planning to use his worthless body so that he could then stick to his grandson like a leech and forever suck blood from him, because people like him only tie his grandson hand and foot. Yoon-seok was taken aback by this reaction. He stood up on his elbows and angrily said that he had not even thought about such a thing for a minute, and if it turned out that he was holding back the leader of Dojun, he would resign himself. Yangchul jumped up from his chair and shouted at him to shut up, since right now he was throwing away the third chance with his own hands. Waves of anger emanated from the chairman when he said that people like him always behave in such a way that they cannot distinguish bad food from good food. Yoon-seok froze in surprise. Yangchul headed towards the exit and said that he would not take away what he had already given, but would immediately throw him out as soon as he got stronger. He turned around on the threshold and said that if he finds out that Yoon-seok is again hovering around his grandson, then he and his worthless life will be taken away. Yoon-seok wanted to call the chairman to explain, but the door slammed shut with a loud thud. Yoon-seok didn't know what to say. He became despondent due to his inability to influence the situation. Dojun placed the spiced chicken packed on the table. He stood in the chairman's room and asked why he asked him to come. Besides, he bought him a chicken and spices because he thought that the chairman might want it. Yangchul was lying in a comfortable bed when he called his grandson. He looked at him carefully and said that there was a man who wanted to become Dojun the mongrel, and then asked if he knew about it. Dojun calmly looked at his grandfather and asked about Yoon-seok. Yangchul said with disappointment on his face that he offered the guy a lot of money, but he refused just to stay close to Dojun, so maybe he will let him already. Dojun calmly said that he decided to give him a chance, but with one condition, to which the chairman asked in surprise about the condition. Dojun, with an indifferent expression on his face, said that he will only forgive Yoon-seok 3 times if he ruins things for him. Since he already saved his life, then he will give Yoon-seok 3 chances. Isn't that enough to repay the debt? Yangchul exhaled and agreed thoughtfully. The chairman asked his grandson if he knew the merits of a dog, to which Dojun asked in surprise about the dog. The guy scratched his chin thoughtfully. He, actively gesturing with his hands, said that isn't it about loyalty to the owner, since there is even an expression faithful dog, which is why loyalty is associated with dogs. Yangchul frowned and said that was the wrong answer. He turned to his grandson and explained that loyalty stems from honesty, because it is not loyalty that makes the owner move in the right direction, but appropriate criticism of his dog. Yangchul narrowed his eyes and continued to say that when the owner goes down the wrong path, a real faithful dog should stand in his way and force him to change direction. Dojun smiled and asked that doesn't loyalty mean following the master even if he is wrong, because there is an expression blindly loyal. Yangchul grinned and called his grandson a cunning one, since the virtue of a dog is selflessness. Dojun was surprised. Yangchul folded his arms and said that by giving his whole body and mind, he does not hesitate to sacrifice himself, unlike devotion, which has no conditions. And the chairman looked carefully at his grandson. He asked Dojun if he thought Yunseok was selfless. The guy with an unreadable expression on his face replied that it had been like that until now. Yangchul grinned and asked about the reason. Dojun replied that Yunseok did not hide his true feelings, but thought to himself that there was no need for long explanations, since he is one of those people who understand important things from 1 or 2 words. Yangchul closed his eyes and said that Yunseok had already made a mistake, and Dojun put his hands on his knees and asked which one. The chairman exhaled and replied that Yunseok told him that he wanted to serve Dojun. He looked carefully at his grandson and asked whether the dog should ask permission from others in order to choose its owner. Dojun's eyes widened in surprise. Yangchul looked in front of him and said angrily that Yunseok simply made it clear that he was taller than his grandson. Dojun thought hard that this is such a small thing and at the same time not, since he is his grandfather and the chairman of the company, and this could already be enough. The guy clasped his hands on his knees and thought that this was not just about hiring an employee, but about a person who would become his arms and legs, although this alone was not enough. Dojun narrowed his eyes and asked if Yunseok had made another mistake. Yangchul cast a careful glance at his grandson and said that the man who decided to become a mongrel said that he wanted to be a confident person. But does a dog have self-respect, since even if the owner hits him, the dog must come running at his first call? At this wagging tail, Dojun looked devastated as he thought about his second mistake. He hunched over a little and asked about the third mistake, to which the chairman angrily asked that his grandson really wanted to give him another chance. Dojun said with a frown that they had an agreement and he didn't want to be the one to throw away promises made to his subordinates like worn-out shoes. He remembered Yeonjun and thought that the virtue of a subordinate is selflessness, while a leader should be true to his word. He remembered his death and thought that he could not become someone like Yeongo or Yeonjun. Yangchul said gloomily that Yunseok was missing a lot. Dojun tensed and replied that he was just preparing, like many others. Yangchul angrily shouted that there is no shortage of talented people in Sanyang, so he can choose anyone from there. Dojun tiredly said that he doesn't have that connection with them, so he can always make them his people and they will be good, but he needs something more. Yangchul hissed angrily. He exhaled through his teeth. Yangchul lowered his feet to the floor. He headed towards the exit and told his grandson to follow him, as he would show him how he would make a third mistake before his eyes. The chairman's neck swelled with anger, so he told Dojun to look carefully to see who he was more afraid of and who he was eyeing. Dojun was surprised by this turn of events and thought that he understood what exactly he wanted to check now. He thought about the dog and that if Assistant Yunseok decided to become his person, he should not pay attention to the chairman next to him. Therefore, as grandfather said, the gaze of a selfless and loyal dog should only be directed at the owner. Dojun looked indifferently in front. While he was thinking hard that this is not so easy, he is the chairman of Sanyang, who, moreover, is much older than his current employer. Waves of anger and rage emanated from Grandpa as Dojun thought that naturally he would be given more attention. Frustrated and tired, Yunseok sat on his bed. The chairman and Dojun came into his room. Yunseok's body was filled with icy panic. Dojun carefully looked at who his gaze was directed at. Yunseok's pupils shrank in fear. His mouth dropped open as Dojun thought about who he would open his mouth to. Yunseok, still sitting on the bed, bowed as best he could and apologized to Dojun. Yangchul frowned, his nostrils flaring angrily. Yunseok's face showed sorrow when he said that this was the end of their cooperation, as he lacked too much and would only disappoint him. Yangchul clenched his hand in extreme surprise. Dojun looked worried. However, inside he was jubilant. A man sits on a bed with his head down. He looks depressed. Dojun looks at him silently, clenching his hand into a fist. He says that he doesn't know what happened, but the patient gave up too quickly. The young man sadly claims that he did not realize this before and only realized now. He saved Jin with his body, but was guided by a selfish desire to get something more. It is stupid for him to deny it. Yangchul looks down thoughtfully. Dojun seriously asks if there are people without desires, because when a chance arises, a person grabs it and uses it to satisfy his desires. Raising the corners of his eyebrows, the patient declares that he lacks abilities, and his skills are at the very bottom. He is too greedy. Turning his attention to the man, he reports that the chairman reminded him of his boundaries, so he thanks him. Yangchul looks at him in surprise. Dojun watches thoughtfully, thinking that the chairman is next to him, but Assistant Kim turned to him first. He looks serious, wondering what his grandfather will do now. Leaning on his cane, the man tells him to go out for a moment. He needs to talk to this young man. The young man just looks at him silently. Bowing, he accepts his grandfather's request. Dojun immediately heads for the exit. The men sit silently in the ward. The young man looks away. Assistant Kim is still depressed. Yangchul suddenly asks if he doesn't think it's unfair that he risked his life and only got an apartment and an education for his children. To this the patient only remains silent. He smiles, saying that he will be content with a short but colorful sleep. The man doesn't say anything. Assistant Kim looks at him. The chairman claims that there is something in the way he obediently gives in, so he decides to give him so much money so that he will live and not need anything. He will not have to worry about everyday life. Kim blushes, saying that he is still young, so he cannot spend his life idly, just spending the money they gave him. Yangchul seriously remarks that if they give, he needs to take. This is his chance to live on everything that is ready. The patient looks at him in shock. Looking down, he smiles and claims that it was his dream to come prepared and not have to worry about anything. Kim sadly notes that after meeting with Chief Dojun, he realized how stupid and immature he was. All the luxury is shown and he reveals that he works in the planning department, so he hears rumors about how Dojun's cousins live. They all have unlimited cards that never run out of money, no matter how they spend it. Who ever sees them will understand that they live a bright and enviable life. The man only seriously asks why he is saying this. Kim remembers the young man, claiming that he is a third-generation keyball, but he has never seen him waste a day or even an hour. An assistant stands behind him, noticing that he leaves for work in Uedo at 7 in the morning. Dojun drinks a drink when it is reported that he is grabbing a bite to eat at a small restaurant near the office and returning to work. Kim doesn't understand how he does it. Chairman Jin listens to him silently. The patient sighs, claiming that he is not sure that he can live the same way. If he gives him a huge amount, he will probably waste both his money and his life, and he does not want to do that. The man closes his eyes thoughtfully. He seriously remarks that no matter how much Kim shouts that he is trying, no one will hear. The world is full of people working tirelessly, but at the same time barely making ends meet, and then asks if he wants to waste his life on such shouts suffering. The assistant lowers his gaze, deciding to suffer diligently rather than just waste his life. Chairman Jin frowns as he reveals that he heard that Dojun gave him 3 chances and thinks about what will happen if he doesn't succeed. Smiling slightly, Kim claims that he is already grateful to the young man for his care. He has nothing more to say. He turns his attention to the man, who asks why he didn't ask him about it then. One word from him and he could have become Dojun's man. The chairman seriously states that he missed this chance. Kim sadly reports that it was because the young man's grandfather's words made sense that he realized that he really was shackling leader Dojun's hands and feet. The patient clenches his hand into a fist, asking if a man would like it if someone pulled him down, so he wants to stop being like that. The chairman sighs, believing that he will still be useful since he realized the whole situation so quickly. Rising from his chair, Jin declares that he will not throw it away, will find a suitable vacancy, and then continue to work in the company. Kim lowers his gaze, reminding him that he asked him to stop feeling sorry for him. The chairman frowns, realizing that he won't be nice to anyone by force. He turns around, saying that he wanted to ask the assistant about something, but he started talking about something else. The man seriously wonders if he thinks the truck incident was an accident. Kim only notes that he has already told manager Dojun everything about this. Chairman Jin is surprised. He wonders what this means. Smiling, he accepts his thought. The young man sits with his arms crossed over his chest. His grandfather comes out of the room. Approaching him, he asks what they were talking about. Dojun is surprised when the man says that the guy said he reported an accident to him, so he wonders what it was. The young man thinks about it, realizing that Kim's assistant kept his mouth shut in front of his grandfather. The chairman is surprised when his grandson reveals that Kim didn't want to say anything because he wasn't sure himself, but there's a chance it wasn't an accident. He begins to worry. Dojun calmly states that it was like the truck was waiting for them. His grandfather thinks about it, and the young man remarks that this is just a guess, they are not sure. Looking ahead, the chairman declares that he will take care of it. With his back to his grandson, he announces that he will also take care of Assistant Kim. He claims that he needs to make a man out of him, so his grandson must wait. If he does not see abilities in him, he will still only be a hindrance for him. Dojun is surprised by this. The man smiles, noticing that there is something valuable about Kim. The young man is surprised when the phrase about the feeling of respect is heard. Looking at his grandson, Chairman Jin says that the first and most important condition is that the subordinate wants to follow his superiors, and Kim respects the young man. Dojun just remains silent in shock. They are walking along the corridor when the grandfather claims that the assistant has everything necessary to master this job. If he does not cope, then it does not matter whether he is suitable for the conditions or not. A large building is depicted. The lights of the car are sparkling. Several cars are visible. One of them stops, then come out of it. They look around. Smiling, the man apologizes for the inconvenience, but there have been a lot of eyes on them lately. The guests look at him silently. One of them adjusts his glasses. Another turns his head while sitting at the table. The man with glasses seriously asks if they checked everything. One of the guests smiles, saying that they found out at the Munal hospital. They say the operation was successful and he is healthy enough to be discharged. He appears worried when asked what kind of surgery he was undergoing and claims that he was having a malignant brain tumor removed. Everyone sits silently at the table. They are awkwardly silent. Suddenly whispers begin. The man with glasses frowns at this. He turns to the director of the hospital, who immediately pays attention to him. Adjusting his glasses, he repeats his phrase. The man seriously asks what the chances are of this happening again. The hospital director immediately tenses up. An awkward silence hung over the table. Sweat rolled down the department head's face. His whole posture expressed nervousness as he said that the brain is the most unpredictable area, and malignant tumors are called malignant because of the high likelihood of recurrence. Yoongi again angrily asked what are the chances that this would happen to his father again. The boss became even more nervous and his face turned red when he said that older people have a 50% chance of relapse, and the reason why the chance is only half is because the other half of people simply do not survive, dying of old age. The other bosses were just as tense. Some of them could not sit still due to awkwardness. Yoongi smiled brightly and said that means they should take better care of their father since the chairman should live a long time. The boss bowed and promised to do his best. Yoongi turned to him and said that then he did not have time to sit here and let him go quickly. The boss stood up from his chair and bowed goodbye again. He was still nervous when he left the office. Yoongi took a sip of tea. He placed the cup with a thud on the saucer and addressed the respected directors that they should understand perfectly well what the Chosun My Warehouse Museum in Gunsan means. His expression turned menacing when he said that the chairman had recently taken his grandson there. A roar of surprise ran through the ranks of leaders. They all silently looked at Yoongi, waiting for the continuation. Some of them thought that the two-sun system had been destroyed and imagined that a line had been drawn between the men. They imagined the man's back and thought that everything was now divided into 3 parts. Yoongi adjusted his glasses and said that they don't know when the chairman will die, and dark clouds continue to gather over the company. On top of that, the management situation is getting worse. He looked at the managers and said that here a child who is only 20 could inherit a third of the company, if not half, and maybe even take over the company entirely. Yenga's face became gloomy, and he said angrily that it was all because his grandfather was too attached to him and did not see what was right and what was wrong, and he slammed his fist on the table. Some executives coughed. Yoongi looked at his secretary with irritation. He entered holding a briefcase in his hands. He opened his briefcase and began to sort through the documents. The man placed a folder with information in front of each one. Yoongi said that the document lists all the shares that belong to their companies. One of the managers asked why this was necessary. Some of them began to look at each other. Yoongi grinned evilly and said that they just need to put their company stamps on them, and then they will all be collected together to later be sold to Sanyang Machinery. The leaders looked at Yoongi with disbelief and surprise. The same thought was visible on their faces. Isn't Vice Chairman Yoongi the largest shareholder of Sanyang Machinery? They fearfully thought that then this would give him the power to shake up the entire group. What separated the leaders from starting to grumble with dissatisfaction was fear of Yoongi. He smiled contentedly and said that they are general directors, which means they have the right to sell all the shares belonging to their companies. One of the managers, through his nervousness, said that according to the contract this was an abuse of power, and even if they had 3-4 heads, they would all have been demolished. The rest of the leaders nodded in unison. Yoongi smiled and spread his arms to the sides, saying that really, what could he do if he looks at everything differently, and he just told them what power he has and doesn't force them to do anything right now. Yoongi's nostrils flared with anger when he said that when the boy, whose milk has not dried on his lips, plays chairman, when this will lead to the split of the group and its complete destruction, he invites them to use this power. The leaders all looked down in shame. They were discouraged. Yoongi's eyebrows fell on the bridge of his nose, and he asked if they understood what they were talking about. A tense silence hung over the table again. The windows of the mansion caught the sunset rays. Yoongi was sitting with his son and daughter-in-law in the office. Dojun said with a serious expression that he will meet Dojun. His wife sat nearby with her hands folded in her lap as Dojun said that he would find out what Dojun was thinking and get him to give it. Yoongi looked irritated at his son and told him not to do anything stupid since the accident occurred on the way to Gunsan, and perhaps he is not aware of everything at all and Dojun will simply pass important information into his hands. The guy looked at his father and asked if this means that Yoongi already knows what Dojun has in mind, and as far as he knows, Dojun has already saved enough money to be idle all his life. He frowned and said that maybe it was just Grandpa's one-sided wish and he didn't care about Sanyang Group at all. Yoongi frowned and remained silent. Soyeon looked at Yoongi and agreed with her husband, believing that he was right. Yoongi looked away tiredly. He then seriously asked why they thought that. Seoyeon watched her father carefully and said that she heard that Dojun carries a fantasy business card with him. But if he is just learning about investments, there is no reason to carry a business card with him when everything he needs can be seen in the office. Yonggi agreed and closed his eyes. Yeonjun watched his father carefully. Seo Yeon leaned forward and continued that they were saying that Director Si Hyun takes him everywhere as an assistant and also teaches him the intricacies of business, acquisitions and mergers, and in law school he continues to study because he is interested in mergers and acquisitions, so Do-jun is unlikely to be interested in Sanyang. Yonggi folded his arms across his chest. He scratched his chin, mulling over the girl's words. Yonggi turned to his son, reminding him that he would try to persuade Dojun to surrender and asked if this would work. Yeonjun frowned and said that they had already had a conversation when he graduated from high school, and instead of inheriting an unremarkable branch, why not become the second person in the company? Yonggi asked in surprise what he meant. Yeonjun explained with a grin that Dojun was very smart, so he would be perfect for the position of advisor, to which Yonggi asked what he was going to do, and Yeonjun replied that Dojun was young then and didn't quite understand him. The guy smiled confidently and said that the youngest children would always prefer to relax in the shadow of the older ones than to overcome all the difficulties themselves. Yonggi adjusted his glasses. He put his fingers to his lips and thought that there was nothing wrong with finding out what was on Dojun's mind and trying to get him to their side. Anyway, in their family he is the most diligent and conscientious, so use him as an advisor it would be simply ideal. Yonggi got up from his chair and said that he agreed for his son to meet with him. Let him say that he wants to inquire about his health because he was in an accident. Yonggi frowned and said not to go too far. The duties bowed as the father left the room. Soyeon smirked as she looked at Yonggi's back. Yeonjun, dissatisfied, asked the girl why she butted into their conversation. He looked angry when he said that he told her to live quietly and below the grass this year. Seo Yeon was overcome with a wave of rage. She pressed her lips together to control herself. Lights were burning in the windows of the building. Dojun was sitting on a chair. Suddenly something caught his attention. He saw the staff bowing as they entered. Yeonjun smiled. Dojun looked at him curiously. Yeonjun, with his hands in his pockets, asked why he was looking around like that. The guy looked happy with life. Dojun stood up and asked what the area of this building is, since this is the first time he has seen such a large villa, to which Yeonjun replied that he doesn't know, since it could be somewhere around 300 square meters. He sat down on an armchair and said with a smile that he bought it with the idea that such a house would be ideal for thinking about business and enjoying a light cocktail in solitude. Dojun smiled and thought to himself that it was clear what this house was used for. He remembered the guards and thought that a luxurious place with strict security was the best place to invite girls here and have fun. He frowned and thought that it was obvious that Yeonjun bought the villa with the company's money, and the interior expenses would be paid from the same company, although he probably didn't even think that this was an illegal embezzlement. Dojun clenched his fists and thought with anger that Yeonjun was so easily spending the amounts that many employees earn by working late. Yeonjun smiled and Dojun thought about why he suddenly wanted to meet. Yeonjun looked at Yeonjun with a grin and thought that he probably knows the meaning of the trip to Gunsan, so what is he trying to find out from him? The brothers looked at each other with curiosity. The drink was poured into a glass with ice cubes. Yeonjun, holding the bottle in his hand, looked at the hero and smiled, asking how he was feeling, if there were any complications after the accident. Jun took the glass with his hand and raised it above the table, thinking that the guy quickly asked about it, although in fact he didn't care. The main character said that everything was fine, because the accident was not that big, but for the grandfather it probably came as a big shock, but the young man was able to escape with bruises. The guy folded his hands on his chest, saying that he was glad, because he thought that the young man had something serious, since he had been in the hospital for so long, to which the hero replied that they just made noise there for no reason. Jun recalled the image of the man, telling Yeonjun that the culprit behind the commotion was Chief Haki. He made the commotion to remind their family of his existence. The main character stuck out his hand, saying that the man brought employees with him, blocked access to the wards, and then transported him to Seoul as if this was some kind of secretly planned operation. Even controlled the media so that the news did not leak. Yeonjun furrowed his eyebrows and, slowly sipping his drink, remarked that it was good that the media didn't find out anything. He knitted his eyebrows and looked at the hero, saying that otherwise the stock price would fall and the hype would begin. The guy asked how Grandpa was doing, because he heard that the operation went well and there were no complications. Jun smiled, saying that he had not seen him since he was transferred from the university hospital. He was discharged immediately after that. The guy looked into the glass with displeasure, saying that everything was clear to him. The heroes sat silently opposite each other. The young man opened his eyes in surprise, tired of the guy asking what they were doing in Ganju. Yeonjun smiled, asking if he could know about this or if it was a secret between him and his grandfather. The main character opened his mouth in surprise, asking if he had any secrets with his grandfather and other brothers. The guy put his hands in front of him, smiling nervously. He asked why this should be. Because his grandfather simply doesn't like him. The young man looked at him in surprise, asking if it was still like that. Dojun turned to the side, leaning on the table, saying that he's not sure, but he hasn't met him since the wedding. His father advised him to focus on work for now, maybe at least then his grandfather will look at him differently. He arched his eyebrows, asking what business they had in Yangchul. Jun smiled as he held the glass in his hand, saying that his grandfather suddenly called him and said that they were going to Gunsan, to the museum that is the source of Sanyang. Dojun frowned, shouting loudly that this was Josiami's warehouse. The young man said that it seems that grandfather is more often overcome by memories as he gets older. The guy frowned with displeasure, asking if there was anything special in Amor. The eyes of the protagonist sparkled brightly. He understood that his interlocutor was going crazy with curiosity whether the young man had been appointed successor or not. Jun raised his eyebrows, asking what could be special about the warehouse in Gunsan. The guy cried out in surprise. He looked to the side and grinned, saying that he was just asking. The main character opened his eyes in surprise, looking at the guy, asking if he wants to tell him something. If so, then it's better to tell him, otherwise he becomes embarrassed. Dojun raised his eyebrows in surprise. He smiled, saying that he knew that the young man was very perceptive. The hero frowned, asking if he was thinking about working with him. Jun froze in place, thinking that he knew that the guy would want to win him over to his side before he himself became the successor. The light of the pink sky fell on the windows of the building. Dojun, holding a glass in his hand, smiled, saying that when he worked as a manager, it was difficult to find a person like the young man. The main character asked what he was like in his eyes. The guy, eyes wide, looked at him, asking in surprise what this meant. Jun closed his eyes, raised the glass to his mouth and smiled, thinking that he was probably speechless, because he just blurted it out as a compliment, without even thinking about what kind of person he was, because if you tell a company employee that there is no such person, a worker like him will be deathly grateful. The young man didn't understand whether the guy really thought that this would work for him. Dojun awkwardly raised his hands in front of him, saying that it's not something specific, it's just how he feels. Jun looked away uninterestedly, listening to the words that the guys who work for the guy have a good education and status. It's difficult to express in words, but he feels some kind of regret. The main character, opening his eyes, looked at him, saying that the proposal was interesting, but he was not satisfied with it. Dojun arched his eyebrows, asking if he wasn't happy with him. The main character held a glass in his hand, saying that this is not the case. He is simply uncomfortable working with people. He likes to work alone and study and work. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, asking if that was why he got a job at an investment company. Jun smiled, presenting the securities and the growth chart, saying that this is so, that's why he went into investing. All he needs is to collect information, compile a database, independently make decisions, because he doesn't need to adapt to anyone. That's how he like. Dojun rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking about investing. Jun took the chopsticks in his hand and smiled, thinking about how he made it clear that he wasn't interested in group, wondering if he succeeded. The guy grinned, saying that after hearing this, he wanted to get the young man even more. The main character opened his eyes wide, asking why. Dojun put his hand out, palm forward, saying that he is still weak in things like planning and analysis. He is good at managing people, but numbers are not his thing. Jun opened his mouth wide, falling into a stupor. He thought that saying he was bad at numbers, planning, and analysis was tantamount to admitting he wasn't good at his job. The main character closed his eyes and smiled, saying that the guy could take control of the smartest people in Korea. Dojun exhaled dissatisfiedly and knitted his eyebrows, saying that they were all so shiny on the outside. The young man thought that the first bait had been thrown, and if he bit, he would throw the second one. He turned to Dojun sitting opposite him by name. The guy immediately responded. The young man, with his eyes wide open, asked if it was true. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking him to speak further. Jun leaned his hands on the table, saying that if he wants to do something else instead of investing, in the end he will have no choice but to work for the group. The guy folded his arms over his chest, saying yes. Jun arched his eyebrows and smirked, asking what he meant when he talked about working together. The guy closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. Dojun folded his arms across his chest and smiled, saying that the young man would become his leader. There were dishes and bottles behind the glass. The main character asked if this meant that all management of the group's affairs would fall on him. The guy replied that this was the case. In fact, he would have more rights and power than the head of Hakch. Dojun put out his hand and smiled slyly, saying that, in fact, the manager is a stranger to them, a hired worker. But the young man is a member of the owner's family and his younger brother, and if he becomes a manager, then the branch directors will not show envy. The guy looked at him confidently, saying that the third generation would take over the management of the group, and he himself would become the second person. Because he was the beloved grandson of his grandfather, the founder of the company, would anyone complain about that? Jun arched his eyebrows, grunting displeasedly. He picked up a glass of drink and ice. Dojun happily put his hands forward, saying that this way he can stand on his feet. and he will gain strength because, in truth, investing is just a game with money. Wouldn't it be more interesting to turn Soonyang into a global company? It's completely different scale. The young man lowered the corners of his mouth, asking if he would not be a simple hired worker. The guy widened his eyes in surprise, asking what he was talking about. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that even if they share the same blood in their veins, does it really matter? Because he will not have a single share of Soonyang. Yeonjun's eyes widened. Jun raised his eyebrows at him, asking why he was silent. Wasn't he the one who said recently that the young man was just a member of the owner's family? Wasn't he? The guy knitted his eyebrows in concern. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He said that this was not so, but the hero was truly a member of the family. Jun rarely put his glass down, shouting that since they were brothers, he didn't want to share the company's shares with him. The main character frowned, saying that the guy just wanted to force him to become an employee and not work together. Yeonjun bared his teeth. He jumped up from his seat, not understanding why the hero was saying that. The young man frowned, asking what the difference was between a family member and an employee. The brother frowned with displeasure, pressing his palm to his chest, asking if the young man really thought he was such a scoundrel. Jun looked at him silently, thinking that when he shouted like that, he already knew the answer. The main character smiled, looking at him. The guy stood with his hands on the table. He frowned, shouting that neither he nor his brother had a single share. They had nothing to sell, and what they were talking about was the story of the distant future. Jun frowned. His brother knitted his eyebrows, saying that first his grandfather would transfer the company to his father, and only after that, in 10, even 15 years, he would head it himself, asking how he could confidently say what would happen in 15 years. The main character frowned with displeasure, thinking that the guy doesn't trust him 100%. But this does not mean that he should behave like a fool who doesn't need the company's shares for nothing. He would rather believe greed than words. The young man jumped up from his seat, slamming his hand on the table, shouting that his brother was inviting him to wait 15 years until the shares finally came into his possession. Jun frowned, asking if his brother thought he should work for him, just believing what the point was. Yeonjun arched his eyebrows, saying, "Does the right hand work for someone?" Jun looked at him displeasedly, knitting his eyebrows. The elder brother hit himself on the forehead with his palm. He sat down and put out his hand, saying that if the young man thought about his proposal, he promised to share the shares with him. This is natural, because you can only be strong with full pockets. Jun grinned, thinking that the guy was playing well. Yeonjun arched his eyebrows, saying that since it comes to that, he will speak directly, asking how much the young man wants. The main character raised his eyebrows, looking at his interlocutor, thinking that he needed to answer correctly. He needed to name just enough to make him think that he had no use for the rights to manage the company. The young man thought which number would play well. Jun looked forward confidently. He said that he wanted the 25% shares of Soonyang Group that the guy would have in the future. The elder brother opened his eyes wide. His eyebrows rose upward and the corners of his mouth were directed downward. The main character did not take his eyes off the guy, thinking that this is an ambiguity, neither more nor less. He doesn't even have anything to answer. He's so pathetic, and they're talking about the distant future. Yeonjun looked away, covering his face with his palm. Jun raised his eyebrows, thinking that judging by the way he was looking at him, he was not going to share, in which case he should insist on his own without giving him time to think. The main character recalled words about how much he would give if he won the lottery. The guy looked worriedly. The girl stood next to him, asking how much, but the man was in no hurry to answer. A moment's hesitation that has led to marital quarrels in the past. The girl pursed her lips. She looked at him so coldly for a week. The guy's eyes were on the lottery ticket. He thought the odds were slim anyway, so he should have just told her that he would give anything just to please her, and even if somehow that happened, he could just hide all. Yeonjun had the same face as himself. The guy still looked thoughtfully to the side. The young man said that his 25% would be the guarantor of their friendship and the protection of his brother's rights to control. The older brother looked up at him in surprise. Jun looked at him, saying that when the guy handed over the reins to his son, well, when the nephew inherited the company, he would give it to him without hesitation. Yeonjun's eyes widened as he looked at him. He threw back his head and laughed, asking what could be given to an unborn child, telling him to leave this 25% to his son, or better yet, to his nephew. Jun smiled, closing his eyes. The characters sat opposite each other. The main character thought that if his grandfather saw this, he would faint. It probably looks absurd. His two grandchildren are discussing the shares of the company in their native way. Jun looked at him, saying that his brother was confusing him because he had not yet decided whether he would work with him. The older brother smiled, asking the guy to consider this a plan B in his life, because if his bet doesn't work out, he can always remember the promise he made today, because he won't forget it either. The hero thought that at such moments it was necessary to adjust the situation. Jun, raising his eyebrows, smiled, saying thank you, because he didn't think that he was so worried about his brother, to which the guy asked not to think about it, because all this was between them. The hero decided to throw in a second bait. Dojun furrowed his eyebrows, saying that there is still a long way to go, but the main thing they have already covered, offering to simply support and push each other to make Sanyang Group great. Jun smiled, raising his glass, agreeing with his brother's words, saying that if he works in the company, he will be among his brother's allies. They clinked their glasses loudly. The guy drank the drink, throwing his head back. The main character watched him, slowly sipping from a glass, thinking that now it was time for bait. He placed the empty glass on the table, asking if his brother had any money. Dojun looked at him in surprise, asking why he needed it. The young man scratched the back of his head, tilting his head down, saying that he had nothing to spend it on. His brother said in surprise, "That's how it is." Jun smiled, looking at him, saying that in this way he wanted to show that he was completely on his side. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The main character looked at the interlocutor, imagining images of two men, informing him that Seon had invested quite a lot of money in making his uncle mayor. The older brother opened his mouth in surprise, asking if it was true. Jun leaned his hands on the table, saying that at first his aunt came to him for help, but what if all his money is connected to fantasy? Dojun asked if she made a deal with him. The older brother furrowed his eyebrows, asking if the young man knew what the man got for this. Jun smiled. He looked up at him, saying that was the point. Dojun opened his eyes. They sat silently opposite each other. The elder brother turned around and shouted loudly for them to go and rest. When they were needed, he would call him himself. The men in suits bowed. They went up the stairs. The guy put his hand on the table, asking what this was. Did it really concern the media city? What did the uncle promise? The elder brother knitted his eyebrows, asking if that was why he absorbed Dia Construction. The young man said that was exactly the case, noticing that the director of Sanyang Construction had moved to Dia. The main character presented the image of Yangchul, saying that the director and grandfather have a good relationship and the two are hiding some information. Dojun widened his eyes, asking what it was. Jun raised his eyebrows as he said the word location. The guy opened his eyes wide. The main character stuck out his hand, saying that the location of the media city has not yet been announced. Given the scale of the enterprise, of course, it is not surprising that they are keeping their mouths shut. The elder brother lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying that as soon as it becomes known, prices will skyrocket. Announcement, permission, selection of a subcontractor and so on, so many stages. The main character opened his eyes. A guy was reflected in his iris. The young man said that this was ideal for hiding extra money. Dojun closed his eyes, leaning the glass to his lips, saying that he believed that it was so. The guy suddenly opened his eyes. The older brother frowned and opened his mouth, asking Jun if he knew where this place was. His brows furrowed further and he asked where it was. The guy opened his eyes wide. Jun smiled. He raised his eyebrows as he said this was the Sanyang area of Mafo. Dojun arched his eyebrows, surprised at the place. The older brother raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking about the Sanyang area. The young man sat opposite him, saying that most of the land in the region is not national, but municipal property. Dojun noticed that it was just a wasteland. Jun, presenting the map, grinned, saying that everything is wrong. The Sanyang district from the Suzik district, which is in Yunpong district, is separated only by a narrow street and real estate there can be bought for pennies. Dojun's eyes widened, realizing that when land prices rose, they would also rise in the surrounding areas. The main character lowered his head, saying that this is true. In the document that he saw, it was indicated that not only the Sanyang district would be included, but partially also Suzek, their uncle the mayor, so he would not miss the chance to enlist the support of both districts. Like Mafo, so does Yunpyeong. Jun smiled, saying that the media city will definitely cover Sanyang and Suzek. Dojun screamed, his eyes widening. His eyebrows rose higher. He said that you just need to buy some land near Suzek with your pocket money. The young man raised his eyebrows, saying that it was so, but asked him not to try too hard, just use part of the free money, because he did not know how much of Suzek would be included in the project. Dojun smiled, saying that the more uncertainty, the higher the probabilities. The main character folded his hands on the pears and grinned, thinking that this was exactly the expected reaction. The elder brother put out his hands, saying that you need to decide on the center, and then go in circles. Somewhere you earn a lot of money, somewhere mediocre, and somewhere generally at a loss, but in the end you still make a profit, so you need to buy as much as possible. Jun raised his eyebrows, saying that the risk was great. Dojun smiled, saying that with his money he can afford it. It's hard to miss when there are a lot of bullets. The main character opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly. He said it was cool. The older brother smiled. 3 girls entered the room. One of them, in a black dress, turned to Appa. Dojun jumped up happily, pleased that she had come. The young man looked at them in surprise. He closed his eyes and smiled. The main character put his hands in his pockets and stood up. The older brother asked why he stood up. The young man said that he would already go. The guy asked why. Jun smiled, saying that he had a meeting with a girl. He had not seen her for a long time. Dojun widened his eyes in surprise and arched his eyebrows. The blue sky was over the two-story house. Dongyi sat in a chair with his arms folded across his chest, asking if he now understands what his father is thinking. The protagonist's father sat opposite him in the same position, telling him not to be so sensitive. His father was already old. He probably decided to go to Gunsan just to give a gift to his beloved grandson. The man frowned, saying that it is not the reason that is important for the company, but the result. Jun is still young, so instead of a young man, people will be drawn to him and what to do. Yoongi silently adjusted his glasses. He knitted his eyebrows, asking not to ask him, but to say what he was thinking about, because his opinion was not interesting to the man anyway, because he came here to talk about his own plans. Dongyi frowned, asking if he couldn't inquire since he was his younger brother. The protagonist's father sat opposite, asking him not to force himself and to tell everything as it is, because he had always been a good little brother. The man cried out in surprise. Yoongi frowned, asking what his brother would do if Jun dreams of becoming the president of Sanyang Group. Will he fight with his nephew? If so, then he will no longer be his younger brother, but the father of his son. Dongyi frowned, saying that these were just vain dreams, so he would have to intervene and stop him. Yoongi folded his arms over his chest, saying that he was not going to be the father who stopped his son from dreaming. The man looked at him displeased. His eyes suddenly opened wide. He listened to his brother's words that he can follow his own path, which leads to the position of chairman of Sanyang Group. He can fight with his elder brother, but don't even think that Jun will unconditionally make concessions or that he can put pressure on him. Yoongi frowned, asking if he wasn't a businessman. He suggested they come back to this when they were ready for a mutually beneficial agreement. Dongyi looked at him silently, his eyebrows furrowed. He thought that his brother did not like the fact that his son was being drawn into the struggle for the inheritance, but he did not intend to give him up either. The man said okay. Yoongi raised his eyebrows. Dongyi crossed his legs, looking to the side, saying that then he would talk to Jun. This would be the first step to solving the problem. Yoongi looked at him, asking if it would be okay if he was with them. The man replied of course. He straightened his tie, arching his eyebrows, asking if maybe he should have a drink before the young man comes. Yoongi raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if it was morning. The man grinned. Yoongi lowered his head and smiled. The dark sky covered the building. The light from the windows illuminated the street. Jun entered the houses, announcing that he had returned, and loud laughter could be heard. The guy's eyes opened wide. He joyfully looked into the room, noticing that his uncle was here. Dongyi, holding a glass in his hand, noticed that yesterday the young man spent the night away from home, asking if he was going to leave his parents' nest so soon. Jun laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Drops of sweat appeared on the hero's face. He thought that they were all lined up right in line, but now it's clear why both uncles are looking for him. Dongyi held out the bottle, inviting the hero to sit down, intending to pour it for him too. Jun took the empty glass in his hand and smiled. The drink was poured. The uncle turned to the guy. He knitted his eyebrows, asking if he wanted to become the chairman of Sanyang Group, but wouldn't it be too arrogant to skip a generation? Yoongi raised his eyebrows, turning to his brother with displeasure. The man held out his hand, saying that it was okay. Jun wasn't as small as his other nephews, so he wasn't going to treat him like a child or scold him. He smiled, saying that he just wanted to hear about Jun's plans, like the plans of any adult, independent person, because until he knows about his plans, it's difficult to build a conversation further. He turned to the guy, asking what he was thinking about. The young man looked at him silently. Jun held the glass in his hands, saying that he knows about Gunsan's importance, but he also understands that it is impossible at the moment. The men looked at the main character in surprise. The young man raised his eyebrows, saying that he was going to take everything his grandfather gave him and then resell it to the highest bidder. Dongyi arched his eyebrows, asking if his goal was really money. Jun glared at him, saying he wasn't going to get paid for the goods. The man opened his eyes, asking what he wanted then. The main character smiled, saying that while he has nothing, it's hard to say. He will decide when something falls into his hands. Dongyi frowned. The young man sipped his drink, thinking that such an answer should have been enough. He understood what the hero was thinking about, but at the same time it was not clear from the answer how sincere he was. The man smiled, saying that the guy was careful and smart. Yoongi sat silently next to him, the shine of his glasses hiding his eyes. Dongyi introduced the two men, noting that since the young man says that he wants to put two uncles on the scales and see which one wins, and if the balance is not broken and no one can defeat the two, the price of the young man's product will skyrocket. Jun smiled, saying that this is a labor-intensive business, so there is a chance that he will sell it himself at the very beginning. Dongyi smiled and closed his eyes, saying that would be great. The main character looked at him, thinking that his uncle could not be deceived. Suddenly, the man stood up, saying that Jun was the youngest in their family. He smiled, saying that if not for this shortcoming, he would have been able to become the third-generation chairman. The main character raised his eyebrows, thinking that by saying this, He implies that he will not become the second chairman, which means he does not lose his determination to become the chairman. The man smiled as he stood in front of them, the sun's rays illuminating the room. The windows of the mansion glowed with warm light in the night. Dojun was cleaning the table when Yoongi looked at him. He turned around and seriously asked if Dojun had given up on being the chairman of Sanyang Group. Dojun smiled sadly and said that it was just for now. Yoongi turned to him and adjusted his glasses, after which he asked if he could change his mind later, to which Dojun straightened up and replied that it all depends on what and how much his grandfather gives him. Yoongi closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He looked at his grinning son and told him to let him know if his help was needed. This was his parental duty. Dawn broke over the hospital. Yangchul listened with an indifferent expression as Vice Chairman Yoongi held a breakfast with the directors of the secondary branches, but that he asked if the secretary found out what they were talking about. Hatch lowered his eyes and said that he had some guesses, so he didn't think it was worth calling and asking everyone present. He looked at the gloomy chairman and said that this would only cause wariness, and if the vice chairman became more vigilant and began to do things secretly, it would be more difficult to observe him, to which Yangchul wanted to listen to his guesses. Hatch looked away and said that he probably asked the affiliates to support him with the group's shares, and when he became chairman, he promised that he would treat them like large investors, so he thought that was how it was. Yangchul looked at the secretary and asked if that was all. Haki added that Yoongi asked his son Dojun to meet Dojun, and Director Dongi personally visited his youngest grandson, to which Yangchul was surprised. Haki lowered his head and said that he came to Yoongi's house to drink. The veins on the chairman's neck bulged with anger, and he angrily said that even if it was the elders' doing, the second was also involved, and that everyone was fussing to get Dojun to his side. Haki straightened up and said that they were probably afraid that Dojun would have the last word, to which the chairman closed his eyes in anger, called everything out and said that they weren't even sure that if everything went according to plan, there would be no problems. Hax remained thoughtfully silent. He turned to the surprised chairman and asked what he himself thought about it. Haki clenched his fists and asked if he thought Dojun deserved to have the casting vote. Yangchul thought for a moment and then asked what the secretary himself thought to begin with. Hax frowned and asked if the chairman wanted to avoid the risk of splitting the group. Yangchul folds his arms and says that this means that everything has to be given to one, but Haki says that Dojun cannot be included among the candidates. Haki hesitated and then said that the guy's age should not be ignored. Yangchul closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that the war is not only within the family, but there are also enemies everywhere. The chairman looked in front of him and asked the secretary that the boy with the decisive vote would stir up everything. The other two would also notice this. The secretary agreed with sadness in his voice. Yangchul suddenly grinned and asked who is stronger then, the one who rocks the boat or the one who notices it. Hax looked at the chairman in surprise. He thought intensely that if he had enough strength to shake up the board, then how much the chairman was thinking of leaving him as an inheritance. The secretary leaned towards the chairman and asked him if he wanted to make Dojun a balancing force. Yangchul closed his eyes again, thinking about his answer. He looked ahead with concentration. Yangchul turned to the secretary and said that first he needed to figure out a way to increase the controlling stake and then find a method to transfer his share. Hax was shocked by this thought. He quickly pulled himself together and said that he would prepare everything. Yangchul relaxed and asked how the accident investigation was going, to which the secretary replied that he had assigned a person to the truck driver. Haki said with a focused look that he was watching him 24 hours a day, so they would soon find out who was behind everything. Yangchul chuckled. The hall was barely illuminated by the dim light of the lamps when the question was asked whether they had found out anything. The two men stood in front of Yangchul and answered that there was practically no land for sale in the Sanyang area of Mapo, but that he clung to the word practically. Dojun touched his neck and asked what they were talking about. The man looked intensely at the guy and said that someone had already bought everything, and they checked the real estate register and it turned out that all the transactions took place in April-May last year. Dojun slammed his fist on the table, thinking that politicians Sayan and Uncle did it. He angrily asked what about the Suzek area and whether everything there had been swept away too. The man began to look through the documents and said that there were practically no transactions concluded there, so he could get as much as he wanted, and when he gave orders, the men would immediately begin purchasing. Dojun rubbed his temples with a tired expression and said that they were free. The men headed for the exit. Yenrong frowned and cursed. He abruptly grabbed the phone receiver. Dojun was nervous, so without saying hello he asked the interlocutor if he had checked with the bank, to which he replied that Dojun could get a loan of up to 2 billion won without collateral. The wreaths on his neck swelled with anger when he irritably asked that they would only give that amount, to which the interlocutor replied that this was due to certain restrictions. But if you take out a loan on behalf of his two supply companies, you can get 20 and 16 billion respectively, but with one condition. Dojun listened intently to the words when he asked what condition they were talking about. He clenched his fist when he heard that it was just a formality, but the bank was asking for his property as collateral. Dojun's face darkened with greed when he said that they would do so, and let him ask for an advance from Sanyang Construction for materials for his company for about 10 billion. However, Dojun became even more tense when he heard that the transfer of such capital requires the approval of the CEO. He gritted his teeth in irritation and said that, in addition, due to last year's IMF crisis, there were a lot of unsold apartments and non-commercial premises, so the company's financial position was not very good, so withdrawing 10 billion might be a mistake. Dojun hit the table and interrupted the interlocutor, saying that he himself knows, so just let him ask Director Yangchul for a concession, since he is sure that he will understand, and in general, the interlocutor is only required to carry out and report. Does he really not understand? Dojun continued to pound the table irritably as he told the other person to tell the director that with this money he would buy land, and then use it as collateral to take out a loan, and if there were any problems, he would simply return the advance. The guy began to calm down and told the interlocutor to stop whining, but instead carefully prepared the documents, and in general, when he gave instructions, he would have one answer for everything, to which the interlocutor said that he understood everything. Dojun hung up the phone with a thud. He leaned back in his chair and tiredly rested his head on his hand when he thought that this would not end, since he needed to collect some more money from other branches, because in order to one day get a tidy sum, you need to invest at least 100 billion. He looked angrily in front of him and cursed. He hit the table again and muttered that if he had married the daughter of the head of the bank, he would now have received a loan without all this hassle. The sun was shining brightly above the offices. The mayor sat in Sanyang's office and said that both the Blue House and the National Assembly had completed the settlement, so the matter received a positive response as it could revitalize the construction industry in Seoul and also fully fits the current cultural policy. Sanyang smiled with relief and said that was good and whether he planned to make an announcement on July 1st, the day he took office. Mir got a little tense and said that he just wants to release the announcement without an official statement at a press conference in order to quietly conclude a lucrative contract with Dia Construction. And of course, some kind of tender will still have to be announced. He pretended that he had just remembered something and turned to San. He turned to the man and said that he still couldn't meet his father-in-law, so San should understand that if Soonyang Construction interfered, he couldn't do anything. Sanyang moved closer and said that he understands, because if the chairman replays everything, then the project may fail, and then they will need Dojun. The guy sitting next to the mayor smiled at his uncle. He looked calm when he said that grandpa was in the hospital now, so he wouldn't be greedy, so anyway, he would talk to him. Mir covered his nephew's hand with his own. He smiled and said with hope in his voice that they would borrow a little of his strength. The mayor suddenly perked up and said that he needed to discuss something with the director, after which he asked to leave them alone. Sanyang tensed. He looked at the man and said that he had nothing to hide from Dojun. He was their starting point in this matter, so he would have told him everything anyway, so let him speak in front of him. Mayor Choi scratched his neck awkwardly and said that he should apologize to Dojun then. The guy looked at his uncle carefully, but remained silent. The mayor leaned closer to Sehen and said that his term ends in June 2002. He frowned and explained that, as Sehen knew, presidential elections would be held at that time. Sehen froze, trying not to show that he knew that he wanted to run for president. Dojun also tried not to express his emotions. Mayor Choi looked at Sanyang carefully. Dojun noticed how his uncle's face tensed, and he thought that he didn't know whether his uncle was greedy for power or not, but his aunt's influence was definitely felt here. He thought that she was cunning, like an eminence grise. Sanyang, with a puzzled expression on his face, asked if the mayor wanted to run for president. The mayor smiled widely and spread his arms as he said that the era of the two Kims was coming to an end, and shouldn't Korea be a little rejuvenated? And he was a prosecutor, a member of parliament and the mayor of Seoul, so even if he ran for president, no one would dare say that he has no experience. Dojun was tensely silent. Sanyang smiled nervously, looked away and said that indeed, the mayor's qualifications were decent. Sanyang thoughtfully rubbed his chin and said that if his position as mayor of Seoul played into his hands, then the people might not accept the status of son-in-law in the family of a tycoon and would not vote for a president from an influential family. Mayor Choi smiled again and said that there are 4 years ahead, you just need to do something outstanding during this time. He is the son-in-law, not the son of the family, so this will be enough to dilute the image of the keyball. Sanyang folded his arms and said that they would leave this problem for later. He suddenly became serious and asked if the mayor wanted to say anything else, since it was unlikely that he had come here just for this news. Dojun grinned. Sanyang was silent, and the mayor nervously adjusted his glasses, to which Dojun thought that Sanyang was a graded kulak who clearly knows what his uncle wants to say and is pushing him to squeeze out this unpleasant truth. The mayor suddenly lost his cheerfulness when he said that since he was going to clean up the image of a man from a tycoon's family, he would not be able to ask for money from the Sanyang group during the presidential elections, and serious capital was needed for the elections. Sanyang frowned and asked if Fantasy should provide him with capital. The mayor immediately put his hands in front of him and said that he was not asking to take responsibility for the entire election fund, But ironically, conglomerates, the greatest obstacle to the presidency, would become assistants. His face darkened with greed when he offered to present an advantage to Soonyang Group if he gets into the Blue House, so he plans to accept money from other conglomerates as well to make it clear that he is not their enemy. Dojun listened carefully. He looked at his uncle and thought that definitely everything his uncle was talking about now was his own thoughts. Dojun thought about his grandfather and his secretary and that the ant would only be able to aim his sword at the Soonyang Group if he did not discover the grandfather's weakness, and must be counting on using the presidential power to remove the eldest sons and transfer the Soonyang Group into the hands of the ant. Dojun clenched his fists and thought about it, that this is a great chance for him. He turned to his uncle, which greatly surprised him that he could help get rid of the image of a member of the tycoon's family. The mayor reacted very emotionally when he asked if there was such a way, to which Dojun replied that it was on the surface, but it was not so easy to implement. The gentleman's face became frightening, and he said that he would have to stain his hands with blood. Sayan swallowed nervously. The mayor shrugged and asked if he hadn't already been the sword of the prosecutor's office, so he wasn't the type to be afraid of something like that. Sayan looked worried as he said, "This is too strange a proposal, so Dojun should stop." However, the guy continued, holding the mayor's gaze on himself, that the person with whom grandfather is most dissatisfied is the person whose exposure will not harm the Soonyang Group. The person whose elimination will seem deserved against the background of ordinary behavior, so uncle just needs to simply choose such a person. Dojun whispered the last words. Mayor Choi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Dojun carefully watched his reaction, thinking that, given the losses that the Soonyang Group might suffer, it was better not to touch the second generation, leaving the third generation. He looked at his uncle, who was silent, and thought that he himself was from the third generation and liked to point his finger. His eyes widened with tension as he mentally ordered his uncle to think. Mayor Choi chuckled. He exhaled and said that in such a situation, only Yeonjun is suitable. The mayor turned to his nephew and said that Yeonjun was now married and more careful, but he was the one who disgraced the family the most, and scandals with celebrities, and drunk driving, and violence, so such situations happened all the time. Dojun grinned and thought that the one whose blood would be shed had been decided. He thought about the eldest grandson of Sanyang and the nephew of the mayor of Seoul, and said out loud with a smile that in order to build an honest soul, you will reluctantly give it up. Dojun grinned sinisterly and asked how he liked this method. Mayor Choi was surprised and disheartened. Dojun thought about how his uncle was standing knee-deep in sewage and that it was best to use his nephew as a scapegoat, and there wouldn't be any special problems, because if you touch a relative from your wife's family, you risk finding yourself at the point of no return. Dojun smiled, thinking that uncle is not the person who will make the decision, because only Auntie can do it. Choi felt uneasy because even if he got into an accident with a celebrity due to drunk driving, the mayor of Seoul would not be able to do anything. Dojun exhaled and shrugged as he said that his uncle would have to figure out a way himself. He looked at the man carefully and said that by beheading one of the relatives, the uncle would be able to get rid of the disadvantage associated with the position of his son-in-law in the tycoon's family. Choi remained tensely silent, and Dojun thought that he could only accept this plan, but not approve. Dojun felt pressure while waiting for a decision and thought that his uncle should hand over everything to his aunt. The mayor's glasses flashed, hiding his eyes for a moment. Sekhen was just as tensely awaiting the decision. Finally, the mayor stood up and said he needed to think about it. He shook Sayan's hand with a smile on his face. The mayor headed for the exit. Dojun grinned contentedly. The residential building was shrouded in night. The aunt, opening her arms for a hug, invited her nephew to enter. She looked at the boy's polite expression and asked why, as he grew older, he became more and more like his mother. The woman invited him to a table where there were cups of tea when Dojun asked why she wanted to meet. Auntie wrapped her arms around herself and said with a smile that she had heard something very interesting from her uncle. Dojun made a surprised face and said that he simply suggested a way to get rid of the tag of son-in-law in the tycoon's family. Aunt lowered her head and exhaled with a sly smile. She leaned towards the table and called Dojun treacherous, because doesn't he know how gullible his uncle is, to which the guy asked to explain. Aunt grinned and asked if he was pretending, but still decided to say it straight. She raised the cup to her lips and asked in an icy tone whether he was suggesting that his uncle give up his relative. Dojun grinned and asked if Auntie could handle this. If so, then he needed to come up with a plan. Auntie almost choked on her tea from such a direct answer. Anne opened her eyes in surprise and asked if he liked Yeonjun. Dojun smiled and lowered his head. The guy spread his arms to the sides and said that he doesn't like how Yeonjun pretends to be cool just because he was born first, considers himself better than everyone else, constantly treats everyone as if they are beneath him. Aunt looked away and agreed that this child was like that. She then looked at her nephew indifferently and said that even if Yeonjun was scolded, his father would not be too angry, and she would bear it. Dojun's face became impenetrable, as the people of this family do not care about the harsh law because any sentence can be avoided. He thought about his grandfather, whose condemnation everyone was afraid of. Dojun looked at his aunt, calmly drinking tea, and thought that she believed that since Yangchul was the eldest grandson, he would be slightly scolded and nothing more. Dojun internally grinned ominously and wondered if this time everything would really be resolved so easily. He clasped his hands and said that he would then trust his aunt and asked him to tell his uncle to add another district to the announcement during the announcement of the construction of the media city. Dojun with a smile asked instead of Sanam district to say Sanam district and part of Suziok district. Aunt asked in surprise about the Suzek area. Dojun leaned forward and said that he had something on his mind. The aunt looked at her nephew in surprise, not knowing what to say. Then she smiled contentedly. Aunt crossed her legs and grinned. She looked at her satisfied nephew and said that Dojun is not trying to come up with a plan since he already came up with one. If you looked at them through the window, you would think it was a nice family tea party. Dojun smiled sweetly and said that this is not entirely true, only in general terms. The aunt became serious and said that this is why his father is crazy about him. He closed his eyes and bowed his head, saying that it was because he was the youngest. Aunt put down the cup and turned to Dojun. She folded her hands on her chest and said with a smile that when she has strength, let her give what he has and receive half, and let him think carefully, since none of her brothers will offer him that much. Dojun looked at her carefully and asked what kind of power she was talking about. The aunt replied with a grin that she was talking about the one that his uncle would get by sitting in a chair with the phoenix seal. Dojun smiled calmly and said that even after becoming president, he would not be able to do anything with the Sanyang group. Aunt leaned back on the sofa and said that in his hands there would be tax, intelligence, prosecutor's office, accounting chamber and trade commission. And what is this not power? So as he said, nothing can be done with Sanyang group, but they can do with people. And she grinned. Dojun answered her in kind. He leaned forward and asked what by people she meant uncle. The aunt's face looked pleased when she said that if they knocked out all the dirt that stuck to their hands, only she would remain, and then the shareholders themselves would understand that there was little choice. She fixed her gaze on her nephew and told him that he, as a shareholder, should also take her side, and for this she would give him half. Dojun was silent as he considered the proposal. He thought about his uncles, where one would make him the second person, the other would buy him at a high price, and the latter would give half. He closed his eyes, keeping a polite smile on his face. Dojun smiled sweetly and said that all this will happen in 10 years, so there is no hurry. He looked at the woman and said that, besides, just one grandfather's whim, and he would remain a simple lastborn. The aunt's face turned ominous when she asked about what if everything would speed up and happen before the father changed his mind. Dojun looked at her thoughtfully. A beautiful pink sky could be seen above the hospital. Yangchul tisked and asked with irritation that the grandson felt sorry for half of them. Dojun waved his hand and said that this really goes beyond all limits, since if he gives up half, what will remain for himself? He actively waved his hands when he said that Soonyang construction would survive without this project, and his Dia construction would sink without him, and grandfather knows how much he poured into it. Yangchul grinned and said that free cheese is only in a mousetrap, since he heard a rumor that Dia Group treated his uncle well, so if he screws up even a little, he will get stabbed in the back. Dojun grinned and said that Grandpa could solve everything, since he himself boasted about it louder than anyone, after which he said that he would give 30%. Yangchul closed his eyes and told his grandson not to talk as if he was making money from construction alone, since he and San had planned something. He looked carefully at his grandson and said that he meant Sana and the surrounding area, since they probably earned enough there. Dojun grinned and assured his grandfather that there was no land speculation. It just so happened that his uncle became the mayor, and he didn't want there to be any misunderstanding that Director Seon and his father stole information about the development in advance. He folded his hands on his knees and said that this was also the first project since they took over the board of Dia Construction, so he would not get involved in scandals. Yangchul put his hand on the blanket and agreed to 30%. He then grinned and said that his grandson would be in his debt for this 20% discount. Dojun nodded, thinking that this was some kind of agreement. He grinned, because in my grandfather's understanding, this was not a mutually beneficial agreement, but a concession on his part, so I remained in debt. They continued to talk about something when Dojun thought that, however, such ridiculous self-will should be expected from the owner of a conglomerate. The sunset was reflected in the windows of the mansion when the question was asked what he had been doing lately. Yeonjun sat down on the sofa and told Yoongi that it was nothing special and asked what it was. Yoongi folded his arms and said that he had heard that his son was going to buy land and asked if it was true. Yeonjun looked at his father in surprise. He narrowed his eyes and thought about what kind of bad person had dishonored him. Yoongi shouted at his son and asked why he was not answering. Yeonjun spread his hands to the side and asked for a chance to explain first. Yoongi got angry, because this turned out to be not a groundless rumor. Yenrong looked at his father and thought for the first time about marriage as a blessing. Otherwise, if it had come before the wedding, they would have slapped him first and then started talking. He looked at the veins bulging in his father's arms and thought that his father would not have raised his hand to do such a thing in front of his daughter-in-law. Yanggi frowned and ordered to start explaining, since he would listen and then make a decision. Dojun smiled nervously and began to say that he and Dojun had a good talk when they met that time. Yanggi did not look at his son, but remembered that he said that he was interested and they found a common language, to which Yangchul breathed a sigh of relief and said that they talked about something. He began to talk about the meeting. Yanggi looked at his son and listened carefully. Soyin, who came with her husband, looked ahead indifferently. The evening was drawing to a close. Yanggi took his chin, listening carefully to his son. He adjusted his glasses and asked that Dojun said he would invest the money in the land because he believed Dojun's words. Dojun smiled and said that he didn't believe it because he checked everything before acting. Besides, when his uncle took office, he repeated what Dojun said. Dojun was pleased that in the end, the development plan was confirmed by the authorities. Yanggi looked at Soyin, who had been sitting quietly before, and asked her when she found out about this, to which she perked up in surprise. Seoyeon lowered her head when she heard the statement that she was also preparing money to buy land, which she was forced to agree to. Yanggi pointed a finger at his son and asked if she believed his words. Dojun lowered his head, disappointed by his father's reaction, but remained silent. Soyin smiled and said that she believed her husband, but checked everything through reporters, since the Sanam area in Mapo and Suzek in Yunpyeong County are confirmed and everyone knows about them, and land prices are starting to rise little by little. Engi looked at the girl carefully and asked where she got the money from and whether she borrowed it from her parents. Soyin agreed in surprise. Yanggi rubbed and tiredly said what it meant, and they were in the know and bought a huge amount of land. Soyin remained silent, lowering her eyes to the floor, since this is the same as stealing money from her husband's parents to give it to her own family. She frowned and thought that they lived in an era where information became money. Yanggi leaned on the armrests and addressed the spouses, and stood up, adjusted his glasses and said that these two were a perfect couple. Dojun was unhappy with this statement. He jumped up and angrily said that the information was 100% correct, so isn't earning extra money with the help of information about the development of the area a fresh idea. He went wild and started shouting why his father was so unhappy again. There was a deafening slap. Soyin covered her mouth with her hands in fear. Dojun fell silent, disheartened that he was hit. Yanggi, without hiding his anger, looked at his son. Dojun looked up at the man and addressed him. Yanggi began calling his son names and angrily asking how much money he used to buy the land. Dojun's pupils shrank with tension. Yanggi clenched his hands into fists and said that if he had taken a loan only for personal property, he would not have cared whether prices would soar or not. He would have passed by and not even noticed how it all ended. He looked at the oppressed son and said that he was siphoning money from the branches and received a deposit from Sanyang Construction. The vein in his forehead bulged as Yanggi angrily asked if this was a healthy move. The couple stood in front of Yanggi. Dojun looked down at the floor and didn't understand what the problem was, because when land prices rise, everything can be compensated for by profits from its sale. Yanggi clenched his teeth with impotent anger and said that his son really thinks that he doesn't know what's on his mind and is sure that he can repay the debt. The guy's eyebrows came together on the bridge of his nose from the emotions he was experiencing, but he remained silent. Yanggi hovered over his son and asked why he thought that his grandfather was not aware of something that even he knew about, to which Yangchul looked up at his father in surprise. Yanggi began to calm down when he asked how Dojun thought why he didn't say a word, although he was well aware of everything. And then he himself answered that because he is one of those who does not interfere if the problem is solved on its own, and that he one of those who turn a blind eye to a not-so-clean process. Dojun barely smiled and thought that fortunately, in the end, the result decides everything. Yanggi put his hand on his side, and the other one adjusted his glasses, after which he said that you can't return what's lost, so that's all he has, but if Dojun screws up, don't let him crawl to him for salvation. The man looked carefully at his son and said that he would have to take responsibility. Dojun perked up and asked his father not to worry as the ending would definitely be great. Soyin looked down sadly. Water gurgled in a street fountain. There were many different delicious dishes on the table. Yangchul was sitting at the table talking about how he had brain surgery and he didn't even visit him even once, but he called him as soon as it came up about money and whether he thought it was too rude. Yinil sat on the other side of the table and said with a smile that Yangchul would outlive everyone, although it would be sad if he threw away his skates on the operating table. Yangchul folded his arms across his chest and said that if he had died first, Yinil would have been very lonely to live out the rest of his sentence. But at least it wouldn't be boring with him. The chairman of Dihan Group laughed and took a sip from his bowl. He asked if Yangchul had caught the real culprit, to which he, frowning and placing his hands on his knees, said that he had heard everything, after which he asked what he thought about it. Yinil took another sip from the bowl and said that you just need to divide it equally and distribute it, since it's not difficult. Yangchul smiled and asked again, saying, let's just share it. Yinil put the bowl down on the table with a thud when Yangchul said that he had many sons. He again folded his hands on his chest and shared that his sons are his pride and they are in the same boat since it's like with women. To which Yangchul replied that when he was poor and there was no woman, but how money came in and the woman was here like here. Yangchul grimaced and said that one thing comes after another because if they are divided, then it is obvious that when he goes to the next world after him, they will begin to fight to get everything. So in order for the father's heart to be calm, it is necessary to force him. Now children point knives at each other. Yangchul looked to the side with a frown. Yangchul, after chewing, said that this is their problem, since in the next world he will not look down on him, and what difference does it make whether they fight or not? Yangchul chuckled, calling his friend an old scoundrel. Yangchul drank. Yangchul started eating. They were silent for some time, engrossed in their meal. Yangchul, closing his eyes, told Yangchul not to pay attention to what his son-in-law was doing, since it had nothing to do with them. Yangchul smiled and asked if he was over. The chairman of Soonyang said with a grin that he should look at the plans of the government, and that this time the time has come for business. Besides, they can live and earn money without it, but there are companies that are lining up for the project in order to remain on floating. Yangchul wiped his mouth with his fingers as he listened that they would take everything, and the Blue House knows this very well, which is why permission was obtained so easily. The chairman of Do-jun group frowned and angrily asked that he needed Yangchul's permission to pick up a piece of the pie, to which he replied that since he understood everything, then let him not fuss and wait calmly. Yangchul looked confident when he said that he would take care of everything without any fuss. Yangchul smiled and said that then he will pay today. Yangchul grinned and replied that it was natural. Yangchul looked at his friend carefully. He perked up as he remembered something about Yangchul's son-in-law, and then said that there were rumors that after 4 years as mayor of Seoul, he was going to run for president. Yangchul clenched his teeth when he heard the question of whether he was promoting his son-in-law. He slammed his fist on the table and angrily asked what other president they were talking about. Veins appeared on his forehead, and he began to swear that this guy was just a puppet in the hands of his wife, and how could a man enter the Blue House if he couldn't even eat without his wife's permission? Yangchul smiled contentedly and asked, what difference does it make, since people vote early? Then he poured himself another drink and said that if the media supported him, this dream would not be so unrealistic. He looked at the Soonyang chairman with a grin and said that if he starts preparing now, his chances are quite high. Yangchul waved his hand and said that this would never happen, since 4 years as mayor would end his political career. Yangchul's face darkened sharply and he asked why Yangchul was interested in the affairs of someone else's family. The chairman of Do-jun group laughed and put his hands in front of him, saying that he was just asking just in case, because if the son-in-law of Soonyang group becomes president, it will be a big event, and if he starts putting a spoke in the wheels of his Do-jun group, then he can't do anything. Yangchul grinned. He thought about his son-in-law and that if he became president, Do-jun group would be in second place and Soonyang would be in first place. Yangchul became sad and said that he did not think that his daughter was so greedy. Yangchul took a sip from the glass and said that she grew up like this because she is his only daughter, that's why she grew up too greedy. They looked at the dishes, and Yangchul again advised them to quickly divide and distribute everything, to which Yangchul asked him to stop chatting and get up already. Yangchul stood up, holding his knees, and groaned that he had held the old man for too long, that he still felt bad. He asked Yangchul, who was getting dressed, to go first since he had another meeting here. Yangchul put on his hat and said that if he gave everything to the children, he would turn out to be an ordinary old man in an empty room, so don't laugh at him. Yangchul grinned and said that while he is alive, he must work so that he has money for food. Yangchul smiled in agreement. He headed towards the exit. The door slammed shut. Yangchul silently looked at the door that had just closed. He took a small step back. Yangchul walked to the door. He touched her. Yangchul opened the door with a rustle. In the other room, the mayor was sitting, waiting for him all this time, and Yangchul said that he had kept such a busy person like Mayor Choi waiting for too long, and apologized. The mayor was so furious that the veins on his forehead stood out. Yangchul sat down at the table in front of him and with a friendly smile said that the mayor works day and night so hard that he can't even eat, so he offered to order something decent this time. The mayor lowered his head and said that fish and rice would be enough since he had already spent too much time here. Yangchul looked good-naturedly at the man and said that he seemed to have completely forgotten about manners. The mayor put his hands on his knees and said that if the chairman has something to say, then let him speak directly, to which he raised his hands in front of him and said, so that he did not misunderstand, he asked for a meeting only to congratulate him on his victory in the elections. The mayor adjusted his glasses and said that congratulations were accepted. Besides, it turned out that he had heard the conversation of the chairman, so he asked Yangchul to abandon the Sanyang district, since he adheres to the policy of excluding large corporations such as Sanyang and A-Jin from the affairs of the business. Yangchul smiled contentedly. As planned, the mayor heard their conversation with the chairman in the next room. Yangchul raised his hands and said with a smile that this is a great decision to revive the construction companies that are in crisis, and he will follow this policy, and he asked not to be misunderstood since he spoke sincerely. The mayor clasped his hands in his lap and said that then he accepted his sincerity and asked to postpone their meal until later. Yangchul stopped him with his hand and asked whether a person capable of great things should rush. The mayor thought in surprise about big things. Chairman Do-jun invited him to sit down again. The mayor silently waited for what they wanted from him. Yangchul looked at the serious man and said that as he already knows, getting along with his wife's relatives is not so difficult, since living with an eye on what the wife thinks is something that all Korean men face, but he has to adapt and under the father-in-law and mother-in-law and even under the nephew. Mayor Choi frowned and said that the chairman should not hurt his pride, since it was not that difficult to tie the Do-jun group hand and foot with just a construction permit in Seoul. Yangchul laughed, because men who live with an eye on their in-laws can only scream loudly when leaving the house. The mayor loudly addressed the chairman because he was angry. Yangchul said with a good-natured smile that he would help get rid of these relatives. He glared at the man and said that he would even provide a flower palanquin that would carry him to the Blue House. The mayor introduced the government building. He thought hopefully about the Blue House. Chang-yi and Yonel sat across from each other at the table. Narrowing his eyes arrogantly, the chairman of Do-jun Group asked if his colleague knew that his father-in-law had already drawn the line. Hearing that this man was the kind of person who could block the flower road leading to the Blue House with stones, Chang furrowed his eyebrows tensely. The man added that the father-in-law was one of those who would resist to the last, so as not to give what was his even to relatives, even to his son-in-law, and who would not even be able to see how other people's affairs were moving uphill. An arrogant smile appeared on his face. The mayor clenched his fist forcefully. Strictly knitting his eyebrows, he replied that he did not know why his interlocutor was telling him about this. Yonel, still smiling, replied that investing in people comes naturally to him because the current regime will fall and a new era will begin. It does not matter whether democracy or dictatorship will rule, but the era of the two Kims will end, and then a new character will have to appear. Keeping a serious expression on his face, the man decided to remain silent. He suddenly widened his eyes when he heard that he himself could become that leader. A satisfied smile appeared on Yongel's face. Chang stated that he was a Sanyang group man, a bead of sweat dripping down his face. Looking at him, the old man asked where the roots of the politician are, and the one who pushes and supports him cannot become the root. The mayor lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. Squinting his eyes, the chairman explained that a person, be it the mayor or the president, must have a big heart that can accommodate not only Soonyang, but also Do-jun. A grimace of tension appeared on the man's face. He was asked if he could become a force for two companies at the same time, and a fire ignited in his chest. Yangchul nodded approvingly. Looking up at his interlocutor, he asked permission to give just one piece of advice. Raising one eyebrow questioningly, Chang was ready to listen to his colleague. Picking up a bottle of alcohol, the old man said that he had 3 wives, but only 2 of them were included in the family register. Smiling slightly, the mayor said that it was no secret that people of the older generation are not ashamed to have 1 wife and 3 mistresses. Pouring the drink into the cup, the chairman confirmed this, saying that times had not changed much and that there was nothing wrong with getting divorced and getting married again. Grinning maliciously, he added that the names of 2 or 3 more wives could be added to the register without any problems. The man jumped back in surprise. Waving his hands, Chang stated that their conversation had gone too far because he had no intention of leaving his wife. Raising the cup to his mouth, Yangchul explained that this is not about parting, because you can live together as long as you need, because it's not bad at all to continue living together if you obediently listen to everything they say. Raising his eyebrows, he added that from the moment his friend became the mayor of Seoul, he already had a knife in his hands. The man opened his eyes in confusion. Clenching his fist, he thought that without him, Soonyang would have had a hard time even taking over the department store, let alone the Sanyang group, and that he, as the mayor of Seoul, could have his sights set on the presidency. Smirking maliciously, Chang decided that if he succeeded in becoming president, his wife would not be able to use him because he would use her to steal Soonyang. The old man took a sip. Squinting, the man asked when the dishes would be served, because he suddenly had an appetite. Yonel closed his eyes and laughed. There were 3 flagpoles on the roof of the building. Soonyang crossed her arms and asked how much Dojun had collected so far. Walking back and forth in his office, the mayor replied that this information was difficult to obtain due to the fact that after the announcement of the development plan, various speculators began to buy land like crazy. The man sat down in a chair at the desk. Looking at his uncle, the main character wondered why his mood had changed so much. The woman's face expressed intense contempt. Smiling, Dojun turned to his aunt, saying that Yeonjun was going to buy the land by paying twice the market price, but the cost had jumped so sharply that he had to invest 4 or 5 times as much. Smiling nervously, Soonyang asked what would happen if everything was cancelled now. Smirking, the guy explained that this would be a huge blow for his cousin and that it would be very difficult to recover. The man hit the table with his heavy hand. Looking at his guests, he suggested detonating this bomb. Knitting her eyebrows with dissatisfaction, The wife asked him to calm down because their relative must himself realize the scale of the tragedy. With his hands clasped, Chang-yi interrupted her and said that he had an idea because they would be in big trouble if they dealt with Dojun from the start. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the boy asked himself what his uncle was talking about. The young man sat in a chair, watching his relative. His goal was to remove Dojun from his grandfather's sight, but the mayor's goal had clearly changed. The guy lowered the corners of his lips. Pouting, the woman said that in order to remove the label of son-in-law in a family of tycoons, he needed to personally condemn his relative. Crossing his arms contentedly, the man stated that he was going to do it, but not now, because if the first shot was fired somewhere else, he would only have to step on Dojun, who was cut down by that shot. Keeping a calm expression on his face, the main character thought that the further, the worse, because the man who, as if on hinges, did everything his wife said, suddenly came up with his own plan. There was a sign with Chang-yi's name on the table. Such a drastic change in him was probably associated with the position of mayor of Seoul. Squinting angrily, the man said that he worked as a prosecutor for many years, so he knows that when planning an investigation, they always start from the edges, so if you go into the open, it will lead to a misunderstanding of the goal. Gritting his teeth gloatingly, he added that the tax service would become his bullets, and the prosecutor's office a knife, and this would allow him to simply take all his loot. It just takes time. Dojun looked at his uncle blankly, wondering what intentions he was hiding. A crowd of journalists and paparazzi gathered on the street. The mayor said that he could not contain the anger and sadness that settled in his heart, because in order to overcome the IMF crisis, which was no different from the national one, ordinary people even took out old rings hidden deep in the closets. Standing in front of the microphone, Chang shouted that when the price of the precious metal stabilized and began to rise, the rich rushed to buy gold, land, stocks, and buildings for next to nothing. With his mouth wide open, he continued his speech, saying that a cultural and construction project had been developed so that in these difficult times the construction industry would not lose its last strength. A huge number of journalists tried to capture all his words on camera. The man said that even though government land was issued for use, it was discovered that there was speculation in real estate for the purpose of unjust enrichment, and a strict investigation confirmed the fact of massive buying in Suzik District, Yunpyeong County. The veins on his forehead stood out from tension. The mayor said that he was not going to continue to turn a blind eye to what was happening, so the development project for the new city of Seoul was revised. The girl journalist opened her mouth in surprise. Reporters began whispering to each other, discussing the cancellation of the project. Under the flashes of dozens of cameras, Chang-yi took a sip of water. After that, he hit the glass with force on the lectern. Approaching the microphone, the man added that the Suzik area of Yunpyeong County has been excluded from the Seoul new city development plans, and the scope of the project will be limited to Sanyang and Mapo. Frowning, he said that as mayor of Seoul, he would take special care to ensure that real estate speculators did not make a penny of profit. His speech was broadcast on TV, and journalists raised their hands to ask questions. The main character watched what was happening, crossing his arms over his chest. Looking down, the boy thought that since the mayor of Seoul himself gave an angry speech about real estate speculation, the two authorized bodies could not just leave it like that. There was no money in the country, and someone was speculating on land, so they could not go against public opinion and will begin an investigation. Sanyang pouted his eyebrows in displeasure. Smiling, he said that by becoming mayor, Chang-yi had become a force to be reckoned with. Standing nearby, Dojun added that when a former prosecutor sets a goal and deals with it, his true colors come out. Watching the broadcast, the man noted that the mayor has a head on his shoulders because he caught Dojun without even getting his hands dirty or upsetting the chairman. Without turning to his interlocutor, the guy asked if it seemed to him that the man had changed dramatically. Lowering the corners of his lips, Sanyang replied that he noticed it too. Leaning back in his chair, the investor assumed that he was going to run away. Looking back, the boy asked if his uncle was going to get out from under the yoke of his wife. Looking at his friend, the man replied in the affirmative, adding that Chang was previously unable to express his thoughts or opinions on his own, but gained such power by becoming mayor, which is why he gained such confidence despite his wife's support. The young man smiled contentedly. The mayor on TV put his hand forward. The investor said that now there would always be marital quarrels in this house, and asked if the man had moved into the hotel, leaving his wife. The guy replied that in such a situation it is impossible to avoid a quarrel. The main character lowered his gaze, continuing to smile and thinking that the conflict between the newlyweds would begin earlier than that of the mayor of Seoul. The hotel building was surrounded by a fence. The woman chewed her nails restlessly. Her face was distorted by a grimace of horror. The sky above the hotel was clear. Soyeon paced around her room, thinking that she had invested all the 5 billion she received from her parents, but the value had dropped by half. She put her thumb to her teeth, thinking that the bigger problem was the money that her parents themselves had invested. Biting her nail, the woman thought that the atmosphere in the family was as if someone had died, despite the fact that they did not give the exact amount. Someone made her break out of her thoughts and look around, telling her that the vice chairman was looking for her. The girl widened her eyes in fear. She ran down the stairs. Looking at her, Yanggi expressed his indignation at her appearance. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man asked if she, too, had been drinking and still hadn't sobered up. Soonyang replied that she just didn't feel well. Looking at her from under his brows, the man asked why she felt so bad that she even skipped breakfast. Confusedly looking away, the woman thought that her father-in-law understood the situation perfectly, but still continued to press. Frowning, the man said that she would need to listen to him and convey everything he said to her parents. Without looking up, the woman agreed. The vice president sternly stated that she never bought the land. Soonyang looked at him in surprise. Throwing a menacing look at her, Yanggi said that no matter how much land was purchased, the girl knew nothing about it. Pointing his finger at her, the man suggested that someone from the family bought the land in her name without her knowledge, but she herself did not allow it to be used and had nothing to do with the matter. The girl narrowed her eyes and tried to object. Imagining how she personally went to the Suzek area with real estate agents, Seo-yeon thought that she was the daughter of a family of media tycoons, and even a green reporter who visited a couple of real estate offices could easily find out that she actually personally inspected and purchased the land. The woman pursed her lips in frustration. Looking at her seriously, the man asked if his daughter-in-law didn't understand what this was all about, and asked what would happen if people found out that Sanyang's daughter-in-law was involved in land speculation immediately after the wedding. Frowning menacingly, the man said that if an article was published with even a line about her, her entire family would pay a heavy price. Lowering her head, the girl replied that she understood everything. Without taking his eyes off her, the man remained silent. Looking at the young man sitting next to him, he called his eldest son. Dojun looked down in disappointment. Severely knitting his eyebrows, Yanggi asked his son to raise his head so that he would have the opportunity to slap him in the face, because a slap on the head is no longer enough for such an adult. Hearing his words that everything was already bad in his head and would get even worse, the guy pursed his lips angrily. Clenching his fists, Dojun raised his head and declared that he would decide everything himself. Looking down at him, the father asked how his son was going to do this. The young man replied that not much land was purchased in his name, and most of it was acquired by a legal entity, to which he sold all the land registered in his name, a drop of sweat running down his tense face. With his hands on his knees, Dojun suggested leaving everything as it is until the hype calms down. His father asked how they could leave everything as it is when land prices are falling every day. Looking away, his son replied that there was nothing to do now because no one would buy the land, even if it were put up for sale. Raising one eyebrow questioningly, Yanggi asked how much money was given for this useless land. With his mouth wide open, the guy shouted that the problems with this land would resolve themselves as soon as the development of Sanyang began, because the distance between these areas was only one road, and therefore prices would definitely go up and the land could be resold without loss. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. After adjusting his glasses, Yanggi decided that he could even make money this way, but mastering it would take about 10 years. The man furiously opened his mouth and frowned, asking if this was what his son was talking about. The man swung his hand forcefully. Clenching her fists, Soonyang intervened in the conversation, offering to meet with her aunt and resolve everything. Turning to his wife, the guy ordered her to shut up. Raising his hand to strike, the vice president stopped. Smirking, he said that he had completely forgotten about his daughter-in-law and asked her to share a plan if she had one. The girl widened her eyes in fear, saying that Changyi had already made the official announcement, so it would take time to sort out the additional paperwork. Soonyang suggested spreading rumors among the businessmen of Gangnam, as this respite would be an opportunity to cool down the heat about the speculation and advance their plan. Dojun lowered his gaze in displeasure. Knitting her eyebrows pitifully, the woman said that then they would be able to sell everything in an instant. Smiling evilly, Yanggi became convinced that his daughter-in-law's head was needed for more than just wearing a hat, because it could come up with such a brilliant plan. The woman widened her eyes in amazement. Looking down, she realized that she had forgotten that people like her father-in-law hated it when the same words were repeated twice. With a stern frown, the vice president ordered his daughter-in-law to go to her parents' house right now and not return until all traces of her involvement in this matter were destroyed. Soonyang raised her eyebrows and agreed. After that, she went to the second floor. Putting his hand to his face, the man sighed heavily. The blue sky hung over the cottage. Remembering his uncle's speech, the main character, sitting in the living room, thought that Chang suddenly began to plot something of his own. And although he said that the result would be the same, but one mistake would put an end to everything without any fuss or benefit, so you have to watch his actions. Looking down, Dojun thought that he had yet another plan to put into motion, but this time it would be a little more complicated. Imagining the face of his cousin, he decided that the future he knew would not help defeat his enemy. Looking ahead, the boy realized that he had to whet the appetite of a man who had absolutely no ambition. Yoongi, sitting across from him, said that his son's serious expression was scary and asked what he was thinking about. Realizing that a person who has no ambition was smiling at him right now, the guy closed his eyes and stated that he usually smiles at such moments, but this time it won't work out that way. Crossing his arms over his chest, his father asked if a person shouldn't smile when something good happens. The boy explained that there was one problem. The man opened his mouth in surprise, asking what problem we were talking about. Imagining puzzle pieces falling from the sky, the young man said that the problem concerned what would happen in 10 or 20 years, but he had already prepared both the puzzle pieces and the frame in which he would put it, but he did not have a person who could put it together this puzzle. Yoongi lowered the corners of his lips in confusion. Sitting on the sofa in front of his son, the man asked if he should find someone for this role and, hearing a positive answer, suggested that he himself was the person the young man was looking for. Raising his eyebrows, the main character said that his uncle announced the creation of a new soul in Media City. Adjusting his glasses, Yoongi replied that his son started this business with Sanyang. Dojun confirmed this, saying that he did not see this project as purely a construction project. His father looked up in amazement and asked what else should be included in the project. The guy smiled, saying that he was going to create a media city. The man raised his eyebrows in confusion. Opening his eyes wide, he realized that this meant not only the shell, but also the core. With sparkling eyes, the boy explained that in the current era, analog technologies are turning into digital ones, which will be a symbol of the new millennium. Smirking slyly, the young man said that he wanted to fill Sanyang with media companies. Imagining the tall skyscrapers, Yoongi looked at his son in amazement without uttering a word. An image of several multi-story company buildings appeared. Yoongi said that there are many businesses related to media in one way or another: film production, independent producers, recording studios, entertainment agencies. Putting his hand to his chin, the bespectacled man said that there was a clear division of labor and it was simply impossible to cover the industry. Looking forward, the protagonist asked if everything was really like that. He said that you don't need to look far for an example, you can just look at the current Sanyang group. Looking at him with a smile, the main character added that they deal with everything, from electronics to food. Slightly narrowing his eyes, the man silently listened to the guy. Calmly and seriously looking into his eyes, Dojun stated that he not only talks about films, TV series, and music, he plans to open his own channel. Yoongi's eyes widened and he asked in surprise if he meant TV. With ambition flashing in his eyes, the protagonist confirmed his assumption. The protagonist's father recoiled in surprise. Calmly looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he needed to clarify something. An image of the huge NBC headquarters has emerged. The main character mentally stated that when it comes to a channel or television broadcast, everyone thinks about television and radio broadcasting, but cable is still at a very low level. Exposing both palms, the main character told him to understand him correctly, because this is not exactly television and radio broadcasting. He added that it would be a good idea to start with cable, because it is always better to start with something simple. Changing his face, an angry Yoongi stated that he was far from simple and asked if he really thought the cable broadcasting business was that simple. He added that it is not easy to even submit an application to open a business, but now most of these companies are losing money. Placing his hands on his knees, the protagonist said that it was simple because you could start by acquiring a company that was losing money. The protagonist's father, looking forward, asked him again. Smiling and looking forward, the main character confirmed and asked if there was anything for sale. The dark-haired man's eyes widened sharply as he remembered important information. He remembered the DCM movie channel. An image of the channel's logo appeared against the backdrop of falling money. This movie channel first launched broadcasts in March 1995. Despite the fact that the broadcast was free, the company suffered huge losses due to reckless investments in foreign currency. An image appeared of a line of people who wanted to buy theater tickets. Now that the company had entered the multiplex cinema industry, it was on the verge of collapse due to the currency crisis. Lowering his head and touching his chin, the man thought about cable broadcasting. Looking his father in the eye, Dojun declared that cable channels would take over the airwaves not sometime in the distant future. He told him to look at America. Making a hand gesture, the protagonist said that not only basic channels like USKS, TNX, FXO, MTX, Cifix are popular, but also paid channels all SHOWXTIME, STRZ with HBX at the head. He added that in the United States, broadcasting is already engaged not only in reruns of programs, but also in the production of original series. Putting his fingers to his face, Yoongi said that they are not in the US and most of the content comes from 3 broadcasters. Smiling, the protagonist said that this is why they can compete through unique programs and well-produced dramas. An image appeared of a small cafe on a small street with a line of people lining up. The main character said that even if a restaurant with delicious food is located in a secluded place, customers find it themselves. Looking ahead seriously, Dojun said that ultimately the key to the channel's success is quality content. Continuing to hold his hand to his chin and think, the man said that theoretically this is so. Lowering his body, the protagonist stated that this market is just beginning to develop. Looking calmly and slightly ambitiously at his father, he stated that ultimately they could only rely on theory. Adjusting his glasses and closing his eyes, Yoongi turned to his son. Lowering his hands and opening his eyes, he said that there would be many people who would agree that his plan was feasible, as well as those who would shout that he could cope with the task. Squinting his eyes slightly, he seriously stated that most of these people were scammers. The protagonist pulled back and opened his eyes wide in surprise. He looked in shock at his pensive father. Dojun mentally stated that his father did not understand what exactly was on his mind. Throwing up both hands, Yoongi said that creating a more or less tolerable business is a difficult task and he needs someone who can last at least 10 years. The protagonist smiled calmly looking at his father. Folding his hands and covering his eyes, the man seriously stated that everyone who claims profit from the very beginning is a swindler. Dojun's smile widened at Yoongi's words. Putting his hand to his chin, he said that in this case there was one person he could trust. Twitching in surprise, the man asked why he was asking him when he himself had someone in mind. Looking forward with a kind expression on his face, the main character said that no matter how much he thought, he could not come up with a better candidate. He also stated that he simply came to see if he had other options. The surprised man's eyes widened. Moving his head forward, he asked who the man was and if he knew him. Raising his head in confusion, Yoongi asked if he really meant Seon. The main character replied that Uncle Sekin was already up to his neck in work. As he clasped his hands together on his legs, he said that the man he was thinking of had studied economics and management in England and had worked in the media industry for 10 years. Moving his body forward, the protagonist added that this man now rules Chinmiro Street. The man's face changed. He silently looked forward. The protagonist continued to silently look at the smiling guy. With his hands in his lap and his head raised, he asked if he meant him. The protagonist silently continued to smile, looking at him. An image appeared of a large private building, which was illuminated by the evening sun. A gray-haired man and a brown-haired man were sitting on the sofas. Yangchul sat silently with his hands folded and his eyes closed. Lowering his head, the brown-haired man turned to his father and said that Dojun had borrowed some money from the branches. Moving his head a little, the protagonist's grandfather stated that he knew because he had heard about it, and since the man brought up this topic, he decided to ask something. Opening his eyes slightly, Yangchul asked if he had lost money. Squinting his eyes slightly, the man apologized with regret and said that his son had made a mistake. Looking upward, the protagonist's grandfather said that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yoongi pursed his lips and began to shake slightly. Looking ahead, Yangchul asked if his son was so crazy because the man looked like him. Turning towards the man in the green suit, he asked if Yeonjun was obsessed with making money, and if so, why did he suddenly rush into real estate? The surprised man's eyes widened and he asked again. Narrowing his eyes and looking at him seriously, Yangchul asked if he really thought that he was silent because he did not know that the area would be included in the development plan. He added that the country was in complete chaos, and this was Chang's son-in-law's first business, so he was careful not to cause unnecessary gossip. He also asked again why Yeonjun was scared to go there. The upset man lowered his head. Looking at the floor, he said that in fact the guy was the first to receive information about the development of the site. Folding his hands, the protagonist's grandfather asked whether Chang's son-in-law told him this, or Soyun's son-in-law. A thought flashed through the head of the man who suddenly raised his head. An image of the main character appeared, a madly smiling long-haired girl and a man with an angry expression on his face. Yoongi thought that Soyeon encouraged Do-jun to deceive Yeonjun, and then Choi's son-in-law stabbed him in the back. Clenching his fists tightly, he continued to look at the floor, thinking that he could not tell his father that his younger sister had fooled him. Throwing one hand forward, the brown-haired man said no, and it was Dojun who accidentally saw the development plan. And, apparently, he told Yeonjun when they were drinking together. Looking forward with a small smile, the worried man stated that his son simply took his words as a clue and looked around. Yangchul, raising his head, asked incomprehensibly about his grandson. Putting his palm forward, the man said that he just mentioned it in passing and the real reason was Yeonjun's greed. Folding his hands, the protagonist's grandfather asked what was the point of the company in the past if the real problem was in the future. Looking at him, the man with glasses said that he could handle it and he shouldn't worry too much. The man opened his eyes and looked at him menacingly. He turned to the man. Looking at him, Yoongi asked what he wanted. Looking at him seriously, Yangchul stated that he did not want to see his eldest son being bullied by his younger sister. The protagonist's grandfather looked at the man's reaction with a kind smile. Opening his mouth wide, Yoongi shouted that this would not happen and that he would sort everything out. Closing his eyes, Yangchul said that he could go. Standing up from the couch, the brown-haired man agreed with a smile. He bowed low near the door. Holding his hands folded, the protagonist's grandfather watched him leave. Throwing his head back, he said that maybe it was for the best. He also added that at this age it is increasingly difficult to guess where the arrow is aiming from. Looking at the ceiling, he smiled silently. An image of a grinning protagonist appeared with a huge tiger behind him. Yangchul said that Dojun is slowly starting to show his claws. He began to close his eyes and said that if this was his plan, everything would not end so easily. An image of a two-story expensive palace room appeared, with Yangchul sitting at the bottom. An image of a large brick building with Korean flags appeared. On the table near the flag it was written that this was the office of the mayor of Changch. The mayor asked if he could find out. The man replied that the third generation of keyballs is different. Raising his hand, he declared that they had literally swept away everything. He added that Dojun registered everything not in his own name, but in two enterprises where he is the main shareholder. Resting his head on his hand, Chang asked with suspicion in his voice where he got the money. Looking at him, the man in the suit replied that he was naturally from the Sanyang group. The mayor smiled slightly evilly. Washing his hands, the man with glasses said that the regional prosecutor's office was silent. He added that if they had dug deeper, they could definitely accuse him of embezzlement or abusive position. But as soon as the name Soonyang surfaced, the matter was hushed up. Folding his hands, Choi stated that it was because all these bastards were eating from their trough, and in order to receive a bonus, you have to provide a return service. His two advisors lowered their heads slightly in disappointment. Looking into his eyes, the brown-haired man said that they also received money from Sanyang through him, and asked if they could rip them off with these same hands. Narrowing his eyes, Choi stated that they had to do this, otherwise they would inevitably drag them all down with them. Looking towards the men in suits sitting at the table, the mayor told them not to worry, because his father-in-law is not one of those who shouts here and there about how he gives out bribes. He added that they should draw a line and stop taking this money because they know that no one got away with bribing Sanyang. The brown-haired and dark-haired men, having fallen a little, looked at each other. One man put his hand to his mouth and the other to his ear. The mayor narrowed his eyes, looking at his subordinates. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted for them to make their faces simpler because he would make up for everything. Bowing low, they thanked him. Looking at them, Choi said that this time they need to capture both of them, Dojun and the one who is covering him. He added that this is what they will now do. The dark-haired, bespectacled advisor said that as the mayor said, an investigation against him will soon begin and Dojun will be finished. The man also asked what happened to his position as mayor of Seoul. Chang squeezed his hand so hard that veins started running down it. The man began to make excuses. Standing up abruptly and sticking his finger forward, the mayor told them to listen to him carefully. He said that when the mayor picks up the microphone, all media and broadcasters become his mouthpiece. Two men in suits looked in his direction with interest. He added that now the prosecutor's office and the Ministry of Justice are on the side of the ruling party. His two advisors, with their hands on their knees, also listened to him at length. He stated that this is why he will join the opposition and will demand a thorough investigation. He added that his nephew would hire a lawyer to evade responsibility, but not for embezzlement, but for purchasing land for commercial purposes. Making a hand gesture, the man shouted that their goal is to eliminate the ruling party and the prosecutor's office, which are engaged in concealing information and incompetent investigations. He added that this will become the basis for the prosecutor's office to support him when his term as mayor comes to an end and he applies for presidential elections. Extending both hands clenched into fists to the sides, he finished his speech. A group of 4 people looking at him in surprise asked if he really planned to run in the next presidential election. Raising his head and squinting his eyes, he confirmed and stated that the first step to the presidency was to step on his wife's family and remove their guys from the prosecutor's office. He also noted that he was looking forward to it. The brown-haired man, lowering his body low to bow, said that even though he was unaware of his family's involvement in this unfortunate incident, he wanted to sincerely apologize. A dozen correspondents with cameras stood in front of him. A few days earlier, the man put his hand on the document. Looking ahead, Chang said that in order to prevent excessive speculation in real estate, he announced an update to the plan. After that, they received many reports of illegal circumstances regarding the purchase of real estate, and the Seoul government passed the information to the prosecutor's office. Several people sitting at turquoise tables took down his words. Smiling slightly, he stated with a serious look that, however, there was still no sign that they had started an investigation. On the contrary, suspicious individuals began to flock to the Suzek area and demanded that all records be deleted. Several dozen surprised people asked how this was possible. Leaning sharply on the table, the mayor said that his wife's family instigated real estate speculation, and the prosecutor's office, knowing this, covered for them. Shocked correspondents with cameras and notebooks looked ahead. Slamming his palm on the table, He stated that as the mayor of Seoul, he could not turn a blind eye to such things, so he was asking for a national assembly. Veins appeared on his forehead, and with his mouth wide open, he shouted that since the prosecutor's office was not allowing the case to proceed, the National Assembly should do so. An image appeared of a small television showing his speech. The brown-haired man watched her while sitting in a chair. The brown-haired man with glasses, flushed with anger, swore. An image of the family's expensive and huge personal building appeared. The protagonist's grandfather asked what was happening and why the investigation began. Turning in his direction, the main character asked in surprise. He silently looked at his grandfather, who folded his hands menacingly. Squinting his eyes, he continued to look at the guy suspiciously. Dojun's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that, apparently, his grandfather had misunderstood everything and believed that he had done something to bring trouble on both sides. Throwing up both hands, the protagonist said that his uncle wanted to get rid of the label of the son-in-law of a tycoon family, and he only told him about a way to do this as painlessly as possible. Turning his head slightly, Yangchul asked if he meant Dojun. Looking to the side, the protagonist confirmed and stated that for this it was enough to exclude the Suzek area of Yunpyeong County from the development plan. He added that he could not have imagined that his uncle would target the prosecutor's office. Exhaling, Yangchul said that now everything is clear to him, and stated that the guy doesn't even hide it now. Calmly looking at him, the protagonist stated that he already knew this for sure, and then why beat around the bush. The thought appeared in his head that at such moments he needed to confidently take a step forward, and also mentally added that if he had hidden it, that it was his intention, grandfather would only have been more upset. Yangchul continued to look forward slightly confusedly. The main character mentally stated that there should be no secrets between loved ones. Looking at the guy, the protagonist's grandfather asked what he would do now. Scratching his head, Dojun asked if there was any way to intervene and stated that they would take care of themselves. Yangchul narrowed his eyes slightly menacingly and disapprovingly. Looking at the guy who had dropped his hands, he asked if the guy thought that his uncle was dancing to his tune. Because they have a contract to finance elections worth 40 billion. Squinting his eyes slightly, Dojun said that it's not quite like that, because it's more like an insurance policy. Looking seriously at the guy, the gray-haired man asked that in any case, didn't he think that since the reins were in his hands, there wouldn't be any problems. Looking seriously at his grandfather, he replied that to some extent he did. Smiling kindly, Yangchul stated that this turned out not to be the case. Folding his hands, he stated with a smile that in the end the foal broke the reins, but was unable to grow normally and died. Turning around a little surprised, the main character asked again. An image of the silhouette of an evil man appeared, holding out his white-gloved hand. The protagonist mentally asked whether he meant that from now on he must rein in his uncle and raise him into a useful horse, or whether his grandfather himself would intervene. Raising his head, Dojun asked his grandfather to explain in a way that he could understand. Smiling, the gray-haired man seriously stated that his uncle considered the matter too simple. Turning to the side, the main character asked if he meant the prosecutor's office, and also added that his uncle was from there himself, so he could communicate with them in a familiar manner. With a serious expression on his face and lowering his head, Yangchul stated that he was talking about the matchmakers, the family of Yeonjun's wife. The shocked protagonist's eyes widened and he pursed his lips. An image of a madly smiling brown-haired girl appeared against the backdrop of a high-rise glass building. The main character remembered that Hanseong can be called a Korean media conglomerate, and then Seo Yeon's parents. Looking at the guy, Yangchul stated that his daughter-in-law was upset. After all, her relatives literally buried the money they had and didn't have in the ground, so their losses are not that small. The main character, having slightly changed his face, silently looked forward. Narrowing his eyes, Yangchul seriously stated that his uncle was the reason for this. The surprised protagonist's eyes widened slightly at the man's words. Looking at the guy sitting on the sofa, the protagonist's grandfather said that journalists are most afraid of companies like theirs because they give money, but there is a place that cannot brush them aside. Tilting his head forward, Dojun stated that this is politics. With a smile on his face, Yangchul replied that it was true. He said that this is because only there can they abuse power. Smiling, he said with a blazing look that if word gets around that Hansung, who is so feared by politicians, is under the thumb of the mayor of Seoul. An image appeared of a silhouette of a man sitting at a desk in his office. They will be branded as a powerless newspaper. With a joyful and slightly villainous expression on his face, the gray-haired man asked who would endure such shame. Taking himself by the knees and changing his face, the protagonist looked at him. He mentally stated that he could not even think about it if the largest media company began to sharpen its grudge against the mayor of Seoul and would continue to bite him for the next 4 years. An image appeared of a silhouette of a man in a suit raising both his arms. He mentally added that just as his grandfather had said, his uncle would be on the verge of death. The protagonist, with his eyes slightly open, continued to silently look forward. The protagonist mentally said that he would not only be able to run for the post of president, he would not even be able to run for the post of mayor of Seoul again. The main character squeezed his hand lying on his leg. An image of a crazy girl appeared with absolute madness on her face, as well as the protagonist, who was seriously looking forward. Dojun mentally stated that it is unknown how public opinion will change if Hansung encroaches on the media city. Folding his hands and closing his eyes, Yangchul turned to his grandson. Opening them, he asked how the protagonist thought his grandfather was a bad person. Calmly looking at him, the main character asked why he was suddenly talking about this. Seriously looking into the guy's eyes, the protagonist's grandfather said that he does not forbid children to fight each other, but on the contrary encourages it, and is also happy that his grandson is in trouble. Putting his hand to his mouth and looking away, Dojun stated that, of course, there is something here. The gray-haired man closed his eyes and smiled sincerely. Turning his gaze to the guy, Yangchul stated that since he does not hide his intentions, apparently he understood the meaning of their trip to Gunsan. Looking at his grandfather with a smile, Dojun confirmed and said that he understood this from the way his uncle and aunt tried to win him over to their side. Looking at him seriously, raising his head slightly, the protagonist's grandfather declared that whoever wins this fight will get everything. Tightening the veins in his forehead and continuing to look at the guy, Yangchul said that among those who receive everything for granted, he did not see anyone who properly protects what they received. Turning his head, he asked if he knew how many companies had disappeared in the last 50 years. He added that it was all because they were received for nothing. Hanging his head and smiling sincerely, the protagonist stated that his grandfather seemed to be wondering if he would join this fight. Without changing his face, the gray-haired man said that everything was wrong because he had done this a long time ago and stated that he was only interested in how much more he should give the protagonist. The main character changed his face and looked seriously at his grandfather. Placing his hands on his legs and tilting his body, the protagonist asked what his grandfather meant and asked if he had received anything at all. Raising his finger up, the man said a little irritably that he had already forgotten how he had given him 17% of the shares when he stole Sanyang Motors. Raising both hands, the protagonist said that this was not so, for he received them as a loan and returned them with interest. And this was interest in dollars. Yangchul looked at the guy a little confusedly. Throwing his hand forward and pointing at the protagonist, the indignant grandfather said that he was a brazen robber and asked when this happened. He froze in one position, looking at the silently sitting protagonist. Lowering his body onto the chair, he burst into loud laughter. Turning his head to look at his grandfather, Dojun stated that there are things he should never forget. The man asked what he was talking about. An image appeared of the protagonist screaming and extending his hand to his grandfather. Smiling, the guy said that he should not forget that it was he who saved him when he had an accident. Smiling kindly, Yangchul said that the guy was acting so confident when he came out of the accident without a scratch. The protagonist smiled slightly impudently. Closing his eyes, the gray-haired man calmly lowered his head. An image appeared of an expensive chandelier hanging on the ceiling of the room. The gray-haired man turned to his grandson. Folding his hands, he, sitting on a chair in a huge room with several tables, announced that the crying child was being given another piece of pie. Looking at his grandfather with a slight misunderstanding on his face, the main character thought about why he spoke about this to neither the village nor the city. Leaning his head forward, Yangchul said that this is what he thinks about when he looks at his unhappy children. He added that the protagonist can handle it even if he gets a little less, but if he gives him as much as the others, they won't stand a chance against him. The main character listened to his grandfather's revelations with surprise on his face. Seriously looking into his eyes, the gray-haired man said that these were his thoughts. Yangchul and Dojun were sitting in the huge hall on the first floor of his house. Looking ahead with a small sincere smile, the main character mentally stated that he understands how his grandfather feels because they are relatives of the first generation and he is related through a generation. An image appeared of several people in suits standing. The main character mentally added that this means that he is more closely connected with his uncles. He kept his hands on his knees and continued to look at his grandfather. Yangchul closed his eyes and was lost in thought. The protagonist thought that he couldn't say with certainty whether it was because of the relationship, but he understood the pride in them that couldn't just be thrown away. Yangchul closed his eyes with a smile. He stated that starting tomorrow he, too, will begin to cry and in every way evoke pity. Hearing this, the protagonist's grandfather suddenly opened his eyes. Smiling and looking to the side, Dojun said that today he will be a good grandson. Raising his head, Yangchul asked incomprehensibly how. Getting up from the sofa, he replied that everything will be as grandfather wants because the Sanyang group is his. Grandfather's eyes widened. He looked at the guy with sincere surprise. The thought flashed through the protagonist's head that despite this, he cares about Sanyang more than about his children. The main character looked down with a sincere smile. He mentally added that this was precisely what he hoped for. An image of several glass multi-story buildings appeared. There was a stack of newspapers with news on the table. Scratching his head, the brown-haired man asked why so much useless effort. He added that if this continues, the Media City project will face headwinds. Reading a newspaper while sitting on the sofa, the protagonist said that if we exclude the problem of land speculation, the Media City project itself looks like a hotbed of corruption, because its main weakness is that an agreement was concluded and not a tender was held. With an irritated expression on his face, the man asked how he could talk as if he was watching a fire on the other side of the river, and then shouldn't he stop Hansen. The protagonist, scratching his weights, got up from the sofa. The man added that today it is only in Sanyang, and tomorrow all other newspapers will pick up the rumor. The main character asked that maybe he had a great plan for such a case. Approaching the window, he turned to the man and said that if he was thinking about his grandfather, then he should stop thinking like that, because he had previously drawn a line beyond which he would not act. Squinting his eyes, the man looked ahead in disbelief. Putting his head on his hand and turning it away, San said whether the Media City project would then fail. Putting his hands in his pockets and looking at the city, Dojun declared that this would not happen. He added that Sanyang construction accounted for more than 30% of the project, so Grandpa wouldn't let things slide. He finished his sentence smiling as he looked around at the nearby buildings. Looking back, he said that Hansen could attack his uncle as much as he wanted, but if they touched the project, they themselves would go down. Exhaling and folding his hands, the man said okay then. Having slightly changed his face, the protagonist silently looked out the window. An image appeared of a man with glasses awkwardly scratching the back of his head, as well as a long-haired girl smiling evilly. The protagonist mentally asked what to do with his uncle, because several days had passed since he took office, and instead of doing what his wife said, as always, he suddenly seemed to have broken free. The main character continued to think while looking at the huge buildings of various corporations. He mentally asked whether his grandfather was categorically against his uncle's political career because he knew about his flighty character. Dojun opened his mouth slightly, turning around and starting to walk to the side. He suggested that he meet with his aunt before their two uncles got into a fight and got into trouble. Rising abruptly from his seat, the brown-haired man agreed and said that he was still so nervous that he couldn't work. He suggested returning to business when the Media City project gets back on track. An image of a small brown department building appeared. Soyun, who was talking on the phone, indignantly asked her husband what was wrong with him. Opening her mouth wide, she indignantly screamed at him to stop and asked what he would get if he butted heads with the prosecutor's office. The girl turned her gaze to the three men who entered the office. The main character smiled kindly. Slightly underwhelming, she excitedly stated that they would talk later. The girl abruptly hung up the brown phone. Throwing up her hands, she turned to her director. She also greeted Dojun approaching her. Looking at the girl coldly, the main character said that she herself knew. Soyun opened her mouth in surprise. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist stated that it was because of his grandfather. He added that she was the first to leave that day, and he scolded him for several hours after that. Pressing her fist to her chest, the orange-haired girl asked in surprise if this was what she was thinking about. Scratching the back of his head, he declared that he was not a fool and naturally did not say anything about her. He added that he insisted it was all just an accident. She folded her hands and said with a smile that it was a good job. He said that first they should sit down. Drawing her legs up and placing her hands on them, the girl apologized that the director had to worry so much because of them. The brown-haired man, with a smile on his face, said that everything was wrong, and since it happened, they should finish everything right. Squinting his eyes, he also added that he had accidentally overheard their telephone conversation, and suggested that some other problems had arisen. The upset girl bit her lip. Moving his body forward, he said that they were in the same boat, so they should solve problems together. Placing one hand on top of the other, the girl tried to start speaking. Looking down in frustration, she stated that he said he would visit the Central District Prosecutor's office to protest the sluggish investigation. She said it looks like it will be a hot topic again. Sayan's eyes widened in surprise and he asked again. A thought flashed through Dojun's head as he looked ahead. He mentally asked if he was really going to start a quarrel with the prosecutor's office when he sent them a signal of reconciliation. An image of a man wearing glasses appeared, laughing maniacally. An image of the small company building they were in appeared. The man and the protagonist looked at the girl while sitting on the sofa. She pursed her lips in frustration and looked down. The main character looked seriously to the side, remaining silent. He asked if she had introduced the man to her uncle. Opening her eyes wide, she asked in surprise what kind of person. The protagonist silently looked at the girl. The surprised girl looked at him innocently. The main character thought that she had ignored him for too long and instructed her people to monitor the actions of her brothers, but completely forgot about her husband. The protagonist clenched his teeth slightly angrily. Exposing both palms, the brown-haired man said that most likely something had changed in Mayor Choi's circle. He added that Seoul's budget exceeded 10 trillion won for the first time. Looking ahead seriously, he added that such a sum would certainly attract vultures. Frightenedly putting her hand to her mouth, Soonyang asked if this meant that someone from his circle would be able to get this money. Squinting his eyes, the man seriously stated that this was quite possible. The girl turned incomprehensibly towards the protagonist. Angrily clenching his fist, Dojun mentally stated that his aunt firmly believed that his uncle wouldn't hurt a fly, and now they were all paying for it. He narrowed his eyes angrily and mentally said that he was included. An image of a puppeteer appeared, pulling the strings above the man. The main character thought that this was someone who could fully finance his uncle so that he could not even pay attention to his wife. He mentally declared that this was not some kind of vulture, this was an eagle. Turning towards his aunt, the main character addressed her. Squinting his eyes, he told her to stop grumbling at her uncle, because it seemed that he was throwing out everything that had accumulated and now he could not be stopped. Clenching her fist and opening her mouth wide, Soonyang indignantly asked what he meant. Dojun thought that they should end their conversation with his aunt at this point. He folded his hands and closed his eyes. He mentally stated that he didn't think she could be reasoned with. The girl, looking at him indignantly, raised her hands. An image of several expensive glass skyscrapers has emerged. Reading the newspaper, Sanyang asked how this could happen. Still looking at her blankly, he asked what the hell happened overnight. The protagonist pursed his lips. Looking at the headlines of various newspapers, he mentally stated that all the newspapers, including Hansen, were praising Mayor Chang's courage. There was a photograph in one of the newspapers when he actively showed off his oratory skills while standing on the podium. Dojun thought that he, being the son-in-law of the Soonyang family, had the courage to reveal that his relatives were engaged in land speculation. But this requires considerable courage, which not everyone is capable of. Holding the newspaper in his hands, he looked at her slightly sadly and silently. Turning towards the protagonist, Sanyang suggested that the protagonist's grandfather had a hand in this. Seriously looking into his eyes, Dojun confidently declared that this could not be. Remembering the smiling face of the gray-haired man, the protagonist stated that he was not one of those who backtracked on his words. Gritting his teeth, the main character mentally continued that even Hansen is trying to suck up to his uncle. Shifting his gaze forward, Dojun stated that his uncle seemed to have found a great sponsor. Seriously looking forward, with fire in his voice, the protagonist said that this was a sponsor with so much money that he could promise to fill all the daily publications with advertising. Putting his hand to his chin and closing his eyes, the man began to think. Raising his hand and starting to scratch his weights, he declared that only with a reliable source of money could he afford not to listen to his wife's words. He also noted that the mayor was able to completely leave the shadow of his wife's house. Squeezing the newspaper with his finger, the main character mentally stated that this was very annoying to him. Angrily starting to crumple the newspaper, Dojun mentally said that it was not even his uncle's frivolity that infuriated him, but his own short-sightedness. He wanted to make such a person his partner and even president. The guy's eyes widened sharply. Sanyang looked at him with a smile. The main character twitched and quickly changed his face. Standing up and starting to scratch his head, he apologized for appearing like that. Resting his head on his hand, the man said that everything was wrong because he, too, had made a mistake about him. Turning his head, the protagonist said that he would have to be content with what the media city received. Clenching his fists, he said that no one knows what would have happened if they had continued to work with him. An image of a large window appeared in which the Seoul area was visible. The brown-haired man agreed and said that if he falls for anyone who beckons him with candy, then he is hopeless. Turning his chair towards the guy, he said that he didn't know who this sponsor was, but he was sure that he was just using him. Pursing his lips, the protagonist looked away. An image appeared of a crumpled newspaper page with the mayor's face on it. The man said that since they were thinking about the same thing, then they should just leave this person. He added that their uncle was no longer their assistant. An image of a huge building of a large corporation appeared. Yangchul sat on a green chair with his hands folded. The man in the suit looked at him silently. The two men looked down with their heads down. Looking ahead, the protagonist's grandfather turned to Dojun. The brown-haired guy raised his head sharply. Looking into his eyes, Yangchul asked how much he lost. Hesitating a little, the guy said that not at all. Tightening his forehead, with fury on his face, the man asked him again. Looking at him in fear, Dojun said that the essence is more than 60 billion. With his hands on his knees, the man in the suit looked at him indignantly. Squinting his eyes, he mentally asked how he could say that when he had lost 60 billion. Smiling slightly kindly, Yangchul stated that it was not that much money and asked if he was able to solve the problem. Lowering his head and gritting his teeth, the guy silently looked down. Turning to face his son, he addressed him. The man turned his head and said that he was listening to him. Folding his hands, the protagonist's grandfather told him to find out if there were apartments in Gyeonggi-do. He added that there was probably something on the property of Sanyang Industries and he needed to replace the wallpaper and refloor there today, as well as install all the necessary household appliances. The brown-haired man with the red tie looked down silently. The gray-haired man said that from tomorrow his eldest nephew will live like this, so he should take care of everything. Yangchul recoiled in surprise and turned to his grandfather. Looking ahead, he asked what the position of the warehouse manager at the shipyard was. The guy replied that he was the head of the department. Squinting his eyes and looking ahead, the guy's father mentally stated that he had no idea who was responsible for the warehouse there, but from tomorrow it would be the head of the department. With a calm and cold expression on his face, Yangchul told him to print business cards as well. Changing his face, the disappointed guy listened to him silently. Gritting his teeth angrily, he turned to the man in the suit. Changing his face abruptly, the man angrily shouted to him to leave quickly, lie low and cogito and not rock the boat again until told. The upset guy's eyes widened. Dropping his hands, he stood up from his chair. Lowering his head, he silently left the hall. Folding his hands, Yangchul stated that Dongyu would have to tell him what to do and also watch him. He also added that let him return when he becomes human. The man confirmed. Turning his head also reminded him of his eldest son. Looking into his eyes, the protagonist's grandfather said that his son was in trouble, so he should clean up after him. He also said the investigation will likely continue. Narrowing his eyes, he said in a serious voice that if they found evidence of embezzlement or abuse of power, Dojun would end up in prison. He added that if he does not want to see his son behind bars, then he will have to figure it out himself. Dongyi confirmed, looking at Yangchul. The gray-haired man closed his eyes and leaned back onto his chair. He opened them slightly. The man turned to Soonyang. The girl, stuttering slightly, raised her head. Folding his hands, Yangchul stated that she should divorce her son-in-law Choi. Her face showed genuine horror and misunderstanding. The brown-haired man turned his gaze to the left. The man with glasses stood up, listening to what he was saying. Looking menacingly into her eyes, the protagonist's grandfather said that since he so wants to get rid of the label of Sanyang's son-in-law, they will implement it. The shock on Soonyang's face turned to horror as she continued to look at Yangchul. Turning his head towards his grandson, he asked what he was doing and shouldn't he quickly go pack his things. The old man sat with his arms crossed. Two men and a woman with pink hair were looking at him. The old man said that Choi's son-in-law will get what he so desires. His wrinkled face looked confident. Soonyang gritted her teeth. She then frowned and angrily asked how he could say such a thing when she would be labeled as a divorced woman. The old man smirked and replied that if Soonyang did this, he would give her the department store, hotel, apartments, and golf course and completely separate it all from the main company so no one could steal it. The woman looked at him in surprise. The man with thin eyebrows frowned disapprovingly. Another man with square glasses opened his mouth in shock. The old man crossed his arms and said that he was not forcing her and that he did not want to become a father who pushes his daughter to divorce. He looked at Soonyang sternly and told her to choose for herself. The woman lowered her head, her face sweating with anxiety. The man with thin eyebrows narrowed his eyes as the old man said that he had been wrong so far and wanted to obtain the abilities of the protagonist who would take care of Soonyang. The man with glasses pursed his lips and frowned. The old man with a confident expression on his face said that it was time to get rid of this mediocrity. They sat at a small table in soft chairs. In the United States of America, the city was built up with tall multi-story buildings. Children were playing on the basketball court. The traffic light was red and people were walking along the street. The main office of Fantasy Investment was visible. There was a decoration in the form of a polygonal figure on the table, while someone was thinking that he had his own idea of Utwo 100B money. The lamps illuminated the paintings, and this man thought that the more you earn, the more you should use. A man with glasses was sitting at the table. His colleague was standing next to him, while someone thought that from his point of view this was completely useless, but at the same time it had an important component. A man in a white shirt was pointing his hand at a presentation. The others listened intently with their arms crossed. A woman with short hair and round glasses looked intently there. The main character crossed his arms. He was wearing a black shirt. The woman turned around when he said that from now on, investing in internet companies is prohibited. Dojun added with a serious face that they should not be trusted despite the beautiful packaging. Everyone turned towards the main character, who said that the same applies to intuition, but the data also cannot be trusted much. The woman with round glasses raised one eyebrow questioningly. People began to quietly whisper among themselves while sitting in their chairs. Dojun crossed his arms and thought that they were confused, and that now the place where all the money in the world was spinning was Silicon Valley in the United States of America. The workers looked at him closely when he said that they would not be able to choose when to exit if they invested directly. With a slight smile, the protagonist added that this was something they should have learned when they played games as children. He folded his hands and said that they need to take control of the game because private equity is the game that internet company creators play. He raised his hands to his chin and added that he only plays in Nasdaq. The workers turned to each other. They looked puzzled. The woman in round glasses brought her fist to her lips. She then smiled and asked if it was Dojun's specialty to make a profit through direct investment just before listing. The woman asked with a grin if the main character had decided to become cautious. Dojun imagined bills flying in the air and thought that he could not answer that he personally saw how the bubble of internet companies burst, and at the same time a huge amount of money disappeared into thin air. The main character stood up and asked what these people would call the process when something unreal is wrapped in their beautiful words in order to charm people and make them pay money for it. The man with glasses looked at him and assumed it was a scam. Dojun confirmed this with a smile and added that now they still call it differently. The man in the cap crossed his arms, silently looking at Dojun. The main character with a serious face said that this is called a venture fund. He stood in front of the table while the workers looked at him silently. He raised one finger and added that even if it is just 1 cent, if it should be invested in companies with real sales, even if they are not high, or in companies that offer specific services. Rachel turned around, staring at Dojun. He gave A-Jin as an example with a smile. The man with glasses and the man in the black sweater looked at each other, stunned. One of them raised his hand and asked if the main character meant the bookstore. The main character confirmed this with a calm face and clarified that he was talking about an online store called A-Jin. The bespectacled man spread his arms, saying that this store, founded in 1994, has no investment value, and that last year before listing their shares were valued at $18 per share, but on the day they went public it dropped to 1.96. Dojun crossed his arms and asked how his colleague knew about this so well. Suddenly the workers began to laugh quietly. The main character asked with a smile how much the man had lost. The woman raised her hand and answered with a grin that it was $50,000. The man with glasses sighed sadly. Rachel smiled and said that they tried to dissuade him by saying that the company wasn't worth it, but he invested in it anyway and ended up losing it all. Dojun said with a slight smile that if he were this man, he would have invested even 100 times more. The workers stared at him in shock. The woman raised her eyebrows in shock, asking if the main character was serious. Dojun imagined books floating in the air and said that A-Jin takes orders and delivers books, and sales, albeit small, are there. He pictured a postman giving an order to a woman and said the concept was simple, but different from internet companies that were just making noise. The workers looked closely at Dojun, who said that this is a simple and clear concept of serving a real company, and other companies are just a soap bubble. The workers stared at him silently. The main character put his palm on the table and told them to return all the money they had invested in such internet companies before time ran out. He raised one finger and told them to come up with a suitable excuse and withdraw the money even if they lost it a little, and that from now on they would only invest in companies that were listed on the Nasdaq exchange. This was the first rule. Rachel crossed her arms and asked if there was a second rule. The main character smiled. Standing in front of the table, Dojun said that no matter how Nasdaq grows, they should exit there before the first quarter of the year 2000. The woman looked at the main character skeptically and asked him about the reason. Without looking at her, he replied that by then everyone would know that venture capital firms were a complete scam. In the middle of the room stood a metal figure of a man. 3 men were playing billiards. The woman and Dojun were sitting at a round table drinking coffee. Her face looked unkind. The main character suggested with a smile that she wanted to tell him something. The woman widened her eyes in surprise and raised her eyebrows. She then laughed, saying she couldn't help herself. Dojun took a sip of coffee, telling her to tell her what she wanted, and the woman suggested he go to Los Angeles. The main character looked at her, asking if it was because of the movie, and she explained that Saving Private Jack would be in pre-release next month. Rachel leaned over and added with a smile that they are always invited to events like this because, like Dojun said, they have been invested in every film since Dreams was founded and are practically partners. Dojun drank his coffee and replied that in that case he didn't want it. He imagined the bearded man's face and thought it was a little tiring and that he had seen the film several times in the cinema. He remembered himself in the auditorium and thought that then he watched it every time it was on TV, and in the end he watched this film more than 20 times. The main character looked at the woman in surprise when she said that Dreams had sent them a signal. She raised her hand and explained that when they learned that Fantasy's capital was coming from Korea, they offered the rights to distribute their films in Asia. The main character raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what the conditions were. Rachel replied with a slight smile that Dreams started with $1 billion, and the first offer was 25% of the shares, as well as the rights to distribute the films in Asia for $500 million. Dojun smiled and asked if she answered. Rachel smiled widely and said that she was only checking because that's all she could do, and then asked if the main character was interested. He raised the mug to his mouth and replied that no, but he knew someone who would like such an opportunity. Rachel's light eyes widened in anticipation, asking who it was. Dojun put the mug on the table. He then crossed his arms and said that it was his father. There was a blue sky above the tall building. 2 young men were sitting at the table. One of them, wearing a light blue shirt and glasses, asked if his interlocutor was serious. Dojun answered with a smile that he doesn't work at a loss, so you don't have to worry about money and you just need to decide whether this plan will help the man or not. He remained silent, arching his eyebrows. He then tilted his head and said that Rachel had told him the deal would cost about $500 million, and he doubted it was worth it. The man widened his eyes in surprise when Dojun reminded him that this was his dream. The main character with a warm smile said that one does not skimp on dreams, because what can be bought with money cannot be called a dream. The man looked at Dojun dumbfounded, who added that money is only a tool for achieving dreams, and tools are meant to be used and thrown away. With a slight grin, the main character told his interlocutor to use this money. The man was silent, looking at him. His face showed no emotion. Then he smiled. The man adjusted his glasses and said he thought he was the son of the ruthless chairman of a conglomerate. With a smile, he added that he turned out to be the father of a wise business owner. Dojun raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth in surprise. Then he laughed, raising his head. Then he got up from his chair and said that he and Rachel had already agreed to move out together. The man jumped up, asking where the main character was going. He answered with a smile that he was going to Stanford. The mountains were visible behind Stanford. Dojun thought that if we unite the companies of all the entrepreneurs that this university has produced and will produce, then their economic power will be better than that of all of Korea. The traffic light was green, and the main character thought that everyone thought that graduates or students on sabbatical were going to Silicon Valley because it was located near Stanford. But the opposite was true. The bespectacled man pointed at the board as Dojun mused about how this university actively supported the startups of its graduates, which led to an artsy boom, so all the students gathered to train to start their own companies nearby, and thus Silicon Valley appeared near Stanford. A car was driving along the road. Dojun sat in the back seat and looked out the window, thinking that someone had already moved to Silicon Valley. He suggested that their startup had already received investment. He approached a large house. There were tables with computers in the room. Dojun thought with a smile that they hadn't gotten out of the garage yet. Putting his hands in his pockets, he came to the conclusion that most likely there had been no large investments either. The main character turned around when he heard someone's voice. Two men were carrying boxes and bags. One of them asked what Dojun was doing in front of someone else's office. The main character smiled silently. Larry and Serge approached Dojun and he said their names. Serge frowned and asked about the identity of the main character. He asked with a calm expression if they had seen something else. White wings spread behind his back, and Dojun said that they are also called angelic wings. Larry looked at him dumbfounded. The main character, with his hands in his pockets, thought that this might be hard to believe, but the chance they had been waiting for came, and they could not even imagine that such a young Asian could become their angel investor. Serge dropped the box to the ground. Dojun asked with a smile how long they would be surprised and asked them to invite him inside and also treat him to beer. There were square computers on the table while someone said that this garage belongs to a man who works at Intel. Dojun sat on the couch and drank. He was holding a green can in his hand, and the men asked who he was. Larry crossed his arms and asked if the main character was really an investor. He touched his chin and hummed thoughtfully. Suddenly he froze with surprise in his eyes. Larry looked at the red phone when Dojun suddenly suggested calling someone. Larry and Serge stood behind the main character. The men looked at each other, and Serge shrugged. From the phone with white buttons came the voice of a man who introduced himself as Bell. The main character asked with a smile how Bell was doing. The voice on the phone asked if Dojun was in the United States. He replied with a smile that he was now in California, and that he would visit Bell when he finished with his business, but first he had a request. The voice from the red phone told the main character to speak. Dojun smiled, saying that there are two other people listening to this call that he wants to invest, but they continue to look at him with suspicion. Larry and Serge looked at each other and Bell laughed, saying that he wanted to invest in them too. The main character introduced a man named Bell Martin with a slight smile. The men screamed in shock upon hearing the familiar name. The main character took the tin can and began to leave, asking Bell to talk to Larry and Serge. He headed towards the exit of the garage. The men looked after him in shock. Dojun walked towards the road, taking a sip from the can. Then, with a sad expression on his face, he thought that he should tell Rachel and his father that he wouldn't be coming back today. Larry and Serge looked like they were really panicking. The main character turned around. He then took a sip of his beer, thinking about Google. The men said with smiles that they had finished. Dojun walked forward. He said with a smile that he would contact Bell again, and the man replied that he could fly to California himself. Larry and Serge listened to their dialogue in admiration. The main character closed his eyes and thought that he had finally seen the look he wanted. There were cans and pizza on the table. Dojun said that he invested $9 million in Martin Computer when he was 10 years old. Serge raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if the main character had renounced his rights as an auctioneer, leaving all $9 million at the discretion of the founder. Dojun replied with a slight smile that the men had heard everything themselves, and that Bell wouldn't lie. He He drank alcohol, saying that they would have to believe it because it was true. Serge with a smile recalled Bell's words that their business would definitely be successful since Dojun found them, and that Bell himself wanted to invest. The main character closed his eyes and came to the conclusion that they were very excited. He put the can on the table, telling Larry and Serge to forget about Bell because he had already become a successful billionaire. With a serious expression on his face, he added that Bell would not reveal his secret to success, and besides, Martin Computer was fundamentally different from Google. The men looked dumbfounded at Dojun, who said that Bell only uses online services, but his business itself is a distribution business. The main character smiled. Larry and Serge stared at Dojun in confusion when he said that there was something they didn't understand. The main character folded his hands and recalled that he invested $9 million when he was only 10 years old. With a grin, he asked if they thought he was any less powerful than Bell now. Serge's mouth opened in shock and Larry raised his eyebrows. Night fell and the lights were on in the garage. The young man sits with his arms crossed opposite two men. He claps his hands, offering to go over the facts. Smiling, Dojun asks what they need most. The men look at each other. They emphatically state that they need the service. One of them reports that their search engine is already launched. Working people are shown when it becomes known that this is used both in S4 and in Silicon Valley. The indexation is considerable. Serge turns his head, talking about the server they are currently using. The desktop is displayed and a statement is made stating that it does not have enough communication lines to provide optimal performance. Larry smiles when the young man asks if they have already calculated the costs of building a suitable server, and he answers in the affirmative. Dojun happily offers to do everything at once. Serge looks at him in surprise. Gesturing, Dojun tells them to expand the server, move to a normal office, and also recruit employees and change the car. He smiles as he tells them that if they get into an accident with their junk car, he won't be able to get his investment back. The men look at him in shock. They look at each other, and Dojun thinks that he wants to help with everyday life so that they can focus on the development of the project, because these guys are not some scammers who are simply wasting investments without bringing any results. He has a determined look. It turns out they have a different goal. A garage is shown and it is reported that instead of drooling over tens of billions in investments, they dream of getting rich in stocks worth trillions of won, so in this garage they are creating a new world. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man asks how much money they need. The men look at each other in confusion. They whisper and Dojun closes his eyes. He calmly drinks beer. Suddenly Serge attracts his attention by clearing his throat. He awkwardly says that $200,000 will be enough for them. The young man smiles, noting that this is the cost of living just a couple of days in a luxury room in Raitan. The men look at him impatiently. They tense up, thinking they have asked for too much. Dojun opens his eyes, revealing that he will invest $1 million to start with, so they have to show him the results, and then next time he will invest another $10 million. Serge and Larry open their mouths in surprise. They look at each other in shock. Suddenly they jump up. They joyfully approach the young man. The men pick him up in their arms. Dojun finds himself in an awkward position and thinks that these two rejoiced at the incredible luck that befell them, drank another beer and calmed down because they already know how the others paved their way to success. A joyful Serge is shown, and it is reported that they know that he gives money for a reason. Larry smiles too, and the thought sounds that in the future they will have to share part of what they earn. The desktop is displayed, and the phrase is heard that now they would like to listen to the conditions. Serge interestedly states that they have already heard from Martin about him as an amazing investor, but asks what about the contract. The young man lowers his gaze, believing that they are worrying in vain about the conditions that he can offer. A man with money is shown, and the idea is heard that he is afraid to even imagine what will happen to him if he tries to snatch a piece from a company whose corporate value will be estimated at tens of trillions. The men look at the young man carefully while he thinks that he has already given up the idea of controlling these two, who will change the world only because he knows what awaits them in the future. It is reported that while they are changing the world, he will try to change the future of Sanyang Group. Dojun just stares at the beer can, deciding that if he wants more, his only weapon might disappear. He smiles slightly, claiming that he will only be greedy enough to not change the future he already knows. Serge is surprised when he declares that they are lucky. The young man smiles, saying that this time he will be greedy. The men look at each other in bewilderment. They are amazed when Do-jun reveals that he will gradually invest up to $30 million in them. They are confused when the phrase is heard that if more investment is required later, it means that either the company has already grown to enormous proportions, or they have wasted their money. The young man claims that in the first case, they will have many other investors who will provide additional capital. They will receive money on favorable terms. Larry suddenly awkwardly reveals that he is curious about something and asks not to be misunderstood. He asks in bewilderment, if the company grows to such a size that additional investments are required, doesn't that mean that things are going well? Why stop investing in it? He said that he has enough funds. With his arms crossed in his girdie, Dojun talks about making money from a lot of projects and asks if that's not what people with a lot of investing experience do. He smiles, noting that the men have seen the successes and failures of many Silicon Valley projects themselves. More funding means the need for more advice. They listen carefully when the young man tells them that they should not keep their distance from those who express their dissatisfaction. It is in their dissatisfied words that they can find real pearls. He rather argues that they should also not forget about their own values. As the company grows, their goals may change, but it is better not to do anything that goes against their values. The men look at each other silently. Serge raises his finger, asking what would happen if the second option awaits them, and asks the young man to say under what conditions he is going to return the money if their business fails. Smiling, Dojun reveals that then they will just start again. He will keep investing until they succeed. Men are surprised when he says he doesn't care how much he invests. Larry awkwardly calls out to him. He begins to cry, realizing that the young man really believes in their success. Dojun closes his eyes, deciding that this is how it should be. He crosses his arms as Serge states that he understands his feelings, but he can't invest based on his beliefs alone. The men stare at Dojun while he thinks about how he still doesn't remember their names very well. He smiles, saying that he is not going to take away the decisive vote, so it will be shared by both of them. The young man waves his hands, claiming that in exchange for a future investment of $30 million, he wants approximately the same number of shares as each of them. He pokes himself in the temple when Larry realizes they'll start by splitting the stock into 3 equal parts, and remarks that it seems fair since they're the brains and he's the money. Serge worriedly states that Dojun is clearly a loser. Considering how much he is investing, they would agree to 50% without question. Larry quickly agrees, because he is buying them for $30 million, which is not such an unreasonable request. The young man shrugs, suggesting that in the future they should simply protect his shares, whether free or paid for capital accumulation. His shares should always be the arithmetic average of what the two of them have. The man extends his hand to him. Serge smiles, inviting him to make a deal before the young man changes his mind. Dojun smiles, saying that he will prepare a contract and $1 million tomorrow. They shake hands. Everyone looks happy. Larry smiles a little too. The young man looks just as happy. Serge beams with happiness. Suddenly, one of the men begins to speak sadly. Confused, he asks if Dojun is really 20 years old. The young man is surprised by this question. He grins at this. You can see a garage with a light on. Serge waves his hand and the thought sounds that time has passed quickly. Dojun has successfully signed a contract with the two founders of Noogle. A large building is depicted, and it turns out that the young man later returned to New York and made sure that all the capital invested in internet companies was withdrawn. He chose stable and long-term projects for investment. The process of work is shown, and it is revealed that Dojun studied hard and listened to explanations from company experts about the released product. The President of the United States is portrayed when it is reported that he watched his apology address regarding the unpleasant scandal in which he was involved. A girl with a putter is shown, and the idea is heard that he also watched and cheered for Revo live during the LPGA match. A man is shown shaking hands when it is said that the young man still wanted to watch the match with Paco, but it was not so easy to find time, so he had to be content with the TV broadcast. The men are shown, and it is reported that on the 4th of September a company called Noogle was officially opened. A decorated Christmas tree is seen and their appearance on the streets is announced, symbolizing the beginning of the Christmas holidays and festive season. It turns out that Dojun then boarded a plane and went to Korea. A flying plane is shown. It sounds like those who were most happy about his return to Korea were not his parents or even his grandfather. A large building is shown and it turns out to be Aunt Soyun. The young man exclaims in shock about the divorce. The girl frowns, asking if he knows how long she's been waiting for him. She wanted to go to the USA right away, but Director Oh didn't let her do it. The man with glasses sighs nervously. Dojun looks down, thinking that her grandfather is pushing her towards a divorce. It's difficult for him to tell whether he is trying to rein in his uncle or is completely serious. The young man scratches his head, asking what he can do, because it looks like his grandfather is very angry. Soyun restlessly says that he could persuade his father. He doesn't care about others, but he listens to his words. She turns her attention to the man when he asks what about his son-in-law, if he even knows. The girl begins to cry, claiming that she still cannot talk to him. Family members look worried. The young man watches this awkwardly. He looks at the saddened aunt, noticing that under the mask she was an ordinary woman, but could not show it to anyone. Serious men are portrayed when the idea is heard that her elders are, in fact, not family, but rivals with whom she is at odds. Dojun thinks, realizing that if they met her alone, Soyun wouldn't show it either. While she talked about problems, she tried to maintain composure, but as soon as she saw his father and mother, her hidden side was revealed. His parents are concerned, and it is reported that they are the only family members who are not rivals for the aunt. Dojun suddenly asks with interest how things are going with the investigation. whether he is still putting pressure on the prosecutor's office. The girl blows her nose, claiming that everything ended with the arrival of the new chief prosecutor. His grandfather sorted everything out. The young man looks at his father in surprise. His mother tries to support Soonyang. The men leave the room. Do-jun's father adjusts his glasses. The young man is surprised when he is told not to interfere. Putting his hands in his pockets, the man notices that his son has not called Sanyang yet. He did a little digging and found out that his uncle was in cahoots with the Taeyoung group. Do-jun looks back in confusion. His dad calmly reports that Sanyang said that Hanseong Dolly quickly hushed up everything at Taeyoung's request. The young man is amazed to realize that his uncle's new sponsor is the Taeyoung group. Looking away, his dad says that his grandfather cannot help but know about this, which is why he insists on a divorce. Men appear, and the phrase is heard that in business circles Taeyoung is his only competitor. He cannot ask for such betrayal. The man with glasses sadly claims that as soon as his son mentions this matter, his anger may spread to him. He seriously asks if the young man understands what he is talking about. Do-jun calmly announces that he will keep his mouth shut as if he doesn't know anything. Dad pats him on the shoulder, claiming that he will go to console his aunt, and the son must go up to the room so that she does not notice. He walks away, rubbing the back of his head. The young man silently looks after him. Soonyang is shown crying, and the idea is that Do-jun didn't think about doing anything for his aunt or uncle, but now he will have to think about the possible spin-off of the department store and hotel, which are such a good business. The question arises whether the grandfather is seriously thinking about giving these companies to his daughter. The golf course is reportedly still okay, but to wrest the hotel and department store from the overall management system, which is more like a spider's web, he will need to buy a huge amount of their shares. The young man looks down thoughtfully. He stands motionless. Suddenly Do-jun sighs. He believes this could be a chance to take over the hotel and department store. The young man becomes serious. The company building is shown. Soonyang sits in a chair, realizing that yesterday she looked terrible and had too much alcohol. Smiling, Do-jun remarks that he liked yesterday's aunt. She frowns, calling it bullshit. The young man calmly closes his eyes. The girl coughs, asking what he thinks. She angrily tells him to stop fussing. No matter how much he denies it, it's too late. Soonyang frowns, stating that it's clear to everyone that the young man will inherit a piece of Sanyang instead of his father, and the size of that piece only depends on how good he is. Do-jun just smiles. The question is whether she is asking for help or an alliance. He scratches the back of his head, saying that he won't deny it. He also guessed about it. The girl gets up, noting that this is a fight between adults. No matter how much he inherits, his uncles will not leave him alone. She points her finger at her nephew, asking if he understands that they will try to steal everything by any means. If he is lucky, they will just buy it at a high price. Smiling, Do-jun wonders what about him. Soonyang looks at him in surprise. She sits down on the table, claiming that she still has nothing, which is why she is suffering. The young man, confused, lists a department store, a hotel, a golf course, and apartments, asking if this is nothing. The aunt is displeased and asks if he is offering her a divorce. Smirking, Do-jun says that the choice is hers and he doesn't think she's the kind of person who would give up Sanyang for a spouse. The girl smiles, deciding that, based on his words, the choice is simple. Juno is surprised, asking what she means. Soonyang slyly suggests that they join forces to protect what he and she will have and then get something more. Do-jun doesn't show his anxiety. Aunt throws her arms out to the sides when he asks what will happen if they join forces, and states that whatever they get will be split in half. She happily announces that she will gather people to help them. Half of Sanyang's power is in the hands of the board members, including the branch directors. The young man looks away thoughtfully. The girl silently awaits his answer. Do-jun suddenly talks about what she needs to do first. Smiling, he asks her to take what her grandfather gives. She shouldn't try to grab a big piece right away. She needs to do everything gradually. Soonyang suddenly frowns. She angrily asks if he is also telling her to get a divorce. Do-jun calmly remarks that Auntie must be ready, otherwise he can't follow her. She furrows her brow, asking how her divorce will help her prepare for anything. Smiling slightly, the young man says that it is not the divorce that will help her, but the divorce papers. Soonyang is surprised when he claims that she should hand over the divorce papers to her uncle and he will immediately fall at her feet. She frowns and the line comes out about how, as a politician, he states that being Sanyang's son-in-law is a weakness. Smirking, the young man claims that without company, his uncle is nothing and his aunt needs to make him realize this. The girl looks at him in shock. She seems to have no words. Suddenly, she realizes that the divorce papers will become a sword that both parties can use. The young man closes his eyes contentedly, noticing that usually his aunt's head thinks quite quickly, but it's one thing to speak and another to understand. He smiles as he reveals that with one document, she can take control of a department store, a hotel, a golf course, and even the mayor of Seoul. Soonyang folds his arms, beaming, and wonders how his nephew can be so smart, which is why his father values him so much. Dojun scratches his head, noting that intelligence alone will not help the matter, to which he receives a question why. Sighing, he asks if geniuses become kings, they only become the king's right hand. Auntie looks surprised, and the thought sounds that she quickly realized it. The young man is serious and thinks that all he needs to do is make her see him as someone she can put to good use, and not as a competitor. It seems that the girl realizes something about herself. She puts her hand on his shoulder. Smiling, she asks if he is being too modest, because the young man is much stronger and otherwise her nephew is so unsure of himself. Soyun happily reports that he is still young, he shouldn't push himself into such limits now. Dojun looks at her in surprise. The girl smiles, suggesting that we drop this topic. She crosses her arms, wondering how she can best use the divorce papers, to which her nephew tells her to prepare it and accept what Grandpa suggests. Auntie looks at him questioningly when he advises her to ask for one more thing. Dojun speaks decisively about Sanyang distribution. For now, she needs to focus on preparing for the opening of the hypermarket. The girl looks in confusion. The young man calmly reports that this costs a lot of money. Since Sanyang Distribution is a private unlisted company, they should make it the parent company and give it the shares of the department store and hotel. Aunt silently watches him. Smiling, the nephew claims that then they will be able to say that she has taken control of the securities trading. The phrase is that it will be no different from a bank. Soyun looks shocked. Dojun looks happy. He puts his hands in his pockets and notices that a department store and a hypermarket have the same structure, the only difference is the number of goods in circulation. Dojun smiles, arguing that Auntie has already achieved significant results in running the department store, so she should get that too from the divorce. Soyun watches in disbelief as it is reported that if Sanyang Distribution as the parent company is separated from the main business, it will essentially take over the foundation. The girl smiles decisively, realizing that if she makes distribution the parent company, her shares will be in her hands and she will be able to cleanly and accurately transfer the excess funds into her own shares. The young man quite confirms this idea and reports that it is the same as transferring money from one pocket to another without loss. Dojun looks at her questioningly and hugs him, wondering who he is so smart about. A large building is depicted. Frowning, the man notices that rumors have already spread everywhere. They say that the mayor plans to continue doing business with bad cards in his hands. Choi looks away, claiming he doesn't know what he's talking about. The man says disgruntledly that he heard that lately the mayor has been talking privately with Chairman Ju of the Taehyung group a lot, so he asks what he's trying to do. Chang-yi scratches his chin and states that he only met him because construction of a new city is starting next year. Smiling, he claims that Director Oh will also benefit from this and wonders if their Media City project is finished. The man just looks at him menacingly. He sighs, noticing that there is a lot of talk about the contract being signed with Taehyung Construction. The director looks up, asking not to misunderstand, their HW is not interested in the apartments. The mayor smiles, asking if they changed the name. He puts his hand forward when the director reveals that the head is Chairman A-Jin Hyunchin. He is just the CEO of the holding and claims that he understands everything, so they better get down to business. He crosses his arms, noting that he thought Director O had come to ask for a piece of the new city. The man just sighs. He frowns, claiming that when he spoke about the need to get rid of the label of the Sanyang group, he meant to get rid of this image. He did not ask to move from Sanyang to the Taehyung group. Chang-yi annoyedly states that if the man is going to continue talking so arrogantly, they better finish it. He will take care of himself. The director only notices that he doesn't even try to hide the expression of hostility on his face. He thinks that he is incredibly strong on his own. The idea of a lack of secrecy sounds. It talks about impatience. It is reported that this and not conforming is the privilege of power, and the mask is broken. Mayor Choi's name. He turns his attention to the speaker. Director O menacingly claims that he is just a toy in the hands of Chairman Ju, which he will play with, and when he gets tired of it, he will throw it away. The mayor grits his teeth in displeasure. He angrily asks how a man dares to say such a thing. Director O calmly claims that Ju is just for fun, agitating him and swaying him to get angry at his father-in-law, Chairman Jin. The man frowns, declaring that the mayor is just a toy for an old man with a bad character who has been bored with life lately. Chang-yi angrily tells him to shut his mouth. The director rises, asking if he thinks Chairman Ju is interested in redeveloping the residential area, and reveals that if Jin abandons him, Ju will do the same. The mayor angrily asks who will abandon whom else. He smirks, asking if Chairman Jin can throw twice. Why would the director say something if he doesn't know? The man looks at him questioningly. Chang-yi angrily reveals that Yangchul already abandoned him when he ran for mayor of Seoul. Frowning, the mayor claims that although on paper they are still father-in-law and son-in-law, in fact, he and the old man are strangers. They stand in silence. The director seriously asks if he said that they are bound by papers. Frowning, he notes that by severing this connection, Chairman Jin could still ditch him twice. The mayor was immediately taken aback. The man stomps his foot. He approaches Changyi, declaring that if Yangchul breaks this connection, it will truly be the end for him, and asks if the mayor is aware of the lengths Sanyang fellows go to for such a connection. Choi finds himself in an awkward position, and the phrase is heard that the moment this connection between them is broken, people from Uedo to Sachodo will begin hunting for him. Director Oh seriously states that instead of businessmen bringing money, arrows will fly into this room. The mayor is confused when the man claims that he came because he was worried that he might get into trouble, but since he decided to end his life, leaving him would not be an option. Looking at Change, the director tells him to do it quietly and alone when he goes down. He resolutely declares that if he gets caught in a hot spark, he will not let it get away with it. The mayor is left alone in the room. A large building is depicted. There is an envelope on the table. Taking it in his hands, Yangchul wonders what it is. So-yoon emphatically reveals that these are divorce papers. She stands confidently in front of the man's desk. The envelope is shown again. Smiling, the chairman asks why she took so long to get rid of this bungler. The girl just clenches her jaw in displeasure. Placing her hand on her chest, she declares that they have 3 sons. She should have thought about children too. Yangchul seriously questions whether adult children care about such things, and claims that they don't really care what their parents do. So-yoon nervously calls out to the man as he wonders if they're just busy stealing department store brands to give to their sluts. He smiles as he takes out a piece of paper. The girl clenches her hand into a fist when the chairman asks why there is no date, and tells her to get the mayor's seal and deal with everything right away. Looking away, she says that she will do this on the day when his term as mayor of Seoul ends, because if the news that the current mayor of Seoul is divorced spreads across newspapers and channels, both the family and children will suffer. The man throws the paper on the table. Crossing his arms over his chest, he tells her not to even think about hushing everything up. Changyi should already be grateful that he was able to become a member of parliament thanks to the electoral votes of the electronics factory. The chairman frowns, claiming that the thought of her sharing with him what he gives makes him incredibly angry. So-yoon looks away. She only says that she did not think about such a thing. She is also disgusted by it. She frowns, noticing that she brought a stupid man into the family and has now completely lost hope, looking at his actions, so now she is going to live, looking after only the children. Crossing his arms over his chest, Yangchul declares that they are a copy of their dad. He puts his hand forward when the girl tries to convince him that the children are like her. He just wasn't interested in them, so he doesn't know. She clenches her hand into a fist, asking if he will continue the separation as promised. The chairman looks at her silently. So-yoon is confused as he wonders why she is acting so childish at her age and decides it is his fault. She calls him. The man pays attention to her. He only says that it will take him some time to sort out the shares. He will start as soon as Choi's son-in-law puts his stamp on the divorce papers. The girl, frowning, looks away. Yangchul annoyedly asks what else she wants. Awkwardly looking away, So-yoon asks him to add distribution as well, since it is in the same field as a department store. Chairman Jin is surprised by this. Frowning, he asks if she knows about the company that will open next year. So-yoon silently lowers his gaze. Sighing, her dad tells her that she doesn't need to be so greedy, she shouldn't touch it, and the girl notes that he is aware that since she took over the department store, management efficiency has improved significantly. She puts her hand on her chest, declaring that discount stores have the same structure as a department store. The only difference is the quality of the products they sell. She is confident that she can handle it. Hanging his head, the chairman argues that it is too confusing to tie everything together. In order to transfer the shares to Sanyang Distribution, they need a merger. He opens his eyes when his daughter tells him that all they have to do is have the parent company do it. Leaning on the table, she notes that it will be much easier for them to transfer a controlling stake in the department store and hotel to the distribution, and for her to transfer a controlling stake. Since the shares of this company are not listed on the stock exchange anyway, protecting management rights is not so difficult in the case that they will be able to increase their paid-up capital. Her father looks at her silently. So-yoon excitedly reports that this will be beneficial not only for protecting management rights, but also for tax evasion. Moreover, since the enterprises are from similar categories, their merger will not raise suspicions of a desire to bypass the standard inheritance procedure. Yangchul asks in surprise when she became so smart. Smiling, the girl wonders if she said that she is already coping several times better than her brothers, and asks to believe in her a little more. Divorce documents are shown. Changyi's hands begin to shake as he looks at the paper. So-yoon dismissively tells him to put a stamp and be grateful that, given his situation, she will only send the documents to the court after the next election. She doesn't look at her husband, noting that in Korea there are no divorce officials. The girl turns her gaze to the mayor, claiming that divorce is a fatal blow for elections, so she will submit the documents to the court only after them, but they will begin to live separately now. Changyi gets scared when she tells him to pack his things and leave within this month. He recalls his conversation with Se-yeon, realizing that his warning has come true. So-yoon frowns, telling him not to dream about alimony or anything like that. All he has brought since their wedding is just his body. She angrily reports that even this house is in her name, and since he has not brought home a penny during the entire marriage, she believes that her husband will not fight for alimony. The mayor finds himself in a stupor. He smiles awkwardly, noting that they have been married for 15 years, so he wonders why they would get a divorce. So-yoon annoyedly asks if he's asking because he doesn't know. Chang-yi looks at her in confusion. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl notes that he should have done what she said, but he was intoxicated by the drop of power he received and crossed a line that he shouldn't have. The man looks down when asked if he thinks he could become mayor of Seoul on his own. Placing her hand on her chest, So-yoon claims that she was the one who found 40 billion won for the election campaign fund, and Se-yeon spread the news about candidate Jong-il's illegitimate son. The mayor was taken aback, and she asked if he thought he was just lucky. So-yoon sadly points out that there is no such thing as luck, everything is the result of someone else's actions, conscious or not. She unhappily says that she no longer wants to talk to her husband, so she offers to end this, and if her husband continues to pester her, she will file for divorce tomorrow. The girl raises the corners of her eyebrows, saying to accept this as her last favor. She immediately leaves. The man is left standing in the room alone. He sits down on a chair. He leans down dejectedly. The mayor is frightened and thinking about what to do. Looking up, Chang-yi believes that the fact that So-yoon left him will definitely be revealed by their information team, and soon there will be rumors everywhere that the mayor of Seoul and his wife are living separately. He is nervous, realizing that most of the law firms his family runs are affiliated with the Sanyang group, so it is only a matter of time before they are fired. The man clenches his hand into a fist. The idea is that the most important thing is re-elections. He sits with his head raised. It is reported that the party will never nominate a person who does not have support as a candidate. A large building is shown and the question is asked whether this is a good idea. Crossing his arms over his chest, Yangchul notes that it would be easier for them not to separate, but to unite into a group. The bespectacled man calmly states that it's actually a good idea if he's going to give it all away, and asks if that's what he wants. Smiling, the chairman confirms the idea and decides that his daughter has enough brains to take care of everything. The man next to him is just silent. There is a phrase that says that it cannot be that such an idea came into So-yoon's head. He looks thoughtful. A large building is depicted. Turning to Se-yeon, the young man invites him to discuss everything together since his father is at home. There is an appeal to brother-in-law. Entering the house, Dojun looks around questioningly. His father holds his hands out when Chang-yi tells him he needs to talk to his sister. It's all just a misunderstanding, and tells him to calm down. The mayor asks worriedly how he can do this. The man awkwardly remarks that he has already said that he does not know where his sister is, and he would not like to interfere in the relationship of the spouses. The question arises as to who it is there. Chang turns around. Those who come watch them carefully. The mayor looks nervous. He notices Se-yeon. He runs up to him, asking if he knew, because he recently told him to be careful, and right after that everything happened. Chang is extremely tense. The man clenches his teeth in displeasure. Frowning, he reports that this is not some personal problem. Se-yeon seriously states that he does not need to justify himself to his wife, but to the chairman of the Sanyang group, because everything is the result of the fact that he turned his back on Sanyang and shook hands with Tae-young. The mayor looks at him in surprise. They stand in silence. The young man calmly notes that it cannot be that his uncle did not know. He was simply trying to solve the problem by finding an easier opponent. Chang-yi is all nervous, and the idea is that he thought it would be easier to persuade his aunt than his grandfather, so he decided to use his father as an intermediary. Lowering his head, he wonders if the man is trying to take revenge on him for this with problems on the personal front. The mayor frowns, wondering if his father-in-law is taking on too much. The question is whether he got married without knowing it. Chang turns his head questioningly. Dojun's father looks serious, believing that his son-in-law got married not because his father has a wonderful character, but because his father is from the Sanyang group. The mayor looks at him in surprise. Pointing his finger at him, the man tells him to just shut up, even if it's too much, because he can only swear at his father if the Sanyang group goes bankrupt and he is not the chairman of the Conglomerate. Chang-yi looks scared. He looks down dejectedly. Se-yeon reaches out to him, telling him that as soon as he acknowledges the problem, they can talk. Yoongi adjusts his glasses and is told to calm down. He turns away. Suddenly he leaves, heading towards the stairs. The son looks at him silently. Director O notes that the mayor must first pacify Chairman Jin's anger, and he can talk to his wife later. Chang-yi worriedly wonders if his father-in-law will date him now that there is talk of divorce. Do-jun calmly asks if he's the type to shake hands even if the chairman snatches it away, and asserts that Chang-yi must meet him no matter what. The mayor is silent, looking down. The young man sadly notes that he does not have the slightest desire to prevent his uncle and aunt from divorcing, and this is where their relationship ends. Smirking, he thinks that it would be nice to get something else from him first. He decides to return the money invested in him. The mayor is confused when Dojun tells him to prepare a gift and go. At least he can definitely go to his grandfather's office. Arching an eyebrow, he asks if Changyi was going to go empty-handed. The man awkwardly scratches his head, answering in the negative, and says that he has no idea what to give him as a gift to his father-in-law. He pays attention to Seon when he is told to make her look stupid. The man looks serious, arguing that in order for Chairman Jin to welcome the mayor back, he must prepare something great. Do-jun wonders if Si-hyun is giving him a hint or is just being sarcastic. Change looks down thoughtfully. The young man leaves, saying that he will pour water for his uncle, but for now he can sit down. He meets Director Oh's gaze. Liquid is poured into a glass. Do-jun closes the jar. He turns his attention to Seon, asking if he wants to use something. The man smiles at this. He emphatically reports that he thought they should also start building a residential area, but have no experience. The young man is surprised by this. The question is whether they have any ideas. Seon winks. Sitting on the couch, Changyi remarks that the two of them meet their father-in-law often, so they should know better than him. There is a glass on the table and the message is that he should first loudly announce his breakup with Chairman Ju. Sitting opposite him, the man claims that this is the most important thing. The mayor seems worried. The young man silently looks at him, thinking about how much he invested in him. Seon crosses his arms, declaring that when he sees him in this state, he can't say anything more. What's the point of putting in the effort if he's not going to get anything out of it anyway? He'll just have to figure it out on his own. Bowing, the man says that he has a conversation with Yoongi, so he will go. Changyi grabs his hand in concern. He excitedly asks if he does this, will his father-in-law really stop being angry, to which he receives the answer that this is just a personal opinion. Frowning, Seon reports that he is busy. He leaves unhappily. Neo looks after him dejectedly. Changyi turns around, deciding to listen to Dojun. The young man sadly notes that he heard that Seoul's development plan for the next year includes the development of a new city. The fact that the mayor secretly promoted the Taeyoung group was a fatal blow. Yangchul is shown to be furious when it is reported that they say that when he heard about it, he overturned the table in the office. The mayor rolls his eyes humorlessly. Watching him, Dojun realizes that he was simply being egged on. He smiles, deciding that he can only watch with pleasure what choice the man will make. Chairman Jin's house is depicted on January 1, 1999. People gathered at one table. Crossing his arms over his chest, Yangchul announces that he plans to make an important announcement today. Everyone should listen carefully and not complain. The two men listen to him carefully. Others do the same. Soyun doesn't look entirely calm. Yoongi is surprised when his name is called. His father reveals that starting this year, he will become the CEO of Sanyang Medical Center and the director of Sanyang Development Center. The legal procedures have already been completed. He needs to immediately take office as soon as the official announcement is released. The man with glasses just listens attentively. The phrase is that each branch will allocate enough money to the development center, so Yoongi must manage everything wisely. Another guest also watches the monologue. Yangchul seriously tells his son not to think about making money, to take just enough so that there is no shortage. Looking at Yoongi, he tells him that he will ask one last question, that he doesn't plan to leave anything else, and wonders if he's satisfied. Everyone sits in silence. Yoongi looks away and scratches the back of his head. People are amazed when a man asks if his father will give more if he answers in the negative. Those present are in an awkward position. Smiling, Yangchul claims that he has no choice. Chuckling, Yoongi wonders why he asked then. Covering his eyes, Chairman Jin believes that even if his son is not satisfied, he will not be greedy. Besides, even if not with his help, then with the help of his wonderful son, he will be able to do whatever he wants. Smirking, Yangchul remarks that his son is the luckiest of all. Yoongi closes his eyes contentedly. The man with glasses doesn't look very happy. Crossing his arms, Chairman Jin reveals that he plans to spin off the department store, hotel, and golf course to form Sanyang Distribution. The majority stake will be taken out of the management cycle, and the difference in value from the stock swap will be dealt with by converting it into bonds. He looks serious. Soyun is surprised, claiming that this is her share. The man looks amazed. Others are also shocked. The girl looks joyful. Yangchul folded his arms and told Soyun that this was her share. Yonggi and Donggi turned their heads in surprise. Soyun smiled wryly and thanked her father. The old man smiled and said that there was nothing special to be grateful for. Soyun frowned. Yangchul said that in the process of separating the distribution, a large debt had accumulated, so she should quickly earn money and return the money to Sanyang Group. The old man looked at Donggi. The man frowned. The old man said that from this year he was the vice chairman. Yangchul asked his son to take the branches of heavy industry, construction and chemical industry. He said that until then everything was going like clockwork there and therefore it would not be difficult. Dongyi pursed his lips and thanked his father stiffly. Yangchul smiled, thinking that he would like to say that it is too early to be disappointed, but this is the last step. He looked at Yangyi and said that he, as before, would manage the electronics and food industry branch. Yangyi looked down in confusion and expressed his agreement. Yangchul looked forward and said that from now on, both of them will act as vice chairman, so the branch CEOs will no longer have to watch his face because everything is now on them. Dongyi and Yangyi frowned. They understood that from the outside everything sounds great, but in fact, all responsibility for the branches is only formally on them. Even if you add something else, it won't be either hot or cold. The old man said that he was saying this out of concern. He asked not to let the branch general managers look for him because they were not trusted. Yangyi looked ahead angrily when his father said that if something like this happened, he would transfer all branches to a professional management system. Dongyi was also not happy with the words he heard. Their father asked if they understood what he was talking about. This meant that what he gave he could take away at any moment. The father was terrible until the very end. There was silence in the room. The other man looked thoughtfully at the floor. He understood that the only thing his father had not yet touched upon was that he smiled hysterically when he thought about the financial sector. Sanyang Insurance, Sanyang Securities, cards, as well as Sanyang assets that opened this year. The hidden but powerful support of the Sanyang Group. He clenched his fist nervously. This support plays the role of a financial airbag, if necessary, thanks to its power. He looked at his father with a smile and thought that his father would give it to him. Yangchul called Sangdi. He smiled. Yangchul gloomily said that there are non-profit organizations on it, a university, a cultural and charitable foundation and a research center. Sangdi opened his mouth in surprise and asked himself what his father was talking about. He looked doomedly into the void, realizing that he had to step away from managing the group altogether. His father pointed his finger at him and asked him to assemble a pro team there. Sangdi was indignant. Yangchul leaned forward and asked why he was unhappy, asked if he was aiming at the financial sector. Sangdi pursed his lips and looked at his father in fear. He looked away and said no. He looked at the smiling Yangyi. A barely noticeable smile touched his lips. He said to himself that it was too early to get into the same boat with his elders. No one would leave such an industry to him. Yangyi looked at his father and asked who is responsible for the finances then. Yangchul said that he will look after them himself for now. Yangyi looked away, not expecting to hear such an answer. The old man smiled and asked, "Is everyone really that impatient to throw him overboard?" Yangyi smiled guiltily and raised his hands, denying what he had heard. The chairman thoughtfully put his finger to his chin and said that in fact he wanted to break up this industry, but it would take a long time since it was necessary to carefully deal with the shares. Everyone looked at their father in shock, asking whether the head of the financial department was not even in the room. Dojun was communicating with respected people at this time. Everyone left the meeting room. They were escorted by Hakch. He said that that was all for today and therefore everyone could leave. Yangchul leaned back in his chair and said that they were given it, but they were still unhappy. Hakch walked by and said that they just knew that they didn't get everything. Yangchul smiled and said that if you just sit back, nothing will fall from the sky. The secretary smiled and said that he knew that the gentleman did not want to split the group. The man said that businesses in Korea can only survive if they unite. For example, Sanyang Electronics, there are semiconductors and household appliances and mobile phones, and they all push each other and pull up in order to survive. The chairman folded his arms and said that without semiconductors, the household appliances branch would simply close. They were sitting in a huge library. Hakch noted that just like Sanyang, heavy industry supports the shipping sector. Yangchul said that this is exactly the case, and if there was no insurance, then a lot of companies would close due to financial restrictions. Hakch remained thoughtfully silent. He suggested choosing one person and giving him everything. What are all these games for? Yangchul was silent. It was a warm sunny day, and the business was going on at the Yangchul mansion. Yangyi lit a cigarette. He asked Yoongi if he had really discussed everything with his father in advance. Yoongi asked in bewilderment what he was talking about. Yangyi blew out smoke and said that it was about the financial sector. Yoongi rubbed his head and said that he heard about him for the first time today. They want nothing like that, but about his sister it was really unexpected. Yangyi frowned and asked if he was serious. Yoongi looked at his brother in surprise and asked what he wants to say. Yangyi looked at his brother angrily and asked if he would really give everything to Dojun. Yoongi remained silent. He adjusted his glasses and said that he thought so too. He said that Dojun was young, but had already shown good instincts in the investment field, and therefore it would be difficult to find someone more suitable for the role of finance manager of Sanyang. Yangyi screamed. He waved his hand and asked if he could also give him the bank account. Does Yoongi mean to say that he doesn't know what share in the subsidiaries one unfortunate person has? Yoongi asked if we were talking about Sanyang Insurance. He said that the food industry branch also has a high share of income. He said that even the unremarkable Sanyang Precision Equipment has a fairly large shareholding in the group, and so he would not say that the actual number of shares is that important. Yanggi took a drag on his cigarette and said that, besides, everything is united into one system, and asked if, having now taken over the shares of the branches of the financial sector, he also wants to get a place in the Sanyang group. The brothers looked at each other angrily, sparks flew between them, and Yanggi said that until that moment Yanggi was lower than water and quieter than grass, and now for the sake of his son he decided to show his claws. Yanggi frowned and said that this is not his, but his maximum is a hospital and a center, that's what their father said. Yanggi pointed his cigarette at his brother and angrily asked if he was really suggesting that he consider the 20-year-old milksucker separately. Yanggi frowned and said that if he had gained control of the financial sector, he would have given in because he was not interested. Yanggi fell silent. Yanggi said that if his son gets it, he will never ask him to give in. Since he became a parent, he couldn't even give a decent bowl of rice to his children, so how could he break a bowl given to him by someone else? The men fell silent. Yanggi threw the cigarette on the ground, and he pressed it with his foot. He suggested, thinking logically. He asked how many more years would the father live. What's the point of Dojun heading the financial sector when he's not even 25? Yanggi adjusted his glasses, slightly annoyed. Yanggi said that if Dojun rises up when Sanyang is so divided, those people from Uedo will come for him. They will try to take over the insurance branches, which for them is like a mountain without an owner. Yanggi asked if the father could protect his son then. Yanggi fell silent angrily. He smiled at one corner of his lips. He said they looked funny sharing the skin of an unkilled bear. Yanggi shouted at his brother with displeasure. Yanggi turned around and followed. Yanggi looked after him irritably. Guests chatted with each other on the lawn. They shook each other's hands sweetly and smiled. The young communicated with the old. Dojun was confused. He straightened the collar of his jacket and thought that for the first time he was thinking about how small the house is, because now there are only people from the medical foundation here. But soon those connected with the film industry will come. He punched in the numbers on his phone. I called my aunt and asked if she could quickly vacate one of the banquet halls at the Gangnam Hotel. He looked at the crowd and said that there were about 100 people who would arrive in about 30 minutes. He said that food and drinks would need to be prepared. The aunt languidly told the hero not to worry and she would arrange everything. He smiled. Thinking about how joyful her aunt's voice was, he decided that she was apparently glad that she got what she wanted from her grandfather. He slammed the phone shell shut. The hero began to squeeze through the crowd and apologize every time. He approached Yanggi and said that the managers and directors should say hello to the rest of the family. Dojun smiled and said that they were used to dining in hotels, and since there are fellow students, Sunbi and other acquaintances here, why not have a drink? Yanggi smiled bewilderedly and thanked his son. The hero smiled, thinking that at such moments it would be nice to use the experience of holding similar events from a past life. There were a bunch of pairs of empty shoes lying on the threshold. People smiled and moved towards the exit. They shook hands with Yanggi and all continued to laugh and smile. Yanggi responded with a warm smile. He saw Soyun in the crowd, who had done her hair beautifully. All the men opened their mouths in shock. Soyun smiled shyly as she stopped in front of the hero's father. Yanggi pointed with his hand and suggested they go together. Soyun covered her mouth with her hand in embarrassment. All the men blushed just from looking at it. Soyun and Yanggi silently looked at each other as the crowd admired them. Evening was already coming and the windows reflected the last rays of the sun. Yanggi said goodbye to his guests. Dongseo watched him from the crowd with a smile. She looked at the calm, but nonetheless smiling hero. The last guest turned around for the last time. Dojun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was finally over. Yanggi looked at Dongseo. Yanggi approached his son with a smile. He said the cold wind helped him sober up. He smiled and offered to talk. Dojun asked if we would talk about what happened between him and his grandfather in the morning. Yanggi said about it. The sun was sinking lower and lower. Father and son looked at the empty yard. The son asked about the financial industry, and the father asked what he thought about it. Does he think that his grandfather will give him the financial sphere? Dojun looked forward and briefly answered yes. Yanggi was a little confused, but after a moment he smiled contentedly. If the uncles do not interfere, everything will go as usual. Dojun said it will take time to sort out the branch's shares and their relationships, and you never know what might happen. Yanggi looked at his son and said that he took care of Aunt Soyeon and protected the management rights of 2 uncles, but no one can predict what will come into his grandfather's head, so there is no telling how things will change. The men fell silent. Yanggi frowned and thought. He hit himself on the head, which surprised the hero. Yanggi smiled and told his son not to try to do everything alone, and if he needs help, then let him just say it. He said that for the sake of his son and his brothers he would grab them. Dojun closed his eyes and bowed. He said that his uncles would be the first to press him. Yanggi laughed. The hero remembered the cunning Soyeon, who offered half. He looked ahead and wondered if Soyun would give him half of the shares as promised. Day, chairman's mansion. Yangchul laughed and greeted the mayor. He said that he shouldn't have bothered so much with New Year's greetings. The man looked at the chairman in surprise, not understanding why he called him Mayor Choi. Yangchul confidently shook the man's hand with both hands. He smiled and behaved very friendly. This confused the man more and more. He bowed and asked his father-in-law for forgiveness. He said that he should have come earlier, but he was late. Yangchul continued to smile and said that the man was busy with government affairs and asked why these worries. He said with a fake smile that everything was fine. The man trembled. He understood that the chairman no longer thought of him as the son-in-law of the Sanyang family, only as the mayor of Seoul. He fell to his knees, began to apologize and ask for another chance. He said that for a second he was intoxicated by power and he lost his mind. He buried his face in the floor and began to beg for forgiveness. Yangchul watched his son-in-law's humiliation with satisfaction. He opened his mouth slightly. He said it was late and ordered the man to get up. The mayor looked into the void with horror, realizing that this was the end. Veins bulged on his arm. Once such words came out of the chairman's lips, there was no turning back. The chairman's son-in-law's business card was no longer valid. The man was shaking all over. He understood that if he wanted to keep the business card of politician Choi Chang-yi, he should at least part with him on a pleasant note, because if the old man wanted. He imagined the chairman's huge hand above him, realizing that if he wanted, his life would turn into hell. He looked at the chairman and again began to beg him to forgive him, but he understood that it was useless to beg for an additional chance. He shouted that he cancelled the plan for the construction of a new city, which was promised to the Taeyoung group. If the chairman gives him a chance, he will create a new plan for a new city. He wanted to show that he wanted forgiveness. Yangchul, you were silent with a smile. The mayor was covered in sweat. Yangchul said loudly and told the man to stand up. He looked pitifully at the old man. He went to the chair and asked what he wanted to say. He smiled, folded his hands on his chest and ordered him to speak briefly and clearly. The mayor bowed and said that he would do whatever Yangchul asked him to do. The chairman asked, even if nothing changes. The mayor stood up and said again that he would do whatever he asked. Yangchul frowned at the mayor of Seoul. He looked in front of him and said that the divorce was a done deal. Soonyang is reluctant to follow his words, but this child has already made up her mind. He looked at the mayor again and said that this meant that he would no longer be able to enter their family. The mayor bowed and said that he would do whatever the chairman asked. Yangchul laughed and called the mayor a weirdo. He smiled slyly and beamed. The mayor obediently lowered his eyes and waited for the order. Yangchul folded his arms and told the mayor to forget everything he had seen and heard while being a member of this family for the past 20 years. He looked sternly at his former son-in-law and said that now he was a complete stranger here. He said he would treat him like a stranger. The man thought that the old man meant that if he kept his mouth shut, then at most he would not disturb him in the future. He pressed himself into his neck and a double chin appeared under his face. Sweat was running down his face. He said that he would forget everything. Yangchul looked away and said that he was glad that the man understood everything correctly. He told him to leave because they would not see each other again. The mayor froze in horror. He raised his hand and said father-in-law first, remained silent, and called his father-in-law chairman. He said that he was still the mayor of Seoul and couldn't he, as mayor, meet him. Yangchul smiled. He asked what he was talking about so impudently. The man asked what he was talking about. The veins on the old man's face bulged. He asked angrily, did he really seem so free as to personally meet with the mayor of Seoul? The mayor fell silent. The chairman said they would only meet once after the Blue House contacted him after the election. He asked if he had any work questions. He knew who to contact. Choi was silent in disappointment. He bowed and asked for forgiveness, saying that he had been rude. Yangchul didn't even look at the man and ordered him to leave. Choi silently walked towards the exit with a sad gait, thinking that his political career remained untouched. He understood that the doors to the law firm that had been the support of the family were now definitely closed. His face reflected despair. Skyscraper, bright sunny day. Dojun and Sanyang congratulated the chairman with a smile. Dojun said that he heard about it from his father and congratulated his aunt on becoming the chairman of the Sanyang department store group. Soonyang smiled shyly and asked not to call her chairman because it would be burdensome. She said that in any case, everything was thanks to Sanyang. They joyfully shook hands. Sanyang asked in bewilderment, what did he do? Soonyang said that it was all thanks to him. She said that the hero grew up and became a big smart guy. She looked at the hero with a warm smile and said that she trusted him. Dojun looked at his aunt with a slight smile. They sat in a beautiful office and drank tea. Soonyang said that she had wanted to meet him for a long time. She crossed her legs and said that she wanted to offer to work together and she hoped that he would not refuse. Sanyang smiled and said that the opportunity to work with the Sanyang department store group was a great chance for him. Soonyang looked at the stack of documents. She said that it was an inventory of debts that their department store group had to pay to Sanyang group after the separation. Do-jun and Si-hyun sat together on the sofa. So-yoon said the board members expressed that it would be difficult to deal with them until the largest discounter started turning a profit. There was a pile of open inventories and tables on the table. The men began to study them. Se-hyun frowned and raised one eyebrow. Do-jun remained calm. So-yoon anxiously awaited the announcement of the verdict. It was a clear day outside the window. The men stacked a stack of documents on top of each other. Se-hyun put his hand to his face and said that the costs of obtaining land ownership and building a hypermarket are quite large, and the projected profit volumes from the hotel and department store are slightly overestimated. Due to the economic stagnation of late, one should not count on such sales. Dojun silently looked at his friend. Se-hyun said, "That opening 4 more discount stores next year will be too much. It will only increase the financial burden." So-yoon said displeasedly that this was her first case. She frowned and said that she could not delay the development of the hypermarket chain. She believed that the problem was the capable people in the group. Do-jun suddenly realized something. He frowned, thinking that his aunt wanted to change the lender. The eldest son considers every brick of the Sanyang group to be his own. The second brother is sure that he is the only one who is worthy of taking the post of chairman. They both quietly watch and wait for the chance to show their claws and take away the younger sister's share. So-yoon sat gloomily with her arms crossed over her chest. The hero understood that his aunt wanted, as a third party, to snatch her from these clutches. Se-hyun looked at So-yoon in surprise as she said that was why she was proposing to the director. She smiled, suggesting that T Construction would undertake the construction of the hypermarket. Dojun wondered to himself what thought came into his aunt's head. He thought that his aunt was determined not to miss this chance and gain a foothold in the territory. Se-hyun frowned and rubbed his chin. So-yoon exclaimed when he asked if it would be difficult. He said he should bow his head in gratitude for this chance. He asked, "Isn't she just giving it to her?" Do-jun looked at his friend, thinking that he looked confident, but it looked like he had figured out the situation and was trying to show which side had the real advantage. So-yoon said that he may not realize it, but the reward is quite generous. She said that since the amount was set before the separation, they would assume that she was simply outsourcing everything. He tilted his head and said that everything sounded even more suspicious and asked why everything was so good. Do-jun smiled and tilted his head. Do-jun looked at his cunning friend, realizing that he was simply pretending not to understand and continuing to ask questions because he wanted to hear something specific from his aunt's lips. So-yoon was confused. She crossed her leg and said that she needed to take a breath, and this was the only way to avoid the pressure. She looked pitifully at the men and asked them for a favor. In the end, Do-jun smiled. The words asking for a favor came out. Se-hyun looked at the woman flirtatiously and said, "Does she mean that they will do everything on credit?" So-yoon threw up her hands and said that she would pay everything back with interest once the business was up and running in the division. Se-hyun smiled and said that there is one important factor. Since it will be a loan, what will be left is collateral. So-yoon covered her grin and said that she believed they had a trusting relationship, and the issue of collateral even confused her a little. Se-hyun smiled and said that when someone borrows money, they usually repay the debt only to the bank, forgetting about friends, although they were also trusted. Se-hyun's smile became more radiant. He asked about trust and said that when it comes to money, there is no question of it. So-yoon looked at the man in confusion. Dojun turned around and asked if it was time for uncle to go. He suggested looking at the documents later. Se-hyun turned to the hero. He grabbed the bag of documents. He bowed and said, in order not to upset each other, they need to find the right line of doing business. He walked away and his aunt and Do-jun looked after him. So-yoon turned around angrily and asked what the hell he was saying, pushing her away and leaving like that. Do-jun stood up with a smile and said that he simply realized what her weakness was. Do-jun looked at his aunt and said that he was the kind of person who could tell what a company's situation was just by looking at the books, so he knew that his aunt might be robbed of her share of the department stores even before his grandfather gave it back. So-yoon gritted her teeth. Do-jun said that there was nothing to regret, but that everything should be outlined right away. So-yoon leaned forward and asked if it was really that bad. Do-jun said yes. He smiled and said that the board members who are responsible for the financial department are also aware and the situation is difficult, so this is not the time to wag the tail. So-yoon looked at the hero in confusion. She flared up and began to curse the old man. She fell silent when the hero asked if she really didn't understand yet. Do-jun smiled and said that this was a test from Grandpa and only if she went through all this safely would the department store be in her hands. So-yoon fell silent and looked at the hero in surprise. Do-jun stood up and said that her business is based on turnover, so it is extremely sensitive to capital turnover in the economy. Do-jun smiled insidiously and said that this was definitely an exam. So-yoon looked at the man in shock. The events at So-yoon's headquarters continue. The protagonist and So-yoon looked at each other silently. A little nervous aunt asked what she should do. Do-jun stared at her without answering right away. He frowned slightly, deciding to see how greedy his aunt was. Soonyang screamed and immediately began to resist when the protagonist suggested that she postpone the construction of the hypermarket. Do-jun, not paying attention to her cries, suggested that she radically reorganize everything, sell a couple of golf courses and deal with low-profit apartments, and the department store and hotel were her symbols, so she could leave them. Soonyang was stunned after hearing this. Her lips pursed with excitement. Do-jun was a little surprised when his aunt told him that she wouldn't be able to start with sales. A despondent Soonyang told her nephew that it would look like a lack of ability. Do-jun, looking at her, mentally said to himself that at such moments, when companies lack funds, selling in order to accumulate money was a priority. Even grandfather would have appreciated such a decision. The protagonist sighed, realizing that his aunt only wanted to receive money from fantasy. Soonyang smiled, saying that getting money from fantasy was the easiest option. Afterwards, Soonyang, looking at her nephew, asked him to talk to the director, because if everything falls down for her, then he won't be a loser either. Do-jun silently stared at his aunt after listening to all her words. A moment later, his lips curled into a smile. Grinning terribly, the protagonist decided to test his aunt's trust. Soonyang flinched slightly when Do-jun told her to be honest. Do-jun surprised his aunt by throwing her off. Did he remember his last promise, the one she made when they teamed up? Remembering her promise, Soonyang was horrified. Do-jun sighed, looking at his aunt. Then he closed his eyes, telling his aunt not to answer because he himself understood everything. Soonyang began to wave her hands excitedly, asking her nephew what he understood. Do-jun answered her by saying that he was not sure that she would actually separate the branches for him so that he would become a co-owner. Looking at the aunt, the protagonist said that in addition to this, he had no guarantee that he would get workers in the field of finance. In other words, she received her capital, but did not keep her promise. Soonyang began to sweat out of excitement, telling her nephew not to misunderstand her. Dojun looked arrogantly at Soonyang, who told him that as soon as the inheritance procedure was over, they would unite. The protagonist looked at his aunt with contempt, realizing that she never wanted to team up with him, but simply wanted to use him. Looking at the sweaty and clearly nervous Aunt Do-jun, he decided to show his displeasure at her greed. After all, he was not one of those who would be content with just one branch of a department store. The protagonist's lips stretched into a grin again. Then he bent down a little, telling his aunt to think carefully. Looking at the mugs of tea, Dojun said that if he gets the financial industry, everything can change, because even one Sanyang insurance costs more than everything he has. Soonyang was puzzled after hearing this. But Dojun didn't finish speaking. He threatened his aunt that he could help her husband immediately after graduating from the financial industry. Soonyang's eyes widened in shock. Dojun stood up from his seat, saying goodbye to his aunt. Looking at her one last time, he said that she wouldn't have any special problems because she had already asked the director. Events are transferred to the office of a fantasy company. A folder with documents fell on the table. Dojun took it and was puzzled as he read the documents. Sanyang, leaning back in his chair, told him that he needed to invest 400 billion, otherwise Soonyang wouldn't even be able to pay the interest. The protagonist looked at Sanyang with a puzzled expression. He, leaning his head on his hand, said that everything earned by the department store and the hotel would go to pay interest, and as soon as sales fell for a month, delays would begin. Reading the documents in his hands, the protagonist called his grandfather scary. Squinting his eyes, Sanyang told the protagonist that his grandfather simply gave away the branch with a debt in addition. Do-jun abruptly interrupted him, saying that this was also a chance for them. Looking at the documents with a smile, Dojun said that he wanted to take a controlling stake, because Sanyang shares cannot be bought even with money, because they are traded only within the company itself. Hearing him, Sanyang frowned slightly, deciding to convince the protagonist to use this money for something else. But a moment later he suddenly fell silent. Leaning back in his chair, Sanyang told Do-jun to forget everything he said, because it was impossible to plan something rationally when it came to dreams. The protagonist said with a smile on his face that although it seemed illogical now, when he becomes the head of Sanyang, everything will seem quite reasonable. Because the symbol of the place of the head of Sanyang is not money, but power. After all, the chairman, his grandfather, literally builds the structures of the country, and only this place is suitable to satisfy his grandfather's desires. Slightly puzzled, Sanyang asked Dojun what he wanted to do with this power. Putting a folder with documents on the protagonist's desk, he said that he would think about it when he received it. Dojun grinned, saying that they would first help with 400 billion and shares would naturally be the collateral for this. Sanyang grinned when he heard the protagonist's words. Suddenly the secretary entered the office, notifying Sanyang about the arrival of the guest. Soon the man entered the office. Sang-hoon bowed slightly and then greeted Sanyang. Sanyang smiled as he greeted his friend back. Shaking his hand, Sanyang asked him what had brought him such a successful venture businessman of late. At this time, Do-jun looked at what was happening with puzzlement. He began to look closely at Sang-hoon. He noticed his dirty shirt sleeves, and his so irritable stubble. Dojun looked at him continuously, studying him. Next, he noticed the scuffed shoes. After everything he saw, he stood in a stupor, not understanding who was in front of him. Sehen, who also noticed his friend's appearance, excitedly asked him why he looked like that. Wasn't his business successful? Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Sang-hoon apologized, saying that he had just been so busy lately that he even forgot to change his clothes. Sehen smiled widely, saying that it was even good since he was so busy. Next, Sang-hun and Seon looked at Dojun, after which Seon introduced him as a friend with whom he works. Dojun looked sadly at the guest while listening to Seon's performance. Sang-hoon extended his hand to the protagonist. Dojun shook his hand and said his full name. Sang-hoon was shocked, asking if he was from Sanyang Company. Dojun was a little puzzled, but still admitted that he belonged to the company. Seon smiled widely, saying that Dojun was a slacker student who spends most of his time with him than at the university. Adjusting his glasses, Sang-hoon said that he had heard a lot about him. Dojun and Seon were shocked when Sang-hoon called Dojun a person with outstanding talent who had appeared in Sanyang. Looking at the young man, Sang-hoon said that many assumed that it was the Sanyang who were the real owner of the fantasy company and that the chairman's grandson, Dojun, was actually managing the investment company. The protagonist frowned at Sang-hoon's words. Sehen mentally exclaimed at what he heard, but a moment later he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that this was all nonsense. Sang-hoon began to pick in his inner pocket, wanting to give something. He handed his business card to Dojun, asking him to take care of him. The protagonist frowned deeply when he saw the business card. Reading the company name and realizing who the owner was, Dojun realized that he was living proof of the reality of the Korean venture business. But a moment later, he looked at the man again, mentally calling him living proof of the future. The protagonist kept looking at Sang-hoon, trying to understand why he looked so unkempt. In 1994, after the release of a computer emulator program, it became possible to send faxes through a computer without a fax machine itself, which led to huge investments in the Sang-hoon company. Dojun looked at Sang-hun, not understanding what could happen to him, because his company was soon to appear on the stock exchange. Sang-hun sat down in a chair and then asked Seon for water. Then he glanced at Sehen, saying that they would have a long conversation. Dojun stood up from his seat and decided to leave, leaving his two friends behind. But Sehen, looking at the protagonist, stopped him. Sang-hoon was shocked and puzzled by his friend's action. Frowning, Sehen said that this conversation was about work, so they should listen to it together. Sang-hoon looked at his friend with some hope, pleading with him. But a moment later, realizing the pointlessness of this, I agreed with him. Dojun involuntarily looked at the man. Squinting his eyes slightly, Seon asked Sang-hoon why he came. Nervously moving his hands, Sang-hoon said that his company actually plans to go public in the summer. Sehen relaxed and then congratulated his friend, because now he will have a lot of money. Sang-hoon heard him, awkwardly stroked the back of his head and laughed. Smiling, Seon pointed at Dojun, telling Sang-hoon that although he wanted to invest in his company, Dojun stopped him. Sehen looked at Sehen in surprise when he said that their company only invests in a couple of online gaming companies, but no venture capital firms. Excited, Sang-hoon asked Dojun why they pulled away from the venture capital companies, if there was any special reason. Looking at Sang-hoon with a smirk, Dojun responded by saying that they would cause damage if such a large company wanted to make a few pennies from them. Dojun looked at Sang-hoon and reminded him that their company had acquired AJIN Group and T Construction, so they had to continue to follow the rules of trade. Sang-hun, who was sitting next to him, told the protagonist that, unlike them, the Soonyang company expressed a great desire and helped them. Dojun, looking at the man, mentally admitted to himself that he did not like him. If his company had developed gradually on the basis of good technological developments, it would have remained a great company. But they, blinded by the chance to make a profit, went to the stock exchange and went bankrupt. Thousands of ordinary small investors seemed to fall off a cliff. They suffered greatly. Dojun looked with contempt at the man who in the future did not even take responsibility for his wrongdoing. At this time, Seon frowned slightly, looking at his friend. But a moment later he smiled and asked him what bothered him so much, since he had many investors, especially since they would soon be on the stock exchange. Adjusting his glasses, the man said he was scared. Dojun and Seon looked at the man in shock. Excited, Sehen asked his friend if he was afraid even if there was a holiday soon. Gritting his teeth, Sang-hoon said that so far his company cannot get out of the red, they are now looking for a paid model and pictures will be published later. Raising his hand, Second said that this was not something unusual because the essence of venture capital companies is opportunities. At the same time, Dojun mentally agreed with Seon, because companies that demonstrated at least minimal capabilities since last year, one after another appeared on the stock exchange and the prices for their shares grew 10 or even 20 times. Suddenly, Sang-hoon screamed, saying that their situation was a little different. Bowing his head, Sang-hoon said that he wanted the company to go public when they were in the black, but investors were forcing him to go public as soon as possible. Dojun, who was looking at Sang-hoon, now understood why his company would go bankrupt in the future. Frowning, Sang-hoon asked Sang-hoon if he and his two comrades still had a controlling stake. Sang-hoon bowed his head slightly and said that he currently owns 25% of the shares, and the guys he started with have already left the business. Sang-hoon's face twisted and he started screaming, asking his friend how they could get out and weren't they the main developers. Very worried, Sang-hoon said that his friends transferred shares to investors and left the company, but even so there are no problems with the development. Sang-hoon heard him and began to shout, saying that he needed to convince investors to be patient a little in order to make a big profit. A despondent Sang-hoon said investors were unshakable and would go public by August at the latest. His fist shook violently while Sang asked him how else it could be in such a situation. Sang-hoon shouted sharply, saying that the investors would not calm down and insist on their own no matter how hard he tried. The director closed his eyes, expressing his understanding. Opening his eyes, he said that his investors wanted to make big profits thanks to the unstable stock exchange. But his company was not the only one, there were companies 10 times worse than his. Frowning, Sang asked his friend if investors were worried about the future of the company because the exchange would not disappear even if they entered it later. Sang-hoon's lips parted when he said that the investors didn't just ask for S7O, but threatened. Dojun flinched when he heard this. Sang asked his friend in surprise what he had just said. Sang-hoon shouted angrily, saying that if he continued to oppose them, he would be robbed. They threatened to send him to prison if he became indignant and spread this. Dojun's eyes widened sharply. He didn't expect such words from Sang-hoon, but he was still able to understand the reason for it. Dojun asked the man, who was clutching his head, what would happen if everything was made public, and he answered him by saying that in the beginning, he indiscriminately accepted investment money. Dojun sighed, realizing the true reason. Dojun involuntarily remembered how he himself ate instant noodles even when he was rich, after which he worked at night, but at the same time received a wad of money. At such moments, the beggar mentality kicked in. You don't feel guilty, but you don't spend money either. It was like the ABCs for venture business. Rubbing his chin, Sekin called his friend's situation not the best. Lowering his hand, the director said that since the investor did not hesitate to threaten the CEO, it meant that he was focused on short-term profit. Frowning, Sekin told his friend that as soon as his company went public, all operational forces would immediately be assigned to it. Sang-hoon was horrified when he heard this. He stared at Sehin in shock. Dojun looked at Sang-hoon warily. He listened to their conversation, and everything became clear to him. He understood the secret of how Sang-hoon's company grew in value by almost 600 times in 6 months. Sang-hoon looked at his friend when he told him that everything would be fine, because with going public he would again receive capital. And with this money he would hire highly qualified specialists and create a normal company from his company. Frowning slightly, Sang said that his business was still fragile, which is why he had to work hard to make a profit. Excited, Sang-hoon asked Seon what he meant when he said that all operational forces would be assigned to him. But suddenly he was interrupted by Dojun, who asked permission to address him as a sunbi. Having calmed down, Sang-hoon said that since they were graduates of the same university, he could call him whatever he wanted. Looking at Sang-hoon, Dojun asked him to tell him everything that he had not expressed to them, and if his presence bothered him, then he could leave. Sang-hoon's lips trembled after hearing this. Looking gloomily at the protagonist, Sang-hoon told him to stay, because in any case he would have found out everything. Seon, who was watching him, nodded. Sang-hoon stared at the wall and told Seon that he wanted to know if he would invest in his company. Seon was greatly shocked by his friend's words. Sang-hoon shouted sharply, saying that he had excellent qualifications, and the company was good, and now they were discussing the possibility of discussing capital, and then the shares of those investors would also increase in price. Dojun and Seon listened in bewilderment as Sang-hoon shouted to them that if Seon gets a controlling stake, the investors will abandon their plan. Sang-hoon shouted, telling his friend that he wouldn't let him suffer a loss and wouldn't even mind handing over all his shares if it would just help him delay going public and go the normal route. The man's fist trembled with tension. Standing with his head bowed, he said he didn't want to disappear like regular internet companies. Seon looked at his friend with a frown. Dojun turned his attention to his uncle. Sang-hoon was stunned when Seon told him that he would think about it, because it was not an easy decision. Without expressing regret at all, Seon said that everything was not as easy as withdrawing money from an account or savings book, and first he would have to check whether there was free money to put into circulation. Sang-hoon bowed his head in agreement with his friend. Dojun, looking out the window, understood that there was no one who did not know that on the scale of fantasy, they could easily pull out 10 or even 20 billion, like a couple of one from a wallet. Then he glanced at the man, who was politely refused. Looking closely, his protagonist realized that he had already been to meetings with all the trustworthy investors and this place was the last. After a couple of seconds, Seon and Sang-hoon shook hands. Sang-hoon took one last look at Dojun. He bowed slightly to him as a sign of respect. Soon, Sang-hoon left the office. Dojun and Seon are left alone. Dojun scratched the back of his head and said that he felt sorry for Sang-hoon because after going through such hardships, he would still end up in prison. Saeun turned around sharply and shouting asked Dojun what prison he was talking about and why Sang-hoon would go to prison. Dojun looked away feeling awkward. Saeun turned and looked intently at the frozen Dojun. The man frowned, pursed his lips and froze, waiting for an answer. Sweat flowed down the guy's face. He looked pitifully at his interlocutor, not knowing what to say. The main character raised his hands and said that it seemed to him that this was inevitable, because if people with political power were involved in the case, then the price could jump 100 times. Saeun frowned and said that 100 times is too much. The guy closed his eyes, raised his index finger and said that now many venture capital companies have increased many times, and Sang-hoon plans to go public quite late, so increasing the price by 100 times is not so unrealistic. The man narrowed his eyes, said that such a development was acceptable and asked what follows from this. Dojun presented the blue arrow of the chart and asked the interlocutor if he was not making money on growth with the goal of further selling, which would allow him to put real money into a savings account. He imagined a crowd of people trying to catch money falling from the sky and said that as soon as the stock price increases, small investors will jump in and buy everything, which will lead to the fact that many people dreaming of hitting the jackpot will end up going bankrupt. Saeun looked at the guy with displeasure and said nothing. He gritted his teeth and said that many people lose their money because of bad stock purchases, but that doesn't mean that Sang-hoon will be charged and imprisoned because of this. The main character narrowed his eyes, looked at him intently and said that he was right. No one would put the director of a company in prison because of unsuccessful personal investments. People standing opposite each other were visible through the glass window. Dojun said that the upcoming elections could change everything. Saeun's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden realization. The main character presented a target and said that the government needs to calm the angry people, but they do not have a suitable target. He introduced the archer and said that in this case they usually create a figure that can be shot at. The man looked at his interlocutor in shock. He rubbed his neck and said that there was already evidence of theft of the company's funds, so Sang-hoon could definitely become a target. Saeun closed his eyes, scratched the back of his head and said that this was some kind of madness. Dojun looked at his friend intently and asked if he wanted to help Sang-hoon or stay away from this matter. The man crossed his arms over his chest, sat down on the edge of the table and sighed heavily. The main character looked at him expectantly. Saeun pursed his lips. He opened his mouth and asked what would happen if their company also joined the game. The guy tilted his head and looked down and agreed. A surprised expression appeared on his face as the meaning of what was said dawned on him. The man put his hand on the edge of the table and said that although this was a small investment, it was quite difficult to find something that would be as good. He narrowed his eyes and said that if the company started manipulating the securities, they would simply go out of business. They had about 6 months and in that time they could increase their investment by about 30 times. Dojun opened his mouth and asked why Saeun was so suddenly interested in this case and assumed that he was worried about Sang-hoon's fate. The man raised one eyebrow and asked what the guy was trying to say. He presented red playing cards, clenched his hand into a fist and said that they would play for high stakes because they knew the sales strategy, which was almost as easy as playing Gostop, a Korean card game, knowing all the opponent's cards in advance. He frowned, laughed ominously and said that they already knew all the company's plans, so making money on this business would be as easy as shelling pears. He narrowed his eyes slyly and looked at Dojun with a grin, waiting for his reaction. The guy scratched his head and asked if he really wanted to do this project just because of the high return on investment and not because of Sang-hoon. Saeun closed his eyes, crossed his arms and said that even if they became the main shareholders, they would not be able to delay the company's entry into the stock exchange, so they could not help with this matter. He narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully that investing should be aimed at profit and not at anything else. A bead of sweat ran down the protagonist's face. He smiled and thought that he had just realized that Saeun was simply an ideal speculator, no matter whether it was his innate talent or an established habit. A trembling hand grabbed the edges. Dojun thought that there was no peak for a professional. Sweat was running down Saeun's face. He was breathing heavily after climbing for a long time. The man stood on a hill and looked at the mountain surrounded by fog. The main character thought that no matter how high Saeun climbed, his focus would always be on the next goal, which was higher than the previous one. The main character smiled and asked whether his interlocutor would change his mind if he dissuaded him from this adventure. Saeun smiled and said that if Dojun does not support his idea, then he will do everything as a private citizen and leave the guy without profit. The sky above the office buildings was clear. The man opened the black folder and began looking through the documents, humming a song. Soonyang crossed her arms and asked if they could mobilize resources right now. Three people were sitting at a low table. The woman pursed her lips in displeasure. Looking at her, the main character thought that he understood the reasons for her dissatisfaction, because only 2 months had passed and everything that the hotel and department store had earned was taken away. Sanyang closed the folder, smiled, and said that they would immediately distribute 400 billion among the branches, starting with the distribution, hotel, and department store. Dojun squinted and thought that a month ago Soonyang got angry when they demanded shares as collateral for a 400 billion loan, but found them herself when she was under financial pressure. The woman frowned, opened her mouth, and said that they were real robbers, since they were taking 30% of the shares of Sanyang distribution from her for some 400 billion. The man put the folder in his briefcase and said that Soonyang does not yet own these shares, so no one but them will lend her money against future wealth. He put his briefcase aside and said that in addition to 400 billion won, they were also allocating 130 billion to build the first hypermarket. Sanyang smiled and said that the risk is too high, so the deal is fair even if the deposit amount is a little high. The woman winced with anger and did not answer. Dojun smiled. Half of his face was hidden in shadow. The main character thought that now Sanyang distribution was in his hands. The sky above the chairman's mansion was painted in the colors of sunset. Yangchul frowned and asked incredulously if she really returned the money. The man sitting next to him said that with the exception of Sanyang life insurance and fire insurance, which are managed by the vice chairman, Soonyang dealt with the bonds of all the other branches. The old man asked where his daughter got that kind of money because the company had fallen on hard times. Haki calmly looked at Yangchul and said that the woman borrowed money from the fantasy and that there are rumors that she contacted Sanyang through Dojun. The man frowned with displeasure. He pressed his hand to his face. Yangchul looked at his interlocutor through his fingers and thought that he could not say that this money belonged to his grandson. Haki turned his head and said that Soonyang left the shares as collateral, so if she couldn't pay off the debt, she would transfer the shares of the distribution branches to Fantasy. Yangchul, still frowning, asked how many shares Sanyang demanded as collateral. The interlocutor replied that 30% to start with. The old man opened his mouth and asked what it meant to begin with. He imagined outstretched hands catching money falling from the sky and said that once you borrow money, it will be difficult to stop, so Soonyang will definitely borrow again. Haki continued to sit with his head turned towards Yangchul and reminded that the man wanted to see his daughter overcome difficulties, but instead she chose the easy way. The subordinate looked at the old man in surprise, who clenched his teeth, looked away, and asked who exactly had to overcome the difficulties. Haki put his hands on his knees and listened in confusion to Yangchul's words that Soonyang and overcoming difficulties are incompatible. They should not even be mentioned in the same sentence. Without looking at her subordinate, the old man said that if Soonyang were smart enough, she would first get rid of the apartments, the golf course, and postpone the construction of the hypermarket. He opened his mouth and said that his daughter grew up without any difficulties, so if things weren't so bad, she would have had a chance to cope with running the company. The man imagined the woman yelling at the employees and said that now that the company is in crisis, Soonyang can only run around and bother people. Haki opened his mouth in surprise. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He assumed that in this way Yangchul was trying to force his daughter to give up control. The old man opened his mouth and said that as soon as Soonyang showed weakness, someone would immediately take everything away from her. So he wanted his daughter to marry successfully and become a homebody, and if this did not happen, he would give her an allowance and allow her to work in another place. Yangchul closed his eyes. His employee guessed that Sanyang was the one who would take everything away from the woman. The old man smiled, said that this was even better because he could buy everything back again, and asked if they still had a private investment market in Myeongdong. The man adjusted his glasses and answered yes. He narrowed his eyes. Haki introduced the dark-haired guy and thought that the real owner of the fantasy was Dojun. Haki looked at the chairman sitting in the chair. Yangchul smiled. Looking at him, the employee realized that the old man was happy that his grandson would take his place. It was dark outside, but there were lights in the windows of the company's office building. Two men were sitting at a low table. Youngie asked his brother if he also received money. Dongi replied that yes, because he also paid off most of the debt. One of the brothers crossed his arms and said that an application had been received to terminate the contract for the construction of a large department store. The second man also crossed his arms over his chest. Youngie added that the official document had not yet been drawn up, but it was mentioned in the phone conversation. The man gritted his teeth in rage and said that their stupid sister had created a huge problem in the end. Who would have thought that she would attract someone else with shares? Dongi narrowed his eyes and said nothing. His brother put his hand on the armrest of the chair and said that he was thinking about Sanyang. The man opened his mouth and asked his interlocutor if he thought that the investor was acting on the orders of the chairman. Dongi's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't think of a single reason that could make Yangchul and Sanyang cooperate. Yangchul opened his mouth and said that Sanyang Motors was transferred to Fantasy. In addition, the man received 17% of the company's shares, which was too much even if they needed dollars due to the IMF crisis. Dongyi looked at his brother intently and asked what their father was up to. The man with glasses said that the chairman can give everything, including the department store, to Dojun. His face became gloomy. He introduced his sister and the investor and said that Seon in his right mind would not accept non-existent shares as collateral, because if Yangchul did not give them to Soyun, then the man would lose 400 billion without any guarantees. Dongyi put his hand on the armrest, lowered his head and asked if his brother had received confirmation that his father would transfer negotiable shares to the director of Fantasy. Yangchul adjusted his glasses, confirmed his brother's assumption and said that his father intended to give all the shares to his grandson and then transfer part of the money. The man put his hand to his mouth in amazement. Yangchul sat with his arms crossed over his chest and listened to his brother talk about how they couldn't change their father's will and could only watch as their inheritance passed into Dojun's hands. He clenched his hand into a fist, hit the armrest and said that they had to stop this. Veins appeared on the man's face with anger. He asked if his brother was just going to watch their nephew absorb their company. Dongyi closed his eyes, smiled and asked what he proposed to do. He looked at his brother intently and mockingly asked if he was going to push Dojun under the car like last time. Yangchul looked at his brother furiously and said nothing. The man opened his mouth in surprise when his brother said that he thought he did it. Dongyi pursed his lips when Yangchul said that usually the second applicant is the most desperate, not the first. The older brother smiled and said that it is difficult to overtake someone in front when someone is running right behind you. Continuing to smile, the man looked at his interlocutor and said that he should try again before Yangchul or Dojun overtakes him. Dongyi stood up, opened his mouth wide and screamed that he couldn't listen to it anymore. The man stood with his hands clenched into fists when Yangchul said that the conversation was not over yet and asked how much money his brother's company had. The older brother crossed his arms and said that Seon was a man from Uido, the main financial and investment district of Seoul, which meant they could try to buy Soyun's collateral. He looked to the side and said that if the loan was 400 billion, then they could offer 500 and get the sister's shares. Dongyi gritted his teeth and finished his brother's thought that if Seon didn't sell them the collateral, it would mean that he was acting on their father's orders. He smiled and entrusted the deal to his brother, saying that if the man agreed, he would prepare 50 billion. Yangchul closed his eyes, smiled and said that they had not worked together for a long time. Dongyi looked at him thoughtfully. The man sat down on the sofa and asked if his older brother had thought about the fact that Seon could represent Dojun and not Yangchul. Yangchul frowned and asked what he meant. He opened his mouth wide and screamed when the other person said that there was a possibility that their nephew owned Fantasy and Seon was just the CEO. Yangchul pursed his lips, his eyes widening in surprise. Dongyi said with a serious expression that he didn't want to believe it either, but this thought had been haunting him a lot lately. The man gritted his teeth and said that at the moment all the cash in Korea is kept in Fantasy, and if Dojun owns it, then that changes everything. Dongyi crossed his arms over his chest, asked his brother to think it over carefully, and explained that if we assume that the nephew really owns this company, then everything will fall into place, especially the chairman's desire to transfer Soonyang to them. Yangchul opened his mouth and said he couldn't believe his brother was serious. He put his hands on the armrests of the chair and listened with a dissatisfied face to Dongyi, who said that he himself did not want to believe it, but is it possible to get a car company for $1 billion? Continuing to frown, the man said that Seon came with foreign capital and started buying shares despite the fact that it was not worth all the effort. A drop of sweat rolled down Yangchul's face. It also seemed strange to him, because no matter how tight the deadline was, there was no point in investing in shares. Dongyi slammed his hand on the armrest and said that Yangchul even transfers finances to his nephew, but what could 22-year-old Dojun do to earn such trust? The elder brother pursed his lips and said nothing. The man, continuing to frown, said that nothing is known yet and these assumptions cannot be ignored, but for now they need to return the department store. A bead of sweat rolled down Yangchul's face, his gaze downcast as he pondered his brother's words. Two men were sitting at a table in the office. It was quiet. The sun's rays illuminated the office building. Seon frowned, clenched his teeth, and asked Dojun how much he would invest. The guy raised his hand, looked to the side and said that for such a small company 3 million would be enough. It's not worth investing large sums because there is a risk of overdoing it. The man put his hand to his face and said that there are 2 million shares of 1,500 won. If you sell them when the price rises to 50,000, you can make 100 billion. The main character crossed his arms and said that with this investment he wants to return some of the money they will borrow from Soyun. He imagined the blue arrow and thought that since he was going to sell the shares when the price reached 200,000 won, he could earn 400 billion, that is, he could get back all the money he spent. Seon put his hands to his face and asked if he was going to make personal investments. He raised his hand. Dojun offered to invest 300 million so that it would not be noticed, but the man insisted on 500. The main character closed his eyes, bowed his head and agreed. He looked to the side questioningly when he heard a sound. A man in brown shoes entered the office. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. The man waved his hand. It was Sangi. He asked his nephew how he was doing. The guy introduced Yonggi and thought that the sudden visitor was acting on the orders of the vice chairman. Seon approached the man. They extended their hands to shake hands. Dojun introduced them to each other. Seon smiled and asked the man what issue he came for. Sangi smiled back and said that he had a small favor to ask. He turned his head and looked at his nephew when the guy said that he could speak in his presence without embarrassment. The man raised his fist to his face and told Seon that since he was a friend of his younger brother, Yoongi, he would speak less formally. He smiled. Sangi waved his hand and said that he heard that his sister made a mistake and wanted to correct it. Seon narrowed his eyes. Dojun pursed his lips, looked carefully at his uncle and thought that he himself was ashamed of his words. The man rubbed his chin and asked how Sangi was going to fix Soyun's mistake. He smiled and said that it seemed like a personal problem, but maybe he could help. Sangi opened his mouth wide and said that only Seon could help him. His eyes widened in surprise. The man opened his mouth wide and stated with a determined look that they would like to buy back the shares pledged as collateral. He threw up his hands and said that Soyun acted rashly, and their family does not have problems with money. Seon smiled and said that he is a businessman and therefore is ready to sell anything at the right price. Sangi smiled contentedly. He opened his mouth, said that the interlocutor was pleasant to do business with and asked to name the price. The man looked at Sangi mockingly and said that he was the first to start this conversation. The protagonist's uncle continued to smile and said that he was right and that they were offering 450 billion for the shares that belonged to the family. Dojun narrowed his eyes and looked at him with hostility. Seon smiled and reminded the man that he agreed to sell anything, but only at a reasonable price. The smile disappeared from Sanga's face when the interlocutor said that the amount he offered was insufficient. Through the window glass, 3 people were visible inside the office. The sky was blue over the roof of the office building. Soyun crossed her arms and asked her brothers what happened since they came together. Yonggi frowned with displeasure and said that his sister looked too calm for someone who had caused chaos in the company. She opened her mouth wide and said that the time when his words could hurt her was over. Donggi frowned and said that he came to find out what his sister was up to and asked her to tell everything straight. The woman touched her face with her hand, said that she would sort out her own affairs and asked what exactly interests her brothers. She looked at her brother displeasedly and opened her mouth when Donggi said that Seon cannot be trusted. Soyun said that they made an ordinary deal. There is no question of trust. Veins appeared on Yonggi's forehead from rage. He pointed his finger at her and said that his sister really naively believed that the head of fantasy lent her some money in order to receive a small percentage from it, although he refused even 100 billion. The woman winced and asked what her brother was talking about. Donggi crossed his arms over his chest and explained that the older brother offered Seon to invest 100 billion in shares as collateral, but the man refused and demanded a business instead of money. Veins also appeared on his forehead with barely restrained anger. He said that Seon is not an ordinary businessman from Uedo who craves quick money. Soyun frowned. Yonggi gritted his teeth and said that the owner of Fantasy had her keep her building as collateral, figuring that she wouldn't be able to pay off the interest along with the principal, allowing him to keep the building for himself. The brothers were sitting on the sofa opposite their sister. Yonggi asked how soon the construction of the first large shopping center would begin. How he was going to pay for the construction, said that she would need a lot of money and that she had no right to make a mistake. Soyun listened to him with pursed lips and asked what he was getting at. Donggi frowned, opened his mouth wide and asked if she didn't understand yet. They continued to sit on the sofa opposite each other. The woman said that, judging by their words, she fell into the paw of a tiger while trying to escape from the fox. She smiled. Soyun pressed her hand to her face and said that everything was the other way around, because after escaping from the tiger she met a wolf. Yonggi opened his mouth in surprise and asked what she meant. A bead of sweat rolled down Donggi's face. Soyun's face darkened. She looked intently at her brother and asked why he offered a stranger a huge amount of money when he gave money to his sister at a high interest rate. The man pressed his fist to his face and cleared his throat in embarrassment. The woman looked sternly at the brothers and said that if they were afraid that the company would be taken away from her, then they should create an obstacle and lend her 500 billion. She opened her mouth and said that she agreed to interest equal to half the bank interest rate, so she would earn money, pay off the debt, and the reasons for worry would disappear. Silence fell between the relatives sitting on the sofas. Yonggi frowned, pressed his palm to his face and thought that even if he did as his sister wanted, the chain of department stores would be lost. Donggi also frowned and thought that when the crisis passes and the economy stabilizes, Soyun will strengthen his position and return the borrowed money in an instant. The woman laughed in their faces. An elderly man stood next to the company building. Woo-sung did not care about the IMF, and it aggressively pursued mergers and acquisitions, resulting in the acquisition of more than 400 foreign companies, surpassing the Sanyang Group and ranking second. The man was on his knees as papers fell on him. The position of the Woo-sung Group was greatly weakened due to prolonged market stagnation and the decline of the global economy, and the company, which had made developing countries its priority, could not avoid decline, which led to financial creditors concluding an agreement with the company to make changes to the financial structure. The sky above the roof of the chairman's mansion was a soft pink color. Dojun was reading the newspaper and said that the Woo-sung Group had practically disintegrated, and now that the big buffalo had fallen, all the hyenas would attack him, wanting to grab a piece for themselves. Yangchul smiled and asked whether VNK was going to take part in the division, because he had about 1 trillion won in his hands. The guy put the newspaper on his lap and said to his grandfather that he should not look into someone else's bank account without the owner's permission. He turned his head and asked if he could invest the money in something. The old man continued to smile and said that Woo-sung shipbuilding is one of the worthy options. He threw the black folder on the table and asked his grandson to take a look. Dojun opened the folder and began to study the information. Yangchul said that it would be useful for him to have a variety of companies. Looking through the papers, the guy said that he doesn't have such an opportunity yet. He now needs people more than money, because even if he acquires a company, he doesn't have a person who could manage it. The chairman opened his mouth and said that he was ready to lend him people. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. Yangchul narrowed his eyes slyly and said that everyone was worried about the lack of money, and only his grandson was worried about the lack of people. Dojun looked at him confused and didn't answer. The chairman continued to squint. The main character looked at him closely and thought that he was up to something. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's face. He smiled and asked if he could lend the chairman money to buy the enterprise. The man closed his eyes, shook his head and said that it would be difficult for Soonyang to buy this company, because they had already spread rumors about restructuring in the company, so the government would not just quietly watch from the sidelines. He opened his eyes and said that his grandson would act as the figurehead director, and Yangchul would take over the reins once everything calmed down. The guy looked at his interlocutor in shock. It seemed to him that the room suddenly became dark and light was emanating from his head, and thought that according to the chairman's plan, Fantasy would manage Woo-sung shipbuilding for a while and then hand it over to Sanyang Group when the right moment came. He presented the mechanisms at the factory and thought that Sanyang Industry is engaged in vibration engineering, but the company is not a leader in this area. Do-jun shipbuilding is ahead of them in this area. The main character introduced the company building and thought that if Sanyang and Woo-sung merge, then Do-jun would fall to second place, meaning their company would have a chance to take the leading position. The guy's face darkened when he thought about the fact that his grandfather admitted that he was going to use his grandson for his own purposes. A bead of sweat rolled down his face when Yangchul said that he could refuse his offer. The chairman smiled benevolently and waited for his answer. Dojun opened his mouth and started to say something. He didn't believe that he would be let go so easily if he didn't want to participate in this scheme. A paper envelope fell on the table. The main character looked in surprise at the object lying on the table. He took the envelope in his hands and pulled out some papers. The guy frowned from misunderstanding. His fingers were clutching a white sheet of paper, on which the cooperation contract was printed. The main character looked at his grandfather in surprise and thought that Yangchul knew everything about this contract. The old man smiled contentedly. Dojun had a frightened expression on his face. He understood that the chairman was capable of changing everything if he didn't like something. The corners of his lips were turned down. He didn't know what to say. The main character smiled and said that he would do as grandfather wants. Continuing to smile, Yangchul said that he really liked Dojun. The guy closed his eyes, sighed heavily and said that he knew about his feelings. Starry said he likes the way his grandson understands him without words. The main character tilted his head and smiled. They continued to sit in the office and discuss something. Dojun thought that he also loved his grandfather very much, because he was capable of threatening his precious grandson. Events are transferred to the office of the protagonist's company. Sanyang, looking sadly at Dojun, told him about the main creditors of Woosung Group, who called and asked him if they were inclined to purchase. Dojun smiled, looking at his uncle. In any case, he was wondering how he could tell his uncle about the problem associated with Woosung Group, and here he was asking himself. But a moment later, Dojun got scared and stopped smiling. He asked Second, a little excitedly, if there had been any attractive offers from creditors. He, surprised, asked his nephew how he knew about this. Dojun was horrified, remembering his grandfather. He understood that it was his grandfather who gave the creditors the tip. Leaning back in his chair, San said that the creditors promised to write off their debts and offered to arrange negotiations if they were interested in them, saying that they would make sure that they did not suffer any losses. Frowning, the protagonist said that they really would not lose anything from the deal with them. San raised one eyebrow, asking the protagonist what he did. Dojun looked at his uncle, deciding to tell everything. San sat motionless listening to the protagonist's story. The lamps in the office were dimly lit. Seon shouted sharply, asking Dojun if he had made a pact with his aunt. He frowned, looking at his nephew. But a moment later, scratching his head, Seon said that Yangchul is truly a scary person. Dojun, looking at his uncle, said that they need to act first. Dojun understood that in order for his grandfather to be able to acquire the Soyun department store chain, he had to invest all the shares in the Sanyang branch. If the transfer does not take place, Fantasy will borrow 400 billion without collateral and construction of the DAHYUN department store will begin with full payment arrears. The protagonist, looking at his uncle, said that his grandfather asked him about this. This also meant that he would pretend that he was not aware that they were taking over a chain of department stores, and in return they must fulfill his request. Dojun stared at his uncle, waiting for an answer. An irritated San corrected the protagonist, saying that it was he who should fulfill the promise, not they. The protagonist smiled, deciding to rephrase. Dojun smiled and said that he would take over the department store chain. Addressing his uncle, the protagonist said that when he acquired WOSUNG shipbuilding and then sold it to Sanyang, he would make a huge profit. Sehun was shocked by his nephew's words. Seon, straightening up a little, asked the protagonist if Dojun wanted him to take all the profits alone. Dojun answered him by telling him to consider this a special bonus for the CEO. Sehun looked at his nephew in amazement. Dojun smiled. He decided not to skimp in order to keep his uncle. He remembered how many times his uncle had announced his retirement over the past 5 years, and anyway, in order to finish things off, he had to delay the moment of retirement. Dojun started to get up, saying that he had a meeting with his grandfather. As Dojun left, he said that he had to tell his grandfather that the WOSUNG buyback would continue. Sehun shouted sharply, ordering him to stop because the conversation was not over. Ignoring his cries, Dojun continued walking. Events shift to the Yangchul mansion. Standing in front of Dongyi's father, he said that buying out WOSUNG shipbuilding would be an excellent decision, but the government might doubt the true meaning of restructuring the company. Smiling, Yangchul said that that's why he found a replacement. They will buy the company and take it for themselves when everything gets better. Dongyi frowned at his father's words. Next, he hesitantly asked him if his replacement was Fantasy. Closing his eyes, the old man said that at the moment the only ones who could spend such sums were foreign investment companies, and Fantasy was closely connected with them, so it was appropriate. Dongyi exclaimed internally at his father's words. Clenching his fist, Dongyi restrained his desire to ask his father about his close connection with them. But when his lips parted, he asked if Fantasy had decided to collaborate. Yangchul looked at his son, saying that Seon could not refuse because he would actively help him with the acquisition. Dongyi shouted sharply, saying that he was the one to meet with Seon. Since his father was only lending a name, he would personally handle the purchase. Yangchul frowned and said that it wouldn't be easy. Suddenly Dongyi fell into a stupor. A frowning Yangchul said that Seon was unlikely to give in if he just said thank you, let's cooperate. Dongyi pursed his lips at his father's words. Clenching his fist, Dongyi understood perfectly well what his father meant, but he would have to pretend that he didn't realize it for the sake of an excellent opportunity to learn more about this close connection. When Dongyi asked his father what he was talking about, he answered him by saying that Seong told him that he would replace him, but he was not going to be at his beck and call. Yangchul then threw back his head and said that Seon would not obediently follow his orders. Dongyi asked his father if it was difficult with Seon. He closed his eyes, confirming this. Dongyi pursed his lips out of irritation. He frowned, doubting that Fantasy belonged to his father. Looking at him, Dongyi understood that if Fantasy secretly belonged to him, she would begin to carry out ordinary tasks. The son bowed to his father, assuring him that he would make sure that San did only what he should do. Yangchul, looking at his son, asked him if he could trust him, because to operate liquefied natural gas carriers they need the WOSUNG shipbuilding company, and this business should under no circumstances fail. Dongyi nodded, saying that he would make sure that no problems would arise. Yangchul smiled after his son's words. Then the old man, looking forward, said that although he understood his dissatisfaction, this was the best that could be achieved in this situation. Dongyi narrowed his eyes and silently looked at his father. Yangchul smiled as he told his son that there will be more opportunities in the future and he should not miss them, develop the company, and one day it will grow to the level of Sanyang. Yangchul looked at his son and said that he was confident that he and his brother could double what they had now. Dongyi bowed to his father, saying that he would fulfill his expectations. Standing with his head bowed, Dongyi understood something. He restrained his anger because all his father's words were insincere. He always hid something behind consolation. Events moved to Seon's office. Dong-hee entered the office expressing his hope for Seon's productive work. Seon, looking at him, exclaimed, recognizing his identity. Shaking his hand, Seon asked if he could do something, because he had even heard that they had already settled everything. Dong-hee answered him by saying that it would be nice, but, unfortunately, they tried to stop them. Dong-hee looked at Seon with a faint smile on his face. Seon was slightly surprised. It was unexpected for him that, unlike Sang-hee, the older brother was modest and completely different. Scratching the back of his head, Seon said that those who did not know the truth about Soonyang created guesses about her, and they were the ones who tried to stop them. Soon Seon's work chair was empty. Dong-hee sipped his tea, thinking about everything. When he put the mug back, he immediately asked Seon if he could tell him about his nephew. Smiling, Dong-hee looked at Seon waiting for an answer. Seon looked away, realizing that it would be better if he said what he wanted to hear. He then glanced at Dong-hee, calling the protagonist a born player, the complete opposite of his father. Dong-hee asked Seon in bewilderment what he meant by calling his nephew a player. Smiling, Seon began to praise the protagonist, saying that he had an incredible ability to read the situation. Dong-hee grinned, realizing that Seon was praising his nephew as a potential trader or investor. Closing his eyes, Seon said that Dojun had even begun to surpass him and now he was able to sit down at the poker table alone. Dong-hee surprised his interlocutor by saying that the innate qualities of a player do not have to be used only at the poker table. Looking at Seon, Dong-hee grinned and said that such qualities absolutely coincide with the skills needed by a manager. Seon heard him and smiled slightly. Looking at Dong-hee, Seon realized that he was the best of the three brothers, even after he said that Dojun was not leaving the investment company, implying that he had nothing to worry about. However, contrary to his expectations, Dong-hee, who was looking at the office, understood everything. Smiling, Seon said that after his words, it seemed so to him too. Putting the mug of tea on the table, Seon turned to Dong-hee. Looking at him, he asked if he was afraid of his young nephew. Dong-hee was surprised by his question. While drinking tea, he said that it was unknown who would become the next chairman, but it was clear that Dojun would be the third. His words made Seon mentally exclaim. Smirking, the protagonist's uncle said that he just needs to take care of his share and make sure that Dojun does not seize it. Seon watched Dong-hee carefully all this time. A grin appeared on his face as he confirmed what Dojun had said earlier. Looking at the protagonist's uncle Seon, who was sipping tea, he realized that he really considered Dojun to be his opponent. Events take us to Soyun asking Chang-yi if he was sure. He nervously confirmed his confidence. Next, Soyun asked Chang-yi if her senior made the decision himself. He replied by telling her that the likelihood of this was low, because the investment was only 20 billion, so even the deputy did not have to interfere. Standing next to the table, Chang said that last year he only gave instructions on active venture capital investment, and employees acted on them, while he approved only the total investment amount. Looking down, the man said that the few knowledgeable people do not make any disturbances regarding the collection of shares under someone else's name. Soyun began to get very angry after hearing this. She then looked at the man and asked when the investment would be announced. He told her that when the amount reached 20,000 won, then they were going to do it. Soyun sharply shouted asking how much it was worth now. Chang-yi responded by saying that it was only worth 10,000 and there were already those who sold shares and left. Pointing at the manager, Soyun shouted she gave him 2 days to study everything properly and if there was anything unclear to her, she would reconsider her opinion regarding him. Chang bowed his head nervously as he accepted the order. A moment later he turned around and walked away. Soyun gritted her teeth and was extremely annoyed. Sitting in her chair, she thought that if the stock price reached 20,000 won, then Soonyang would invest and then the stock price would definitely rise to 20,000. The girl was horrified when she thought that if people found out about Soonyang's investment, the stock price would double again. The girl's lips stretched into a smile after realizing this. A moment later she shouted, ordering the people to prepare the car. Events take us back to the protagonist's office. Standing opposite Seon, Soyun said that Sang-hoon's company has been very active lately. Seon looked at the girl in bewilderment, not understanding what she was talking about. All three people in the room suddenly fell silent. Dojun looked at his aunt, puzzled. Soyun expressed her disappointment at the chairman's ignorance. Covering his eyes, Seon said that the movement of shares was always active because this company was one of its owners. Sitting next to her nephew, Soyun said that this case is special, but it seems that information is getting to them with a delay. Seon frowned, reminding the girl not to listen to gossip. Afterwards, Seon sat down asking Soyun not to invest in the shares, even if the information seemed accurate to her, because not only the company's shares were pledged, but also her property. Seon frowned as he told Soyun that if she wastes the company's money, she won't be able to get it back and she should better focus on management. Soyun listened to her interlocutor with irritation. Dojun looked at his uncle mentally thanking him for stopping Soyun, because the more people tried to stop the second-generation keyballs, the more confident they became in their decisions. The protagonist looked at Soyun trying to understand her. An angry Soyun asked Seon if he was wrong because he was just a creditor and not a shareholder. Dojun closed his eyes, satisfied with the result. Seon shouted sharply, asking Soyun what she would do if she suffered losses, whether she could compensate for them. Soyun answered Seon while shouting that that was why she came to them. Dojun abruptly interrupted their argument, suggesting that instead of arguing, they exchange opinions. Next, the protagonist looked at Sekon, saying that if he checks the facts, the aunt will also be able to change her decision. Sekon frowned after his words. An irritated Soyun said that she liked Dojun's idea and suggested they start. She glanced at Sen, saying that soon 20 billion would be invested in the Sanyang branch, and she couldn't sit idle knowing that the stock price would rise again. Frowning, Sen said that they were aware of the whole situation, but no one would believe that she was an investor until there was money in her bank account. After getting angry, San said that after signing an investment contract, at least one clause is constantly violated. Soyun covered her eyes, saying that she herself had cancelled investment contracts many times after signing them and she was aware of these basics. A moment later, she suddenly shouted, saying that this is why she will invest 20 billion in this business. San could barely restrain himself, listening to the girl's screams. The protagonist looked at the aunt, who came to hear what they wanted, realizing that they had to tell her this. The protagonist grinned, looking at his aunt. The two men listened to Soyun shouting that Sanyang was announcing the investment when the stock price reached 20,000 won, which meant that this amount would be the lowest limit. Seon hesitantly asked the girl if she wanted to buy shares for 10,000 won and then sell for 40. Soyun smiled widely, saying that it was exactly like that. Seon frowned, asking her why she was telling him this. Looking away, Soyun responded by saying that it was to ease her anxiety. Seon sighed after her words. He looked at Soyeon again, saying that he would not repeat anything, because she had already decided everything herself. It was better for her to sell everything when the price reaches 40,000. The girl covered her mouth, saying that this was exactly what she was thinking. Dojun glanced at his aunt, who heard exactly what she wanted. Then he looked at his uncle, mentally saying to himself that an expert like him confirmed that she was doing the right thing, so she, having collected money from all branches, bought shares of the Sanyang company. And after receiving 4 times the profit, she will be so excited that she will completely forget about San's advice. Looking at the aunt, the protagonist understood that for a moment she would doubt whether to go all in again, but seeing the stock price changing again, she would never be able to cope with her greed. Dojun smiled in anticipation. He was glad because his aunt had fallen into his trap. Following those who sighed with regret, there were people rejoicing in the fluctuation of stock prices. The stock market in the second half of 1999 became the center of fluctuating new data technology stock prices. The newspapers began to publish about these events. In addition, Chairman Sang-hoon held an urgent press conference. Standing on the podium, he announced to everyone about the merger with the Soonyang company. Journalists, reporters, and others were shocked after hearing what they heard. The events moved to Soyun's house, who screamed, asking the protagonist if selling the shares was a stupid idea. Sitting opposite her, Dojun said that Seon's instincts were never wrong. Looking at the newspaper, the girl regretted it because the shares were constantly growing. Dojun picked up the newspaper and said that when the stock price falls, sales will instantly increase. Looking at his aunt, he reminded her that if she missed the moment, she would lose everything. Soyun stared at her nephew in shock and asked if he sold everything. Dojun put down the newspaper, saying that they decided to sell when the price was around 38,000 won. A 25-fold profit was enough for them, but contrary to what was said, the protagonist still had shares. Soyun sharply shouted, asking how they could achieve 25x profit. Dojun thought about it, saying that they bought the shares when they were first registered and then they cost 1,500. The upset aunt asked Dojun why he didn't tell her. Dojun scratched his head, saying that he didn't know either. After all, this is a company business. Investment companies always only looked at the stock market, so they decided not to miss out on shares when they were issued. Next, the protagonist closed his eyes, saying that he himself had nothing left because his uncle spent everything on the election fund, and in return he received land in Sanamdong. Opening his eyes, Dojun said that the land was worth approximately 500 million. Soyun became nervous and began to look around. A grin appeared on the protagonist's face. He understood that his aunt would not hear anything in any case, because now she was only thinking about the 25-fold benefit. His face turned creepy for a moment. Soyun, who did not notice this, continued to think. Soyun looked at her nephew when he said that in the future there will be many opportunities to make money and now it's better not to doubt and sell everything. The protagonist looked at his aunt with a smile. Events again take us to the protagonist's office. Sehan shouted, saying that his company, which has an auction sales volume of 30 billion, had fallen to losses. The protagonist, who was sipping tea, told his uncle that those who were buying shares didn't care. Reading the documents, Dojun said that those who do not manage to make a profit are simply idiots. Sehen shouted, saying that he understood perfectly well that everything could collapse and turn into scraps of paper, and this could happen tomorrow, so they urgently need to sort everything out. Dojun glanced at his uncle, reassuring him, while reminding him that 500 million was his personal money. Sehen stood listening to the protagonist say that if the company loses 3 billion, it doesn't mean anything, because it's still his money. The strong uncle frowned, looking at his nephew. While sipping his tea, Dojun recalled that he sold his personal shares despite the fact that he told him that the shares would reach 250,000. Sehen was very angry with the words of the protagonist. Events take us to the office of Soyun department store. Chang-yi shouted at Soyun, saying that the situation was critical. All the money that was supposed to be transferred to the companies in the department store was frozen and then transferred to the accounts of New Data Technology. Very worried, Chang said that in addition, some players in the Myeongdong market were given out by private creditors and transactions were carried out under false names, so they are in great danger. Soyun smiled, saying that she needs 2 months, during which time she will try her best to settle everything and not make it public. Chang lowered his head, trying to resist. Soyun slammed the table sharply, asking if he understood what the current unemployment rate was. Pointing at the man, Soyun shouted, saying that they will close their department store with maximum restructuring and they will have to, like other branches. The man bowed his head, asking the girl for forgiveness, but Soyun didn't stop screaming, ordering them to watch what was said, because if they couldn't prevent all these rumors. Soyun shouted furiously, saying that the staff of more than half of their enterprises would change, and all hotel employees, starting with ordinary managers, would be transferred to temporary workers. Chang bowed his head, asking for forgiveness again. Bowing, he left the room. Soyun was trembling. She also wanted to stop all this. She remembered Dojun, whom she listened to and sold the shares for about 40,000, but then she saw that the price of these shares had skyrocketed again. She got angry and bought them again. She put her hand to her face, thinking that she did all this secretly. No one knew about it except the director in charge of finance. But looking at the growing shares, one could notice that the department store began to receive as much in a month as it previously received in a week. She pursed her lips, not understanding how to stop it. She remained thinking in her office. Events move us to the outskirts of the hypermarket. The bus arrived at the hypermarket. Dojun entered the office, asking his aunt if she wanted to see him. Soyun stood up to greet her nephew. She approached the protagonist, asking him to ask Sehen to change the interest payment date. The economy is in complete disarray, so that sales at the department store have fallen sharply. Dojun looked at the girl carefully. His aunt is completely mired in a swamp from which she cannot get out. Looking at her, he asked his aunt how bad it was. She replied by saying that the hotel was now 70% empty, and people only came to the department store for basic necessities. Soyun said excitedly that it was already difficult to tell whether it was a department store or a simple grocery store. Dojun frowned slightly, realizing that the price of the shares had already exceeded 200,000, and if his aunt decided to sell the shares now, she would earn quite a lot of money, but the department store enterprises would be beyond his influence. Soyun was surprised when the protagonist apologized to her. Looking away, the protagonist said that if she had not sold the shares for 40,000, then all the problems would have been solved at once. Suddenly, the aunt looked away, saying that everything was in order and she herself was not very good at such stocks, and then she still received 4 times more profit. Dojun grinned, deciding to try something. The aunt screamed when the protagonist told her that the price could possibly reach 300,000. She abruptly covered her grin with her hand. Dojun, who was looking at her, didn't notice how, just for a moment, the corners of her mouth twitched. A creepy grin stretched across the protagonist's face. He realized that she still bought the shares on her own, but now he just hoped that her department store would suffer enough for her to stumble. A little puzzled, Soyun asked Dojun what was happening with the shares. Dojun narrowed his eyes slightly and said that according to some estimates, the stock price could actually rise to 300,000, but this was dangerous because it was unknown when exactly the stock could also plummet. Soyun gritted her teeth, realizing that her actions were extremely dangerous. Smiling, the protagonist said that if they can find the right moment, then the people who can wait for it will be very rich. Soyun smiled, agreeing with her nephew. Dojun, sitting next to him, turned to his aunt. He raised his hand, saying, "It's better not to try to get involved in all this." He sharply lowered his hand, telling his aunt that everything could collapse in an instant. The aunt, waving her hand, told the protagonist not to say anything stupid because she would not get involved in this. Dojun stood up, telling his aunt not to worry because he would talk to the chairman. Soyun stood up, saying that she would be very grateful and would definitely thank him. Dojun smiled, looking at his aunt, and said that they are family after all. Then he turned around. Finally, looking at the aunt obsessed with money, the protagonist stopped pretending to be happy. Even though they were a family, it was the family that created the problems. Dojun closed the door. Then he sighed with relief. Suddenly a man approached him and called out to him. Chang nervously asked the protagonist if he remembered him. Dojun looked at him puzzled. He remembered how he saw him in fantasy when he lent money to his aunt. Realizing that it was the director of finance, the protagonist greeted him. Dojun scratched the back of his head, offering the director a cup of coffee. Chang offered to go to his office for this. Soon they found themselves in Chang's office. Dojun, who was holding the mug, screamed, not believing the amount of 140 billion. Bowing his head to Chang, he said that Soonyang bought everything, from shares of 50,000 to 200. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise. He assumed that the aunt was going to invest about 100 billion, but for so much to be too much, she still used it for this as the company's money. Chang grabbed his head and said that he has been so worried about this lately and will soon go crazy. Dojun covered his mouth with his hand, realizing that in this case, if his aunt continues to invest money until the stock falls, a creepy smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He felt a terrifying delight from it all. Events take us back to the protagonist's office. A group of men stood near the negotiation stand. They all looked at the protagonist in surprise. He smiled, holding out his business card and introducing himself. The man with glasses asked in shock if he was the chairman. After receiving confirmation, he exchanged glances with his friend. Another man with glasses asked why he wanted to see them. Dojun sat down in the chair saying that if they were thinking about who to join, he would like them to choose him. All the men were shocked by his words. Smiling, the protagonist said that he heard that they know how not to talk too much and therefore he was going to be honest with them. Dojun held out the folder. Soon, Dojun asked to look at the folders first. The protagonist smiled and said that if they agree to fulfill only one of his conditions, then this document will immediately come into force. The men looked at the folders nervously. Soon one of them opened the folder. His comrade followed him, starting to read the document. The third one, after reading it, thought about it. Dojun looked at the three thoughtful men. He turned his attention to each one individually. The protagonist became slightly depressed, trying to understand what his aunt was thinking. Remembering how he recently sat with the director of finance, the protagonist understood perfectly well that his aunt did not understand stocks. Then Dojun was surprised because Chang blamed Sanyang's company for everything. Bowing his head, he said that the people at the company should have let her know when to sell the shares, but instead they kept egging her on, saying that the price would rise even more. The protagonist frowned upon hearing this. Dojun was then very angry, asking Chang if it was really them. He answered him by saying that they were all friends from the company, masters of their craft. The man's sudden cough brought the protagonist to his senses. He looked at the men asking if they liked him. They were nervous and looked at each other. One of them told the protagonist that at the moment fantasy is undoubtedly the best in terms of investments. He has never heard of her analyzing such situations. The man sitting in the center asked the protagonist what was the reason for such an unexpected proposal and what condition he was talking about. Dojun looked at the bespectacled man to whom he offered an income of 1 billion excluding bonuses and an employment contract for at least 5 years, regardless of work results. Then he looked at the other two, who, after working for only 5 years, would be able to earn as much as some would not be able to earn in their entire lives. The protagonist's lips parted when he said that he heard that they were giving some advice to his aunt, Director Soyun. The two men exclaimed after his words. Looking at the man at the head, the protagonist demanded that the shares that his aunt had not be sold until the very end. The man's eyes widened after hearing this. Even his comrade was greatly shocked by this. Unable to restrain himself, he shockedly asked the protagonist if he wanted the shares not to be sold at all. Dojun smiled and said that he wanted Soyun to remain a shareholder of this company for life. The man with glasses frowned at the protagonist, while his comrade opened his mouth in amazement, and the third thought without taking any action. Dojun, looking at them, asked what surprised them so much because there were not 1 or 2 people who lost their money on these shares. The men looked at each other nervously when Dojun said that among their clients there must be many who believed them and bought shares, and then suffered a loss. Rubbing the back of his head, the bespectacled man said that these shares would definitely fall in price and if they continued to advise her to remain a shareholder, it would be awkward. The protagonist stopped smiling and asked him if they were close. The man asked in bewilderment what the protagonist meant. Dojun, who was sitting opposite, said that he asked if he and Soyun were close. They hadn't known her for that long. As far as he knew, they had only met once. The protagonist, becoming serious, asks if they are embarrassed and calls it betrayal. The men became nervous and looked away. His comrade asked instead why he needed to do this to Soyun. Dojun grinned at the question. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that it was a small family dispute. As soon as the price of the shares reached 250,000 won, he immediately sold them all. The company's investments increased from 3 billion to 500, and the protagonist's personal capital increased from the invested 500 million to 80 billion. Sehan earned only 16 billion from this, but it did not seem at all that he was disappointed or jealous. Dojun, looking at him, suggested that Sehan wanted to show himself as a true pro, who, having sold shares, immediately forgets about them. But perhaps, alone with himself, he is angry and regrets that he missed the opportunity to earn more, but he will never know this. The protagonist closed his eyes, remembering how just a few days after he sold his shares, their price began to plummet like a plane rushing at full speed. And Yuito, who were supposed to rejoice at the new millennium, plunged into darkness along with the falling plane. And out of those 140 billion Soonyans, only 10 remained, as if they had crumbled after the explosion. At this time, the phone fell off Soyun's desk while she was yelling at the finance director. Events shift to Yangchul yelling at his daughter, saying that she should have given this money to the owners of the outlets in her department store. Sweating heavily, Soyun apologized to her father. She threw up her hands saying that even Sanyang had invested their money in stocks, so she trusted them. Yangchul frowned as he asked his daughter if she had simply decided to follow someone else's example. Soyun looked away nervously. Closing his eyes, Yangchul asked his daughter what was the point of continuing to follow a third-party company after it separated. A very nervous Soyun said that Sanyang would not invest 20 billion in a company that would disappear in a couple of months, so it turned out that there was no difference between her and them, because they both miscalculated. Yangchul shouted sharply, asking his daughter what she wanted. Stretching out her finger, Soyun began to beg her father to help her just once. Yangchul turned away, saying to go to Seon so that he could solve everything. Soyun became depressed and said that she no longer had the opportunity to borrow from Seon. Suddenly, Yangchul placed the folder on the table. Soyun was horrified listening to her father say that the separation went exactly the way she wanted. Only now her separation from Sanyang does not matter at all. She has an independent company in which there are no shares at all. Very angry, Yangchul said that if he helped her, it would be the same as misappropriating Sanyang's money and he could be imprisoned for this. Soyun screamed in horror, telling her father that he couldn't do this to her because he needed to return everything to the way it was. Looking at his daughter, Yangchul asked her if she refused him even after he did everything she wanted. She nervously answered him saying that she was just asking him to return everything for a while. Yangchul sharply shouted asking if she knew how much money he would lose if he violated the inheritance order for her. Soyun bowed her head listening to her father's swearing and screams. When Yangchul stopped screaming, his daughter pleaded with him again. Sitting back in his chair, the old man asked in whose name the shares were purchased and whether she used a false name. A despondent Soyun did not answer, asking her father why he asked her. The father shouted sharply, ordering him to answer. Soyun was scared as she confirmed that she was using a fake name. Yangchul closed his eyes saying that he would go so crazy. Fingering her hands, the girl asked her father why he asked this and what was wrong with it. He looked at her without answering right away. Next, Yangchul turned to Soyun. Having stopped frowning, her father asked if she trusted the director of finance most of all. Soyun excitedly answered her grandfather, saying that she trusted him with her most intimate things. Next, Yangchul, looking at his daughter, asked if she was sure of his devotion. Soyun, very worried, replied that she trusted him, and then asked her father why he asked her. Yangchul closed his eyes and said that he would figure everything out by tomorrow, and she should go back and take care of the company. Soyun smiled, realizing that her father would still help her. She folded her hands and began to thank her father. With a slightly obsessed expression on his face, Soyun said that he would return all 140 billion spent within a year. Yangchul, perplexed, asked what 140 billion she was talking about. The puzzled daughter asked if he had just said that he would sort it out. Yangchul sharply shouted saying that she herself decided to separate, so the money and affairs of the company are now her personal business and it has nothing to do with him. Soyun became despondent and again prayed to her father. A very angry Yangchul said that the only thing he was going to deal with was to prevent her from being put behind bars, and she was his only daughter and as a father, he could not allow this to happen. Soyun screamed in fear, asking how she could end up in jail. A moment later, Soyun began to become hysterical. Yangchul shouted sharply, ordering his daughter to leave. Soyun was very scared by her father's scream. She lowered her head and stopped looking at her father. Soyun then turned around, and she walked away from the office. Yangchul sadly watched his daughter leave. He put his hand to his face and thought. In Yangchul's office, the voice of his assistant was heard saying that he went through the whole of Myeongdong several times and in general everything was scattered into 16 names. Haki looked at Yangchul waiting for an answer. He put his hand to his face and thought. He then looked at Haki and asked if there was a connection between them and Soyun. Hearing a negative answer, the old man sighed. Hak narrowed his eyes slightly, saying that the situation may be critical, but regardless of this, will he check those who bought these shares? Yangchul frowned, saying that 5 trillion was invested in them, which was not included in the conglomerate's money or taxes. It was the money of mothers and children who just went to the stock market and invested money there to make money on kimchi. Everything is about to collapse because of their anger of millions of people. Yangchul glanced at the assistant, saying that if they don't deal with this, even the political regime will be shaken. They must be extremely careful until they find a suitable scapegoat. Hatch stared at the chairman and thought he knew very well that this was not just a stock market crash. Angry, Yangchul said that Sanghan's company was going to sell the Soonyang shares that they owned, and just when they reached their peak price, he stopped them from doing so because they could thus increase their investment by about 10 times, but they could then blame everyone for everything. Surprised, Hatch asked the old man if he really knew so well what could happen. Gritting his teeth, Yangchul said that it was obvious that the politicians were working together with whoever started this. Covering his eyes, Yangchul said that he would prefer to lose those 20 billion and they could sell those shares at the peak, but then Soonyang would be blamed for all this chaos. Haki frowned, realizing that now they themselves were victims, they could not be made to blame. He was amazed at how even being old, Yangchul could guess about such things. Glancing at Haki, Yangchul ordered him to make sure Soyun's name didn't appear anywhere during their investigation. Hatch immediately agreed and then asked him what to do with the company, because if they made a mistake now, they could completely lose the rights to manage fantasy. The old man closed his eyes and thought. Then he imagined his grandson saying that everything would be fine with the company. He looked into the distance and began to think again. Hatch looked at the silent old man. Events take us to the protagonist's office. Seyun looked away and said that the shares they took as collateral were only 30%, and Soyun still owned 35%. Dojun looked at his uncle, saying that his aunt had spent and, accordingly, had already lost 140 billion, but they should receive 25% more. Seyun looked at the protagonist and asked if Soyun would give up everything so easily. With a smile on his face, Dojun said that by losing so much money, she had committed a crime, which would make her not care too much about losing the money. Seyun frowned as he asked his nephew if they would play villains again. Dojun turned to him, saying that this time he would be the first to act. Smiling, the protagonist said that he needed to find out who really owned the department store. Seyun asked Dojun in shock if he had decided to expose them. Turning to him, Second asked if his family would be even more wary of him after this. Dojun, still grinning, said that his aunt wouldn't tell anyone anything else because she wouldn't be able to say anything else at all. Seyun, puzzled, asked the protagonist what he was talking about. Sudden pleas and a request for salvation forced both of them to look at the entrance. Director of Finance Soyun shouted to them asking for help. Seyun stood up abruptly, asking what happened. Putting his hand to his heart, the director said that they had decided to blame him, and if he remained silent, they would make him to blame for the crisis. Dojun and Seyun stared at the director in shock. Remembering Heije who came to him, he spoke about his arrival. The director was sweating profusely, saying that Hatch thoroughly analyzed all his mistakes and sins. It was too unfair. Dojun, looking at the director, realized that these were not just mistakes, these were illegal actions that were carefully studied. The protagonist frowned due to the fact that the director knew about all the transactions carried out with fantasy, and he was the only one who knew that only fantasy, who had the right to take the place of the head of the department store, could save him from Soonyang's threats. Looking at the worried man, the protagonist decided. A grin appeared on his face. The director was like a fox who had entered the den of a wild wolf, hoping to escape from the Soonyang tiger. Sehen and the protagonist began to emit an ominous aura. The director's fate from now on will not be the same. The protagonist, standing opposite the director, asked him to tell them everything he knew. Dojun sadly asked the director what kind of mistakes he made and what kind of sins he talked about. Nervous, the director said that he was indeed in serious trouble. Dojun put his hand in front of him, saying that he was not asking about him. Dojun opened his eyes and asked to tell everything about Soyun, because Hatch acted only on her orders. Chang exclaimed, making up his mind internally. Frowning, the protagonist said that he was sure that Soyun was the one who betrayed him, so he had to betray her himself. Changyi remained motionless without answering immediately. Dojun and Seyun looked at the director irritably, waiting for an answer. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.